Chapter 1. Chinchu and Feng. Ha ha ha. You are finally dead. You dared to thwart my ambitions. You are nothing but a wild seed. Were it not for my spirit hall, you would not even exist. Ha ha ha. A man, his visage grotesque, eyes aflame with madness, and his body marred by bloodied wounds, laughed with reckless abandon, appearing utterly disheveled. Tragically, this repugnant figure was adorned with 6 pristine wings. Behind him, 9 rings of varying hues lay quietly arranged. Accompanying him were 2 others, equally disheveled, each bearing 9 rings as well, albeit in different colors. This was the Douluo continent, where those rings, known as spirit rings, serve as proof of a soul master's ascendance, also bestowing upon them formidable abilities. A man, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, gazed faintly at the man reveling in his triumph, and spoke in a broken voice, "Cough, cough, Chinchu and Ji, you speak the truth without the spirit hall. I might have perished long ago. Yet, that does not grant you the right to act with impunity. Thus, it is my duty to stop you." Cough, cough, cough. Chinchu and Ji, the current pope of the spirit hall, was known for his nefarious nature, wielding the 6-winged angel spirit, a pinnacle among spirits, rarely surpassed, and seen only once in a century. Through gritted teeth, Chinchu and Ji seethed, silence. To thwart me? Yes, you are indeed powerful. Even the 3 of us, titled Douluo, struggled to barely defeat you. Before your appearance, everything was mine. Yet after you emerged, everyone in the spirit hall, regardless of their rank, has revolved around you. Why? Simply because your spirit surpasses mine? Just because you are more empathetic? Enough nonsense, Chinchu and Feng. You are merely a dog raised by my father. Chinchu and Feng remained silent, merely listening, though his gaze gradually dimmed a sign of impending demise. Chinchu and Ji continued to shout, "You are my brother, albeit not by blood. Why does father favor you? Without you, I would reign supreme. Bibi Dong, my disciple, and your beloved brother. Let me share some good news. Bibi Dong is indeed, with child, merely a scheme of mine to exploit your concern for her, luring you back to the spirit hall for an ambush to end your life." Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Injured, Chinchu and Ji knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His excitement had rendered his voice hoarse. "Brother, you should have realized that among the 3 of us, one is from the Haotian sect, and he now serves under me. I will pin your death on the Haotian sect, igniting a war that will allow me to dominate the entire continent. But before that, my dear brother, hand over your soul bones." Chinchu and Feng laughed, a joyful laugh devoid of fear in the face of imminent death. Chinchu and Ji, thank you. I have a child. I have a child. Ha ha ha. Make your move. By the end, Chinchu and Feng's voice had risen to a shout. Very well. One of the men behind Chinchu and Ji swung a heavy hammer downwards. Thud. 3 soul bones. Excellent. Thank you both. You are lightly injured. Bury him. Chinchu and Ji spoke without mirth, his tone devoid of emotion. Ha ha. Your holiness is too kind. Brother, let us bury him. At this moment, Chinchu and Ji was not yet the pope, but upon Chinchu and Feng's demise, the title would undoubtedly be his. Indeed, the other burly man nodded in agreement. Chinchu and Ji turned away, muttering to himself, "Pope? Ha ha. I shall soon be the pope. Brother, I will remember you." Having hastily buried Chinchu and Feng, Chinchu and Ji departed with his companions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, everything had been witnessed by a woman in the distance. The woman covered her mouth, tears flowing freely as if they held no worth. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and declared fiercely, "Chinchu and Ji, I, Bibi Dong, vow that I will kill you one day. Haotian sect, I shall ensure that you suffer as well." This woman was Bibi Dong, who, due to the distance, could only see the Haotian hammer and was unaware that the man was a traitor to the Haotian sect, thus harboring hatred towards them. Reaching the spot where Chinchu and Feng had been buried, she dug up his body with her bare hands, placing his head upon her abdomen. "Brother Feng, listen, our child is calling for you. Brother Feng, say something. Speak. Ooh, Brother Feng, trust me, I will avenge you and slay that scoundrel. Until then, rest where you ought to." Quietly, she interred Chinchu and Feng in the tomb of the spirit hall, a resting place for past popes and super Douluo, where all were of noble lineage. Each individual possessed a separate chamber. Half a year later, Bibi Dong had now ascended to the position of saintess of the spirit hall, while Chinchu and Ji had become the pope. Bibi Dong knelt in her chamber, caressing her increasingly prominent abdomen, and smiled gently. "My dear, you are now the sole treasure of your mother. The spirit hall has received word that Chinchu and Ji intends to slay a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has recently reformed. It is said that the beast's husband is also from the Haotian sect. He is even a candidate for the next sect master. Regardless of who dies, it is to accompany your father in death. Aren't you pleased? However, If Qin survives, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Half a year later, within the spirit hall, amidst the cries of an infant, Bibi Dong successfully gave birth to a baby girl. Child, we shall name you Qianren Shui. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and continued, your father's death was due in no small part to your existence. Brother Feng, since you desired a child, I shall keep her, for she is the bond between us. By the way, that soul beast also gave birth today. On that very day, Qin Xuanji returned to the spirit hall, his body gravely injured. Cough, cough, cough. Your Holiness. Your Holiness, the Saintess has just given birth. Should you not pay her a visit? Cough. Visit? Visit? The Saintess has given birth? Quickly, summon the Saintess and her child to me. Your Holiness, the Saintess. Go now. Understood. After a long while, a servant approached the Saintess' door and spoke blandly to the guards, announced that the Pope requests the Saintess to bring the child. The guards hesitated, considering she had just given birth, but the Pope's authority outweighed their concerns. Saintess, the Pope requests your presence, along with the little Saintess. Bibi Dong, lying in her chamber, opened her eyes, lifted Qianren Shui, and murmured, Hee, come along, my dear Shui. Let us see what our Pope desires. Saintess, please take care and move slowly. Bibi Dong cradled Qianren Shui. No worries. Let's go. Report. The Pope, your Holiness, the Saintess has arrived. By this time, Qin Xuanji had already risen, watching Bibi Dong enter. He commanded, cough, cough, everyone leave. I wish to speak with the Saintess. Bibi Dong, her expression inscrutable, replied coolly, pray tell, your Holiness, what is it you summon me for? Have you succeeded in your endeavor against the 100,000-year soul beast? Qin Xuanji smiled faintly. Cough, cough, I was on the brink of success, but alas, that soul beast chose to sacrifice itself. Ultimately, it could not withstand the Hao Yan awe. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. May I see the child? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, her smile remaining impassive. Very well. Here. Qin Xuanji took the child, slowly infusing his soul power into her. Already gravely injured, Qin Xuanji grew even weaker. In a feeble voice, he uttered, Bibi Dong, I apologize. The six-winged angel spirit is a rare lineage. I have no offspring of my own, so I must borrow this child. I presume you would not wish for her to inherit a spirit like yours. With a lifetime of cultivation, I shall transform this child's spirit into that of the six-winged angel. I will also enhance her talents. This is the unique ability of my six-winged angel spirit to transfer. Right now, I only wish to cling to life. Please summon my father. In the child's name. Bibi Dong chuckled coldly. Qianren Shui. But, Master, do you not desire to rule the entire continent? Qin Xuanji nodded silently, his words failing him. Only through experience does one learn the value of relinquishment. Bibi Dong coldly remarked, Master, I will summon the Grand Elder, but you shall not see him arrive. Thud. Bibi Dong unleashed her soul power, severing Qin Xuanji's heart vein. This signified his certain demise. What? You? Bibi Dong grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha. Master, you killed Brother Feng and expect to cling to life? I have yet to agree to that. Qin Xuanji's eyes widened in shock. You knew? Bibi Dong replied, Indeed, Master. I was present when you killed Brother Feng. Had it not been for Douluo, you would have likely killed me as well. Now, perish. Qin Xuanji's eyes widened, breath escaping him. Bibi Dong had slain Qin Xuanji, cradling Qianren Shui. We have avenged your father. Bibi Dong laughed, tears flowing down her cheeks. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong regained her composure. She commanded, summon the attendants. I am here. Inform the Grand Elder. The Pope has succumbed to injuries inflicted by the Hao Yan hammer and has passed away, leaving behind his soul bones and the six-winged angel spirit. Understood. Soon, the Grand Elder, also Qin Xuanji's father, arrived. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, known as Douluo, was the overseer of the hall, managing those who were all 95th level super daw, with the strength being self-evident. Bibi Dong, what transpired? What has become of Qin Xuanji? Bibi Dong wept, exclaiming, great sacrifice. My master has heard rumors of a 100,000-year soul beast appearing, and thus he took 2 titled Douluos to hunt it down. Unfortunately, the soul beast offered a sacrifice, and our esteemed Pope was overwhelmed, suffering a severed heart vein. He is now. My master has departed with his eyes wide open. Bibi Dong's outburst dispelled Qin Douluo's lingering doubts about her. With a voice steeped in fury, the great sacrifice lamented, alas, I have lost both of my children. They are gone, all gone. It is the fault of the Hao Yan sect. With red eyes, Bibi Dong declared, great sacrifice. I shall seek vengeance upon the Hao Yan sect. However, Her quest for retribution had no connection to Qian Xuanjie, it was for Qian Xuanfeng. Observing Bibi Dong's genuine animosity towards the Haotian sect, Qian Douliu's last thread of skepticism was dispelled. Bibi Dong shouted, "Summon the people. The Spirit Hall is hereby commanded that from this day forth, I, the Holy Maiden, shall assume the role of Pope. Let it be decreed that for every disciple of the Haotian sect encountered, one must be slain." Noticing the lack of response, the great sacrifice expressed his dissatisfaction, releasing an aura that rendered all present breathless. "Did you not hear me? Yes. Depart. Yes." The great sacrifice turned to the tearful Bibi Dong, asking, "Bibi Dong, why do you no longer call me father? Also, let me see my granddaughter." Bibi Dong presented the child, stating, "Because I am now the Pope and must observe proper decorum. With your strength, why could you not protect your children?" The great sacrifice, Qian Douluo, replied, "It matters not, you may still call me father. Fenger was indeed unfortunate. I failed to care for him properly, forgive me. Let us choose an auspicious day for the Pope's succession ceremony." Upon hearing Qian Douluo mention Qian Xuanfeng, Bibi Dong's eyes glistened anew with tears. Great sacrifice. Decorum must not waver. And as for the succession ceremony, it is of little consequence. A month later, the Pope's succession ceremony was held as scheduled. Bibi Dong ascended to the papacy with an astonishing 83rd level soul power, becoming the youngest pope in history. While many were discontented, they were all quelled by the great sacrifice. Though dissent lingered, none dared to oppose the great sacrifice, a limit Douluo at level 99. With Qian Xuanjie deceased, Qian Zunfeng's 3 soul bones returned to Bibi Dong, who chose not to integrate them, but rather kept them treasured by her bedside. Bibi Dong murmured, "I wish to see you the moment I open my eyes, Feng Ge. Qian Xuanjie is dead, and I was the one who killed him. I have avenged you, Feng Ge. I love you. Not long from now, the Haotian sect shall join you in the grave." Chapter 2. The 100,000-year soul beast, the gentle bone rabbit. 3 years later, at the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sat in the Pope's seat, and over the course of these 3 years, she had transformed, becoming ruthless and cold towards all, including Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo. She believed that Qian Zunfeng's demise was due to Qian Rengshu's emergence, which had afforded Qian Xuanjie the opportunity. Moreover, Qian Douluo, as a limit Douluo, had failed to safeguard his offspring, resulting in Qian Zunfeng's death. In truth, Qian Douluo also harbored guilt towards Bibi Dong. Thus, Bibi Dong's fondness for Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo was limited. Employing violence and iron-fisted policies, Bibi Dong solidified her position as Pope. Within this brief span of 3 years, she successfully advanced to the rank of title Douluo. Otherwise, dissent would have persisted. Her interest in the papacy was minimal. She merely sought to utilize the Spirit Hall's ambition to dominate the continent in order to eradicate the Haotian sect and avenge Qian Xuanfeng. In her heart, she believed that Qian Zunfeng's death was the fault of the Haotian sect, as his corpse bore the unmistakable mark of the Haotian hammer. Furthermore, ascending to the role of Pope and ruling the continent would grant her access to vast resources for cultivation. Now that she had become a title Douluo, Bibi Dong was aware of the existence of deities and planned to attempt ascension to godhood, hoping to resurrect Qian Xuanfeng. This was her sole motivation to continue living, aside from Qian Renxue. In the Douluo continent, level 90 signifies title Douluo, level 99 denotes limit Douluo, while level 100 represents the attainment of divinity. Few understood the powers of the gods, yet Bibi Dong believed that such power would be sufficient to resurrect Qian Xuanfeng. Rather than mere belief, it was a form of solace, for Bibi Dong herself was uncertain of the divine powers. The great sacrifice, Qian Douluo, slowly entered the Pope's chamber, observing Bibi Dong's impassive demeanor. He sighed, "Alas. Bibi Dong, you have worked hard. You have just advanced to title Douluo. You ought to seek a soul ring. Tomorrow, I shall instruct 2 sacrifices to accompany you in obtaining a soul ring. Aim for one that is 100,000 years old." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. "Very well. Recently, I have heard of a solitary 100,000-year soul beast in the Douluo forest. We shall depart at dawn." Qian Douluo replied, "Excellent. I shall now find 2 super Douluos to prepare." Super Douluos, ranging from levels 95 to 98, are formidable titled Douluos. Ordinary titled Douluos appear as children in the presence of these powerful beings. This illustrates Qian Douliu's care for Bibi Dong, as she was still not overly strong, merely an ordinary titled Douluo. The following day, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the 2 super Douluos arranged by Qian Douluo and a contingent of Spirit Hall soldiers, set forth towards the Douluo forest in grand procession. These two sacrifices were at level 96, a pair of brothers wielding the same martial spirit, the Spiral Dragon Staff, ranking 6th and 7th in the sacrifice hall. Their titles were Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Upon reaching the depths of the Stardow Forest, Qianjun Duo slightly bowed and addressed Bibi Dong. Reporting to your holiness, we have spotted a rabbit ahead, precisely the solitary 100,000-year soul beast, the gentle bone rabbit. Bibi Dong nodded subtly, gesturing for the troops to encircle the creature to prevent its escape. The 100,000-year soul beast is a treasure trove, not only capable of dropping a red 100,000-year soul ring, but also guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Soul bones, rarer and more precious than soul rings, can provide skills and enhance physical attributes, enabling the body to absorb higher quality soul rings. As the crowd formed a perimeter, the gentle bone rabbit remained oblivious to the impending danger. Bibi Dong approached alongside Qianjun Douluo and Jiang Mo Douluo. The gentle bone rabbit spoke. Human, what do you intend to do? Its voice was melodious, imparting a sense of tranquility. This was the innate ability of the gentle bone rabbit charm. Bibi Dong shook her head, fixing her gaze upon the gentle bone rabbit, and stated, if it were only me, I would indeed be no match for you. However, it is a known fact that any soul beast exceeding 100,000 years can have their soul rings absorbed by any soul master within the limits of their body. You will also provide me with a soul bone. Now tell me, why do you think I am here? Furious, the gentle bone rabbit retorted, Humph. You humans are so avaricious. Even in death, I shall not grant you an easy time. As if discerning the gentle bone rabbit's intentions, Jiang Mo Doa sneered, do not entertain thoughts of self-detonation. Our spirit hall possesses toxins that prevent such actions by your kind. Therefore, surrender peacefully, lest we be compelled to act. Realizing self-detonation was futile, the gentle bone rabbit's anger intensified. Despicable. Scoundrels. Qianjun Douluo smirked, baring his teeth. Look at these pristine white teeth. How can one say I lack them? You, Bibi Dong, interrupted the conversation. Enough. Let us act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes, for spirit beasts are remarkably united. The domain of the god of slaughter, which Bibi Dong acquired over the past 3 years, was fueled by a singular ambition to grow stronger and attain divinity. In a remarkably short span, she advanced with great speed, fortifying her allies from within, unsettling the minds of her adversaries, and weakening their resolve. The twin Douluo, Qianjun and Jiang Ma, nodded and charged forward. The soft-bone rabbit was inherently ill-suited for combat, and its strength was merely slightly superior to Bibi Dong without the 9th spirit ring. Thus, it stood no chance against the two formidable Douluo, especially considering their profound connection as brother Douluo. Soon, the soft-bone rabbit was defeated, and a crimson spirit ring floated above its lifeless form, revealing a spirit bone nearby. Indeed, a spirit ring and bone nearly 20,000 years old. How delightful. Half a day later, Bibi Dong and her companions set off back to the spirit hall, leaving behind a cold corpse. La la la, how amusing it is outside. Being human is quite entertaining. I suppose I am already 3 years old. A little girl wandered through the Stardow Forest, devoid of any fear. She approached the corpse of the soft bone rabbit and stared at the small pool of blood, momentarily stunned. Ha ha ha, mommy, are you tired? Please wake up and see how I am doing, she sobbed, her voice rising in a wail. The sound attracted many spirit beasts. A gigantic ape approached. Speaking in human tongue, what is the matter, little Dance? What about your mother? Little Dance remained silent, continuing to weep, yet she resolutely vowed to avenge her mother. Chapter 3. Qian Shaoi wailing echoed as Bibi Dong and her party were about to exit the Stardow Forest. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow at the sound of an infant's cries. Qianjun Douluo, go investigate. Is it a transformation of a 100,000-year spirit beast? Yes. In response to Bibi Dong's command, Qianjun Douluo obliged and moved towards the source of the sound. Shortly after, he returned carrying an infant, saying, Your Holiness. It is an abandoned child, devoid of any spirit beast aura. It is not a transformation of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Indeed, if it were a transformation of such a powerful spirit beast, there would surely be other formidable protectors accompanying it. Bibi Dong did not even glance at the child. She coldly ordered, Kill it. Since it is not a 100,000-year spirit beast, it holds no value. There is no reason to keep it. Qianjun Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the Pope's cold-hearted nature, but he had never anticipated that she could be so devoid of compassion as to harm an infant merely due to the child's cries disturbing her. As Bibi Dong contemplated taking matters into her own hands, she was struck dumb upon seeing the infant's face. The child bore a striking resemblance to her late husband. Qinshuan Feng, and she mused that perhaps as the child grew, the resemblance would only deepen. Feng, have you come back to me because you couldn't bear to part? Bibi Dong gently took the child into her arms, and to her astonishment, the previously wailing infant quieted, smiling up at her and uttering sounds that seemed to call for Mama. For the first time since Qian Chuanfeng's death, a smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. Summon the attendants. See to it that the young master is well fed and cared for. From this moment forth, he shall be my son. This declaration left Qianjun Douluo in utter bewilderment. Only moments ago, she had spoken of killing the child, and now, he was suddenly her son? What an astonishing turnaround. The infant appeared overwhelmed, while the expressions of the Soul Palace members varied, each lost in their own thoughts. Despite their musings, none dared to contradict Bibi Dong. Those who had previously opposed her had mysteriously vanished. Upon returning to the Soul Palace, Bibi Dong remained in high spirits, leaving Qian Douluo in a state of confusion. He began to suspect that Bibi Dong had lost her sanity. However, as he gazed at the child in her arms, who bore a striking resemblance to Qian Chuanfeng, he too began to smile. Ah, how reminiscent this is of when I brought Feng back. He chuckled. Indeed, he bears a remarkable likeness to Feng. 6 years later, in the Pope's chamber of the Soul Palace, Bibi Dong's voice resonated. Soon you will undergo your soul awakening. Prepare yourself. Mom, what is soul awakening? And why today? I still want to play with my sister, came the innocent voice of the boy, who was elegantly dressed and radiating joy as he leaned affectionately against Bibi Dong. Gently stroking the boy's small head, Bibi Dong smiled tenderly. Silly child, when is it not a good time to play with your sister? Here in the Douluo continent. Soul awakening is a significant event. It marks the emergence of your soul, a pivotal moment in a child's life, determining whether one will soar to greatness or plunge into despair. But fret not, whatever your soul may be, I shall never disdain you. I will always protect you. The little boy beamed. I will definitely be a genius. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Yes, you are destined to be a genius. Children undergo soul awakening at the age of 6, but there are exceptions where some awaken upon birth. Most, however, awaken at 6. Your sister possesses the 6-winged angel, a supreme soul bestowed upon her by your father's nemesis. But rest assured, I have avenged him. Nemesis? You killed him, Mom? Bibi Dong nodded. Indeed. Now, let us not dwell on that. Prepare yourself. Okay. Qian Shaoi replied eagerly as he departed, leaving Bibi Dong alone, murmuring to herself, Feng, this child is so much like you, so kind-hearted and bearing your likeness. These 6 years have brought me immense joy. Wait for me. Soon we shall be reunited. Throughout these 6 years, Bibi Dong had smiled more and killed less, her ambitions having diminished, all thanks to the arrival of Qian Shaoi. Initially, her interest in him stemmed from his resemblance to Qian Chuanfeng, but over the years, she had genuinely grown fond of this obedient and understanding child. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong brought Qian Shaoi to the Soul Palace, to the place of soul awakening. With an expressionless demeanor, she led the 6-year-old boy into the awakening hall. A middle-aged man, bowing slightly, spoke in a subdued tone, Your Holiness, you have come personally. Although Bibi Dong had been somewhat more understanding over the past 6 years, it was only a relative comparison. The remnants of her ruthless grip on power were still vivid in everyone's minds. With an impassive expression, Bibi Dong stated, I am here to facilitate my son's soul awakening. Prepare at once, do not waste time. The middle-aged man felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he hastily responded, Yes, clear the area, His Highness, the young master, is about to awaken his soul. Wait, a youthful voice interrupted, causing the middle-aged man's cold sweat to soak through his clothing. Do not drag me into your perilous situation. Silence. I speak. His Highness. The middle-aged man stammered, nearly losing his composure under Bibi Dong's fierce gaze. Although this prince was not her biological child, she cherished him more than her own daughter. It was indeed perilous to be close to such a powerful figure. Qian Shaoi remarked, Here, everyone is equal, including myself. We can wait a little while, after all. I am not in a rush. Mother, is that all right? What initially sounded serious gradually transformed into a playful plea. Bibi Dong smiled and gently patted Qian Shaoi's head, saying, Listen to my son. At last, after an extensive wait, it was finally Qian Shaoi's turn. An elderly man approached and bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, addressing her as Your Holiness. We may begin. Bibi Dong remained silent, merely nodding to signal the commencement. This elder was an 86th level Soul Douluo, holding the highest position within the Spirit Hall's awakening palace. Yet, before the Pope, he still maintained a posture of deference. He extended his hand, palm facing Qian Shaoi, as a steady stream of soul power flowed forth. The awakening of a martial spirit merely involves an individual with a martial spirit stimulating a child's latent abilities through soul power, prompting the awakening process. However, this can temporarily affect the body, and children under 6 years of age face challenges due to their undeveloped meridians. Therefore, it is advisable to conduct the awakening at the age of 6 to prevent any bodily discomfort. Buzz. A soft hum emanated from Qian Shaoi, and soon, the palm of her left hand began to radiate a luminous glow. Qian Shaoi raised his palm, with the center facing upwards, and beheld the source of the radiance. An emblem, referred to as the Soul Seal. Though the original text does not mention the Soul Seal, it appears in the manga, and I have included it here for clarity. The Soul Seal symbolizes the martial spirit. Each distinct martial spirit corresponds to a unique soul seal. In the center of Qian Shaoi's left palm lay a soul imprint resembling a ghastly visage. Gazing at this eerie countenance, Qian Shaoi felt as though 1,000 long-necked alpacas were racing through her mind. How absurd. I awaken a martial soul, and what do I get? A ghostly face. As if I am meant to amuse others. Fortunately, there were few onlookers. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, deep in thought, while the elderly examiner wore an expression akin to one who had just consumed something distasteful. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure. With an awkward chuckle, he said, Your Highness, please take this crystal ball and examine your soul power. Since you have only just awakened your martial soul, your soul power ranges from level 0 to 10, commonly referred to as innate soul power. Qian Shaoi grasped the crystal ball and summoned his martial spirit. The crystal ball, however, remained unresponsive. A twitch of his lips revealed his disbelief. Could it truly be that his mother's predictions were so accurate? It appeared that his fortunes had indeed plummeted. The elder, feeling increasingly awkward and fearful, dreaded the thought of incurring the wrath of the esteemed Pope before him. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering drew the attention of the assembly. All eyes turned towards the source of the noise. It was the very crystal ball that had incited both anger and resentment in Qian Shaoi, now marred by numerous cracks. Bang! In a fit of anger, Qian Shaoi shattered the crystal ball upon the ground, reducing it to mere fragments. Wah, mother, the crystal ball tormented me. Please, do not abandon Ir, she cried, holding on to Bibiong tightly, fearing the prospect of being forsaken. The petite figure of Qian Shaoi stirred the dazed Bibidong, who smiled and said, All right, Ir, let us return home. Woo-woo, The old man bid farewell once more, as Qian Shaoi continued to weep, yet still managed to respond. After exchanging greetings with the elder, he departed alongside Bibidong, leaving the unsettled old man behind. Alas, what a pity. Such a polite child is indeed rare to encounter nowadays, especially one so humble despite holding a high position. Truly reminiscent of Xuanfeng Douluo. No wonder he is so endearing. However, his gaze shifted to the shards of the crystal ball scattered across the ground. Suddenly enlightened, he chuckled and recorded the name Qian Shaoi in the spirit hall. Only those with innate spirit power exceeding level 5 are eligible to register their names in the Awakening Hall and the main hall. Upon returning home, Bibidong comforted Qian Shaoi, saying, Ir, don't cry anymore. Everything will be all right. Qian Shaoi continued to weep. Mommy, I do not fancy this martial spirit. I prefer another. Bibidong smiled gently, affectionately stroking his little head. Regardless of your preference, the martial spirit cannot be altered. It is all right, if you do not like it. We simply will not use it. I shall care for you for a lifetime. At this, Qian Shaoi appeared puzzled, looking at Bibidong with innocent eyes. Mother, you misunderstood me. I meant that I do not wish to use this ghastly face martial spirit. I wish to wield another. Bibidong tapped Qian Shaoi's head lightly. Silly child, did you not say another? Do you possess another martial spirit? Qian Shaoi nodded, remaining silent as he extended his right hand, revealing a soul mark in the palm that manifested as a sword. Gradually, a sword materialized from his right hand, as if it were sprouting from within. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns, which seemed to shift and change in color intermittently. Chapter 5. The Sword of Judgment. Bibidong gazed at the sword in Qian Shaoi's right hand, her composure shattering. A sword? Your martial soul is also a sword? Dual martial souls? I knew it. Such previously unseen martial souls must possess remarkable rank. Qian Shaoi remarked, twin martial souls? They seem quite formidable. By the way, mother, what is Father's martial soul? Bibidong smiled and gazed towards the sky, saying, his martial soul, like yours, is also a sword, named the Soul Cutter Sword. A twin martial soul signifies that an individual possesses two martial souls. Those with innate full soul power awaken with a soul power level of 10. Every soul master with twin martial souls undoubtedly possesses innate full soul power, which means you are a genius among geniuses. Qian Shaoi exclaimed in bewilderment. Why did the crystal ball shatter? Does it not look down upon me? Bai Dong laughed heartily. My dear ear, do you not know? When your sister Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, the crystal ball shattered. Yet, do you know what her soul power was measured at? It was a remarkable level 20. When you were tested, the crystal ball merely cracked. You must be below level 20, but certainly above level 10. Qian Shaoi, feeling wronged, said, Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me cry, you naughty mother. However, Bibi Dong was not angry. Instead, she laughed even more heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. If I had told you earlier, how could I have witnessed my precious darling in tears? Qian Shaoi felt even more aggrieved. Mother bullies me. I won't be good with mother anymore. Bai Dong stifled a laugh and said, all right, mother was in the wrong. Will you forgive mother, my dear Shaoi? Qian Shaoi's eyes twinkled as she said, if you tell me what your martial soul is, I shall forgive you. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and with some difficulty, she replied, Shaoi, can we choose another topic? Mother's martial soul is rather unsightly and may frighten you. Qian Shaoi insisted, no, how could mom be ugly when she is so beautiful? Mom is lying. To which Bibi Dong replied, Mom is not lying. After the manifestation of my martial spirit, I truly became quite unattractive. Qian Shaoi shook her head, resolutely stating, it's all right, mother. No matter how unappealing you may appear, you will always be my mother, and I cherish you the most. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's words, Bibi Dong was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she reminisced. Many years ago, Qian Xuanfeng had uttered similar sentiments, declaring, regardless of your appearance, you shall always be my wife. I shall love you regardless. Unbeknownst to her, tears continued to cascade down Bibi Dong's cheeks. Observing her mother's sorrow, Qian Shaoi, believing that Bibi Dong was truly distressed, reassured her, please don't cry, mother. If it troubles you, I shall avert my gaze. I did not mean to upset you. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's voice, Bibi Dong regained her composure, shaking her head gently. It's nothing, my dear Shaoi. I do not blame you. I merely found myself lost in memories. Do you not wish to see your mother's martial spirit? Allow me to reveal it to you. But please do not find it wanting. With that, she activated her martial spirit. Martial spirits are classified into weapon spirits and beast spirits, with the latter possessing a unique ability known as martial spirit manifestation. Bibi Dong's body quivered as she hunched forward, the purple-black armor swiftly enveloping her, transforming her into a colossal spider. Nervously, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards Qian Shaoi, eager to discern his thoughts. Qian Shaoi furrowed her brows and remarked, indeed, it is quite ugly. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong lowered her head, feeling a mix of sadness and the urge to cry. Qian Shaoi wore a smile of cunning triumph, yet Bibi Dong, with her head bowed, remained oblivious to it. Qian Shaoi approached Bibi Dong and exclaimed, Mother, you are quite unattractive. However, Shaoi still loves you the most. Bibi Dong smiled with a sense of gratification, saying, you little rascal, how dare you tease your mother? Qian Shaoi, feeling somewhat defiant, blinked and remarked, who told you to make me cry? I am merely returning the favor. With that, she clutched one of Bibi Dong's spider legs. The smile that had just graced Bibi Dong's face vanished in an instant, and she promptly retracted her martial spirit. It is crucial to note that once her martial spirit was activated, Bibi Dong became a vessel of potent toxins. Should Qian Shaoi find herself in peril, Bibi Dong would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Shaoi, are you all right? Mother will assist you in dispelling the poison. Someone, come quickly. Bibi Dong asked anxiously. Qian Shaoi scratched her head and said with a naive expression, it's nothing. What could possibly be wrong? What poison to detoxify? What's the matter? Mother? Bibi Dong was taken aback, wondering why there was no poisoning. Upon closer inspection, she discovered, oh, truly, everything is fine. Qian Shaoi tilted his head in surprise and asked, what is the matter, Your Holiness? Do you have any commands? A soldier from the spirit hall entered and half knelt on the ground, responding. Bibi Dong waved her hand. It's nothing. You may leave. Yes. Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Shaoi with curiosity, and soon her attention was drawn to the radiant glow emanating from the palm of his left hand. Chapter 6, The Eight-Winged Demon. Is that the ghostly visage? Can this spirit resist my poison? Bibi Dong soon discovered something astonishing. The ghostly face transformed, gradually contorting into a truly fiendish form. Normally, she would have been thrilled, and she exclaimed, Ear, you must summon your spirit. Qian Shaoi awkwardly scratched his head and said, I am not capable of that. Bibidong's lips twitched slightly as she replied, You simply need to stimulate it using your soul power. Qian Shaoi responded with a single utterance, attuning to the soul imprint. With a resounding shout, she declared, Martial soul embodiment. A brilliant light emanated from the palm of her left hand, startling Qian Shaoi into swiftly closing her eyes. Subsequently, 2 horns sprouted from her forehead, and her originally short black hair rapidly transformed into flowing red locks. From her back, 8 black wings unfurled magnificently. Qian Shaoi slowly opened her eyes, gazing at her hands in wonder. Wow, this is so delightful. The soul mark is no longer a ghostly face? How imposing. I adore it. She giggled. Bibidong remarked. Ew, the name of your martial spirit will imprint itself in your mind upon awakening. Let us see what it is called. Qian Shaoi said, Indeed. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. That sword is called the Sword of Judgment, and the ghastly visage, no. It should now be referred to as the 8-winged demon, bears a resemblance to Sister Schwerer's martial soul. Bibidong chuckled. Very well. You are a genius. Remember, you must diligently cultivate your skills from now on. Do you understand? Qian Shaoi replied, Understood. Mom, may I go play with Sister Schwer? Bibidong's lips twitched as she supported her forehead and said, You just promised me to focus on your training. Never mind, go ahead. Oh, by the way, please bring your grandfather along. Goodbye, Mom. As Bibidong watched the playful Qian Shaoi dash out, she mused that the child was far too mischievous. A trait she had indulged. Haha, who could resist pampering him? Qian Shaoi arrived at the entrance of the worship hall, nodding slightly to the guard before stepping inside. Upon seeing Douluo seated with closed eyes in the hall, she spoke. Grandfather, Mother wishes for you to come at once. By the way, where is Sister? Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a rare smile. Oh, my dear grandson has come to visit. No, wait, you are here to see your sister. Humph. Grandfather is displeased. Oh dear. Grandfather, Ear has missed you as well, Qian Shaoi said with a chuckle, planting a kiss on Qian Daolia's cheek, leaving him with a visage adorned in saliva. Qian Douluo showed no disdain, merely smiling foolishly. Go on. Your sister is cultivating inside. I shall first visit your mother. Since Qian Shaoi was taken in, apart from his basic needs of food and clothing, he has never exhibited the demeanor of a noble, nor has he looked down upon anyone. Consequently, he is adored by all. Even the servants hold him in great affection. Qian Shaoi entered Qian Rushue's chamber and beheld a young woman engrossed in her cultivation. He understood that interrupting someone during their practice was a grave transgression, so he quietly seated himself opposite the little girl, remaining utterly silent. The young girl, Qian Rushue, had flowing golden hair cascading down to her waist, a delicate visage, and skin as tender as petals. Her white dress accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her exceedingly charming. It was not that Qian Shaoi sought not to play with other children. Rather, whenever they laid eyes on him, they would flee in trepidation, fearful of incurring his displeasure. Consequently, over time, Qian Rushue became the sole companion with whom Qian Shaoi could frolic. Qian Shaoi had just taken a seat before Qian Rushue when she remarked, Ah, you've arrived. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. Sister, you knew I was here? Weren't you meditating? Qian Rushue coldly remarked, Humph. It is merely the sensation of something bothersome. Meditation is a common practice on the path of cultivation. One must close their eyes, calm their mind, and settle their spirit to achieve true meditation. Meanwhile, within the papal palace, Qian Douluo inquired, What is the matter, Your Holiness? Bibidong, with a stern expression, replied, Today I took Ear for his soul awakening. His innate soul power is akin to Schwerer's, yet in contrast to Schwerer, Ear possesses a twin martial soul. Twin martial souls? Just like you? Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Bibidong nodded. Indeed. Alas, I have named him Shaoi, wishing for him to lead a life of ease. But now, Qian Douluo inquired, What is a martial soul? The martial souls that have never been seen before are named the Sword of Judgment and the 8-winged demon. However, Ear should still be unaware that the 8-winged demon cannot be wielded. Cannot be wielded? What does that mean? Bibidong shook her head. Expressing her concern, I am not entirely certain either. That martial soul is quite peculiar. It does not respond to EU's command. Alas, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 7. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in the Chamber of Qian Ringshu. Qian Shaoi sighed, Sister, do you still despise me? Every time we are in the presence of others, you treat me kindly, but is it merely a fade for mother and grandfather? I remain silent, yet your very existence has stripped me of everything. Mother and grandfather welcome you with smiles, while they disregard me. Why is that? I am the biological one. You, an illegitimate child, know nothing. Qian Ruxiwei suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, her aura erupting, as two yellow soul rings materialized behind her. In the Douluo continent, soul power is divided into tiers every 10 levels, with each tier requiring the absorption of a soul ring. Soul rings are the remnants of deceased soul beasts, and their strength varies according to their color. They are categorized from lowest to highest as white, yellow, blue, black, and the legendary red. White represents a 10-year soul ring, which can be obtained from soul beasts that die under 10 years of age. Yellow corresponds to 100 years, blue to 1,000 years, black to 10,000 years, and red can only be derived from soul beasts that are 100,000 years old. Not every soul ring can be absorbed. One must act within their capabilities and assess their physical condition to determine if they can absorb it. Of course, soul beasts do not wait for you to hunt them, and many have lost their lives in the pursuit of capturing them. Qian Rinxue possesses 2 golden century-old spirit rings, a formidable presence that the newly awakened spirit of Qian Shaoi cannot possibly contend with. Poof! Qian Shaoi was propelled outwards, crashing against the wall. How could he, having just awakened his martial soul, possibly contend with the formidable second ring soul master, Qian Rinxue? Cough, cough. Sister. Qian Rinxue gazed at Qian Shaoi, who lay on the ground after colliding with the wall, her eyes filled with a twinge of compassion as she remarked, "Are you here seeking a beating?" Qian Shaoi slowly stood up, raising her right hand, from which a sword gradually materialized, the sword of judgment. Do you wish to understand? Come forth. Qian Rinxue activated her martial soul, revealing 6 wings behind her. Qian Shaoi shook her head and handed the sword of judgment to Qian Rinxue. Sister, I have just awakened my martial soul today. This is my martial soul, the sword of judgment. I understand that you despise me, that you resent me for taking everything from you. You may strike me to vent your frustration, but please refrain from employing your martial soul. If I sustain too severe an injury, Mother will find out. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth and retracted her martial soul, stating, all right. She gazed at Qian Rinxue as she raised the judgment sword, yet she hesitated to strike. Qian Shaoi glanced at Qian Rinxue and smiled, saying, in truth, elder sister has always cared for me. Sister, you still love me. The judgment sword, raised by Qian Rinxue, transforms into luminous particles that disperse throughout the air. Qian Rinxue embraced Qian Shaoi, weeping as she lamented, oh, I am so sorry, Shaoi. I merely felt an imbalance within my heart and took it out on you. Qian Shaoi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his sister would actually apologize. Subsequently, a smile spread across his face as he gently patted Qian Rinxue on the back. Sister, it's all right, for I love you too. Shaoi had always cherished his sister. In truth, the differing attitudes of sister, mother, and grandfather towards us stem from their varying expectations of us. Qian Rinxue pushed aside Qian Shaoi and inquired, what do you mean? Qian Shaoi remarked, you possess the 6-winged angel martial soul, akin to my grandfather's, with your innate soul power at the remarkable level of 20. The destination of your journey remains uncertain. The so-called gentle abode and the hero's grave demand a certain severity from you. As for me, I am playful. My mother harbors no significant expectations for me, though she is not stern in her approach. Today, my martial soul has awakened, and I too am a prodigy. Henceforth, I shall diligently cultivate my abilities, not only for myself, but also to alleviate my sister's burdens. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face as she rested her head on Qian Shaoi's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister, from this day forth, allow me to be your protector. I shall serve as your outlet for frustration and your shield against harm. You can rely on me for anything, Qian Shaoi reassured her. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a faint luminescence radiated from Qian Rinxue, while an aura of darkness enveloped Qian Shaoi, one pure, the other sinister. The following day, at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong addressed Qian Shaoi, saying, Child, the advantage of possessing twin martial souls lies in the ability to acquire double the soul rings of an ordinary soul master. The optimal cultivation strategy involves nurturing one martial soul to its fullest potential first. Although your second martial soul currently lacks a soul ring, the capacity to bear soul rings remains unchanged. Thus, upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, it is conceivable that your second martial soul may possess only 100,000-year soul rings. Therefore, you must now decide between the Judgment Sword and the 8-winged demon as your second martial soul. Take your time to ponder this choice. Qian Shaoi hesitated for a moment before stating, I desire the 8-winged demon as my second martial soul. I have a disinclination towards it. Furthermore, for reasons unknown to me, I am unable to utilize this martial soul. The Judgment Sword, on the other hand, is far more suitable for my development. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Let us proceed to the Sunset Forest, where you shall acquire your first martial soul, the Judgment Sword, accompanied by its inaugural soul ring. Attend to my command. Inform the attendants that I shall accompany my son to the Sunset Forest. Yes. The Sunset Forest, renowned in the Douluo continent, is a vast expanse teeming with soul beasts, offering a diverse landscape unlike the monotonous Douluo forest, which is predominantly wooded. Meadows, lakes, and more abound here. Bibi Dong brought only a select few individuals with her. Yet it sufficed to seek out a century-old soul beast. Naturally, she would not settle for any ordinary century-old soul beast, as the Pope. Bibi Dong would ensure her son received nothing but the finest. After half a day of meticulous selection, they finally decided upon a 500-year-old blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger. Typically, a Soul Master's first soul ring should not exceed 400 years of age, but Qian Shaoi's second martial soul, the eight-winged demon, had enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to barely absorb the essence of a 500-year-old beast. Bibi Dong was initially reluctant to allow Qian Shaoi to take such a risk, for many had attempted to absorb soul rings beyond their capacity, only to meet their demise. It was only after Qian Shaoi assured her of his ability that she reluctantly acquiesced. This blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger possessed striking crimson pupils and stood taller than an average adult, exuding a formidable presence. Its sharp fangs constituted its primary means of attack, and its muscular limbs suggested great strength. Bibi Dong inquired nonchalantly, "Is this creature suitable, my dearie?" Qian Shaoi nodded, feeling that it was quite fitting for him, especially because its name contained a character for sword. Bibi Dong, however, appeared somewhat uneasy. "Is it really suitable for you just because it has the word sword in its name? Are you certain you are not jesting?" "Wait, mother, I wish to try it myself." Qian Shaoi interjected calmly. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong firmly rejected. Listen to me. It is already quite remarkable that I am willing to let you absorb a 500-year spirit ring, but allowing you to face it in a one-on-one duel is out of the question. Moreover, the blood-eyed sword-fang tiger is a formidable opponent amongst its kind. Observing Bibi Dong's resolute demeanor, Qian Shaoi shook his head. "Mother, even if my spirit ring configuration is exceptional, without practical combat experience, I cannot protect myself, let alone safeguard you. So, please allow me to proceed. Besides, you will be there with me, and a century-old spirit beast poses no real threat." "Well, Sai? Very well. Just be cautious," Bibi Dong cautioned. The members of the spirit hall surrounded the blood-eyed sword-fang tiger, encircling it without intent to kill. The creature, having sustained itself through a series of collisions, was no longer at its peak strength. As the 6-year-old Qian Shaoi approached alone, his eyes shimmered with a fierce glow. Such an aged spirit beast lacked independent consciousness, rendering it unaware of the option to flee. Indeed, escape was not an option at all. Bibi Dong instructed her followers to clear a space, allowing Qian Shaoi to enter the arena. In Qian Shaoi's hand materialized the Sword of Judgment, as if orchestrated by fate. Simultaneously, a person and a tiger surged towards one another. Qian Shaoi understood that century-old soul beast fought solely by instinct, lacking any semblance of strategy. However, this did not warrant complacency. Raising the Sword of Judgment, she swung it downwards, as the blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger also lifted its paw in response. Clang! What appeared to be a feeble strike from its paw unexpectedly produced the sound of steel colliding with steel. The blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger lunged at Qian Shaoi with its jaws, only to be deftly evaded by her. Qian Shaoi furrowed her brows. Now that she was aware that your claws and teeth could contend with the Sword of Judgment, she decided to evade your fangs and talons, seeking another opportunity. Bibi Dong anxiously observed Qian, who was dodging and weaving, her palms already slick with cold sweat. Fixated on Qian Shaoi's battle, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. In truth, Bibi Dong need not be so concerned. In a confrontation of this caliber, not only could she, a titled Douluo, intervene, but even a mere 4-ringed soul master could provide timely assistance. It can be said that Bibi Dong was flustered by her own concern. Qian Shaoi skillfully evaded the attacks of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, narrowly escaping each time and sustaining a few scrapes, rendering him in a rather disheveled state. Suddenly, the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger lunged at him, prompting Qian Shaoi to sprint forward and then swiftly crouch down. He watched as the beast soared over his head, seizing the opportunity to wield the Judgment Sword and thrust it into the tiger's flank. With a sickening sound, the sword pierced the creature's side. Yet Qian Shaoi was sent flying by the tiger's powerful hind leg. Coughing and gasping for breath, he was relieved that he had not faced the beast in its full form. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance. Truly, this was a formidable soul beast among its kind, boasting 5 centuries of existence. Nevertheless, the pursuit of his soul ring made it worthwhile. As the blood-eyed, saber-toothed tiger writhed on the ground, clearly not yet deceased, the judgment sword remained embedded in its side. The onlookers from the spirit hall gasped in astonishment. As expected of the young master, quite impressive. Were it me, I would have perished long ago. Indeed, though the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger was not in its complete form, it is still a creature not to be underestimated. One of them chuckled, reminiscing, back when I was at level 10. I was chased by a century-old soul beast until my father intervened. Who would have thought the young master could single-handedly defeat this 500-year-old beast, especially one of such noble lineage? Please, do you think you can compare yourself to His Highness? The banter among the Spirit Hall members continued, creating quite a lively atmosphere. This time, the usually stern Bibidong refrained from intervening. Had she not been the Pope, she would have joined in the praise, sharing in their delight. Observing the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger's resentful gaze in its pitiable state, bleeding from its wound, Qian Xiaoyi felt a pang of compassion and guilt. He withdrew the judgment sword and said, I apologize for disturbing your life, but in order to survive in this perilous Douluo continent and to protect my mother and sister, I must acquire your strength. Qian Xiaoyi ended the life of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, and from its body, a yellow soul ring began to materialize, gathering energy. Qian Xiaoyi suppressed the urge to vomit, seated himself, and took a deep breath, recalling the method Bibidong had imparted for absorbing spirit rings, meditation. Using the judgment sword spirit to guide the spirit ring, regardless of the individual. The approach to absorbing a spirit ring remains constant. One must utilize their martial spirit to draw in the spirit ring, subsequently absorbing it into their body and digesting the soul power contained within. The yellow spirit ring enveloped the judgment sword in Qian Xiaoyi's grasp, and he sensed a wave of pressure. The energy from the spirit ring flowed into the judgment sword, then into Qian Xiaoyi's body, where it was being digested. However, the rate of digestion lagged far behind that of absorption. Gradually, Qian Xiaoyi began to experience pain, a searing agony coursing through his entire being. Qian Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, cold sweat gradually trickling down, splattering onto the ground, a testament to the depth of his torment. Bibidong, feeling a pang of compassion and regret, mused that she should not have acquiesced to Qian Xiaoyi's request. Had he chosen a soul beast of a lesser age, he would not be enduring such suffering. The 500-year soul ring had already surpassed the threshold that a soul master could typically absorb for their first soul ring, rivaling the ages of many second and third soul rings. Bibidong was powerless to intervene. If a soul master were interrupted during the absorption of a soul ring, it could result in severe injury or even death. All she could do now was pray, having completely absorbed the energy of the soul ring. Qian Xiaoyi needed only to digest the energy within his body to finalize the absorption. After a considerable time, he finally stood up. Casting a grateful glance at the gathered members of the spirit hall, his gaze ultimately resting on Bibidong, whose eyes were already red, reflecting her overwhelming anxiety and excitement. Mother, I succeeded, he exclaimed. Bibidong rushed over, enveloping Qian Xiaoyi in her arms, her voice trembling with tears. You frightened me to death. Never attempt anything without certainty again. Do you understand? Qian Xiaoyi nodded, but the thoughts swirling within her mind were likely known only to herself. Chapter 9. The External Soul Bone. As she walked along the path home, Bibidong inquired, by the way, what is your first soul skill? After absorbing the soul ring, you will instinctively understand the soul skill and properties it bestows upon you. Qian Xiaoyi did not conceal her abilities. The sword of judgment manifested in her grasp, accompanied by a circle of yellow soul rings. This soul skill is called Sword Qi, and its purpose is, as she spoke, she swung the sword of judgment, and a flash of sword light darted forth, cleaving the trees it encountered into 2 segments. The sharp sword energy could be unleashed for ranged attacks. Bibidong was momentarily taken aback. Generally, the first soul ring signifies a minor application of the martial spirit, yet this sword Qi was remarkably potent. The members of the spirit hall gazed in astonishment. Hey, did you see that? The young master's first soul skill is incredibly strong, rivaling even my third soul skill. Your third soul ring is merely a century old. It hardly compares. It's exceptionally sharp. As a second ring soul master, I certainly cannot achieve such prowess. The murmurs among the soldiers failed to capture Bibidong's attention as she continued to gaze at Qian Xiaoyi in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoyi inadvertently caught sight of a golden-haired young beauty who flashed past her. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibidong had separated from Qian Xiaoyi to rest when her martial spirit awakened, leaving Qian Shaoi alone in her room. Bibi Ong returned to her own chamber, while Qian Shaoi made her way to Qian Rinshue's quarters. Upon pushing the door open, Qian Rinshue looked at the travel-worn Qian Shaoi and said, "You've come." Qian Shaoi remarked, "It seems that my sister is aware of my impending arrival." Qian Rinshue shook her head and remarked, "I heard you have returned. I anticipated that you would come by. Is there something on your mind?" Qian Shaoi fell into a moment of silence before stating, "I intend to depart from this place." Qian Rinshue's gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke softly. "Why? Is it solely because of me? Is it not good here?" Qian Shaoi shook her head and said, "Sister, your reasoning constitutes merely a fraction of the truth. The principal issue lies with our mother. Her excessive indulgence has hindered my growth, rendering it nearly impossible for me to mature." Qian Shaoyi's words remained unspoken, yet Qian Rinshue had already grasped her intention. With a hint of sorrow, she inquired, "Is there truly no way to stay?" Qian Shaoi smiled and said, "Sister, your disappointment signifies that you still hold me dear in your heart. You remain the loving sister who cherishes her younger brother. Yet, I must depart, for only then will you be able to thrive." However, Qian Rinshue wished to express more. Yet she was interrupted by Qian Shaoi. "All right, sister, it's not as if I want to return. I am merely going out to attend school." Qian Shaoi stepped outside, leaving Qian Rinshue gazing at her brother's silhouette. "Brother, have I truly regarded you as my sibling? It is my capriciousness that has led to this. You have consistently indulged me, your so-called sister. Soon, I shall embark on a mission, and perhaps we may never cross paths again." Upon returning to her chamber, Qian Shaoi called out, "Come in." A soldier entered, kneeling on one knee. "Young master, how may I serve you?" "I require an investigation into a particular matter." "No, rather, I need you to locate a school for me. It must be small and impoverished, lest they recognize me. To preserve the secrecy of my identity, it should ideally be somewhat remote. Do you understand?" The soldier appeared somewhat troubled. "As you command. However, young master, it may take some time." Qian Shaoi nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing. No rush. Take your time to find the most suitable one. Anything less is unacceptable." "Yes." The soldier withdrew. In the Pope's chamber of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong pondered, An academy that is small, impoverished, and remote? What is Io planning to do? It's so far away. What if there is danger?" Resolute, she decided she must inquire about Io's intentions. Thus, Bibi Dong hastened to Qian Shaoi's room. "Io, what do you need an academy for?" "Mother can teach you everything," she asked, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Mother? Why are you here?" Qian Shaoi responded, "Oh, I wish to venture out and experience the world beyond. Although the Spirit Hall is vast, it cannot encapsulate the entirety of the continent. I cannot continually trouble you, can I?" Qian Shaoi stated with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong was about to voice her concerns when Qian Douluo entered the room. "Your Holiness, true strength is never cultivated in the comfort of a cradle. You desire a life of ease for him, yet have you considered listening to his aspirations?" Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Shaoi with a heavy heart and sighed. "Well then, Io, do as you see fit." Qian Shaoi embraced Bibi Dong, his small stature allowing him to only grasp her thigh. "Mama, it will take a long time to find such an academy," he exclaimed. "Moreover, Io will often return to visit you." Mama, it's not like I'm leaving right now. I still have several years to wait." Bibi Dong nodded and stepped outside, yet no one noticed the 2 streaks of tears on her face. The following day, Qian Shaoi gazed at his left hand, now entirely enveloped in a white, bone-like substance, with his fingers transformed into sharp blades. He swung his arm towards the ground, leaving 5 deep gashes in the earth. "This looks impressive. I should ask Mama what this is." Just then, Bibi Dong, having just completed her tasks, spotted Qian Shaoi's arrival. Qian Shaoi extended his left hand and inquired, "Mother, what is this?" "It appeared after I absorbed the soul ring. How do I remove it? Otherwise, I might become a monster." Bibi Dong stared blankly at Qian Shaoi's left hand, pondering the external soul bone. Qian Shaoi tilted her head and inquired, "What is an external spirit bone?" External spirit bones are exceedingly rare, typically produced only by high bloodline spirit beasts. It seems that the blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger is quite extraordinary. Let us first discuss spirit bones. Spirit bones are an exceptionally unique entity. Like spirit rings, they also originate from spirit beasts and share the same age attributes. However, they differ significantly from spirit rings. Firstly, the likelihood of spirit bone manifestation is merely 1 in 1,000, or even less. Generally, only those spirit beasts that are immensely powerful and experience certain extraordinary circumstances upon death have the potential to yield spirit bones after their demise. This is in stark contrast to the fact that every spirit beast can produce a spirit ring. Consequently, spirit bones become extremely rare and precious. Another distinction between spirit bones and spirit rings is that spirit bones do not require the killer of the spirit beast to be the one to utilize them. They can be extracted from the remains of the spirit beast, allowing one to absorb the spirit bone, significantly enhancing the physique of the spirit master. This, in turn, enables the absorption of higher-age spirit rings, thereby augmenting attributes such as attack, speed, and strength, akin to having a supportive auxiliary spirit master perpetually by one's side. A spirit master can only absorb spirit bones from the limbs, head, and torso, which means an average individual can absorb a total of 6 spirit bones. Similar to how a spirit master can assimilate 9 spirit rings. Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. Is this my left arm bone? Bibi Dong shook her head once more, patiently explaining, no, what you possess is an external spirit bone. External spirit bones are a remarkable phenomenon, a unique existence apart from the 6 primary categories of spirit bones. Their most extraordinary feature is that they evolve alongside the absorption of spirit rings and bestow upon you a special spirit ability. If the probability of an ordinary spirit bone appearing from a spirit beast is 1 in 1,000, the likelihood of an external spirit bone manifesting is even less than 1 in 10,000. Furthermore, the prerequisite for absorbing an external spirit bone is that one must first absorb the spirit ring dropped by the corresponding spirit beast. The term trunk-type spirit bones typically refers to the rib bones, while limb-type generally denotes arm and leg bones, and those associated with the head are usually cranial bones. However, the spirit bone you have absorbed is a hand bone. Through previous observation, I can affirm with certainty that it is indeed an external spirit bone. Child, did you know that within the realm of spirit masters, there exists a hierarchy of treasures known as the Spirit Master Dream List? Among these, external spirit bones consistently hold the esteemed second position, only surpassed by the nearly mythical 100,000-year spirit rings. Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, that's incredible! Haha, mother. From now on, let me protect you. Bibi Dong chuckled as she gently ruffled his hair. Ear, this continent is home to many powerful beings. If you wish to safeguard me, you must strive harder. Now, take a look at the abilities of your left palm bone. Qian Xiaoyi, filled with excitement, clenched her fists. Crush? I can shatter anything I encounter into dust. Bibi Dong rejoiced. The stronger Qian Xiaoyi became, the happier she felt. Indeed, it was time for Ear to venture out and experience the world. Chapter 10. The Encounter of 1, 3, and 5 3 years later, at the Spirit Hall. The 9-year-old Qian Xiaoyi was practicing her swordplay when she heard the sound of footsteps. A soldier hurried towards her, kneeling on one knee, reporting, Esteemed young master. After 3 years of searching, we have finally located an academy that meets your requirements. If it weren't for the presence of a branch hall there, we may never have discovered it. Qian Xiaoyi retracted the sword of judgment, intrigued. Oh, which institution are you referring to? The soldier responded respectfully, young master. This academy aligns perfectly with your criteria. Nestled in a remote mountain, it is impoverished and dilapidated, boasting merely 3 students, making it the only institution where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. What is it called? Qian Xiaoyi inquired. It is known as Shrek Academy, and one of its educational standards. Qian Xiaoyi pressed further. The soldier replied with reverence, it is exceptional. Every graduate is at least a spirit master, and many are young spirit masters, destined to become high-ranking spirit saints in the future. However, the admissions process is rather stringent. Qian Xiaoyi smiled and remarked, a college with only 3 students is quite remarkable. It's quite normal for the teaching to be exceptional and the enrollment to be selective. Indeed, quite impressive. Where is this college located? The soldier then informed Qian Xiaoyi of the address of Shrek Academy. Qian Xiaoyi instructed, go find the Pope and inform him of my impending departure. I shall prepare my belongings. Understood. Bibi Dong entered Qian Xiaoyi's chamber, accompanied by Qian Renxue. Sister? What brings you here? Qian Xiaoyi inquired upon noticing Qian Renxue trailing behind Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze towards Qian Xie imbued with a hint of regret and profound reluctance. Are you leaving now, Ear? Bibi Dong inquired, her pink eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qian Renxue was no better off, shedding tears of her own in shared sorrow. Yes, I shall depart now. Mother, sister, farewell. Having packed her belongings, which consisted merely of a little money and a few garments, she declared, let us go. Mother will personally see you off. Take this watch. It not only tells time but also serves as a soul guide device. The soul guide device is a spatial apparatus designed for storage, requiring only the infusion of one's own soul power to activate. As Qianxie departed, Qian Ringshu's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. It is all my fault. I am sorry. Xiaoyi, wishing you a safe journey. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again. In haste, Bibidong returned to the spirit hall. Someone, the prince has left. Dispatch a title Douluo for protection. Report any matters to me, and do not act unless absolutely necessary. However, should any misfortune befall the prince, I demand his head. Simultaneously, in the spirit hall's worship chamber, Qian Douluo opened his eyes, listening intently to the report from his subordinate. You say Xiaoyi has departed? Very well, you may leave. Summon the 6th and 7th elders. Qian Rinshui wept quietly in her room, reflecting on the passage of 6 years since her soul awakening at the tender age of 6. Today marked the first day she had not practiced, and it dawned upon her how deeply she had grown reliant on her ever-indulgent younger brother. Regret washed over her as she wished she had cherished their time together more, unlike Bibidong. Hey, have you heard? Our esteemed Pope's son is left. Left? How did he die? Sigh. The young master treated everyone equally, without a trace of arrogance. It's such a loss. Fool, he hasn't died. He has left to attend school. Why didn't you clarify? I thought, meanwhile, on his journey, Qian Xiaoyi remained blissfully unaware of the uproar his departure had caused. A month later, a 9-year-old boy ambled along a narrow path, exclaiming, Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. After a month's travel, I'm finally close. Yet, this place is truly remote. I ventured all the way to the countryside. From a distance, Qian Xiaoyi beheld a quaint village approximately a mile ahead. Thanks to the keen eyesight afforded by his purple extreme demon eye, he could discern with clarity that the village boasted around 100 households, encircled by a wooden fence seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. A significant number of individuals appeared to be congregated at the village entrance, the reason for which remained a mystery. This must be it, Shrek Academy. Yet, what could possibly draw so many people together? Let us take a closer look. Resolute in his decision, Qian Xiaoyi hastened towards the gathering. Is there someone ahead? As Qian Xiaoyi took a few steps, he noticed a figure ahead. Upon approaching, he realized it was not a single person but rather 2 youths, around 11 or 12 years old, one male and one female. The girl was perched upon the boy's back, creating the illusion of a solitary silhouette from a distance. I'm so tired. Brother, look over there. Is that a little village? Is Shrek Academy really located there? It looks so dilapidated. I can hardly imagine that such a school could produce a student like Daimubai. The girl exclaimed sweetly. The boy responded with a hint of exasperation. Yes, that must be Shrek Academy. If they can cultivate a student like Daimubai, the academy cannot be lacking in merit. The teacher summoned me here, but did not extend the invitation to you. And do you truly have the right to complain about fatigue? Hee. I'm only saying it for your sake. The girl replied, playfully. Listening to their conversation, Qian Xiaoyi approached and interjected, Oh? Are you also here to study at Shrek Academy? What a coincidence. So am I. Haha, perhaps we will be classmates. By the way, what are your names? But truly, it looks quite worn down. The boy, startled, instinctively eyed Qian Xiaoyi with caution. Who is this person? I didn't even notice his arrival. Suddenly, Qian Xiaoyi's presence startled the girl as well, causing her to bury her head in the boy's shoulder and cry out. The proximity of her shout to his ear left the boy momentarily dazed, his wariness towards Qian Xiaoyi dissipating entirely. Shortly thereafter, the boy shook his head and said, Xiaowu, please keep your voice down, my ears. The girl, named Xiaowu, showed no awareness of her volume and retorted, Tang San, you scoundrel. Instead of reprimanding this frightening stranger, you choose to chastise me. Qian Xiaoyi did not anticipate that her unintentional action would startle these two individuals. In a flurry, she bowed and apologized. I am so sorry, brother and sister, it was not my intention to frighten you. At that moment, Tang San and Xiaowu began to scrutinize the person before them, or rather, the child. This child possessed an unremarkable appearance, standing a head shorter than themselves. Seemingly around 8 or 9 years old, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, crimson pupils, and clad in dark red attire that exuded an air of the uncanny. Oh, little friend? Are you here to study? You are quite small, Xiaowu remarked candidly. Qian Xiaoyi's lips involuntarily twitched. Small? How am I small? Tang San patted Xiaowu and said, It's all right, little friend. My name is Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiaowu. Oh, I am Xiaoyi. You can call me Xiaoyi. After leaving the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi donned a human skin mask, concealing his true visage. His name had also been changed to Xiaoyi to prevent others from recognizing him. After all, Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope. was a well-known figure throughout the continent. If discovered, it would undermine his purpose of self-improvement. The friends he made would only seek to curry favor due to his lineage, rather than forming genuine connections. Qian Xiaoyi has encountered many individuals eager to curry favor with him throughout his life, yet only one is genuinely connected with him, his sister, Qian Rinqiue. Consequently, Qian Xiaoyi chose to conceal his identity, adopting a new visage and name. Xiaoyi? Tang San? Xiaowu? 1, 3, 5? Let us proceed together, Xiaoyi declared. Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in agreement and moved forward. Upon approaching, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something amiss. Indeed, a considerable crowd had gathered at the village entrance, predominantly consisting of youths around their age, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man of over 60 years. To the astonishment of Xiaoyi, Tang San, and Xiaowu, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath these characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, appearing somewhat endearing. The elderly man behind the table also bore a similar green circular badge, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 11. Shrek Academy, could it be? Xiaowu exclaimed, leaping down from Tang San's back, her eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized the sign and then turned to look at Tang San, both of them taken aback. Although Xiaoyi was already aware of the situation regarding Shrek Academy, witnessing it firsthand still left him feeling melancholic. Brother, could it be that Master has made a mistake? This hardly resembles an academy. Surely, this cannot be a scam? Tang San responded with a wry smile. Now that we are here, let us observe further. Xiaoyi reassured him. Since we have arrived, we might as well make the most of it. Your teacher must have his reasons for bringing you here. I have heard that none who graduate from Shrek Academy are weak. Even in the palaces of various nations, they can secure positions of authority. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu felt a twinge of surprise, her spirits lifting slightly. It was important to note that those serving in the palace as soul masters must at least be soul emperors, underscoring the quality of education at Shrek Academy. The expressions of the parents accompanying the children were steeped in disappointment. Perhaps you won't even pass the entrance exam, Xiaoyi whispered mockingly. He was well aware, having learned from the spirit hall, that gaining entry to Shrek Academy was difficult, as was exiting. Xiaoyi's gaze did not linger on the applicants for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the queue, where registration was taking place. His vision and hearing, enhanced by his second martial soul, allowed him to faintly catch snippets of conversation. The elderly man behind the table, tasked with overseeing registrations, appeared lethargic, his attire described charitably as simple, resembling that of a village elder rather than an academy instructor. At that moment, a youth approached the table to register. The elderly man lazily stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The youth's father quickly retrieved 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a box made of wooden planks. "Extend your hand," the elder instructed. The youth complied, extending his hand to the elder, who pinched it lightly, shook his head, and declared, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The father, taken aback by the elder's keen judgment, quickly smiled and said, "Sir, my son just turned 13. Surely you could make an exception?" The elder, showing signs of impatience, replied, "An exception? Certainly. However, to enroll, one must be over 13 and possess a soul power of at least 25. Do you meet that standard? If not, do not waste the time of those behind you." The father protested, "And what about our registration fee?" The elder curtly replied, "Once registered, fees are non-refundable." Unable to contain his anger, the father retorted, "This is clearly a scam. Refund our fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known Shrek Academy was such a shambles, we would not have come." The elder cast a sidelong glance at him, unperturbed, and said, "Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, "If you want your registration fee back, you'll have to deal with me first, and I will refund you double." Xiaoyi found himself wearing a helpless expression. Daimubai wasted no words. He activated his spirit power, manifesting 200-year and 1,000-year soul rings. The overwhelming spirit power created an invisible pressure in the air, and his chilling gaze swept over the father and son. Xiaoyi rubbed his forehead and muttered, "This is nothing short of extortion." In the realm of soul masters, soul rings serve as the most potent form of authority. Observing Daimubai, who possessed a remarkable configuration of 3 soul rings, including one of 1,000 years, was a rarity among soul masters. The father's face paled. He understood that he was no match for Daimubai. "Let us chalk this up as bad luck," he muttered, hastily pulling his son away. Daimubai returned to his previous position, casting a cold glance at the remaining applicants and their parents, the intent to intimidate evident. The pressure emanating from his 3 soul rings was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. As the scene concluded, the queue of waiting individuals diminished by a third. Likely those wishing to avoid being ensnared. Yet no one was willing to part with their coins, especially given the unimpressive appearance of Shrek Academy. Another youth approached the elder, accompanied by both parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins in the wooden box, and the youth obediently extended his hand. The elder squeezed the boy's hand, glancing at him with his dim gaze, and said, "Just right, 12 years old. Now, release your martial soul for me to see." The youth nodded, releasing a pale green soul power from within, with a 100-year yellow soul ring undulating around him. The aura of the 100-year soul ring was notably strong, and as his martial soul manifested, a thick vine spiraled around his body. This martial soul bore resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. Though it was not grass but a vine, akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit lacking its toxicity. The elder shook his head, stating, "Not qualified. You may leave." The parents, initially brimming with confidence, froze in disbelief at the elder's verdict. The mother could not help but inquire, "Why?" "My son is an outstanding student in his junior academy. Did you not see that his soul ring is of 100 years? The elder replied nonchalantly. The first soul ring being 100 years is commendable, yet he is merely an ordinary individual. The father frowned, perplexed. "I don't understand your meaning." The elder, growing impatient, stood up, not only addressing the youth's parents but also the others in line, proclaiming, "We only accept monsters here, not ordinary people. If you are 12 and have not reached the second ring as a soul master, do not waste your gold coins." Chapter 12. Registration. Tang San glanced at the composed Xiaoyi, his gaze tinged with curiosity, thinking to himself, "Another monster." Suddenly, the elder exuded an overwhelming aura. A rich red light erupting from him as a long staff adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most terrifying of all, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath him, their dazzling colors capturing the attention of all present. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The seemingly ordinary old farmer before them was, in fact, a formidable soul emperor of over level 60. He waved his hand dismissively at the astonished family of 3. With a flicker, the radiance of the soul rings dissipated, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, returning the old man to his previous languid demeanor, as if the aura of a soul emperor had never emanated from him. Now, the onlookers were rendered speechless, for they were mere commoners, who would dare offend a soul emperor. The disdain and contempt that had briefly flickered in the eyes of the parents and the enrolled students evaporated in an instant. The teacher responsible for enrollment also possessed strength above level 60, underscoring the impressive faculty of Shrek Academy. Soon, most parents wore expressions of resignation and quietly led their children away. After all, the requirement of achieving soul power over level 20 by the age of 12 was exceedingly demanding. Those who remained clearly harbored confidence in passing the old man's scrutiny. The next few applicants demonstrated soul powers exceeding level 20, each adorned with 2 soul rings. After paying the enrollment fee of 10 gold coins, the old man informed them that they had successfully passed the first hurdle of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second phase. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Douluo escorted the successful students inside, as he was responsible for overseeing the process. The students who passed awaited their turn in groups of 3, all under his watchful eye. At that moment, Douluo finally spotted Tang San and his companions, including Xiaoyi, his expression shifting from surprise to realization. It was unexpected to see such young students here. However, he quickly reconciled this, recognizing that the academy only stipulated a minimum age of 12 for applicants, with no upper age limit imposed, thus allowing Xiaoyi to enroll without issue. The elder in charge of the enrollment displayed a mixture of skepticism as he observed a pink-haired girl standing before him, withdrawing her hand after offering it. This girl was alone, without parental accompaniment, dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown that conveyed a sense of purity. Her short hair framed her face neatly, and she stood slightly shorter than Xiaowu, only marginally taller than Xiaoyi. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiaowu, her features remained concealed. Yet the smoothness of her neck hinted at exceptionally fair skin. "Excuse me, may I inquire if I can pass the preliminary test?" The girl's voice was melodious, lacking a bit of bravado yet exuding an endearing softness. Xiaoyi, observing Douluo's gaze towards the girl, speculated that she must possess remarkable beauty, for the gleam in Douluo's eyes resembled that of a wolf eyeing its prey. Gradually, the surprise on the elder's face subsided, and he furrowed his brow. "Is your family aware of your presence here?" The girl did not directly respond but smiled and replied, "It is said that there are no distinctions in education. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, There is no reason not to accept me. The elder shook his head. Please wait aside. We will admit 3 at a time. Otherwise, Mubai will be overwhelmed. The girl obediently stood to the side, awaiting her 2 companions. Finally, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi found himself behind Tang San and Xiao Wu. With only one other applicant remaining, a girl who appeared slightly younger than both him and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed. And she was of similar height to the girl in the white dress. However, this girl exuded an aura of uniqueness. Her figure was surprisingly mature for her age. And had one not observed her face, one might easily mistake her for a young adult, potentially capturing the attention of all men in sight. In stark contrast to her voluptuous figure, her expression remained icy, emanating a profound coldness that clashed with her strikingly beautiful visage. She was the epitome of an ice queen. Xiao Yi mused to himself, this girl has developed more impressively than my sister. Once she grows up, will she even be able to walk without turning heads? Are you enrolling or not? If not, please don't linger here. The elder's voice jolted Xiao Yi from his thoughts. He noticed an amusing sight. Tang San had been fixated on the girl behind him, evidently drawn by Dai Mubai's gaze. Xiao Yi then caught sight of Xiao Wu glaring daggers at Tang San, whose hand bore a purplish bruise. A knowing smile crept onto Xiao Yi's face. Now, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn to enroll. We will register together. Tang San, suppressing the pain in his hand, placed the prepared 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. Since they were not well acquainted with Xiao Yi, Tang San did not account for his enrollment fee, as his attire suggested a modest background. Of course, Xiao Yi did not require assistance. After Tang San and Xiao Wu passed the preliminary test, they were directed to enter alongside the short-haired girl. Wait, Xiao Yi called out, attracting the attention of those around him. Could you please hold on a moment? There are still 2 applicants remaining. Let us complete our registration together, so we do not inconvenience Dai Mubai again. The elder chuckled. If the 3 of them have no objections, I have no issue. He gestured towards Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the girl. Tang San and Xiao Wu naturally had no objections, while the girl looked at Xiao Yi and shook her head, indicating she was in no rush. All right. Young man, extend your hand, the elder instructed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi complied, and as the elder examined him, he frowned. You are only 9 years old? Xiao Yi nodded, grinning. Indeed. You see, your rules only specify a minimum age of 12, without stating an upper limit. The girl gasped, 9 years old? Can one really enroll at this age? Dai Mubai wore an expression of disbelief, initially thinking Xiao Yi merely looked youthful, not realizing his age was also quite young. The girl behind Xiao Yi remained impassive, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. Tang San, on the other hand, wore a knowing smile. While Xiao Wu's reaction was best left unmentioned, the elder paused momentarily, then laughed. Ah, you are quite the silver-tongued lad. It is permissible. But you must release your martial soul and soul ring. Due to your age, you should have reached level 15 soul power with a yellow soul ring. Xiao Yi shook his head. No need for any special treatment for a swish. Xiao Yi summoned the judgment sword of his martial spirit, adorned with 1 yellow and 1 blue soul ring that rested quietly upon the blade. I have met the standards of your academy, Xiao Yi declared. The elder stared in disbelief at Xiao Yi's blue soul ring, asking, a millennium? You possess a millennium soul ring? Not only the elder, but also Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 2 young girls wore expressions of astonishment. Indeed, I recently achieved this breakthrough, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. He mused to himself about the expressions they would have if they knew that his sister had awakened her martial spirit at the age of 6 with a level 20. He overlooked the shock the Millennium Soul Ring brought to others. During the 3 years since awakening his martial spirit, Xiao Yi had diligently cultivated his skills. Initially endowed with innate soul power, he absorbed his first soul ring and subsequently nurtured himself to attain 2 additional levels of soul power. Recently, he broke through to become a great soul master, fortuitously encountering a howling moon wolf on the brink of a millennium breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf was distracted, Xiao Yi vanquished it and absorbed its soul ring. However, the process of absorbing a millennium soul ring was perilous, nearly costing Xiao Yi his life. Were it not for his second martial spirit, the elder gradually regained his composure. Proceed. Next, as he retracted the soul ring, it was now the turn of the long-haired girl. Without waiting for the elder's prompt, she extended her hand, revealing her martial spirit and soul rings. 2 catters sprouted from her head, accompanied by a tail, as 2 yellow soul rings spun leisurely around her. Age appropriate, exceeding level 20. Go ahead, Dai Mubai. Take these 5 into the next testing area. I too shall take my leave to negotiate for a salary increase with the dean, the elder stated. Upon entering the village, one could behold wooden structures that could be aptly described as simple and unadorned. Daimubai instructed, prepare yourselves. I will guide you to the next testing zone shortly. As Qian Shaoi was about to commence the second test, a soft voice called out, sausages for sale. 5 copper coins each. Delicious and affordable. The 5 turned their heads to see a vendor pushing a cart and calling out. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and some students had already formed a queue to purchase. Shaoi tilted her head, remarking, it smells quite good. Let us give it a try, brother. You're the best. Observing Tang San and Xiaowu, Qian Shaoi reminisced about his sister far away. Sister, are you well? Chapter 14. Oscar Daimubai's expression shifted slightly as he addressed Shaoi, saying, Shaoi, there are many food options here. But you must be cautious of that sausage vendor. Do not eat his sausages, remember? It smells so good, Shaoi exclaimed, darting toward the vendor. Daimubai's face darkened, feeling that his warning had fallen on deaf ears. However, upon seeing the direction in which Shaoi ran, his expression changed dramatically, and he strode toward him with a frown. As Shaoi approached, he noticed that the sausage vendor was of similar height, and a wooden sign affixed to the cart bore the words sausage specialization. The vendor, noticing a customer, greeted him enthusiastically. Would you like a sausage? Delicious and affordable. Guaranteed to leave you wanting more. Shaoi, not very tall, barely reached the cart, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth as he said, Sir, could I trouble you for 2? I'm quite hungry. The vendor's expression suddenly stiffened. Sir? What did you call me? Shaoi blinked. I called you sir. Is there a problem? My mother always says to address older people as sir. The vendor sighed. Older person? Of course, there's a problem. Brother, I'm only 14 this year. How could you call me sir? Pfft. Who are you trying to fool? You can't be 14. Shaoi retorted boldly. The vendor, not wishing to argue with the child, insisted. Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years old, a student of Shrek Academy. You can't just call me sir because of my thick hair. Just ask anyone in the academy. They confirm I'm 14. Oscar took 2 skewers from his cart and prepared 2 sausages for Shaoi. Oscar, what are you doing? Daimubai approached, his expression darkening as he glared at the vendor. Upon seeing Daimubai, Oscar's face fell. Dai, would you like a sausage? Get lost. You're embarrassing the academy. I believe I've warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you want everyone to be nauseated? Shaoi, listen to your older brother. You must not eat that sausage. Why not? Daimubai's expression grew peculiar. Oscar, make a new sausage immediately. Oscar's demeanor turned awkward. Dai, do we have to? We've been classmates for years. This will create resentment among the new students. Daimubai scoffed. I'm merely giving my friends a warning, and Shaoi is still young. He must not be deceived by you. Hurry up, or I'll take action. Clearly intimidated by Daimubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand, a large sausage materializing in his palm. A yellow glow coalesced within his hand as 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath him, and a sausage identical to that held by Tang San appeared in his grasp. The ambiguity of his words, coupled with his soft voice, left others with no desire to partake, regardless of the flavor. Suddenly, a crunching sound drew everyone's attention. Shaoi was devouring a sausage with great enthusiasm, rapidly finishing the first before reaching for a second. Daimubai's lips twitched. Could this child not heed his advice? He intercepted Qian Shaoi, stating, that one, you cannot eat. Qian Shaoi inquired with a hint of confusion. Why? I find it quite delicious. Daimubai, feeling a touch embarrassed, replied, it's just that soul curse. Do I not have a grand sausage? What's wrong with that? Can someone who sells sausages possibly be without sausages? Observing the utterly bewildered and innocent child, Daimubai felt hesitant to elucidate further. What on earth is happening? It all seemed inexplicably perplexing. Oscar, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, exclaiming, Douluo, dear brother, you are the first one to regard me so highly. Don't say anything. Eat as much as you desire. It's on me. Qian Shaoi shook his head. No. I have money. My mother always said that being penny-wise can lead to losing pounds. Sir, or rather, big brother, my name is Shaoi. But you can also call me Shaoi. However, your sausages are truly delicious. Tang San gazed at this lively duo, exclaiming, the innocence of youth is indeed formidable. It has bested me. Yes, that innocence has bested me as well, Daimubai remarked. Let us not tarnish a child's pure heart. Come. I will guide you to the second testing area. Wait for me, brother Oscar. I need to grab a few more. Here's a gold soul coin for you. That's more than enough, Shaoi said, handing Oscar a gold soul coin. A single gold soul coin equates to 100 silver soul coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. One could not only buy several sausages with that, but could even purchase the entire cart. Daimubai stated. Let us proceed to the next testing area. As he spoke, he led the 5 of them forward. The rules for the next testing area stipulate that those with soul power exceeding 25 can directly advance to the 4th examination. Otherwise, they must progress step by step. Among them, only Xiaoyi had not yet reached 25, and the test would not take long. Shortly, Xiaoyi would move on to the next stage. Chapter 15. The test. Xiaoyi picked up the crystal ball, and in an instant, it emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating a level of 21. The boy scoffed. Humph. It seems impressive, yet it's still not as good as mine. The teacher in charge of the test asked, Your name? Age? Xiaoyi, 9 years old. Level 21 Great Soul Master, he replied, casting a look of disdain at the boy. The boy lowered his head, unable to meet Xiaoyi's gaze, after all. A 9-year-old Great Soul Master indeed had the right to look down on him. Xiaoyi did not press the advantage. He passed the crystal ball to Tang San and the others. Tang San and Xiaoyi displayed levels of 29, the Ice Mountain Girl showed 27. And the short-haired beauty revealed 26. The testing teacher couldn't hide his astonishment. Monsters come in many forms every year, but this year is particularly exceptional. Here we have 5 at once. Excellent. It seems I have a chance for a raise. Daimubai, you take them to the 4th examination, he instructed. Understood. Daimubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead them deeper into the academy. This time, no other students voiced dissent. Their abilities spoke for themselves. The second test primarily serves to assess the strength of the candidate's soul weapons and whether the first 2 soul rings conflict in a manner that could impede future cultivation. Daimubai explained, the academy has a rule. If a candidate's soul power exceeds 25, regardless of their soul weapon, they may bypass the 2nd and 3rd tests. Much like the saying that sheer strength can overcome tenfold wisdom, even if your soul weapon is of lesser quality. A significant advantage in soul power can still allow you to become a formidable soul master. The 3rd test evaluates a candidate's application of their soul weapon. Merely possessing soul power and potential is insufficient. One must also demonstrate control over their soul weapon. Higher-level soul weapons are more challenging to control and prone to issues. If a candidate lacks adequate control, it indicates a lack of diligence, and such students will not be accepted. The 4th examination assesses practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable soul weapons and control, yet if they have grown up in privileged households, they remain oblivious to the outside world, let alone combat. Such students will also not be accepted. The headmaster has stated that those overly pampered should not be admitted. Xiaoyi chuckled. What an intriguing and unique headmaster. Daimubai sighed. Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, we have only admitted 42 students, averaging a little over 2 each year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would set a record. The academy has not received new students in 2 years. Currently, counting myself, there are only 3 students studying here. He laughed self-deprecatingly. In the entire Douluo continent, we might be the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Even after admitting you, the student count will never surpass the number of teachers. Xiaoyi remarked, no wonder this academy is so dilapidated. Why not recruit more students? Otherwise, it hardly seems profitable. Daimubai's face took on a look of respect. The headmaster has said that it is better to have fewer than to accept the mediocre. Even if Shrek Academy were to close its doors, it would never accept waste-only monsters. The academy has admitted 62 students in total, yet only 14 have graduated. After leaving the academy, each of those 14 became figures of great renown. The headmaster has stated that anyone not reaching level 41 should not embarrass the academy. As Daimubai spoke, his emotions clearly grew more fervent, revealing his deep respect for the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Chapter 16. The Immovable King. We have arrived. Daimubai approached a man, saluting him. Teacher Zhao, I have brought students for the 4th examination. Ah, this year there are candidates for the 4th examination? And 5 of them? The middle-aged man turned, surprised to see 4 young individuals before him, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Due to his height, Zhao Wujing had not noticed Xiaoyi. Hey, don't forget about me, Xiaoyi called out. How could you overlook me? Who is this little one? Zhao Wujing inquired, looking at Xiaoyi. You bear some resemblance to a bear, but I am a 9-year-old Great Soul Master. 9 years old, Great Soul Master? Is that you? Zhao asked, pointing at Xiaoyi. Humph. Do you have any objections? Xiaoyi nodded defiantly. Zhao laughed heartily. Enough of the pleasantries. I am Zhao Wujing. I am quite bored. So I will personally join you in this endeavor. You now have 1 incense stick's worth of time to get to know each other and strategize. After that, the test begins. The content will be to withstand my attacks for 1 incense stick's duration as a team. If even one of you can last until the end, you all pass. However, do not attempt to take shortcuts. No one can escape this range. I must also remind you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Coordination and teamwork are your only avenues for success. After delivering this proclamation, he produced an incense stick from somewhere, expertly lighting it with a flick of his fingers, and planted it firmly into the ground, unwavering. Daimubai, with a serious expression, remarked, "This time, I cannot assist you. I never anticipated that Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands." Xiao quipped. "This Teacher Zhao isn't like the teacher at the entrance, is he? A Soul Emperor-level powerhouse?" Daimubai shook his head. "No, he is not," Xiao replied. "Then we have nothing to fear. After all, we 5 are nearly at level 30. With 5 against 1, as long as our strengths are not too disparate. Surely we can last for an incense stick, right?" Xiao's expression turned serious. He was well aware of Zhao Wujing's prowess. Daimubai clarified. "Teacher Zhao is not a Soul Emperor of level 60. He is a Soul Sage at level 76. His soul weapon is the Beast Martial Spirit, Battle Soul Sage. And he serves as the Vice President of the Academy. At level 76, a Soul Sage can navigate effortlessly, even in the face of an army." Although Xiao had encountered numerous Soul Sages at the Spirit Hall, this would be his first battle against one, naturally inducing a degree of trepidation. Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, "He is level 76? Yet he appears much younger than that teacher at the entrance." Daimubai replied nonchalantly, "Age does not define capability. Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely overseeing the 4th round, while you were meant to contend with me. If you can withstand my strength for the duration of a single incense stick, you will be deemed successful. However, it seems today he is inclined to intervene personally." Daimubai recounted Zhao Wujie's past and strength, leaving the rest to these newcomers. In the past, the indomitable Zhao Wujie had clashed with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him, yet he managed to break through the siege of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are all formidable Soul Emperors, at least level 60. While Zhao Wujie was likely only in his 60s at that time, Xiaoyi was not particularly surprised. He was already familiar with Zhao Wujie. Chapter 17. Battle. Daimubai nodded silently, saying, "At the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full power. So, consider yourselves fortunate. Teacher Zhao possesses 7 soul rings, with the optimal configuration. You can imagine the terror he embodies. For now, take the time to understand one another and devise a strategy. Otherwise, victory will elude you." After introductions, Xiaoyi learned that the short-haired girl was named Ning Rongrong, a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda is a martial spirit that can only be possessed by direct descendants of this sect. Representing the most powerful support-type martial spirit on the continent and the favored partner of all combat-type soul masters. Xiaoyi understood that one of the 6 symbols of the Spirit Hall was the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, underscoring the sect's significant reputation in the spirit world. Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhances strength and speed by 30%. However, the greatest weakness of the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda is that its practitioners can only cultivate up to level 79. Xiaoyi remarked, "If we only evade, we will surely fail the test. Therefore, we must also attack while ensuring our own safety. Tang-san, I shall refer to you as third brother. I will distract Zhao Wujie, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao will harass him. Ning Rongrong, you provide us with support, but be cautious. It will be difficult to protect you. And if a soul sage wishes to eliminate you, no one will stop them." Tang-san frowned. "Can you really distract him?" Xiaoyi hesitated before responding. "Have no fear. Teacher Zhao should not push us too hard. After all, a great soul master is no match for a soul sage. I won't confront him directly. It will be fine." "Very well. Xiao Wu, what about you?" Tang-san inquired about the opinions of Xiao Wu and the others. "Not a problem. This was the best strategy they could devise in such a short time. Have you finalized your plan?" Zhao Wujie's booming voice echoed. And the 4 turned to see that the incense stick on the ground had burned down to its end. "Teacher, we are ready to begin." Daimubai acknowledged Zhao Wujie with a nod and swiftly retreated to observe the battle. Observing was also a form of learning, and Daimubai would not miss any opportunity to gain knowledge. Zhao Wujie rose once more, interlocking his hands and flexing his wrists, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds that heightened the already palpable pressure. He conjured another incense stick, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures turned into glaze. As her body spun gracefully in place, dazzling multicolored light radiated from her, and a translucent 7-layered pagoda appeared in her right hand. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The first soul ring gleamed, enveloping Ning Rongrong's left hand as 4 beams of colorful light simultaneously erupted from the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, bestowing enhancements upon Tang San and the others. A member of the 7-treasure glazed family among this year's candidates? Ha ha ha. The continent's premier support martial spirit. How exhilarating. As he spoke, he casually tossed the lit incense stick into the ground. The second is speed. Another 4 beams of light emerged, activating Ning Rongrong's second soul ring. The interval between the releases of the 2 soul skills was barely a few seconds. Their bodies felt incredibly light, as if they could soar. With strength and speed increased by 30%, leaving the 4 feeling invigorated. At that moment, Zhao Wujie made his move, not towards the enemies, but rather he struck both fists down towards the ground. Chapter 18. Perseverance. Xiaoyi squinted, then shouted, Rongrong, run. At the moment Zhao Wujie launched his attack, he understood his opponent's intent. In the world of Douluo continent, it is common knowledge that if one encounters an opponent possessing a soul master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the first priority must be to eliminate that soul master, otherwise, significant trouble will ensue. Zhao Wujie's attack was evidently not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His aim was to disrupt her support. A blue-black vine shot out, ensnaring Ning Rongrong at the waist and pulling her out of the attack zone. With a thunderous sound, the ground shook violently, causing even soul masters to struggle to maintain their footing within that area. A wave of earthy energy surged forth towards Tang San and the others. Xiaoyi drew his martial spirit, the judgment sword, and charged at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Come on. Show me your strength. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Xiaoyi remained silent, raising the judgment sword and striking down. Zhao Wujie, unperturbed, chose to test this child's prowess by taking the hit. As Xiaoyi observed Zhao Wujie's decision to endure the attack, his first yellow soul ring glimmered. Unleashing the sword aura, the light of the judgment sword flashed, cutting into Zhao Wujie's waist before he could prepare, leaving a crimson mark. This enhanced soul skill, now augmented by 30%, bore the might comparable to that of a 3-ring soul venerable. However, it posed little threat to a soul sage like Zhao Wujie. Though Zhao Wujie maintained his composure, he secretly resolved to retaliate against Xiaoyi for the hit. The waist is the most vulnerable area, and even a soul sage would feel pain from such a blow. Zhao Wujie raised his fist to strike at Xiaoyi, who dodged skillfully, countering with another slash at Zhao Wujie. Thus, each time Zhao Wujie swung at Xiaoyi, he would evade and retaliate, leaving Zhao Wujie in a somewhat disheveled state, yet without any severe injuries. In unison, 2 dull thuds echoed as Xiao Wu's feet landed accurately on Zhao Wujie's shoulders, yet he did not budge, grinning. Is that little one trying to draw my attention? But it seems you lack strength, little girl. Xiao Wu huffed in disdain, her feet seemingly glued to Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Suddenly, she retracted her toes, striking the carotid arteries on either side of his neck, twisting her body with all her might to rotate in the air. Of course, Xiao Wu's strength alone could not move Zhao Wujie's body, but at this moment, she was not the only one taking action. Spiny vines had begun to wrap frantically around Zhao Wujie's body, ensnaring him tightly, while the vines emerging from the ground pushed against him, preventing him from finding leverage. The strength of a person, no matter how formidable, cannot stabilize their body if they lack a solid foundation. Strength can be a vulnerability, thus, one must rely on cunning to overcome brute force. A spin can also be delightful and entertaining. Zhao Wujie's voice resonated through the air, and suddenly, Xiao Wu felt her rapidly rotating body come to an abrupt halt as an overwhelming force yanked her back from her backward flip. Zhao Wujie bellowed, and his already imposing figure swelled instantly. 7 dazzling spirit rings emerged simultaneously, precisely as Dai Mubai had described, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, adorning his form. As Zhu Zhuqing first flashed into action, her speed was immediately evident. Most terrifying was that every movement she made was utterly silent. She darted forward and launched her attacks with complete stealth, devoid of any energy leakage or sound of spirit power piercing the air. After activating her martial soul, her cat claws took on a sharp, spiky form, and as she moved, she left behind faint afterimages, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her claws targeted vital points, forcing Zhao Wujie to resort to his martial soul. Thus, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing created diversions while Tang Xin controlled the situation, leaving Zhao Wujie unable to focus on the most potent threat, Xiaoyi, who was bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements. Xiaoyi diligently wielded the judgment sword against Zhao Wujie, employing techniques such as slashing, stabbing, slicing, and hacking with remarkable finesse. Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself. You have succeeded in forcing me to utilize 2/10 of my strength. You may take pride in that. His large hands grew exceptionally heavy, resembling giant fans. For a soul sage of his caliber, dealing with a few 20-something spirit masters was trivial. He merely wished to engage in some playful sparring with these youngsters, as he was also one who appreciated talent. However, the prowess displayed by Xiaoyi and his companions far exceeded his expectations, prompting Zhao Wujie to prolong the encounter to discern their limits. Children, come forth. Let us continue. At this point, the incense had burned for quite some time, but Zhao Wujie had grown somewhat serious. He charged directly at Xiaoyi. A focused Zhao Wujie was not an opponent that a few spirit masters could withstand. Even a casual punch from him was unavoidable for Xiaoyi. Just as he was about to be struck, Xiaoyi felt a force at his waist. It was Tang San's blue silver grass, which pulled him out of Zhao Wujie's attack range. Xiaoyi nodded at Tang San and charged once more at Zhao Wujie. Each time Xiaoyi seemed on the brink of being hit, Tang San skillfully pulled him back, creating a scene where Xiaoyi darted in and out, while Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing encircled Zhao Wujie, creating havoc. Zhao Wujie was visibly distressed, akin to a living target, enduring their onslaught. Even a soul sage could not withstand such relentless pressure. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujie's weaknesses lay in his reaction time and speed. With a mighty roar, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful aura that sent Xiaoyi and his companions flying to the ground. Xiaowu, Tang San called out, his gaze filled with fury as he looked at Zhao Wujie. Very well, little monsters. You have proven yourselves capable, but the incense has yet to extinguish, Zhao Wujie declared triumphantly. Yet, he refrained from voicing his next thought. In truth, you have already qualified and exceeded expectations. Lying on the ground, Xiao shakily rose and proclaimed, enough of hiding your strengths, let us bring forth our true power. Zhao Wujie mused, what a resilient lad, able to stand once more. He has impressive stamina. He is indeed a promising talent. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Dai Mubai dragged them out of the ring. Dozens of icy beams erupted from the deft movements of Tang San's fingers, targeting Zhao Wujie's eyes, shoulders, throat, and heart, each vital point unique and unrepeatable. Although Zhao Wujie could evade, his nature did not permit retreat. In his lexicon, the word dodge did not exist. To confront head-on was the true path. Zhao Wujie growled lowly, unleashing his soul power to summon the full might of his immovable king body. 10 explosions rang out almost simultaneously as the icy beam struck Zhao Wujie, but in the face of his overwhelming golden light, they were rebuffed, causing him no harm. Although no damage was inflicted, pain was inevitable. Zhao Wujie roared in anger, using his soul power to conjure an invisible wall around him, halting the oncoming projectiles mid-air. At that moment, Xiaoyi raised the judgment sword and began to fiercely slash at the immobilized weapons. Zhao Wujie was momentarily puzzled. Had these children turned on each other? What was the purpose of attacking those projectiles? However, he quickly realized the twist. Those weapons, deflected by Xiaoyi, ricocheted at sharp angles towards him. By the time Zhao Wujie comprehended the situation, it was already too late. The projectiles had pierced his skin. Heh, Teacher Zhao, we have one, Tang San remarked with a slight smile. Humph, you've merely grazed me. Even if there is poison, the incense has yet to extinguish. Pooh, Zhao Wujie gasped in disbelief. Glancing back in shock, Xiaoyi's left hand was cloaked in yellow bone, extending into a blade that had embedded itself into Zhao Wujie's back. This was the external soul bone he had acquired from his first soul ring, the left palm bone. It turned out that Zhao Wujie had focused entirely on the projectiles and Tang San, neglecting Xiaoyi, who had stealthily approached from behind to unleash his external soul bone. The accompanying skill of Xiaoyi's left palm bone, Shatter, struck Zhao Wujie's cervical vertebrae. While it could not claim the life of a soul sage, it was sufficient to incapacitate him. Had Zhao Wujie not been so careless, Xiaoyi's ambush would not have succeeded. But it was natural for a soul sage to underestimate 3 spirit masters. Teacher Zhao, it seems we have triumphed, Xiaoyi said with a weak smile before gradually collapsing. Unable to rise again, he had exhausted too much soul power. Zhao Wujie stood frozen, as if time itself had halted. I have lost? How is this possible? Even with only 3/10 of my strength, it should have been more than enough to handle them. Zhao Wujie merely wished to observe the abilities of these candidates. He had not truly unleashed his full potential, and yet, overcoming mere spirit masters should not have been difficult. Truly, they were remarkable, with the outcome determined. Only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained standing. Had Tang San not feigned an attack in the end, he too would have been downed earlier. Oscar, Come here. Daimu Bai called out, amplifying his voice with soul power, a skill all spirit masters could master. Coming, what is it? Oscar replied leisurely after a moment. Pushing a cart. Your incense. Soul skill. Give it to the teacher, Daimu Bai instructed, gesturing towards Zhao Wujie. Oscar momentarily failed to recognize the situation. Seeing Zhao Wujie's battered state, he could hardly believe that anyone at Shrek could have done this to him. Teacher Zhao? Oscar asked cautiously. Noting Zhao Wujie's murderous glare, he chuckled awkwardly and, with a couple of soul incantations, produced 2 sausages, one large, one small. Chapter 20, Passing the Examination. Zhao Wujie instructed. Daimu Bai, you are responsible for arranging accommodations for these 5 newcomers. School begins tomorrow. With that, he departed. As Zhao Wujie walked away, Oscar could no longer contain himself. What was up with Teacher Zhao today? He seems rather displeased. Did you upset him? Daimu Bai, with a hint of irritation, remarked. Why would I provoke him when I have nothing better to do? Am I seeking my own demise? And you, can you not be so fixated on trivialities? Come. Shaoi, let's go. As he spoke, Daimu Bai lifted Zhu Shiqing from the ground, while Tang San carried Xiao Wu. Oscar glanced at Daimu Bai and then at Tang San, muttering to himself, why are you both embracing beauties, while I am left with a child? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Daimu Bai retorted, that's simply a matter of character. When Qin Shaoi awoke from his slumber, he found that the sky outside had gradually darkened. As he opened his slightly dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest, approximately a dozen square meters in size, containing not only the bed he occupied but also 1 or 2 others nearby, making it a shared dormitory for 3. Oscar sat on one of the beds, seemingly lost in thought, his expression rather impure. Where am I? Qian Shaoyi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Upon noticing that he had awakened, Oscar replied, this is our dormitory. Henceforth, you will be sharing it with me and Tang San. Tang San has gone to check on Xiao Wu and will return shortly. Shaoi, you were quite formidable today. Even Teacher Zhao, known for his strength, suffered a great loss at your hands. There was no need to conceal the details of the test, so Daimu Bai recounted the entire sequence of events, albeit with a hint of personal disdain for Zhao Wujie. Qian Shaoi smiled without uttering a word. Oscar, unwilling to succumb to silence, spoke up. We shall be roommates from now on. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Oscar, a level 29 soul master, with the martial spirit of a sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed Sausage Vendor. You may refer to me as Sausage Vendor Oscar, or simply as Xiao Ao. Qian Shaoi remarked, Shaoi, a level 21 assault-type soul master. By the way, calling you Xiao Ao? That doesn't seem quite right. How about calling you Lao Ao instead? Let us not dwell on the details. Hey, Shaoi, who do you think is the most beautiful among the 3 girls that came this time? I believe it's Ning Rongrong. She is simply stunning. She is the goddess of my heart. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew that in this lifetime, I, Oscar, would love only her. As he spoke, Oscar displayed a rather foolish expression. Shaoi twitched his lips. You're only 14 and already talking about lifelong matters. If I were to. Wait. What am I thinking? That Esther's sister. To dispel the outrageous thoughts, Shaoi decided to engage in conversation with Oscar. Sister Rongrong is indeed lovely. No. All 3 are quite remarkable. However, you must not set your sights on Xiao Wu or Zhu Shiqing. Why not? Oscar, having never witnessed Tang San's frenzy for Xiao Wu or the distress Daimu Bai experienced when Zhu Shiqing was injured, remained unaware of the reasons. If you wish to challenge a powerful assault type like Daimu Bai and a control type like Tang San as a support type, be my guest, Shaoi said. I only have eyes for Ning Rongrong. She is gentle and kind, truly the paragon of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Oscar declared earnestly. Then perhaps you should shave your beard to enhance your charm. At your current state, Sister Rongrong would do well to not view you as a creepy uncle. Without allowing Oscar a retort, Shaoi began to meditate. He had not yet fully recovered, and for some reason, Oscar's intention to pursue Ning Rongrong left him feeling a tad discontented, prompting him to avoid further discussion on the topic. Before long, Tang San returned to their dormitory, where he shared accommodations with Shaoi and Oscar. Upon his arrival, Oscar had already fallen asleep, and Shaoi was engrossed in training. The following morning, as Shaoi awoke, he noticed Tang San's bed was empty. Oscar remained cocooned in his blanket, snoring away, even drooling in his sleep. Shaoi, wake up. Shaoi nudged him. What is it? Let me sleep a while longer, Oscar mumbled. Shaoi frowned. Get up already. It's late. Don't you know that the plan of the day begins in the morning? And aren't you supposed to attend class? Oscar reluctantly opened his eyes and glanced at Tang San. I'm not like you guys. You're battle soul masters. I'm a tool soul master, specifically in the food category. I don't need to engage in such complicated training. Bro, could you please not disturb me? Let me sleep a bit longer. Lounging in bed is quite comfortable. If you're bored, go play in the girls' dormitory. Just head east for 100 meters, but don't do anything out of line, or you'll get scolded. Shoei sighed. Hey, what do you expect me to do in the girls' dormitory? Never mind. I'll just take a stroll, you lazy pig. Upon exiting the room, he spotted Tang San meditating on the rooftop. Just then, he saw Tang San facing the rising sun, slowly finishing his meditation and opening his eyes. Shoei smiled and complimented. Third brother, you are indeed diligent. At this hour, most people are still asleep. His words carried a hint of implication. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, Not really. I'm just bored. Besides, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I might as well put in some effort. As he spoke, Tang San seemed to recall something and asked, Oh, by the way, Shoei, I'm going to find Xiaowu. Would you like to join? Shoei pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, since I have nothing else to do. Visiting Sister Xiaowu sounds good. Oscar already gave me the address. In truth, he was aware that the Shrek Academy was quite impoverished. The entire academy merely occupied 1/3 of the village area, constructed with minimal effort. The so-called school buildings were merely the old wooden houses of former villagers. Fortunately, being close to Soto City made shopping relatively convenient. Soon, Shoei and Tang Sin arrived outside the dormitory of Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. Should we just go in? Tang Sin hesitated before softly calling out, Xiaowu, Xiaowu. Shoei smirked and called out loudly, Sister Xiaowu. Third brother is here to ask you out on a date. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tang San broke into a cold sweat, hastily covering Xiaoyu's mouth. What nonsense! We are siblings. Shoei freed himself from Tang San's grasp, looking at him with skepticism. Come on. Siblings? Yesterday, when Xiaowu was injured and unconscious, you were in quite a panic. Tang San defended that was simply because an older brother must take good care of his younger sister. Then in the future, will you marry Xiaowu? How about that? Shoei teased with an indifferent attitude, provokingly gazing at Tang San. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San declared loudly, No way. Just as Shoei was about to respond, a loud crash interrupted him. Xiaowu stood at the door, her demeanor fierce as she grumbled. What are you all doing? Can't you keep it down? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Shoei pointed at Tang San. It's him. He wants to take you out for a meal. Ignoring Shoei, Tang San stepped forward, looking puzzled. Xiaowu, why are you taking so long? I've been chatting with Shoei for a while. Perhaps Xiaowu was experiencing morning grumpiness, as she retorted, Can't I change my clothes? Does changing clothes not require time? Xiaowu, are you feeling all right? Chapter 21. The fatty. It turned out that Xiaowu had awakened from her coma in the middle of the night. Ning Rongrong, fearing for her well-being, had stayed by her side. Once she regained consciousness, she informed her about the events that transpired the day before. Xiaowu excitedly exclaimed, The fight yesterday was so thrilling. Shoei was incredible. He actually ambushed a soul sage. Well, it was all right. Shoei chuckled shyly, earning a shiver from Tang San. Tang San took Xiaowu's soft hand and said, Let us find something to eat. You must be hungry after not having eaten since yesterday, right? Yes, I am indeed hungry. Shoei, would you like to join us? Xiaowu nodded, her cheerful demeanor returning as she playfully linked her arm with Tang Sin's. Of course, who would want to starve? A person is like iron, and meals are like steel. Missing one meal makes one anxious. Do you know where we can eat? I don't know. What a coincidence. I don't know either. I should have invited Ning Rongrong along. As the three were preparing to seek out a farmhouse for food, they noticed a boy and girl arguing not far ahead. The young couple appeared quite youthful. The girl seemed around 14 or 15, her looks ordinary yet brimming with youthful vitality, dressed in simple farmer attire, likely the child of a villager. The boy arguing with her seemed even younger, roughly the same age as Tang San and Xiaowu, of short stature, and although slightly chubby, he exuded a sturdy vibe. Shoei chuckled. Oh my, look at this. They're so young and already in a romantic dispute? Third brother, let us go take a look. Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances and nodded. There was no rush, so it wouldn't hurt to observe. As they approached, it became clear that the chubby boy was forcing the girl to do something against her will. Hey, you chubby guy over there, let go of that girl. Never mind. You all continue, Shoei initially threatened, but upon noticing the disdainful looks directed at him from those nearby, he quickly changed his tone. The boy named Ma Hongjun glared at Shoei with anger-filled eyes, and upon seeing the seemingly underage Shoei, his fury only intensified. Hey, little brat. Are you looking for a fight? You are the first to dare to call me fatty. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaowei turned to Tang San and exclaimed, Brother San, this fatty is quite abnormal. Not only does he bully women, but he also picks on children. How shameless. Ma Hongjuan's forehead throbbed with veins, and gritting his teeth, he replied, Very well, there is now a second person to call me fatty. However, you were even more excessive. If I don't turn you to ashes, I won't be called fat Ma Hongjun. Phoenix spirit. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Xiaowei and the others felt a chill run through them. The phoenix, a symbol of majesty, rules the skies as the king of birds, holding equal status to the dragon. The fire phoenix martial spirit not only grants its host the ability to fly but also bestows formidable fire-based offensive power, making it a supreme battle-class martial spirit. However, observing his appearance, Xiaowei chuckled. Is there really such a fat phoenix? No matter how I look at it, he resembles a common hen. Xiaoyi's eyes twitched involuntarily. Is this lump truly a phoenix? Good heavens! Please do not tarnish the noble image of the phoenix in my heart. After manifesting his martial spirit, Ma Hongjuan's rotund body, with arms adorned with long, purplish-red feathers and hair standing like a comb, resembled a rooster. If he were a phoenix, others would surely smile faintly, thinking, Are you joking? A common hen is still a common hen. Is a red-feathered bird a phoenix? If I donned a yellow robe, would I become the emperor? Ma Hongjun, as if his reverse scale had been touched, erupted in fury. Who are you calling a common hen? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I am not fat Ma Hongjun. Raising his hands, his first spirit ring suddenly glowed, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of fine purplish-red flames toward Xiaowei. Common hen and fatty were his taboos. Did he just refer to me as a common hen? I don't know. I'll deal with this first. The intense heat distorted the air, and the purple flames, while not ferocious in appearance, shot forth like an extending line of fire. Like dragons, phoenixes come in various forms, but the most powerful and noble lineage among them is that of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix does not wield mere flames. Its fire can only be extinguished by specific methods, otherwise, it remains ever-burning, incinerating all in its path, a flame known as the eternal flame. Xiaowei began to regard Ma Hongjun with newfound respect. Although his flames were not as extraordinary as the eternal flame, they were undeniably top-tier. A sword or a slice through, cleaving the purple flame in two, extinguishing both halves. Xiaowei, unwilling to be ignored, interjected, Hey, who told you to attack? I could easily defeat him, you know? Chapter 22, Evil Fire Ma Hongjun. What are you doing? A figure clad in white, with impeccably groomed hair, Dai Mubai, approached them. Boss Dai? You've arrived? Ma Hongjuan's expression turned somewhat unnatural, clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai. Xiaowei pointed at Ma Hongjun and the girl, indignantly declaring, This fat hen bullies good women. Aren't you going to do something about it? Dai Mubai's stern face suddenly cracked a smile. Xiaowei, I believe you're misunderstanding. Miss Suewa, have you also had enough of him? Suewa's face flushed, and she nodded before turning to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her, his face falling into despair. Xiaowei approached Dai Mubai, puzzled, and asked, What exactly is going on here? Dai Mubai turned to the fatty. Would you like to explain? Or shall I? Ma Hongjun shot a glance at Dai Mubai, lowering his head. You go ahead. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. What is this? The fatty is shy too? All right. I'll speak for you. Nodding, Dai Mubai continued. This fatty is also a student of Shrek Academy. Though I didn't witness what just transpired, I can guess. This is not the first time. In fact, we cannot entirely blame him. His martial spirit is simply. Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun roared. Your martial spirit is a common hen. My martial spirit is a phoenix. Dai Mubai maintained his smile. A phoenix? I suppose I shall begrudgingly call it one. However, the truth is your martial spirit is a mutated form. A mutated martial spirit? What does that mean? Tang San inquired. Xiaowei directly answered his curiosity. When a martial spirit awakens, it may undergo a mutation. If it mutates, there are generally two outcomes. It either becomes immensely powerful or is weakened. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit clearly falls into the category of beneficial mutation. Having spent 9 years in the spirit hall, Xiaowei was well versed in martial spirit knowledge. He understood that mutations were not uncommon. Dai Mubai elaborated, No one knows the specifics of Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit. I only know that he was brought back by the dean 3 years ago. According to the dean, the martial spirits in Ma Hongjuan's village are all poultry or birds, lacking soul power, meaning they're ordinary people. However, Ma Hongjun is special. He was tested to have innate full soul power. While his martial spirit quality is not top tier, it is undoubtedly above average. He should be of similar age to you all, except for Xiaowei. The mutation of his martial spirit granted Ma Hongjun powerful flames, which are not only of extremely high temperature and strong adherence but also difficult to extinguish. Should his martial spirit evolve, it could potentially become the legendary Fire Phoenix with the eternal flame. However, alongside its strength, there is a drawback. Ma Hongjun's evil fire is also exceedingly intense. His desires tenfold that of an ordinary person, necessitating a certain outlet. A certain outlet? What do you mean? Xiao Wu questioned. Xiao Wu refrained from asking further. Tang San urged, his expression uneasy. It was perhaps better not to know certain things. Tang San accidentally caught sight of Xiao Wei looking at Ma Hongjun with a hint of envy. Dai Mubai continued, thus, he often finds himself consumed by desire, needing an outlet. Although his martial spirit is powerful, this desire is not easily trained. However, Ma Hongjun is a decent person, respecting mutual consent and never forcing anyone. The girl, Sui Hua, is indeed his girlfriend. The reason for their breakup is that his evil fire is too potent. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand his torment. Ma Hongjun scoffed. If I were as handsome as you and Oscar, would I be in this predicament? I've longed to be like you all in those places. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled mischievously as he glanced behind him, lowering his voice. Fatty, one can be reckless with food, but not with words. Keep your voice down. Xiaoi chuckled. Who would have thought? Boss Dai has quite a flair for the dramatic. Could it be that your martial spirit also has a peculiar flaw? Not at all. Tang San could not help but interject. Ma Hongjun, so you don't have a girlfriend now. What will you do in the future? Stop cultivating? Ma Hongjun shrugged. What else can I do? Life is paramount. I'll ask the dean for advice later. Xiao chimed in. Do you know where we eat at the academy? I'm starving. It's been ages since I last ate. Dai Mubai replied, that is indeed my oversight. Follow me. Turning to Ma Hongjun, he asked, would you like to join us, or will you head directly to the dean? Of course, I want to eat. If I don't fill my belly, how can I muster the strength to lose weight? The five of them returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the dining hall. The so-called dining hall was merely an agreement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to cater to the students' meals. Although breakfast was rather simple, it was ample enough to satiate their hunger without issue. Chapter 23. Becoming stronger. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and the icy girl Zhu Shiqing were already present. Zhu Shiqing appeared somewhat pale, yet seemed otherwise untroubled. Perhaps due to their cooperation the previous day, both women acknowledged Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Yin with a nod, intentionally overlooking the plump Ma Hongjun. Zhu Shiqing remained more aloof, while Ning Rongrong's demeanor was noticeably warmer, her smile revealing charming dimples that added to her allure. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two girls, unable to conceal his obvious admiration. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself and try to control your excitement. Ma Hongjun retorted, why? Are you going to intervene? I mean, Dai, even if you were the leader, you should leave some room for your comrades. Dai Mubai nudged him again, glancing furtively at Zhu Shiqing. She seemed oblivious to their presence, methodically consuming her breakfast while maintaining her frosty demeanor. Xiao Wei settled beside Ning Rongrong, giggling and engaging her in conversation. Noticing Ning Rongrong's surprised glance toward Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Feeling slightly deflated, he slumped down at the table, grabbing his breakfast. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. He is always so lazy. Aside from him, I believe everyone else is here. We'll be living and studying together for a while, so let us take a moment to get acquainted. Allow me to introduce you to this chubby fellow, Ma Hongjun, who possesses the martial soul of a phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Shiqing raised her head slightly, but her gaze merely brushed past Ma Hongjun, adding an air of chill as she focused on Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun inquired, by the way, Dai, I heard that a new student caused quite a stir for Teacher Zhao yesterday. Who was it? Dai Mubai replied, that would be them. Gesturing towards Xiao Yin and Tang San, Ma Hongjun looked incredulous at Xiao Yin. Huh? A level 21 and a soul master under level 30? How could they possibly challenge Teacher Zhao, who is a level 76 soul sage? I refuse to believe it. Tang San remained composed, while Xiao Yin felt slightly embarrassed by the comment. Hey, it was merely luck. Teacher Zhao didn't even utilize 30% of his strength and underestimated us. Tang San explained. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, how did you alter the trajectory of my hidden weapons? Xiao Yin wiped his mouth and responded, oh, I come from a prestigious family and have seen many soul masters who rely solely on brute force. The only aspect that involves technique is the soul skill. The more astute soul masters possess intellect as well. While I was meditating, I realized that soul power is not the only way to enhance a soul master's strength. At that moment, I pondered how to perfectly apply soul power and spent an entire year formulating 3 key points. As Xiaoyan began to elaborate, Xiaowu, with a playful kick, sent his food flying, exclaiming, "Can you hurry up? Do you want us 6 to die of impatience?" Xiaoyan, facing the furious crowd, wore a pained expression and said, "Sister Xiaowu, I need to eat too." Xiaowu smiled and leaned closer. "Little Yin, if you don't want to die, hurry it up." "All right, I'll share these 3 methods," he began, but was interrupted by a mischievous voice that drew everyone's ire. "Hee, everyone's here. On the very first day, our Shrek Academy members have gathered in the cafeteria. I arrived just in time. Oscar, just awake and wanting to impress the girls, had shaved off his beard. Upon entering the cafeteria and seeing only familiar faces, he approached with what he believed was his most charming smile. However, he was met with silence, no applause or flowers, only fiery glares of anger. Oscar was bewildered, thinking to himself, "I just shaved, and I'm still quite handsome." With his deep-set, peach blossom eyes and a smile that suggested a roguish charm, he appeared to be a dashing nobleman. Under normal circumstances, he would have garnered admiration. Yet the furious looks baffled him. What's wrong?" Xiaowu slowly retracted her leg, staring blankly at Xiaoyan, coldly commanding, "Continue speaking. You have 3 minutes to finish." Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, realizing the gravity of the situation. "All right. My martial soul is the sword of judgment. After awakening, I began to cultivate sword techniques." "Get to the point," Xiaowu urged. The strength of soul power, its application, and technique. Is that all?" "Yes. You asked for brevity, right?" Xiaowu clenched her fists, glaring at the innocent Xiaoyan. "Little one, I seriously suspect you were toying with me. Do you dare to be a bit more specific?" Seeing the murderous expressions from the group, Xiaoyan nodded. "Tell me, what is the key to victory at the same level?" Damubai, with his impatient nature, was the first to respond. "Of course, it's the soul rings, martial souls, and soul bones." Xiaoyan nodded. "Correct? But not entirely. No matter how powerful a soul skill, if it cannot hit the target, it is futile. Just like Ma Hongjin's purple fire line, I can easily evade it and take advantage of the delay after he releases his soul skill to defeat him. It's not just soul skills, even Daimubai's punch can be dodged. Moreover, the control of soul power is crucial. Most soul masters rely on brute force, which is the most foolish approach. In truth, soul skills are merely a manifestation of soul power control." "Why do you keep mentioning Ma Hongjin?" Oscar interjected, now joining the group. Xiaoyan shrugged. "What can I say? He has the most fitting example at the moment." Xiaoyan continued. "Ma Hongjin's purple fire line is essentially a compression of flames. Ma Hongjin, I suggest you try rotating your fire line. Its power will surely increase significantly." Tang Sen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If my hidden weapons could spin at high speed, their lethality would elevate dramatically." Xiaoyan affirmed, "Exactly. Mastering techniques and soul power control are swift paths to enhancement. At times, one can even challenge opponents of higher levels." Chapter 24. Soul Flow. I'm merely offering you advice. It's not necessary to accelerate your soul power to high speeds. Compression and transformation can also be effective. Follow me, and I'll show you how I apply soul power. As he spoke, Xiaoyan unleashed his martial soul, the sword of judgment, leading the 7 of them outside. Ma Hongjin hesitated, but finally, as if making a momentous decision, gritted his teeth and declared, "Darn it. I'm going to miss another meal." Ning Rongrang chuckled. "Haha. I thought you had something significant to announce." Ma Hongjin countered, "Isn't eating significant? What is life without food?" Xiaowu cast a glance at Ma Hongjin and said, "Then take your time eating. We'll be on our way. By the time we return, you will be the weakest one. How can you still have the audacity not to feel embarrassed?" "Who said I wasn't going? I was merely reminiscing about my breakfast." "Oh, my beloved breakfast. Rest assured, I shall reclaim my appetite by noon." "Xiaoyi, what are you searching for?" Oscar inquired. Xiaoyi replied, "I'm looking for something sturdier. Otherwise, I won't be able to demonstrate." "Isn't a rock sufficient?" Ma Hongjin asked, bewildered. "Not at all. Just stacking rocks won't do," Xiaoyi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Daimubai nodded and said, "All right, leave it to me." With that, Daimubai began to stack the relatively flat stones into 2 towering columns, each standing about a meter high, nearly matching Xiaoyi's height. Xiaoyi took hold of the judgment sword and struck downward with great force against one of the columns. The sword only managed to sever the upper half, leaving the lower half unscathed, and the sword became lodged within the column, unable to progress further. Daimubai squinted slightly, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Xiaoyi withdrew the judgment sword and said, "As you all witnessed, I utilized my soul power and exerted my full strength. Yet I could only penetrate half a meter." Daimubai chuckled wryly. half a meter. Even without using my soul skills, I could only surpass you by a small margin at full strength, not to mention we are 6 years apart. Xiaoyi smiled and replied, Daigo, you mustn't underestimate yourself. I have mentioned before that my martial spirit is the judgment sword, renowned for its sharpness. Unlike you, whose weapon is a fist. The characteristic of a fist is to crush. My attack only affects a portion of the column, or perhaps I should say a line. Yet your fist impacts the entirety of the column. I can merely cleave the column in two, but you possess the capability to shatter it. Each has its own merits. Listening to Xiaoyi, Daimubai felt his spirits lift. Ah, I understand now. Xiaoyi continued, consider this. You are a close combat, high attack soul master, focusing on attack, defense, and technique. These three are your primary avenues for development. Your attack and defense are at the pinnacle among your peers, yet your technique is lacking rather, I should say. All of your techniques are deficient. You all seem to only know how to be tough, not to feel pain. Oh, I digress. Let's continue. As he spoke, Xiaoyi raised the judgment sword, his gaze growing increasingly solemn. Closing his eyes, he summoned his soul power. Soon, the judgment sword began to hum. And Tang San and the others observed as the blade trembled and emitted a red glow. Xiaoyi suddenly opened his eyes wide and struck down at another column. Thud. Contrary to expectations, there was no resounding crash, nor the sound of blade meeting stone. Instead, it resembled the delicate slicing of tofu. If one did not listen carefully, they could hardly perceive it. The judgment sword sliced through the column from top to bottom, even leaving a deep groove in the earth beneath it. At that moment, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, including the composed Tang San and the icy Zhu Shiqing. Remarkable. This fellow has concealed his abilities exceptionally well. Xiaoyi approached the severed column, examined the cut surface, shook his head, sighed, and murmured, Alas, I still have not mastered it. Hearing Xiaoyi's words, Daimubai's lips twitched in disbelief. What do you mean you haven't mastered it? Have I wasted these past few years? Not mastered it? Xiaoyi, you should count your blessings. Indeed, indeed. Be content. None of us could achieve what you just did. It's truly alarming how you've surpassed us. Ha. Don't be too hasty. Look here. Xiaoyi pointed at the cut surface of the column and explained, this demonstrates my application of soul power flow. As you all know, martial spirits are manifestations of soul power, maximizing our potential. I applied soul power at varying intensities along the blade of the judgment sword, forming serrated edges, and controlled the soul power to flow at high speeds to enhance its power, characterized by its ability to breach defenses. If I were to perfect this method of soul power flow, the cut surface of the column would be as smooth as a mirror. Yet, as you can see, this surface is quite rough and uneven, indicating you haven't mastered it? Zhu Shiqing interjected. Indeed, you are correct. Once I refine this technique to perfection, I shall be ready to take the next step. Xiaowu gasped. Next step? There's a next step? Xiaoyi nodded. Yes. It involves adding soul power vibration and compression to the foundation of soul power flow. My martial spirit is a sword, not a spear. Hence it is unsuitable for soul power rotation. However, this requires immense mental fortitude. Freak. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. I am not a freak. Besides, I have already shared the methods of becoming stronger with you all. Therefore, you shall inevitably become extraordinary. Xiaowu clenched her fist, saying, Xiaoyi, do you wish to be beaten? Not particularly. Then teach us more. Xiaoyi nodded. Very well. I shall explain to each of you in turn. I have read extensively since childhood and possess a considerable understanding of martial spirits. However, I need to know about your martial spirits, soul rings, soul skills, and abilities so that we may discuss them together. That's true. So everyone, please introduce yourselves in detail. Daimubai, being the eldest and with the longest time at the academy, spoke with authority. Let's begin the introductions. I am Daimubai, soon to be 15 years old. A level 37 close combat power type soul master. My martial spirit is the evil eye white tiger. My first soul ring is a century-old one, granting me the soul skill white tiger protection, which enhances my attack and defense. My second soul ring is also a century-old, with the soul skill white tiger's radiant wave, unleashing a powerful light wave with a shattering effect. My third soul ring is a millennium-old, granting me the white tiger diamond transformation, significantly boosting my attack and defense. Ning Rongrong smiled and added, How specific. We must be thorough, or it would be unfair to Daigo. Just as Xiaowu was about to speak, Oscar stepped forward. I am Oscar, 14 years old, a level 29 food system support type soul master. My martial spirit is, sausage. Both of my soul rings are century old. I won't elaborate on their names, My first soul skill restores stamina and soul power. My second soul skill removes negative effects, although it's not absolute. If the enemy's soul power is too high, it won't work. Chapter 25. 3 applications. Next was Tang San, who introduced himself. I am Tang San, 13 years old. With the martial spirit Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control-type soul master. I possess 2 century-old yellow soul rings, granting me the soul skills Entanglement and Parasitism. The former binds the enemy, while the latter allows Blue Silvergrass to parasitize the enemy. Additionally, I have some knowledge of movement techniques and hidden weapons. Dai Mubai inquired. Are those your hidden weapons? Tang San nodded slightly, not denying it. At this moment, Ma Hongjun interjected, let's finish with the boys first. I am Ma Hongjun. 12 years old, soon to be 13, your senior at Shrek Academy. My martial spirit is the Evil Fire Phoenix, a level 27 power-type soul master. I have 2 century-old soul rings. My first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, launches a purple fire line to attack enemies with an explosive effect. My second soul skill, Bathing in Fire Phoenix, boosts my attack and defense. After Ma Hongjun completed his introduction, Xiaowu eagerly interjected, as for Xiaoyi, he is indeed the youngest among us. I am Xiaowu, the dancer, age 12 and a half, with the martial soul of the soft-boned rabbit, a 29th level agility-type battle soul master. As for my soul rings, I shall refrain from elaborating, for we are all equipped with century-old rings. My first soul skill is Soft Technique, and my second is Charm, which specializes in control. Momentarily dazzling my enemies, it proves more effective against those with lesser strength, while it becomes less impactful against stronger opponents. Ning Rongrong, with a gentle smile, introduced herself. I am Ning Rongrong, just 12 years old, possessing the 7 treasure glazed Tao martial soul, and I am a 26th level support-type soul master. With my 2 soul rings, I can enhance the speed and strength attributes of my companions by approximately 30%. Zhu Qing, her expression is frosty as ice. Spoke in a calm manner, I am Zhu Qing, soon to be 12. My martial soul is the Nethercat, and I am a 27th level agility-type battle soul master. My first soul skill is Nether Piercing, allowing me to accelerate and strike my foes instantaneously. My second skill, Nether 100 Claws, unleashes 100 strikes in an instant, albeit with relatively low individual attack power. Xiaoyi chuckled, since you all have introduced yourselves, it would be quite impolite of me not to join in. I am Xiaoyi, 9 years old, with the martial soul of the Judgment Sword, a 21st level strength-type Grand Soul Master. My first soul skill is Sword Qi, which releases a blade of energy to sever the target. Should the target's defense be excessively high, it will reduce their defenses. My second soul skill, which is a millennium-old technique, enhances my attack, defense, and speed by 10% each. Remarkable! Someone exclaimed. Ah, well, this can be attributed to the nature of Xiaoyi's martial soul. It is well known that even when the same soul beast is involved, the enhancement provided by soul skills varies among different martial souls. This illustrates the disparity in martial soul's efficacy. As Tang San's expression grew somewhat somber, he soon regained his composure, likely due to the perceived inferiority of his own martial soul. However, unbeknownst to him, his martial soul was far more complex than he realized. Xiaoyi interrupted their thoughts, saying, allow me to elucidate my concepts further. I categorize the application of soul power into 3 types: vibration, flow, and rotation. The compression of soul power has been established for quite some time, serving as a fundamental capability for all soul masters. Vibration involves high-frequency oscillations upon contact with the enemy, necessitating a synergy between soul power and the body. This technique is suited for blunt weapon soul masters and close combat beast soul masters. Rotation entails high-speed spinning of soul power, achieving a strangulation effect through mere control of the soul power, suitable for those who project their soul skills externally. Flow allows soul power to move at high velocity, rendering it invincible, perfect for sharp weapon martial souls, such as my Judgment Sword, also requiring adept control of soul power. I have comprehended your unique attributes, and now I shall offer you several suggestions. First, Dai Dage, you must enhance your physical attributes without relying on your martial soul. Your soul skill amplifies attack and defense by percentage, so improving your physical capabilities will significantly increase the enhancement after utilizing your soul skill. If you aspire to grow stronger, from this moment onward, engage in weighted running and allow others to strike you. Dai Mubai, slightly bewildered, inquired, I understand the need to improve physical attributes, but why should I let others hit me? Xiaoyi responded calmly, it is, of course, to enhance your resilience to strikes. Weighted running will bolster your offense and speed. What expression is that? Do not think speed is unnecessary, otherwise, you will merely become a living target for others. I presume, given your temperament. It would be quite frustrating not to catch up to others. You must also practice your techniques. Consider how delightful it would be if others could not strike you. As for the timing, set it yourself. Next, you need to refine your control over soul power. As of now, you lack the capability for breakthroughs. You are an agility-type battle soul master, and your weapon is not limited to your fists. Your palms are also a weapon. Daimubai, puzzled, asked, palms? Indeed. But not just ordinary palms. Have you heard of the knife hand technique? Ah, are you suggesting that I could? Xiaoyi nodded, precisely. If you incorporate soul power compression, it would be even better. Daimubai appeared exceedingly excited, envisioning that he would soon possess a self-created soul skill. But he underestimated the need for prolonged practice to achieve this. Now, let's proceed from the strongest to the weakest. Oscar, and yes, Ning Rongrong as well. You two are both support type, so your shortcomings are similar. Tell me, what is the primary role of a support type? To assist teammates. Oscar replied, displaying an expression that suggested the answer was too obvious. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. How foolish. We support types have numerous weaknesses, without specialized soul skills. A support type soul master is merely a target on the battlefield, slow-moving and poorly defended, making them the first to be eliminated. Xiaoyi nodded, precisely. So, what do you believe you are lacking? Oscar remained silent, as he was limited in knowledge due to his upbringing in a mountain village. Ning Rongrong spoke up. As a support, there are only a few things we can do: assist our teammates at opportune moments and protect ourselves. Therefore, we must learn to multitask. Xiaoyi praised her, very insightful. On the battlefield, support types often serve as the decisive factor, their roles sometimes surpassing even those of control types. As you mentioned, protecting oneself is paramount, so you should focus on enhancing your stamina and speed. It is well known that support types are the weakest in one-on-one confrontations. Why? Because they lack offensive skills, leading to the perception that support soul masters are mere soft targets. But what if, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you possessed offensive skills? Offensive skills? Can we really? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. No support-type soul master aspired to be relegated to a role of perpetual support, yet circumstances often dictated otherwise. Tang Sen furrowed his brow and questioned, how is that possible? Even if they trained in offensive skills, it would inevitably detract from their cultivation, resulting in no achievements. Quality over quantity, after all. Xiaoyi, undeterred by Tang San's skepticism, chuckled and said, you are mistaken, San Ge. The offensive skills I intend to teach them rely on the principle of soul power control. While practicing these offensive skills, they will simultaneously enhance their soul power control, ensuring that no ounce of their soul power is wasted on the battlefield. This is also a form of cultivation, is it not? Tang San nodded slightly, no longer disputing the matter. If such skills truly existed, they would indeed be beneficial. Ning Rongrong, having longed for an offensive skill, was elated at Xiaoyi's assertion that it would not hinder her cultivation but rather enhance it. She could not afford to miss such an opportunity. What are we waiting for? Teach me quickly, she urged. Can we learn to? Xu Wu asked eagerly. Xiaoyi shook his head. This method is specifically tailored for support types. As battle soul masters, you have already embarked on your own paths. It is not about quantity, but quality. However, you may draw inspiration from it. At this moment, Xiaoyi felt a flush of embarrassment, stammering, actually, I have only developed the concept of soul power flow. I have yet to fully grasp vibration and rotation. Therefore, this is merely a hypothesis on my part. Ahem. But we must try, for what if it succeeds? As the group observed Xiaoyi's awkward demeanor, they inquired skeptically. Xiaoyi, you aren't merely jesting with us, are you? Yes. In truth. The offensive skills I wish to teach Ning Rongrong and Oscar are the foundational techniques you all should learn, Xiaoyi replied honestly. Ma Hongjun remarked. I suddenly feel as though you are jesting with us. Humph. Not at all. Just watch me. As he spoke, Xiaoyi raised his right hand, channeling his soul power into it. The atmosphere grew tense among the onlookers. It was exceedingly rare to achieve such a pure manifestation of soul power without the aid of soul techniques or extraordinary talents. The orb of soul power in Xiaoyi's hand began to rotate slowly, then increasingly faster, until it ultimately formed a vortex reminiscent of water. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyi muttered to himself, what is amiss? It should be a sphere. Why is it swirling like water? How can I achieve the desired strangulation effect? Daimubai and the others shook their heads. While the display of soul power was impressive, it was not what they sought. They intended to engage in weighted runs to enhance their speed and strength. Just as they took a few steps away, Xiaoyi burst into laughter, exclaiming, I understand now. Strangulation. Hearing his laughter, The group halted and turned to gaze at the seemingly deranged Xiaoyi. Lao Dai, come back. I figured it out. He called out. The group paused, whispering among themselves. Should we return? I'm not certain. Perhaps we should check. There's nothing pressing. Xiaowu clenched her fists and said, Speak. What have you discovered? If you dare to mock us, haha. I realize where I erred. It was in my arrogance. That too. I just thought, if the rotations are in the same direction, no matter how fast, it won't achieve the strangulation effect. But if they rotate in different directions, heh. The group was once again captivated by Xiaoyi's words. Stop teasing us. Just tell us. However, I cannot execute this myself. It remains merely a conjecture. Nonetheless, you might give it a try. Are you serious? Xiaoyi replied, I will share my thoughts. Firstly, focus the soul power in the palm, allowing it to rotate in a chaotic manner. Wait, chaotic rotation? What does that mean? Xiaoyi smiled. It means rotating in various directions, not just left or right, but also up and down, among others. Xiaowu could not help but interject. Is that even possible? Rotating in two directions is already challenging. Xiaoyi chuckled. Precisely because it is challenging, we should endeavor to learn. Moreover, do you not find it intriguing to push the limits? Imagine Ma Hongjin's first soul technique, Phoenix Fire Line. If it were to rotate chaotically, its power would rival that of a third soul technique. When compressed into an arrow shape, it could be comparable to a fourth soul technique. Damubai laughed. Haha. Excellent. I shall definitely learn this skill. Xiaoyi, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Lao Dai, this method may not suit you, nor anyone else lacking a projectile soul technique. Damubai, somewhat displeased, asked, why not? Naturally, one would be disheartened when they finally discover a skill they like, only to find it unsuitable. Xiaoyi explained. What I described earlier was merely an application of rotation. I mentioned that beyond this, there are also flow and vibration. Vibration and compression are more suited to you in Zhujiqing. Furthermore, the concept of soul power vibration is purely theoretical and presents a significant challenge. Concerned for herself, Zhu Zhuqing, despite her icy demeanor, inquired, why? Can beast martial souls not learn this? Yes, they can, but it may not be appropriate. Sister Zhu, you can see from your battle with Teacher Zhao that your weapon is your claws, specifically your fingers, which prioritize sharpness. If you were to apply soul power rotation to your fingers, their sharpness would be rendered ineffective, resulting in a loss. However, if you compress the soul power to your fingertips and vibrate it at high frequency upon contact, your attack would multiply severalfold. Even Damubai, under his third soul technique, would struggle to defend against it. Damubai instinctively took a step back, alarmed by the fierce look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Just like you, Lao Dai. Vibration and compression are your paths. Mastering both applications is optimal, otherwise, one risks overextending. Moreover, Damubai, do you wish to tread a different path from Zhu Zhuqing? As he spoke, Xiaoyi playfully winked at Damubai. Ning Rongrong pressed her finger to her lips and asked, Then why do you practice flow if you also wish to learn vibration and compression? Xiaoyi replied, Because I only require an attack. And my attack differs from Sister Zhuqing's, as it focuses on lines rather than points. Both flow and vibration can be utilized, given the advantages of my martial soul. Besides, I possess a second martial soul as well. Xiaowu glanced between them, then said, What about me and Sangu? We are the only ones left. She pouted slightly. And me, Ma Hongjin added. Xiaoyi scoffed, pigs. Xiaoyi has clearly stated that you're suited for rotation. I can hardly fathom how your physique can rotate. Xiaoyi interjected, All right, Sangu is an intelligent person who knows the path he wishes to pursue. And there is much I need to learn from him. As for Xiaowu, Sangu, you make the decision. Tang Sen pondered for a moment before stating, I choose vibration, Xiaowu, and I will select the same. Xiaoyi responded, Very well, I respect your choice. Let me clarify, Damubai, Tang San, Xiaowu. In Zhu Zhuqing, you will practice vibration, and I shall teach you shortly. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong will focus on rotation. Remember to rotate chaotically. Soul power compression is essential for everyone to learn, along with weighted training. From this day forth, each of you must wear an appropriate weight at all times, which must not be removed. Once you adapt fully, we shall increase the load. Over time, this will facilitate substantial strength enhancement. Damubai gestured toward Oscar and the others, saying, All right, you three may leave. We will study the vibration technique Xiaoyi mentioned. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Ma Hongjin interrupted. You've heard our training methods. Why should yours be kept from us? I demand to hear. Xiaoyi stopped the irate Damubai, saying if they wish to listen, let them. But remember, one cannot overreach. Understood, Ma Hongjun affirmed. Are you not joining us for a meal? Xiaoyu suddenly asked. After much hesitation, Ma Hongjun struck a noble pose and declared, well, breakfast is already gone. It is much better to be with you all. Huh, your righteous tone almost convinced me. Xiaoyu continued. Now, no more joking. Lao Dai, you four must listen closely. Controlling soul power vibration requires not only the mastery of soul power but also bodily control. Strictly speaking, this method of training is the most challenging. Splendid. I adore such challenges. Dai Mubai exclaimed excitedly. Oscar, feeling competitive, retorted, Humph. Let us see who masters it first. He shot a challenging glance at Dai Mubai. Very well. Let us compete to see who succeeds first. My vibration technique is far more difficult than your rotation. Dai Mubai, with his unyielding spirit, readily agreed. Deal. Xiaoyu sighed. May I speak now? Seeing no one object, Xiaoyu continued. I can only teach you the principles of soul power vibration. When striking an opponent, utilize soul power and physical prowess to create high-frequency vibrations, requiring the division of soul power into multiple portions. After some time, Xiaoyu elaborated on the methods of soul power rotation and vibration to the group. Dai Mubai and the others also embarked on their journey to refine their soul power control methods. Chapter 27. The Dean. The following dawn, Xiaoyu and Tang San set off together towards the dining hall. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a table overflowing with food in front of Ma Hongjun, while Dai Mubai watched him with a look of disdain. When Dai Mubai spotted Xiaoyu and Tang San, his expression brightened, revealing a sense of relief. He greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Xiaoyu, Tang San. Good morning, Xiaoyu replied courteously. Tang San nodded with a smile, acknowledging Dai Mubai. After collecting their breakfast, they sat down beside Dai Mubai, just as Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiaowu entered the hall. Xiaowu looked at Tang San with a pout, saying, Brother, I called out to you earlier. Didn't you hear me? I was planning to have you wait for me. After leaving the dormitory, she had spotted Tang San and Xiaoyu making their way into the dining hall and intended to stop them to walk together. However, despite calling out to Tang San multiple times, he did not respond, nor did Xiaoyu, which left her quite displeased. Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he apologized. I'm sorry, Xiaowu. I was chatting with Xiaoyu and didn't hear you. Hearing the struggles of their companions, Xiaoyu chuckled. It seems each of you carries your own burdens. Ning Rongrong nodded. Yes, but mine, along with Xiaowu and Zhuqing's, are relatively lighter. That's fine. Gradually adapt. Have you made any progress with the rotation of your soul power? Xiaoyu inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head. I have no clue. It's too difficult. I can barely manage to project my soul power. If it were easy, what would be the point? Dai Mubai, we are all newcomers. Could you enlighten us about the Academy's rules and courses? Dai Mubai replied, the Academy has no particularly strict regulations. In brief, one cannot engage in robbery. But fighting and gambling are encouraged. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Gambling at such a young age? This academy is intriguing. A playful smile graced his face. Dai Mubai elaborated. The teachers believe that gambling is a mental game that greatly enhances psychological resilience, observation, and judgment. Fighting must not result in death. And as long as one does not lose their pants in gambling, all is well. As for the curriculum, it will be adjusted according to our individual circumstances. However, I can assure you that the most crucial aspect of today's lesson is the collection of fees. The tuition fee for the academy is 100 gold coins. For you, as great soul masters, it should pose no difficulty. The soul master subsidies are provided by the Spirit Hall. But soul masters at the soul sect level and above cannot receive any subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, a mere handful of teachers would suffice to cover the academy's expenses. The Empire mandates that subsidies are merely to encourage and assist lower-level soul masters in their cultivation. Once one reaches level 40, they can enlist in the military or serve a powerful entity to earn a substantial income. However, the teachers at Shrek Academy prefer freedom and do not wish to serve others, hence the current financial straits. Ning Rongrong chuckled. How old are you to be talking about women? When it was time for class, the five of them arrived at the large playground, where the sleepily-eyed Oscar had also arrived, holding one of his homemade sausages. Previously, due to Xiaoyu's teaching, everyone had not paid much attention to Oscar. And after a day of preparing weighted items, he had not returned all night. Now, upon closer examination, they almost did not recognize him. Oscar was indeed quite handsome, with deep-set peach blossom eyes that gave him an enigmatic allure, a face resembling jade, and eyebrows of moderate thickness, adorned with a nonchalant smile. Your beard? Tang San stood beside Oscar, unable to resist pointing at his face. Oscar grinned, quickly finishing his sausage, and whispered, "There are a few new beauties. So I thought I should make myself look more spirited to catch their attention. You lack experience in this regard. Daimubai clearly has his eye on that chilly girl. Xiaowu is yours, and the rotund one's fiery disposition is hardly appealing to girls. Thus, my target is Ning Rongrong. You want to be competing with me. Will you?" Xiaoyi glanced at Oscar, curling his lip. "How old are you?" Oscar answered without hesitation, 14. "Why? My dad had me when he was 14. How remarkable. Brother Oscar, you should learn from your father." They laughed heartily. As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from another direction across the playground. Xiaoyi curiously scrutinized the man, wondering what kind of teacher he might be, while Tang San and Xiaowu's expressions grew somewhat uneasy. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s. With a robust build and distinctive facial features, his chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were broad, and his face was somewhat flat, complemented by a hooked nose. If one were to describe him with an object, it would be a pair of rigid black-framed glasses. Chapter 28. Abuse. Noticing Tang San and Xiaowu's discomfort, Xiaoyi inquired, "What have you done to provoke him?" "But surely, there is no need for worry. After all, he is merely the dean, and he cannot be so petty." Beside them, Oscar chuckled softly, "You're mistaken. Our Dean Flander is famously vengeful. Yet, his greatest virtue is his protectiveness." Flander cast a knowing glance at Oscar, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his brow. He approached the 7 students and halted before them. His voice, tinged with a gravelly charm, resonated. "This year is quite promising. We have gained 5 more little monsters. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I warmly welcome your arrival. Shortly, each of you will submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who handles finances. Daimubai, we have 5 new junior students. Please take the time to inform them of the Academy's rules. Then, return to rest and ensure you are in the best condition possible. The first class will commence tonight." Oscar's countenance fell, reluctantly stepping forward to salute Dean Flander. His mood brightened slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong approach his side. Xiaoyi noted the tenderness in Oscar's gaze towards Ning Rongrong and frowned. Flander waved his hand, saying, "The rest of you may go and rest. Before nightfall, reach your optimal state. Do not blame me for not warning you. The teaching methods here differ greatly from other places, and you will face real dangers." Watching Ning Rongrong depart, Xiaoyi followed suit. Flander paid little heed to the number of students present, addressing Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each individual possesses their own unique method of cultivation. Even with different martial souls, the cultivation approaches vary significantly. Therefore, what the Academy aims to teach you is not how to cultivate your martial soul, but how to utilize it, and how to better preserve yourself and assist your comrades in future battles. In essence, the most crucial skill for support-type individuals is the ability to escape, sometimes. Taking a single extra step can save your life. Thus, physical training is paramount for you. Flander's instruction could be summarized thus: "You have offended me. Now, take responsibility for it." Consequently, the two were compelled to run laps around the village. Indeed, Ning Rongrong acquiesced, dashing forth without hesitation. Oscar, his expression forlorn, followed suit. The village spanned at least 3 kilometers, and 20 laps constituted a rather daunting endeavor, although they possessed soul power exceeding level 20. Completing this task before noon proved torturous for auxiliary soul masters, who were known for their frail constitutions. For combat soul masters of the same level, traversing such a distance was no trivial matter. This was sheer cruelty. Why must Ning Rongrong run as well? Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow Ning Rongrong, curious to see how the 2 auxiliaries would manage such a lengthy route. He arrived at the village entrance, anticipating Oscar and Ning Rongrong's arrival, as this path was essential for their run. Time passed, and soon Xiaoyi spotted a figure gradually approaching in the distance. "They're here," he exclaimed. Why is it only Oscar? Where's Rongrong? Even if she runs slowly, she should have arrived by now." Chapter 29. The Little Witch. "How slow you are, Oscar," Xiaoyi remarked languidly. Oscar, having run for a while, was merely breathing slightly heavier. "Slow? I am not a combat soul master like you. What speed can I achieve? This pace is already commendable. And Rongrong? Is she lagging behind?" Xiaoyi murmured. "Rongrong? She has left. She will return shortly," Oscar replied, disappointment evident on his face. "What's wrong? You don't look well. What happened?" Xiaoyi inquired. Oscar sighed. "Alas. When Rongrong and I first began running, she was initially full of confidence. Upon learning how far one lap was, she refused to continue, claiming she was hungry and wanted to explore outside the school. With that, he took his leave." Xiaoyi frowned as he watched Oscar continue running away, shaking his head as he returned to the dormitory. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the conference hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an elegant demeanor that exuded warmth, sat in an emerald chair on the northern side of the hall. Before him, a young man knelt in respect. Reporting to the sect master, "The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and successfully enrolled," the young man stated reverently. The middle-aged man nodded and remarked with resignation, "It is perhaps beneficial for this little witch to venture outside. Otherwise, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be turned upside down. How fares Shrek Academy? There are 2 soul saints and several soul emperors at Shrek Academy, boasting top-notch teaching quality. The students they accept are indeed remarkable. I have conveyed your message to their principal," the young man replied. A faint smile graced the middle-aged man's face. "Very well, you may leave." "Yes, sect master," the young man replied before withdrawing. A powerful voice resonated throughout the hall, causing it to tremble. "Ningfengji, how can you bear to send Rongrong away? Can you truly trust her to be alone? What if something were to happen?" An elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the back hall, boldly taking a seat beside sect master Ningfengji. Ningfengji's expression revealed his helplessness. "Sword Uncle, do you think I wish for this? You and Dragon Uncle spoil her far too much. She has become almost insufferable at home. Allowing her to endure some education and hardships may instigate some changes. Otherwise, if she retains this temperament when marrying, her partner will hardly indulge her." Sword Uncle huffed with indignation. "Should any misfortune befall Rongrong, I will hold you accountable." "By the way, what did that matter?" Ningfengji shook his head. "The news has been delivered, but it seems the Pope is somewhat opposed." The elder sighed. "You haven't sought Rongrong's consent, have you? Knowing her temperament, if she were to discover she is to marry a stranger, she would likely go mad. Rongrong is your youngest child and your only daughter. Is it not cruel to treat her as a mere tool for an alliance?" Ningfengji understood that Sword Uncle had always opposed this marriage, yet he had his own plans. As a noble, one must be prepared for sacrifice. Moreover, the suitor is of good character. Even without love, he would not mistreat Rongrong. After all, love can be cultivated. "Very well, do as you wish. Should Rongrong suffer any grievances, I shall dismantle the Spirit Hall." As night descended, the sharp gaze of Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, scrutinized Oscar and Ning Rongrong. "Oscar, have you completed the 20 laps?" His piercing eyes instilled a sense of trepidation, making it difficult to meet his gaze. Xiaoyi glanced at Ning Rongrong, well aware that she had hardly run at all. After returning to the dormitory, his concern for her prompted him to check on her, and she only returned at dusk, signifying she had not run at all. Oscar nodded. "Principal, I have finished." Flander snorted coldly. "I inquired about you both, not just you. Do not attempt to play word games with me." At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar, her large, innocent eyes brimming with naivete. Disappointment washed over Xiaoyi as he shook his head. He realized that Ning Rongrong was not as virtuous as he had imagined. Selfishness is a human trait, but it remains fundamentally immoral. Oscar gritted his teeth and nodded. "Yes, we both completed the laps." "Excellent. Your camaraderie is commendable. Step forward," Flander ordered, gesturing towards the space before him. A bitter smile crossed Oscar's face as he approached Flander. Acknowledging one's mistakes is essential. Resistance will only exacerbate the punishment. Flander slowly raised his right hand, lightly patting Oscar's shoulder. "Since you are so amiable, you shall run an additional 20 laps. I have sealed your soul power. If you wish to be released from it, you are aware of the consequences." Oscar said nothing, merely nodding silently before turning to run outside. Flander's gaze shifted to the others as he spoke. "Do you not comprehend my reasoning? Why must he continue to run? Because Oscar lied. Regardless of the principle, a lie remains a lie. Sometimes, lying can be justified, but to shield another through deceit is unacceptable. You are all still children. Dishonesty is the worst of virtues. I hope you grasp this." As he spoke, his gaze shifted pointedly from Tang San and the others to the seemingly innocent Ning Rongrong, who appeared pitiable. "Tell me, did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning?" Ning Rongrong recognized the futility of concealment and felt no fear, nor did she fabricate a response. Crossing her arms, she replied haughtily, "No, I was hungry and could not run." "What? Am I not allowed to eat?" Flander smiled faintly. "So, you ventured outside the village alone, wandering all day, and then returned to find Oscar, correct?" Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes and retorted fiercely, "Flander, how dare you spy on me?" Flander's expression turned icy. "As the principal, I am responsible for every student at this academy. This is my duty, as well as that of all Shrek Academy's instructors. Disobedience leads to a singular outcome on the battlefield: death." The gentle expression on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of disdain and scorn. "This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. And you are not a general, you are merely the principal. Flander nodded and remarked, you are correct. This is indeed an academy. However, can you guarantee that you will not find yourself on the battlefield in the future? At this moment, you have two choices, either pack your belongings and leave, for you are unworthy to be a student here, or remain and demonstrate to me that you deserve to stay. Flander, who do you think you are? Merely a lowly soul sage. What right do you have to lecture me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong exuded an air of superiority, looking down upon everyone with disdain. Chapter 30. A blow to the pride. Flander, you are but a trifling soul sage. I advise you to show some respect. Yet, Flander was unfazed by her words. He merely smiled and replied, you are indeed correct. I am merely a humble soul sage. While there are many stronger than I in Douluo continent, I belong to the ranks of the powerful, and dealing with you would be a trivial matter. If I wished to confront you, it would require but a flick of my finger. Since you hold this place in contempt, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like you. Ning Rongrong sneered, you wish to expel me? I have no intention of leaving. I will do as I please. And no one dares to interfere, including you. From now on, mind your own business regarding my affairs, or you will face the consequences. Flander smiled nonchalantly. If I were to fear the consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and my word is law. Moreover, it is the responsibility of the principal to discipline students, is it not? Whether from a moral standpoint or any other perspective, I hold the upper hand. All you possess is your background. Without the 7 treasure glazed tile school, you are nothing. Now, leave. How could a young lady like you lower herself to a mere academy? Flander, how dare you? No one has ever dared to force me into anything I do not wish to do. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, embodying a fierce demeanor for a 12-year-old girl. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Isn't it an honor to be the first? Flander replied with a chuckle. I believe I am not the only one. Many individuals would dare to cross you, and they are right beside you. Ning Rongrong glared at her classmates, her eyes sharp, emanating a threatening aura. Flander smirked, in my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit is indeed one of the most powerful among auxiliary spirits, but due to your character, you only bring it shame. You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with anger. Throughout her life, she had always been the most gifted of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Even her father's talents did not compare. He had once declared her the most talented soul master in their lineage, the one most likely to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile. How could she tolerate Flander's assertion that she was inferior to anyone here? Am I speaking nonsense? Then tell me, which of those present is not stronger than you? Flander scoffed. I am an auxiliary soul master. Of course, I cannot compare to those battle soul masters. Yet, my role on the battlefield is undoubtedly more significant than theirs. With me, their strengths can be maximized, she retorted. Flander shook his finger at Ning Rongrong. That is merely your delusion. It is not the reality. With your character, you would only be cannon fodder on the battlefield. You have no companions, not a single one to whom you can entrust your back. Even your father would not dare to act recklessly without excellent companions. Given your disposition, do you believe you can find someone to whom you can completely entrust your safety? Ning Rongrong instinctively glanced at her former companions, her heart trembling as the familiar gazes turned foreign. She had concealed herself too deeply. Am I wrong? No. I am not wrong. I have always been alone, and no one wishes to be my friend. They are all a bunch of hypocrites. Ning Rongrong thought, her gaze toward others turning frigid. They are all about optimal spirit ring ratios. There is nothing more to discuss. Flander introduced each individual in turn, analyzing the strengths and talents of Xiaoyi and his companions, concluding that Ning Rongrong was the weakest. Finally, Flander stood before Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, at merely 9 years of age, your soul power has reached level 21. You are now at level 22? Xiaoyi nodded silently, his gaze shifting back to Ning Rongrong, thinking, so this is how the offspring of nobility behave. My sister is far superior. Flander smiled, continuing, you are progressing rapidly. The Judgment Sword martial spirit, your soul power is among the most profound I have encountered in soul masters. Your second soul ring is a millennium-old one, coupled with an external soul bone, and your swordsmanship is exceptional. Even a 3-ring soul sovereign would find it challenging to contend with you. You may even surpass Tang Sand and Xiao Wu, becoming the earliest to break through the mixed sovereign status in Shrek's history. Compared to them, you are nothing. Each of Flander's statements struck Ning Rongrong like a dagger, shattering her most cherished pride. She had always believed herself to be the finest on the continent. Yet now she found herself at the bottom. The disparity was insufferable. Ning Rongrong burst into tears and turned, rushing toward the dormitory. Flander scoffed. Were it not for the authority bestowed upon him by the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would not dare to confront this little demoness, otherwise. The sword Douluo would surely have his head. Flander remarked, "Very well, I have discreetly informed Oscar to comfort her. I believe that after today, she will undergo some transformation. Now, let us prepare to commence training." Chapter 31. The Battle Arena. Flander waved his hand, stating, "Let us depart. Follow me." With that, he lightly touched the ground with his toes and gracefully leaped forward toward the academy's exit. The group hastily followed. The swiftest among them was, of course, Douluo, whose soul power vastly exceeded the others, followed closely by Zhu Qing of the agility system. Xiaoyi, being the weakest in soul power and not belonging to the agility system, trailed behind, though he did not fall too far behind. Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, which was situated within the kingdom and faced no external threats, thus its gates were open at all hours. This was precisely why Flander had chosen this location to establish Shrek. Night had fallen, yet the vibrancy of Soto City rivaled that of the day. With stalls lining the streets offering a myriad of delights, creating a bustling and prosperous atmosphere. Little Wu, with her mischievous nature, could not remain still, her large, watery eyes scanning for anything interesting, sneaking closer to take a better look at anything that caught her fancy. Had it not been for Tang San's constant grip on her, she might very well have gotten lost. However, Xiaoyi had already strayed from the group. Play is a child's nature, and even Xiaoyi was no exception. It took considerable effort to locate him. For this incident, Flander had given him a thorough reprimanding, though whether it would have any effect remained uncertain. Flander stated, "Today, the place where you will attend class is over there." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point outward. Following his finger, they beheld a vast expanse of towering structures, reaching nearly 100 meters in height, immense and imposing, casting a profound silhouette against the night sky. From within that massive building, faint lights flickered. Flander calmly declared, "That is the Soto Great Battle Arena, where combat may even lead to death. However, you are all monsters, and you must adopt a monster's training regimen. Those who perish within are not monsters. If you are not a monster, you have no right to remain here. Do you understand?" At this point, he paused, speaking with gravitas. "The school can teach you many things, yet it cannot impart real combat experience. Such experience is gained through the crucible of battle, learning to fully utilize the skills you possess in the heat of conflict. The key to victory lies in one's experience. Many individuals are not inherently weak, yet they succumb due to a lack of practical combat experience. Without such experience, all other skills are rendered futile. Thus today, this place shall serve as your sanctuary. Here, numerous onlookers gather. Do not allow their presence to sway you. Is there a need to showcase your skills to others? It feels akin to performing for an audience." Flander shook his head and remarked, "While I too harbor reservations about the Grand Arena, it undeniably serves as one of the optimal avenues for your growth. The arena operates independently of the two major empires, established as a distinct entity by the 7 great sections. Soul masters who achieve fame here attract the favor of significant powers, benefiting both their current strength and future prospects." At this juncture, Flander's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The soul rings do not truly represent a soul master's ability. Challenging opponents of a higher rank is not unheard of. To prove oneself, victory is paramount. Others only regard the outcome, indifferent to the disparities in strength. The badges are categorized based on the quality of minerals, the lowest being the iron badge, followed by the copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond badges. There are a total of 8 levels. To ascend, one must win matches and earn points. Flander's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him, declaring, "Do not expect to graduate without securing a silver badge. Otherwise, I would find it quite embarrassing. Do not be misled into believing that obtaining a silver badge is a trivial task. Douluo has fought for a year, yet his points barely exceed 10. Primarily due to his challenges against higher-ranked soul masters for self-improvement. Without a series of victories, graduation could take at least a decade. Nevertheless, consecutive wins should not pose a challenge for you, should it? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, and we shall discuss the rest later." Chapter 32. The intent to kill. Registering for battles in the arena is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to pay 10 gold soul coins and fill out a form to receive the initial iron badge. The arena is also equipped to assess the soul power levels of soul masters, facilitating opponent selection during matches. The arena is divided into a main arena and several sub-arena venues. The main arena is reserved for individuals of noble standing, where competing soul masters are expected to be exceptional, delivering thrilling experiences for the audience. Those who have just registered or are yet to register are relegated to the sub-arena for their matches. Each victory not only earns points but also grants monetary rewards. Losses yield no rewards. The Soto Arena comprises 24 sub-arena venues, with 3 battle formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Although the arena is open to all, it is not free. This is part of their revenue-generating strategy. Nevertheless, many are willing to pay for the experience. While Soul Masters are the mainstream of Douluo continent, they still represent a small fraction of the population. Many ordinary individuals aspire to become Soul Masters. Since they cannot fulfill that dream, they seek to satiate their curiosity. Upon entering the resting area, others did not belittle Xiaoyi and his companions due to their youth. In this world, anything is possible. Tang San smiled gently, stating, "No problem. We are here to enhance our practical combat experience. Gaining more battle experience is always beneficial." He then conveyed his and Xiaoyi's intentions to Dai Mubai, who, naturally, did not object. As if reminded, his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhiqing. But alas, their martial souls were not of the same tier, making a 2-on-2 match unfeasible. Dai Mubai suggested, "Xiao San, take Xiaoyi to register for the 2-on-2 matches. The battles here should last a while longer. I wish to register for a solo 1-on-1. Xiaoyi announced. Dai Mubai pointed to another area, saying, "Over there. Let us proceed together. Fatty, Zhuqing, and I also have a match to partake in." Xiaoyi inquired, "Why isn't Sister Zhuqing participating in the 2-on-2? Dai Mubai remained silent, but Ma Hongjin interjected. Given Zhu Zhuqing's character, she would prefer to fight alone. Xiaoyi nodded. And the 4 approached the 1-on-1 registration desk, providing their names and soul power levels, with victors earning 10 gold soul coins. After registering, they awaited their matches. Remember, do not push yourselves. Learning to concede is also a form of progress, Dai Mubai advised as they departed. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others proceeded to their matches, leaving Xiaoyi as the last. After a considerable wait, the announcer's voice resounded. Next up, please welcome Xiaoyi from Shrek Academy to face off against Xia Lu. Xiaoyi, a level 22 Great Soul Master from Shrek Academy, would be up against Xia Lu, a level 29 opponent. Comparatively, I find myself favoring Xia Lu, as levels do not tell the whole story. Nevertheless, Xia Lu possesses a distinct advantage. What? Only level 22? Does he even stand a chance against a level 29? Wait. Look. This Xiaoyi can't be more than 10 years old, and with a mask, his appearance remains obscured. Indeed, but Xia Lu is already over 40 years old, with far more experience than Xiaoyi. I cannot fathom how the arena allowed these two to face each other. Tang San had just completed his match, watching Xiaoyi with a tense expression. Even for him, defeating a level 29 Great Soul Master without revealing his trump card would be a formidable challenge, especially against an opponent 7 levels higher. Xiaoyi disregarded the curious gazes and stepped onto the arena, where he spotted a middle-aged man glaring at him with disdain. Begin the match. Xia Lu, unfazed, said leisurely, "Kid, you might as well concede now. Otherwise, I assure you, I will show you no mercy." Xiaoyi remained composed, retorting, "Xia Lu, quite the lewd name you have. It holds depth." Xia Lu, often mocked for his name, despised such comments and erupted in anger. "Kid, since you seek your own demise, I will not grant you the opportunity to concede. You appear decent. I wonder if you have an older sister? No? That's fine. Having a mother suffices." Haha. Xia Lu's words, uttered in a fit of rage, were primarily a response to Xiaoyi's taunt. However, they inadvertently ignited Xiaoyi's fury. If one were to inquire who Xiaoyi valued most in this world, it would undoubtedly be his mother, Bi Bidong, and his sister, Qianren Xue. The fact that Xia Lu verbally insulted both was intolerable. Xiaoyi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Gone was the amiable Fade, replaced by an aura of lethal intent. Dai Mubai and the others had concluded their matches and awaited Xiaoyi. Tang San, behind the podium, spoke gravely. The intent to kill. Xiaoyi has taken lives, and not just one. Otherwise, such a palpable aura of death would not exist. It seems his mother and sister hold immense significance for him. Xia Lu is in for a rough time. Hearing Tang San's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. He has taken lives? The seemingly amiable, gentle, and at times mischievous Xiaoyi is killed? I now find myself intrigued by Xiaoyi's true identity. In the arena, Xia Lu was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily believing he was facing death itself. Suppressing his fear, he scoffed, "Humph. What are you playing at? Here I come." With that, he raised his fist and charged at Xiaoyi. Though furious, Xiaoyi maintained his composure. In combat, emotions are a significant factor. If you can force me to use my second soul technique, I will concede defeat. Chapter 33. The kill. If you can compel me to employ my second soul technique, I shall accept my defeat. As he spoke, Xiaoyi brandished the Sword of Judgment and charged towards Xiaolu. Xiaolu unleashed his first soul skill, Strength Enhancement, and swung his fist towards Xiaoyi. In comparison to Xiaolu, Xiaoyi appeared weak and feeble, and no one believed he could win, except for Tang San. Tang San, a time traveler who had lived 2 lives, understood that while murderous intent could be terrifying, the rarest quality was maintaining a calm heart amidst anger. As he watched Xiaolu's fist grow larger, Xiaoyi felt no fear, letting out a cold snort as the Sword of Judgment met the fist capable of shattering stone. With a loud bang, dust erupted from the ground, and both Xiaoyi and Xiaolu were sent flying backward, retreating the same distance. They were evenly matched. The phrase flashed through Tang San's mind, while the onlookers outside the arena were left open-mouthed in astonishment. A level 22 Soul Master, without using any soul skills, could contend equally with a level 29 Soul Master, a situation unheard of. Xiaoyi slowly stood up, aware of his own struggles. Although he had pushed Xiaolu back, he was still just a child. The recent clash had left him numb, while Xiaolu, at 40 years old, was hardly affected. Xiaolu examined the deep scratches on his fist and remarked, "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to hurt me, but this ends here." With that, the second yellow soul ring behind him shone brightly. Chain Monkey King Fist. Xiaolu unleashed a flurry of punches towards Xiaoyi. Knowing he could not afford to clash head-on, Xiaoyi gracefully dodged the phantom fists. Tang San observed the match and slowly said, in the same rank, "I'm no match for Xiaoyi. Even with hidden weapons, I would not be his opponent." What? Even the usually composed Zhu Qing showed signs of shock. Having just been defeated by Tang San, she held a high regard for his abilities. Dai Mubai understood Tang San's prowess well. Opponents of the same rank could hardly bring out his true strength, and even a 30-level Tang San could easily defeat a 3-ring Soul Master. For Tang San to say he was inferior to Xiaoyi indicated the high esteem in which he held him. Tang San explained, "You should be able to see that Xiaoyi is angry because of his mother and sister. Yet, in such a state, he can still maintain composure, which is commendable. Moreover, look at Xiaoyi's reflexes. Despite the numerous phantom punches from Xiaolu's second soul skill, none struck him. Even with my purple extreme magic eyes, I could not achieve that. He could easily evade my ordinary hidden weapons." Ma Hongjin interjected, "Even so, Xiaoyi is already at a disadvantage." Tang San, ever observant, chuckled and said, "Did you not notice? Xiaoyi's movements are somewhat stiff. I believe he is currently under a heavy load and is not utilizing the flow of his soul power. Even his soul skills are not being employed." Xiaowu, covering her mouth in disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother, are you saying that Xiaoyi is standing toe-to-toe with Xiaolu solely relying on swordsmanship and reflexes?" Tang San nodded. "It seems so. Although it pains me to admit, we are all overshadowed by Xiaoyi. It appears I need to intensify my training." "Indeed. I had initially removed the weights during the match. Let's start over. Reflexes, this is something that can be trained. That insufferable Xiaoyi has not even taught us about reflexes." Unbeknownst to Xiaoyi, his battle had ignited the fighting spirit among the Shrek members. At present, he was fully absorbed in the contest. Although Xiaoyi's reflexes were swift, he ultimately sustained a glancing blow. Xiaolu taunted, "Kid, are you looking down on me by not using your soul skills? Your arrogance may cost your mother her life." Xiaoyi's gaze turned cold. He had intended to play with Xiaolu a bit longer, but if he sought death, he would not be held accountable. With that, the yellow soul ring on the Sword of Judgment shone brightly as he activated his first soul skill, Sword Chi. From a distance, a wave of sword energy shot forth, and Xiaoyi's expression grew serious, as if he were manipulating something. Xiaolu, laughing heartily at the approaching sword energy, declared, "Ha ha ha. My martial soul has considerable defense. This sword energy cannot harm me." Confidently, Xiaolu unleashed his first soul skill, eagerly awaiting the sword energy's arrival, envisioning his victory. Humph. Trash. Suddenly, the sword energy pierced through Xiaolu's body, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Xiaolu, stunned, slowly collapsed, unable to comprehend why Xiaoyi, 7 levels lower, could deliver a fatal blow with just his first soul skill. Tang San, what just happened? Everyone turned to Tang San, who had become the Group S encyclopedia. Examining the exhausted Xiaoyi, Tang San replied, "Xiaoyi should not be panting after using just one soul skill. If I am not mistaken, that sword energy was produced through the flow and vibration of his soul power. He has mastered the technique of soul power vibration. Xiaolu is dead." What? Xiaoyi killed someone? The crowd's faces turned uneasy. After all, they were still children, and fearing death was natural. At that moment, the announcer's voice broke through the stunned silence of the audience. What an exhilarating battle. In the Douluo continent, possessing strong soul power does not necessarily equate to true strength. Today, Xiaoyi from Shrek Academy has proven this point. Now, I declare Xiaoyi the victor. With the announcer's proclamation, the audience erupted in excitement. Haha. That match was quite entertaining. It was wise not to attend the Soul Master event today. Indeed. But it is a pity for Xiao Lu. What is there to pity? Just hearing his name reveals he is not a good person. However, that Xiaoyi is impressive. Xiaoyi, panting heavily, shook his dizzy head. The recent soul skill had drained a considerable amount of his energy, utilizing both the flow and vibration of his soul power, resulting in significant mental fatigue. Xiaoyi smiled wryly. I overestimated my abilities. Forcibly using soul power vibration consumes too much mental energy. I should focus on perfecting the flow of my soul power first. One cannot chew more than they can swallow. I'll deal with compression and vibration later. Daimu Bai, Tang San, and the others ascended the arena. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Xiao shook his head. I'm fine, just fatigued mentally. I just need some rest. Have you all completed your matches? Yes. Only Zhu Zhuqing lost to Tang San, the rest won. Xiaoyi remarked, it's normal for someone like Tang San to defeat him. Don't speak as if you aren't extraordinary yourself. Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly. Well then, let us go. After collecting our gold soul coins, we should return to the academy. Our dean is quite the miser. Where is the dean? Tang San asked Daimu Bai. Where is the dean? Tang San inquired again. Ma Hongjun seemed to remember something and said, friends, you should head back first. Don't worry about me. I'll go find the dean. Daimu Bai, are you coming? He winked at Daimu Bai. Knowing about Ma Hongjun's notorious tendencies, the others understood where he intended to go. Shut up. I'm not going. Just leave. Daimu Bai shouted, casting a wary glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, oblivious, continued, what is wrong today? You used to take me there. Didn't you say women don't count as population but resources? Daimu Bai's face darkened. He couldn't understand how he ended up dealing with such an idiot. Get lost. I do not possess such poor taste as you. Ma Hongjun, feeling discontent, muttered under his breath and turned to leave. Big brother Dai. What has that lascivious fat man gone off to do? Xiao Wu inquired. Tang San replied, Xiao Wu, some matters are better left unknown. The usually taciturn Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly spoke up, stating coolly, indeed, men are all filthy. Xiao Wu chuckled and said, Sister Zhuqing, don't cast your net too wide. Tang San is quite pure, unlike Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun. Xiaoyi added, and me, I'm just a child. Daimu Bai retorted with annoyance, fine. Your Tang San may be virtuous, but we are all tainted. Is that satisfactory? And you, Xiaoyi, why are you trying to stir up trouble? Nevertheless, my taste surpasses that of the fat man. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed and stepped in front of Daimu Bai, questioning, you believe your taste is superior to his? Daimu Bai was momentarily taken aback, realizing his misstep. What does it matter? A difference in taste is merely a matter of perspective. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned to one of disdain and contempt. Being with you makes me feel ill. With that, she turned and walked away. The usually proud Daimu Bai could no longer contain his fury, shouting, stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him, quickening her pace as if to distance herself. Daimu Bai's chest heaved with rage. Anyone who provoked him at this moment would surely face dire consequences. Xiao Wu blinked and quietly asked Tang San. What is going on with them? Xiao shrugged. It seems that Big Brother Dai is genuinely smitten. However, that does not change the fact he has frequented dubious establishments. Sister Zhuqing finds it hard to accept him. But don't you think they've known each other for quite some time? Upon their return to Shrek Academy, they encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong waiting outside. Ning Rongrong had reverted to her gentle demeanor, seated on a large stone with her long legs dangling, appearing deep in thought. Oscar, however, wore a grim expression, his gaze toward Ning Rongrong filled with disappointment and resentment. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to everyone, heading straight back to her dormitory. Daimu Bai's expression was equally dark. He still had pent-up anger to release. What are you doing here? He asked, his eyes glinting coldly. Ning Rongrong jumped off the stone. Replying, of course, I was waiting for you. What else could I do? Why did you return so late? Where are Flinder and Ma Hongjun? Xiaoyi, aware of Daimu Bai's volatile mood, hastily replied, they had matters to attend to and will not return tonight. Before he could finish, Daimu Bai interrupted. Have you made up your mind? Will you leave or stay? Ning Rongrong answered without hesitation, of course, I will stay. This place is far more entertaining than the sect. And must you always be so cold? Let me guess, oh, did you suffer a loss at Sister Zhuqing's hand? How ironic that Oscar claims you are a master in romance yet cannot manage a mere girl, now that her true nature had been exposed. There was no need to hide it. Observing Zhu Zhuqing and Daimu Bai's interactions, Ning Rongrong's intelligence easily deduced what had transpired. Daimu Bai's eyes sparkled with an ominous light. The name Zhu Zhuqing had become a taboo for him today. Ning Rongrong, Do not attempt to provoke my wrath. This is the academy, not your home. No one will indulge you here. Beware, for I may retaliate in ways you cannot foresee. Ning Rongrong laughed. Oh, how frightening. Come on. I want to see how you would harm me. Daimubai could no longer suppress his fury. A powerful aura erupted from him, causing Ning Rongrong to be flung back almost instantly. Enough. Xiaoyi stepped forward, catching the startled Ning Rongrong and steadying her. Big brother Dai, we are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility. Although Dai Mubai's display of soul power was not a direct attack, it still caused Xiaoyi's blood to surge, leaving him astonished at the true extent of Dai Mubai's strength. All right, Xiaoyi, I shall show you leniency. Ning Rongrong, remember this, should there be a next time. I will not care who you are. Angering me will lead to dire consequences. With that, he stormed back to his dormitory. Ning Rongrong, who had never before endured such humiliation, could not tolerate it. Dai Mubai had genuinely intended to harm her. Although Xiaoyi had caught her, the physical pain lingered, fueling her resentment. She glared at Dai Mubai's retreating figure. Xiaoyi. Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and suddenly called out his name. Xiaoyi, fatigued from recent competitions and feeling lightheaded, looked at her with concern. Help me kill him. I want him dead. No one has ever dared to lay a hand on me. If you kill him, you shall be a distinguished guest of our 7-treasure glazed tile school, with financial rewards and unconditional support. Everyone stared at Ning Rongrong in disbelief. They had not expected this seemingly gentle girl to harbor such murderous intent. As one of the top 7 sects in the world, the 7-treasure glazed tile school could elevate any soul master's status on the Douluo continent. Xiaoyi shook his head and approached Ning Rongrong, gazing deeply into her eyes. Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be acquired with money and power. Wealth merely enriches life. You may be affluent and influential, but ask yourself, are you truly happy? We are classmates, and it is our duty to support one another. Yet your pride has driven you to contemplate murder. If you continue to act superior and dismissive, I suggest you leave this place and find an academy that will coddle you, allowing you to live a life of mediocrity. Do you have any idea how powerful the 7-treasure glazed tile school is? Ning Rongrong glared at him defiantly. Tang Xin frowned and interjected. What does that have to do with us? Xiaoyi, Xiaowu, let us leave. We are simply not of the same ilk. Xiaowu glanced at Ning Rongrong with pity before following Tang Xin, while Xiaoyi remained, calmly observing Ning Rongrong. Sometimes, a tranquil gaze can wield the most devastating power. Watching Tang Xin and Xiaowu depart, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, her eyes becoming vacant. The pity reflected in Xiaowu's gaze and the calmness in Xiaoyi's eyes struck her harder than Dai Mubai's actions. She sobbed softly, the tears streaming down her face. After a long silence, Xiaoyi finally spoke. Do you understand why Xiaowu's eyes were filled with pity? Ning Rongrong remained silent. And Xiaoyi continued, it is because your character will be your downfall. Your father speaks the truth. Your talent is indeed exceptional, even among the entirety of the continent. However, your disposition may lead you to lose friendships. Without companions by your side, even the strongest individual is merely a decorative piece. From the moment I arrived at Shrek Academy, I started observing everyone. Initially, like others, I perceived you as a gentle and considerate elder sister. Yet, you conceal your true self too deeply. On the surface, we are your friends, but in your eyes, we are nothing more than your servants. To be frank, even if you were to face bullying, your father would not retaliate against us. With his cunning, he would never lower himself to quarrel with a bunch of children. Perhaps your father is using this as an opportunity to cultivate you. To cultivate me? Ning Rongrong lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. But a glimmer of hope emerged. Xiaoyi nodded. You are the most gifted of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and it is highly likely that you will become its future leader. Those who achieve greatness do not possess a character like yours. He wishes for you to change. But your father adores you too much. He cannot bear to strike or scold you. Thus, he sent you here. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could sneak away? Ning Rongrong, somewhat astonished, replied, How did you know I slipped away? Xiaoyi smiled faintly, a guess. Your nature would never allow you to remain in a sect devoid of friends, and with your fearlessness, sneaking away is quite normal. It seems my intuition was correct. Are you here to mock me? To ridicule my self-importance? Certainly not. I have never mocked others. I do not idle away my time seeking amusement and deriding others. Xiaoyi stated. Ning Rongrong suddenly displayed a scornful expression and asked, So, have you agreed to my condition? Help me kill Dai Mubai? I understand you, after all. With so many eyes watching, you wouldn't dare to agree to me. Offending me is tantamount to offending the 7-treasure glazed tile school. And anyone who does so will meet a terrible fate. Xiaoyi chuckled, though the tension in his forehead revealed the inner turmoil he was suppressing. I would love to strike someone. An utterly unreasonable woman. Xiaoyi remarked blandly. It appears you have completely forgotten the dean's words today. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is powerful, but that does not mean you are powerful. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul is the strongest. Yet that does not grant you superiority. Ultimately, you are merely a capricious and weak support. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at Xiaoyi, who raised his sword, glancing at the judgment sword near her neck. For the first time in her life, Ning Rongrong felt the proximity of death. Chapter 36. Shared Slumber. Ning Rongrong felt acutely how close death was to her. Sister Rongrong, do you know? Regardless of your status, anyone in this academy can easily kill you, including Oscar. In other words, you are the weakest here, until you master the rotation of your soul power. You pose no threat to any Soul Master-esque attack. And you, in such a weak state, think of killing? How absurd. Xiaoyi withdrew the judgment sword from Ning Rongrong's neck, allowing her to notice a strand of hair resting quietly on the blade. Collecting the severed hair, he smiled. Here. No one will assist you. To achieve your goals, you must rely on yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you succeed. This strand of hair symbolizes your former self. The current you must learn to change, rather than expect others to accommodate you. You must show your teammates that you can support them, that they can trust you. Only then will you truly integrate into this collective. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is formidable, but it is weakest in one-on-one combat. Alone, you can accomplish nothing. Thus, try to trust your companions. Ning Rongrong genuinely wept this time, shedding her pretentious demeanor as a noble lady, observing the tremors in her shoulders. Xiaoyi realized that Ning Rongrong had begun to understand what she needed to do, perhaps marking the beginning of her transformation. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Altering Ning Rongrong's character is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Perhaps Flender's expectations were too high. However, one cannot fall them. A monstrous dean must possess a monstrous mindset. Approaching Ning Rongrong, ready to drape her with a garment, he was taken aback as she suddenly leapt forward, burying her face in his chest and weeping uncontrollably. Xiaoyi instinctively embraced her, a smile gracing his lips. This feeling is delightful. Though Xiaoyi was slightly shorter than Ning Rongrong at that moment, she felt his small frame was remarkably broad. I was truly mistaken. After some time, Ning Rongrong calmed down, yet she did not release her hold on Xiaoyi. Sister Rongrong? Sister Rongrong? Xiaoyi gently pushed Ning Rongrong away to discover that she had fallen asleep, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, bestowing upon her a dreamlike beauty. He found himself entranced. Children often succumb to sleep after crying. How much more so during the night? Xiaoyi gazed at his attire, dampened by Ning Rongrong's tears. Amusement etched on his face. At that moment, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing had already drifted off. And Xiaoyi deemed it inappropriate to disturb their rest for Ning Rongrong's sake, lest Tang San and Dai Mubai grow displeased. Returning to his dormitory? It was a splendid idea, yet Xiaoyi dismissed it. Could he truly leave Ning Rongrong alone? That would be far from chivalrous. With no other choice. A flash from the watch on his wrist, do not mind the details, this watch is unlike any in reality, conjured a tint on the ground, ensuring Ning Rongrong would not suffer from the cold. This watch was a soul guide device gifted by Bibi Dong when Xiaoyi departed from the spirit hall. It could display time or store items upon infusing soul power. The tent and blankets were prepared by Qian Rinxue, who, knowing her brother was embarking on a long journey, certainly understood what to pack. Though some distance remained between them, their relationship had improved significantly. Gently placing Ning Rongrong into the tent, he retrieved 2 blankets, one laid beneath her for comfort, while the other was draped over her for warmth. After arranging Ning Rongrong comfortably, Xiaoyi sat beside her for a moment, preparing to rise and depart. However, as he stood, he inadvertently brushed against Ning Rongrong, who instinctively wrapped her arm around his waist, clutching him tightly as though fearing the loss of a precious treasure. Xiaoyi frowned and attempted to extricate himself. Following the sound, he noticed the pained expression on Ning Rongrong's face, reminiscent of someone trapped in a nightmare. Returning to her side, he found her furrowed brow easing. Yet, as he rose again, her brow knitted once more. Xiaoyi sighed. It seemed Ning Rongrong had subconsciously begun to rely on him, a troubling sign indeed. Though he could meditate and cultivate through the night, Xiaoyi found himself favoring restful slumber. After all, children are prone to drowsiness. Ning Rongrong continued to cling to Xiaoyi's waist while he remained motionless beside her. Soon, he felt a chill and sought refuge beneath the blanket, leaning against Ning Rongrong. Thus, they shared the same bed, albeit without shedding their clothes. After all, what could a 9-year-old truly do? Unbeknownst to Xiaoyi, as he nestled into the blanket, a smile crept upon Ning Rongrong's lips. The following morning, Tang San completed his training early. Glancing at Xiaoyi's empty bed and realizing that he had not returned for the night, Tang San paid it no mind. Within the academy, Xiaoyi was exceedingly safe. Upon reaching the rooftop to practice the purple extreme magic eye, I had just finished my training when I inadvertently discovered a tent beside a stone not far from the village entrance. It was evident that Xiaoyi was there. "Brother," a delicate voice called out, and Xiaowu hurried towards me. Tang San jumped down from the roof and asked, "What is the matter, Xiaowu?" Xiaowu, appearing disheveled, wore a look of concern on her face. "Brother, Rongrong is missing. I thought she would return after causing a ruckus yesterday, but I haven't seen her since I woke up this morning." Tang San looked at Xiaowu with a strange expression and teased, "Could it be that you slept too soundly? It's possible she returned and left early for something." Xiaowu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, no longer scolding Tang San as she had in the past, indicating that she was genuinely worried this time. "No, brother, Zhu Qing was meditating all night. If Rongrong had returned, she would have known. Rongrong truly has come back." Tang San recalled the tent he had just seen, his expression becoming a mix of unease and intrigue. "It's fine. Rongrong is safe. The academy is quite secure. There will be people looking after her. I must find her." Xiaowu insisted, still uneasy about Rongrong. Despite Rongrong's headstrong nature, she was still a companion. "I will accompany you," Tang San replied. Not only could he witness something extraordinary, but he could also support Xiaowu. What could be better? Thankfully, Oscar was still training. Otherwise, things might have been different. Seeing the mischievous smile on Tang San's face, Xiaowu remarked, "Brother, why do you look so wicked?" It's nothing. Xiaowu, you go call Zhu Qing, and I will find Dai Mubai. The more, the merrier." Xiaowu looked at Tang San in surprise. The usually solitary Tang San was advocating for teamwork. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he urged, "All right, hurry along." Xiaowu nodded and went to find Zhu Qing. Tang San watched her retreating figure with a faint smile before seeking out Dai Mubai. How exciting! Before long, Xiaowu returned with Zhu Qing, while Tang San brought along Dai Mubai and, unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun. Although Tang San hadn't intended to invite him, he insisted on coming along, and his expression revealed that he had enjoyed himself the previous night. Zhu Qing still wore a cold demeanor towards Dai Mubai, who was equally displeased, while Ma Hongjun appeared lethargic, munching on a chicken leg. Why hadn't they brought Oscar? Because he was still training, and Tang San didn't want to provoke him. Tang San led the group to the front of the tent. "Brother, is Rongrong inside?" "Yes. I stumbled upon this while practicing," Tang San replied, omitting the fact that Xiaoyi hadn't returned the previous night, clearly eager to discover what lay within. "Why not take a look and find out?" Ma Hongjun suggested with a lewd grin, reaching for the tent zipper. Smack! Xiaoyu swatted his hand away. "What if Rongrong isn't dressed? Wouldn't that be taking advantage of her? You men should step aside. I'll handle this." After dismissing the three males, Xiaowu pulled open the zipper. Rustle. Chapter 37. Ambiguous Situations. Rongrong, you, Xiaowu gasped, her mouth agape as she peered inside the tent. Her exclamation drew everyone's attention. And the three previously dismissed returned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Inside the tent, Xiaoyi lay bare on one side, concealed beneath a blanket, leaving his attire uncertain. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had one delicate arm draped around Xiaoyi's neck, her head resting on his shoulder, her slender legs nestled against his, though clothed in a dress. The visual impact on the onlookers was striking. The two entwined in slumber resembled celestial lovers, while Tang San and his companions felt like intruders. Although Tang San had his suspicions, witnessing the scene firsthand left him momentarily incredulous. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Xiaoyi suppressed her shock, regaining composure as she calmly zipped up the tent. "All right, let us go. It's impolite to disturb them." Tang San readily concurred with Xiaowu's decision. Zhu Qing turned to leave, needing time to collect herself. Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Qing's departing figure, his expression fluctuating, while Ma Hongjun coughed. "I still want to see." Before he could finish, a startled cry echoed from within the tent. That morning, Xiaoyu woke, murmuring to himself, "Ugh, it feels heavy today. I didn't sleep well." He felt an odd sensation and called out, "Rongrong, where are my clothes?" Searching for his garments, he found them crumpled in a corner, and memories of the previous night flooded back. Exhausted, he had climbed into bed without a second thought, adhering to his habit of never wearing damp clothing. His outfit had become wet from Ning Rongrong's tears, and in his daze, he had removed it, with the night breeze blowing. Even the best tent couldn't keep out the chill. Sensing the cold, Ning Rongrong had instinctively embraced Xiaoyi, who, feeling the draft, had not pushed her away, resulting in the morning's predicament. However, others viewed the situation differently. Though Xiaoyi was not yet 10, anything could happen on the continent. What if he matured early? One must remember that the norms of Douluo continent differed from those of ordinary people. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding arose, one that could not be easily clarified. As Xiaoyi sat up, Ning Rongrong, who had been resting on his shoulder, slipped down. Awakened, she blinked at the sight of Xiaoyi's bare form, exclaiming, "Xiaoyi, why aren't you dressed? You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Xiaoyi forced a smile, explaining, "What could I possibly do? I'm only 9, and besides, I still have my pants on." Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing unzipped the tent, leaving the two inside at a loss. Xiaoyi, flustered, called out to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, "Please, let me explain. It's not what you think." Daimubai chuckled, "Don't worry. We know it's not your fault. It was bound to happen someday." Ma Hongjun chimed in mischievously, "Exactly, Xiaoyi. I'm also experienced in such matters. You don't understand at all. Tang San is the only one who gets it," Xiaoyi said. His gaze falling on Tang San, disappointment etched across his face. Yet, in the next moment, he was left speechless. "All right, let us go. We shouldn't linger here." Tang San suggested, "Xiaoyi, we'll help you get an excuse for class." "Fine. Think what you will. As long as you're happy, that's enough." Tang San chuckled, realizing he had recently become quite cunning, often contemplating ways to tease others. Xiaowu quietly approached Ning Rongrong, whispering, "Rongrong, those men are too dirty-minded. You must tell me what happened between you and Xiao last night." Ning Rongrong was about to retort but suddenly blushed and nodded, whispering, "We did everything except the last step." At that moment, Xiaoyi was preoccupied with Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong's soft voice went unheard. Tang San, however, was momentarily taken aback. His keen hearing allowed him to catch Ning Rongrong's words, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated their relationship progressing so swiftly. Yet the astute Tang San was oblivious to the fact that this was a deliberate ploy by Ning Rongrong for him to overhear. Xiaowu, momentarily dazed, regained her composure and attempted to walk away, only to veer off course. As she passed by Zhu Zhuqing, she whispered something in her ear, causing Zhu Zhuqing to stiffen and follow suit. Shortly thereafter, Xiaowu returned, pulling on Tang San's ear and dragging him away. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged mischievous glances at Xiaoyi, giving him a thumbs up, their eyes then darting towards the bashful Ning Rongrong before they too departed, exchanging knowing winks. At that moment, Xiaoyi realized that no explanation would suffice. Ning Rongrong watched the retreating figures with a smile. She was fully aware of everything that transpired the previous night, recognizing Xiaoyi's fatigue as he burrowed into his blankets, and that nothing had unfolded between them. However, she harbored her own intentions. She aimed to cultivate misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Xiaoyi. This endeavor was not arduous, especially in the presence of seasoned individuals like Daimubai and Ma Hongjun. There existed a stipulation within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that the Soul Masters of the Seven Treasure Linglong Tower must seek a formidable attack-type Soul Master as their partner. In this manner, both would complement each other, ensuring an invincible standing. Although Xiaoyi's appearance was unremarkable, his strength was formidable, and with his self-developed theories, he was bound to attract countless admirers in the future. Moreover, his aura suggested a commendable background. Even if it were inferior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would not be by much, rendering them a well-matched pair. Now, Ning Rongrong's objective was to secure Xiaoyi's affections, although Xiaoyi felt no romantic inclination towards her. The prolonged misunderstandings, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, would eventually lead to ambiguity. This would cultivate a subconscious belief among their peers that Ning Rongrong and Xiaoyi were indeed a couple. Thus, even if Xiaoyi did not harbor feelings for her, he would not easily forget her. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong did not despise Xiaoyi. On the contrary, she held a fondness for him. Hence, the misunderstanding served as a catalyst rather than an impediment. While this misunderstanding may seem unjust to Xiaoyi, one must be ruthless in the pursuit of desires. Xiaoyi observed Ning Rongrong's rosy cheeks and radiant smile, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. As he stowed the tent into his soul guide, he inquired, "Shall we dine together?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong responded, her face aglow with a brilliant smile that resembled a stunning lotus blooming in the sweltering summer sun, captivating Xiaoyi. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a transformation within her. She was no longer the willful and unreasonable young lady, but rather a radiant and cheerful girl. It must be said that Ning Rongrong was exceptionally beautiful, alluring enough to stir even the heart of the 9-year-old Xiaoyi. Clearing his throat and shaking his head as if to dispel the image of Ning Rongrong from his mind, they arrived at the cafeteria, where all eyes were fixed upon them with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at Xiaoyi, feeling a bit flustered upon realizing he was also observing her. Eventually, she managed a shy smile in his direction. Xiaoyi sighed. It appeared that Ning Rongrong had no intention of clarifying their relationship. He recognized that his explanations would be futile, so he decided to let it be. When did I become so charming? Chapter 38. Genius. A sly chuckle disrupted Xiaoyi's reverie. Come, Xiaoyi. You must be exhausted. Eat more. Ma Hongjun exclaimed without restraint. He knew that Xiaoyi had not crossed any boundaries with Ning Rongrong. Initially, he and Dai Mubai simply wished to tease Xiaoyi. However, Tang San had just informed them that Xiaoyi had not yet achieved the final breakthrough, implying that he had completed all the preceding steps. This revelation astonished both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, resulting in a delightful misunderstanding. Ning Rongrong, overhearing Ma Hongjun's jests, squirmed awkwardly. In the past, she would have retaliated with a punch, but now she adopted a more demure demeanor, further convincing everyone that the misunderstanding was genuine. Xiaoyi found himself at a loss for words. It seems that Rongrong merely has a fondness for me. It hardly qualifies as affection. As long as I remain steadfast, this will come to an end eventually. Time has a way of resolving all matters. With this thought, Xiaoyi regained his composure, though a frown soon returned to his face. That sister will eventually forget me, won't she? Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, he remarked, Hey, fatty. You seem different today. Unbeknownst to them, upon hearing Xiaoyi's comment, everyone turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, who appeared notably refreshed, as if he had shed several pounds. Ma Hongjun nodded and replied softly, Of course. Yesterday's troubles have mostly dissipated. I doubt I'll be venturing out in the next few days. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing, saying, Perfect. You can keep watch in the dormitory while I seek out those twin sisters. A forced relationship is never sweet. It's best to savor what you have. Zhu Qing's expression shifted slightly, though she remained silent. Everyone, apart from Ma Hongjun, sensed the peculiar tension in the air. Ning Rongrong gently linked her arm with Xiaoyi's and declared, Our relationship is quite good. Xiaoyi's lips twitched. You think I care? Good relationship? Ignoring Ning Rongrong, he turned his attention to the visibly troubled Dai Mubai and asked, How is your soul power training progressing? With the conversation shifting back to serious matters, they finally regained some normalcy. I'll go first. My vibration technique is progressing well, though the frequency and amplitude need improvement. Xiaoyi nodded, offering praise. Indeed. For only a few days of training, this is already commendable. A genius. Tang San added, I am about on par with Daigyo. Xiaolu is similar as well. However, I wonder if we can apply the vibrations to an enemy's body. If we vibrate both internally and externally, the impact should increase. Tang San's words sparked a glimmer in Xiaoyi's eyes. That's an excellent thought. Rotational and flow techniques may also be viable. Haha. Thank you, third brother. Tang San nodded appreciatively. Rotational techniques are feasible? I'll give that a try, Ma Hongjun remarked. Currently, my rotational direction is limited to one way, though occasionally I can manage a few variations. Ning Rongrong was also practicing the rotational aspect of her soul power, but she had been too preoccupied with leisure over the past few days, having little time for practice. Thus, she could only learn on the fly. Raising her right hand, she projected her soul power outward, gradually rotating it and slowly increasing the speed. Pop! As her soul power dispersed from her hand, Ning Rongrong pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi grimaced. What are you looking at me for? I didn't cause it. Unable to withstand Ning Rongrong's misty-eyed gaze, Xiaoyi relented. Don't rush it. Take your time and practice by lowering the rotation speed first. Yes. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Ning Rongrong's face brightened with joy. Zhu Qing remarked, My vibration practice has been fairly decent. I've grasped some key concepts. Her icy demeanor was reminiscent of the chill of midwinter. Once they exited the cafeteria, they arrived at the training grounds, the designated location for today's lessons. Once again, it was the esteemed Dean Flinder who would instruct them. Tang San and the others waited a full quarter of an hour before the dean finally strolled in. Flinder's gaze quickly fell upon Ning Rongrong, though he refrained from addressing her, as today was meant for their second lesson. Oscar, where are you? Still sleeping in? Xiaoyi hurriedly interjected. He was still meditating when I left this morning. Perhaps he's still in a trance and hasn't awakened yet. Go fetch him. How old is he now? Still so undisciplined. No sooner had he spoken than Oscar rushed over from the direction of the dormitory. However, there was no sign of panic on his face due to the tardiness. Instead, it was brimming with excitement. Dean, allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached the 30th level. What? Oscar, who was a year younger than Dai Mubai, was merely 14 years old. At such a young age, attaining a spirit power of level 30 surpassed the majority of so-called geniuses. Moreover, Food-type martial souls were universally acknowledged as the most challenging to cultivate. Correspondingly, they were also the most sought after, for they could serve as sustenance when hunger struck. Haha. Indeed, I, Oscar, am a prodigy. By the way, Shui, look. As he spoke, spirit power gathered in the palm of his hand, gradually forming a swirling vortex composed of spirit energy. The energies within the vortex spun left and right. While the speed was not rapid, he could nonetheless control the rotation in both directions. Shui picked up a small stone and tossed it into the vortex. Watching as it slowly sank, while some powder gathered at Oscar's feet. Flender stared at the vortex of spirit power in Oscar's hand, his mind racing. He too could create a vortex, but only in one direction. Although it seemed that bidirectional control merely added an extra dimension. The difficulty was sufficient to confound 99% of spirit masters. A genius. Flender's eyes sparkled, and in that moment, he felt a sense of breakthrough. Shui gazed at Oscar with a slight smile. Given Oscar's excellence and his affection for Ningrongrong, perhaps she would not cling to him any longer. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chapter 39, Conditions. Resolute in his decision, Shui turned to Ningrongrong, observing her expression of surprise and envy. He sighed with relief, yet felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Wow, incredible! In just a few days, you have reached this level. Well done, Oscar. Impressive. You are far stronger than I am. It seems I must work harder. My own spirit shock has yet to show any promise. Shui smiled at Oscar, then sighed again. With Oscar's remarkable abilities, Ningrongrong should be drawn to him, thereby leaving him be. Huh? Why am I sighing? Flender's eyes brightened. Excellent, excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the Academy. Moreover, you have devised an application for spirit power. I assure you, your name will be etched in history. Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Dean. It was Shui who taught us. At first, we didn't believe it. Flender's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Shui? Ningrongrong clung to Shui's arm, adding, Indeed. Dean, the rotation of Oscar's spirit power is merely one of many applications. Ignoring Ningrongrong's resentful gaze, Shui withdrew his arm, scratching his head awkwardly. Actually, it's not that many. Flender interjected, Oh, just 3? Well, 3 isn't too many, is it? 3. That is hardly a small feat. For an ordinary person to manage even one is commendable, yet you have achieved 3? Flender's expression transitioned from stoic to exuberant. Ningrongrong was in the process of adjusting her character, but that did not mean she had changed entirely. Hey, why are you yelling? Are we competing to see who can shout the loudest? Flender's lips twitched as he thought, in a shouting contest, I cannot compete with you. All right, today's class begins now. Flender's voice brought everyone back from their congratulations to Oscar. Today's lesson was straightforward. Each of you must consume at least 1 sausage made from Oscar's spirit power. Oscar's heart was already brimming with joy, his eyes gleaming with mischief, and he paid special attention to Ningrongrong. Shui frowned, feeling inexplicably displeased by Oscar's gaze. Ningrongrong, sensing Oscar's attention, frowned in distaste and retreated to Shui's side. As Shui relaxed, she suddenly embraced him. You. Shui was taken aback by Ningrongrong's boldness and attempted to push her away, but to no avail. Ningrongrong let out a soft huff, feeling the softness in her grasp. Shui froze for a moment, glancing down in shock. I am sorry, I didn't mean to. It turned out he had touched where he should not have. Although Ningrongrong had not developed as much as Zhu Zhuqing, there was still a slight curve. Ningrongrong's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, her lips parting slightly. It's fine, Shui. Shui was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Could it be that Rongrong truly likes me? Is it because of last night's forceful comfort? Hey, are you all done? Flender interrupted. Ningrongrong disregarded him, remaining attached to Shui, who found himself unable to push her away. Resigned, he accepted the situation, as it was rather comfortable. Oscar observed the pair and sighed, realizing they were not on the same wavelength. He began to recite his soul incantation. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. 1 thick and 1 thin. 2 distinctly flavored sausages appeared in Oscar's palm. With a grin, he asked, Who wants some first? Shui looked at Ningrongrong, who was still clinging to him. Rongrong, why don't you give it a try? That feels so strange. I don't want to eat his food. Ma Hongjun approached with a lewd grin. Not going to eat Oscar's? Then do you want to try Xiaoyi's? Ma Hongjun was braced for a reaction, yet Ningrongrong hesitated to act, stealing a glance. He noticed her face was flushed. No way, could it be that she really wants to eat? Tang San had not lied to him. Xiaoyi's expression darkened. Ningrongrong was causing quite the stir. Ningrongrong looked at Xiaoyi and said, If you want me to eat, You must agree to one condition. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, realizing he couldn't refuse her request without agreeing, so he relented. All right, but I won't do anything I don't want to do. Ning Rongrong immediately protested. Huh? What good is that condition if you don't want to do it? I'd be at a disadvantage. After consideration, Xiaoyi replied. How about this? It must be agreed upon by Dai Mubai and the others. Fine. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, walking over to take 2 sausages, swallowing them down and gagging a few times. Chapter 40, Bodyguard. Oscar tentatively asked, Are you hungry? Ning Rongrong licked her pink lips, a gentle smile grazing her face. I'm starving, you fool. Don't forget, you owe me a chance, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi sighed in exasperation. Dealing with this young lady was quite the task. Once everyone had struggled to consume the sausages, Flinder nodded with satisfaction. Remember, living is the ultimate principle. Only by surviving can you pursue your desires. As long as you live, you can eat whatever you want, drink whatever you wish, and use whatever you need. Life itself is the true capital. Oscar has broken through to the spirit ancestor level and requires a spirit ring. Tomorrow, Zhao Wujing will take you to the Star Doe forest to hunt a spirit beast for him, but he will not assist you. The hunting of spirit beasts will be solely your responsibility, and you should ignore him along the way. Do not presume that Zhao Wujing's presence grants you the freedom to act as you please. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. Oscar and Tang San returned to their dormitory. Originally, Xiaoyi was also supposed to head back, but Ning Rongrong insisted on taking him away, citing the need for cultivation. Xiaoyi, please teach me about cultivation, she implored. Oscar is catching up to me. In truth, he has always been above you. This thought lingered in Xiaoyi's mind unspoken. Otherwise, it would only provoke Ning Rongrong's unreasonable antics. With a sense of helplessness, Xiaoyi replied, You already know the methods of cultivation, and in some aspects, you understand them better than I do. What can I teach you? The reason you are not as good as Oscar is simply due to your laziness. You cannot blame others. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaoyi with a hint of grievance. I am just too tired. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyi nearly erupted. Tired? Aside from infants, you are the most idle person on the continent. All right then, focus on your cultivation. Look at Oscar. Don't you envy him? A little envious. But I still have confidence in myself. In the evening, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Oh, Xiaoyi, I never expected your guess to be correct. By manipulating the right hand, I can create 2 opposing whirlpools that gradually merge. After just half a day's practice, I've achieved a dual rotation, albeit only slightly. Xiaoyi, being a child, couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Actually, I was merely speculating. I thought it would fizzle out entirely. I never anticipated success. With more practice, I am sure I can surpass Oscar. In any case, if you have questions in the future, just ask me. A glint of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she smiled slightly. You said that, so I will be relying on you from now on. Xiaoyi's expression instantly froze. Rongrong, I'm quite foolish, haha. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The moment he finished speaking, Xiaoyi fled in haste, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Watching Xiaoyi's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong smiled, her expression slightly domineering as she murmured to herself. Xiaoyi, you cannot escape. Once I set my sights on someone, no one can take them away. While Xiaoyi was on his way back to the dormitory, he suddenly turned around, frowning. Why do I always feel like someone is following me? Is it just my imagination? As Xiaoyi walked away, a figure gradually emerged from the thicket, wiping the virtual sweat from their brow. Alas, the young master's perception is truly sharp. I almost thought I was discovered. Another voice echoed from the void beside the shadow. Humph. Though the young master is a genius, he remains too weak. If it weren't for your carelessness, I wouldn't have to waste soul power to assist you. Hey, old ghost, what do you mean? Stealth is your specialty. My martial spirit is not suited for concealment, which is why I was detected. So, a titled Douluo was discovered by a great soul master? Right, the Pope has summoned us back. The old ghost materialized from the void. What happened? Yueguan, is the young master no longer in need of protection? Yueguan nodded. The grand offering persuaded the Pope, allowing the young master to train on his own. We can check in occasionally. That's enough of that. Let us go. That Ning Rongrong has an extraordinary relationship with the young master. If he is in trouble, she will not remain uninvolved. Very well. Just then, a somewhat childish voice chimed in. Yes, you both can go. I can manage on my own. All right then, we shall take our leave. Huh? What is this? Xiaoyi scoffed. What is this? It's me. Young master? Yueguan, after a moment of shock, burst into laughter. Old ghost, it seems you have also been discovered. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right for being lazy. Young master, how did you know we were here? The old ghost shot a glare at Yueguan. Xiaoi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for your unstable state of mind, I wouldn't have noticed you. As for how I discovered you, I want to tell you. Are you angry? Waving his hand dismissively, he said, Uncles, you should head back. I can take care of myself now. I must leave. I still need to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow. That is not okay. Yueguan interjected, his composure slipping. What? The Douluo forest? Young master, you cannot go. It's too dangerous. The ghost did not speak but wore an expression filled with concern. Neither of them were soft-hearted individuals, yet over the years, Xiaoyi's charm had endeared him to them, stirring feelings of compassion in the childless pair. Naturally, they were reluctant to see Xiaoi take risks. Seeing their attitude, Xiaoi felt a touch of gratitude but remained resolute. All right, uncles, there will be soul saints accompanying me. The chances of danger are minimal. Besides, we will only be at the outermost edge of the Douluo forest. Before Yueguan could finish, he was interrupted by the ghost. That still doesn't matter. Xiaoi sighed, revealing 2 soul rings, one yellow and one blue. Uncle Gui, I hunted a Millennium Soul beast when I was merely at level 20. You must have seen it. I need to grow. Very well, but do exercise caution. The Pope is still awaiting your return. Here, take this. He handed over a soul guiding device. It can shield you from a full force strike from a soul emperor. This item holds little value for me. As he spoke, Gui may produced a mask. Thank you, Uncle Gui. Xiaoi understood that although this object might not be of great utility to the title Douluo, it undoubtedly possessed significant meaning. Otherwise, a title Douluo would not carry it with them. Yueguan interjected, All right, old ghost, let us proceed. Xiaoi, be careful in all things. Xiaoi's eyes glistened with moisture as he bid farewell to Ghost Uncle and Chrysanthemum Uncle. After parting ways with the 2 titled Douluos, Xiaoi returned to the dormitory, greeted by 2 pairs of curious eyes. Chapter 41. Understanding one's heart upon entering the dormitory, Xiaoi was immediately met with inquisitive glances. What did they call you for, Xiaoi? Rongrong inquired. Indeed. Did you do anything today? Xiaoi involuntarily twitched his lips, pondering if their thoughts could be a tad more innocent. Oscar, I can understand, but Tang-san, why are you joining in the ruckus? Tang-san seemed oblivious, pressing on. So, what happened? Guess. All right, get ready. We have to venture into the Douluo forest tomorrow. TCH. We are all set. We just need you, and Ning Rongrong. Oscar's tone was devoid of disappointment, leaving Xiaoi perplexed. Oscar, don't you have feelings for Ning Rongrong? Xiaoi blurted out his lingering doubt. Oscar's expression remained unchanged as he replied, Isn't it because of you? Besides, my feelings for her are not that deep, you know. Moreover, her temperament is not to my liking. Too fiery. And there are countless beautiful women. If it doesn't work out, I can always seek another. Xiaoi felt a flicker of delight, yet he solemnly remarked, People can change. At that moment, Tang-san interjected, Xiaoi, why do I sense you're trying to matchmake Oscar and Ning Rongrong? Are you contemplating infidelity? Xiaoi's countenance darkened significantly. Tang-san, you scoundrel. Tang-san remained unfazed. Then why are you encouraging Oscar to pursue Ning Rongrong? Because Xiaoi hesitated, unable to voice the truth that he felt no affection for Ning Rongrong. Tang-san chuckled, for he had known from the start that Xiaoi held no feelings for her, yet he was determined to unite them. Firstly, Ning Rongrong had intentions. Secondly, Xiaoi's background was commendable, making them a suitable match. And thirdly, the most crucial point was that Ning Rongrong and Xiaoi had shared a bed, albeit innocently, which had already influenced their relationship. Xiaoi remained unfazed, but if Ning Rongrong were to marry someone else in the future, their shared past would be hard to explain. Thus, Tang-san aimed to bring Xiaoi and Ning Rongrong together, and the rumors circulating became a catalyst for Tang-san's plans. He intended to use this to his advantage. Simultaneously, he noticed that Xiaoi's feelings for Ning Rongrong had subtly shifted after that night. Now, Tang-san's goal was to help Xiaoi recognize his true feelings. At this tender age, it was crucial for a child to receive attention. In a few years, as they reached the age of budding emotions, it was hard to believe Xiaoi would remain unmoved. Tang-san's thoughts coincidentally mirrored those of Ning Rongrong. Tang-san patted Xiaoi's shoulder. Xiaoi, whether Ning Rongrong is sincere, I cannot say. But don't you think you should question your own heart? If you truly have no feelings, would you be willing if Rongrong were to be with someone else? Xiaoi lowered his head, glancing at Oscar, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Oscar had not entirely relinquished his feelings. Would Xiaoi be willing to relinquish Rongrong to Oscar? This is so annoying. I don't want to think about it. I need to focus on my training. observing Xiaoyi close his eyes and feign meditation. Tang San shook his head, knowing that Xiaoyi was still blind to his own heart and unable to achieve tranquility, thus rendering his training ineffective. Tang San glanced at Oscar and said, Oscar, since Xiaoyi has no interest in Ning Rongrong, it's your turn now, with a wink at Oscar. The latter immediately caught on and declared loudly, well then, I want to hold back. Rongrong has changed quite a bit. I'll pursue her right away. You dare. Did I say I was okay with that? Xiaoyi sprang up from his bed, glaring at Oscar, only to be taken aback. Why was he reacting so vehemently? Did he truly have feelings for Rongrong? Tang San smiled slightly. So, does that mean you do? I don't need your concern. Xiaoyi retorted with a hint of pride. Tang San waved his hand dismissively. All right. I want tea medal. Ha. Humph. Xiaoyi scoffed, sitting aside, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke up. Brother San, do you think my feelings for Ning Rongrong are too shallow? Tang San pondered for a moment and replied. I only know that Rongrong is serious this time, while you may not be. You merely have a fondness for her. To truly understand your feelings. A period of separation will reveal all. A period of separation? If either you or Rongrong's heart changes, then your feelings may not stand strong. However, I can assure you that you are likely to be the first to change. You make me sound like a scoundrel, as if you aren't one. The following morning. After breakfast, as everyone gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujie awaited them. All right, let's set off. The Stardow Forest is fraught with danger. Always stay vigilant, avoid carelessness. Refrain from igniting fires, and never engage in internal strife. After his speech, the group commenced their journey. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong was advised against using her soul power, which she was more than happy to comply with, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiaoyi, a gentle smile grazing her lips. Having been guided by Tang San, Xiaoyi occasionally stole glances at Ning Rongrong, never straying more than 10 meters from her side. Ning Rongrong noticed Xiaoyi's furtive glances, her heart swelling with unspoken sweetness. With Oscar's assistance, they covered over 400 kilometers by nightfall, drawing ever closer to the Stardow Forest. Upon entering a town of considerable size, bustling with vendors selling Soul Master supplies, it was evident that this locale thrived on the influx of Soul Masters preparing for their ventures into the forest, where many had met their demise. Creatures from the forest also traded their pelts and other goods here, adding to the town's vibrancy. After selecting an inn, Zhao Wujie ascended the stairs with a command, while the children, having ventured out, were eager to relish the local delicacies. Chapter 42. Displaying affection. The academy had a policy that teachers would neither incur any expenses for students nor accept any favors from them, maintaining a clear and unpretentious stance. Damn it, fatty, you order the food, you have the best appetite, Dai Mubai grumbled. Of course, today you're treating as a welcome for the new students. Don't worry, boss Dai, I want to hold back, Ma Hongjun readily complied. Dai Mubai, being generous, replied, relax, it's just one meal. I can afford it. But do take it easy. Ignoring Ma Hongjun and the others, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on one arm, quietly observing Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi gradually felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, his face flushing momentarily before he regained his composure. At this point, the restaurant had filled to about 60 or 70% capacity when suddenly a group of 8 entered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly around 20 years of age. Each of them bore a blue circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with the characters Zhanghui. Their attire suggested they were clearly Soul Masters. Contrasting with Xiaoyi and his companions, who were dressed casually, while the newcomers appeared more formally attired, indicating they hailed from a certain academy of Soul Masters. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurried over, bowing and scraping with excessive courtesy. Hey, that girl is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the sole female of Zhanghui Academy. While she was indeed beautiful, she could not quite compare to Ning Rongrong or Xiaowu in terms of looks. However, her mature figure certainly surpassed the developing young girls. To Ma Hongjun, a mature body held more allure than mere facial beauty, and despite his attempts to suppress his desires, he found it challenging to resist. Xiaoyi could no longer stand by and said, Hongjun, maintain your image. Here, take this tissue to wipe your mouth. My apologies, I lost my composure. Ma Hongjun replied. By the way, this academy is rather arrogant. Dai Mubai scoffed. It's just a small Zhanghui academy. What is so boastful about it? Neither Ma Hongjun nor Dai Mubai lowered their voices, and despite the restaurant's clamor, their words reached the ears of the group's leader. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly. Looks like we have a show to watch. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring, What show? Oscar whispered. This is part of our training. Dean Flander once said that a soul master who fears trouble is not a true soul master. As the saying goes, avoiding conflict indicates mediocrity. Besides, provoking fellow soul masters is the safest option. At worst, it leads to a brawl, which poses no real danger. Xiaoyi interjected. So, you provoke others just to get beaten up? Oscar corrected him. No, it's about beating others, not getting beaten. In other words, you're itching for a fight? Absolutely. With Xiaoyi's consent, Oscar felt a surge of excitement. However, Xiaoyi's next statement caused him to lose his composure. Then you go alone. The rest of us didn't express any desire to fight. The unspoken implication was clear to everyone. Xiaoyi intended to accompany Ning Rongrong, though Xiaoyi spoke nonchalantly. His face betrayed a hint of crimson. This was a deliberate move on Xiaoyi's part, though he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ning Rongrong, listening to Xiaoyi, found herself momentarily dazed, puzzled by the sudden shift in his attitude within just a day. She was not naive. She had long sensed Xiaoyi's indifference, merely acknowledging her presence. Yet, she had genuinely developed feelings for this younger man, hoping time would foster deeper emotions. To her surprise, he now spoke such words, albeit unfinished. In truth, Xiaoyi harbored other intentions, wishing to gauge whether Ning Rongrong was merely toying with his affections. Some strong-willed women tended to regard disinterest as a challenge, seeking the thrill of conquest only to discard their prize afterward. Fearing Ning Rongrong might be such a person, he decided to test her sincerity. To his relief, Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly, gazing deeply into his eyes. Previously, Xiaoyi's aloof demeanor had made her hesitant, but with his newfound openness, she felt emboldened. Clinging tightly to Xiaoyi's arm, she declared, "Let them handle the fighting. We'll ignore it, and I'll be with you." Xiaoyi could distinctly sense Ning Rongrong's excitement, joy, and surprise. She was genuinely smitten at a time when a young girl craved comfort. It was the opportune moment for someone to enter her heart. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted. "Hey, enough already. Take your love show home." Ma Hongjun, who often vented his frustrations, found it unbearable to witness the affectionate display between the two. Chapter 43, Conflict. Ma Hongjun was increasingly irked by public displays of affection. "If you want to show affection, do it at home, not in front of me." Tang San delivered a hefty punch to Ma Hongjun. "Shut up. I haven't had enough of the view." Xiaoyi, you two continue." However, Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong were hardly in the mood for romance now. Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand from Xiaoyi's grasp, her previously bold demeanor now replaced by a shy blush. Xiaoyi, feeling even more awkward and uncertain of how to proceed, sought to vent his frustration on Ma Hongjun. One young man from Songhui Academy stood up, heading straight toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, knew he was a soul master of higher rank. Utilizing his spiritual perception, he recognized that this young man's cultivation level fell beneath his own. If he were to be outmaneuvered, he would be the subject of ridicule among his peers. The young man, glancing around, ultimately set his sights on Xiaoyi. In his mind, despite Xiaoyi's remarkable talent, a 9-year-old child posed no significant threat. He intended to teach this group a lesson about the consequences of underestimating their seniors. As Xiaoyi engaged in a scuffle with Ma Hongjun, the young man prepared to strike, catching Xiaoyi off guard, making him vulnerable to being knocked down. Though the impact might not have been harmful, it would nonetheless be humiliating. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anxiety. She was uncertain about the young man's abilities and naturally worried for Xiaoyi, who was only at the mid-20s level. Xiaoyi noticed the young man as well but chose to ignore him, confident that someone would intervene. For instance, certain combative individuals. Just as the young man launched his kick, Dai Mubai sprang into action. With a temper like a tiger, he had already been simmering with frustration from the recent events, and he would not let such an opportunity for retaliation slip away. He swiftly intercepted the young man's kick aimed at Xiaoyi, employing his soul shock technique, which rendered the young man's leg numb. Had Dai Mubai fully mastered it, that leg might have been rendered useless. In the spirit of reciprocity, Dai Mubai executed a punch toward the young man, who was caught off guard and doubled over, propelled backward. The middle-aged leader of Songhui Academy's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly rose to catch the young man, who turned pale and coughed up blood, appearing considerably weakened. Standing tall, Dai Mubai stretched casually, remarking, "I truly apologize. I lost control." The malevolent gaze of the white tiger was unmistakable, his face adorned with disdain and contempt, radiating an air of arrogance that made him appear exceedingly obnoxious. As for Dai Mubai's provocation, it was clear that he had not yet had his fill of conflict. The restaurant buzzed with commotion, most patrons keeping their distance from the two groups to avoid collateral damage, yet many lingered nearby, excitement evident on their faces. Typically, Witnessing a duel between soul masters necessitated a visit to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a considerable cost. Thus, the opportunity to witness such a spectacle for free was exhilarating for the common folk. Upon seeing their comrade injured, the remaining 6 students glared fiercely at Shrek Academy's table, itching to rush over, but were halted by a middle-aged man. He helped the fallen youth to a seat, his expression stern as he called out to Daimobai, demanding to know which academy they belonged to. Daimobai's eyes sparkled with a wicked light as he retorted, "You are not worthy to inquire." With that, he returned to his seat. At that moment, the food was served, and the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun wasted no time, swiftly abandoning Xiaoyi to indulge at the table. As he devoured his meal, he remarked, the taste is decent, though slightly undercooked. It'll suffice." Between Ning Rongrong and Xiaoyi, an air of awkwardness lingered, with Ma Hongjun seated between them, oblivious to the glances aimed at him. He remained blissfully unaware that he was the very beacon illuminating the darkness. After Xiaoyi expressed his feelings, a certain distance had grown between the two. A natural consequence of their youth, such matters could not easily be broached. Human beings often find that candor can lead to a sense of vulnerability and awkwardness, akin to the way a friendship may falter when romantic feelings emerge. Nevertheless, as Sanyu suggested, it is generally better to be forthright about one's affections, if unspoken. The likelihood of success is nearly non-existent. The teacher from Songhui Academy, witnessing the disregard from the group of youngsters, felt a surge of indignation. As a well-regarded soul master, he had never experienced such disrespect. With a face flushed with anger, he demanded they be taught a lesson. The students from Songhui Academy eagerly awaited his command, and under his guidance, they encircled Ma Hongjun, save for the girl he had his eye on and the injured youth. "Fighting? I relish it," exclaimed Xiaowu, springing from her seat with unbridled enthusiasm. Tang San offered a wry smile, recognizing his sister's penchant for brawling. Xiaoyi glanced at the voraciously eating Ma Hongjun and then stole a glance at Ning Rongrong, reflecting on the intensity of their adversary's intentions. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, food was clearly paramount, and he would likely seek physical activity after his meal. Indeed, once Ma Hongjun finished his feast with a whirlwind of energy, he dashed toward the arena, leaving Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong blushing and unsure of what to do. Despite the Songhui Academy students being around 20 years of age, their strongest member barely reached level 28, a commendable feat on the continent but laughable in the eyes of Shrek Academy. Thus, the skirmish concluded swiftly. During the fray, Xiaoyi noticed the opponent's soul rings, nearly all possessing a white 10-year soul ring. "Stop!" The Songhui Academy teacher finally interjected, raising a hand to his students, commanding them to withdraw. Internally, he was both shocked and resentful, having once held pride in his students, only to see them compared unfavorably to others. "I am Yujichio, the Director of External Affairs at Songhui Academy. May I inquire as to which academy you represent?" he asked. "We are from Shrek Academy," Ma Hongjun replied, casting a bold glance at the sole female student from Songhui Academy. Yujichio hesitated, a contemplative expression crossing his face, clearly unfamiliar with the name Shrek Academy. "Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it." Daimobai scoffed. "That speaks to your ignorance." Recognizing their lack of significant backing, Yujichio no longer hesitated. With a flash of determination, he summoned his martial spirit, the Shin Gui, embodying it with an imposing presence. His 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, revealed him to be a formidable soul king, a level far superior to that of mere great soul masters. With eloquence, he admonished, "You children are ignorant. Refrain from speaking recklessly. Summon your teacher." The rotund Ma Hongjun retorted, "You old turtle. Do you really think you can meet our teacher? We can handle you ourselves." Yujichio, whose martial spirit was indeed a turtle, took great offense at the remark, an affront he could not easily dismiss. "Very well. I shall educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, his imposing figure a mix of humor and strength. Ning Rongrong, observing Xiaoyi's rapt attention on the battlefield, muttered an exasperated fool, before suggesting, "Shall we go take a look?" Xiaoyi, feeling a bit bashful, approached Ning Rongrong, hesitated momentarily, then nervously grasped her delicate hand. "Let us go," he said, his heart racing and voice trembling, his face flushed with embarrassment. Ning Rongrong, noticing his discomfort, smiled and led him outside, seizing the opportunity to shift the topic. "Do you think Daimobai and the others can win? After all, that old turtle is a soul king." Old turtle?" Xiaoyi's mind was in disarray, oblivious to the change in how Ning Rongrong addressed him, now calling him "me." His focus shifted entirely from the battle to the hand he held. Feeling rather dismissive of the ongoing conflict around them, As the battle raged outside, the bond between Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong was also igniting with fervor. Chapter 44. I do not understand love. Xiao Yi held Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, his attention wholly diverted from the battlefield, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, Ning Rongrong, though her eyes were on the clash, betrayed her inner turmoil through her dreamy gaze and rosy cheeks, reflecting her own confusion over the rapid shift in Xiao Yi's demeanor. Eventually, she found solace in the realization that it no longer mattered. Despite Xiao Yi's ambiguous expression of feelings, she understood he had developed affection for her, secure in her family's strength from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She felt confident he wouldn't escape her grasp. If necessary, she'd simply bind him. With this thought, Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, approving of her plan. Of course, this was predicated on her ignorance of Xiao Yi's true identity as the young master of the spirit hall, Jin Xiao Yi. Unconsciously squeezing Ning Rongrong's soft hand, she felt a flush of warmth spread through her, her ears turning crimson. As he gazed at the charming Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi could not help but smile. A thought surfacing in his mind, being with her was tea so bad after all. Ning Rongrong's eyes darted away shyly as she inquired, "What are you laughing at?" At that moment, Xiao Yi, perhaps feeling more liberated than usual, teased, "I'm laughing at you, Rongrong." Taken aback, Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Typically, Xiao Yi addressed her as Sister Rongrong, and even after his earlier confession, that term of endearment had not changed. Regardless, the title Sister Rongrong lacked the intimacy that simply calling her Rongrong conveyed. Though she seldom expressed it, Ning Rongrong was deeply affected by this distinction. Now, with Xiao Yi calling her by her name, it signified his heartfelt acceptance of her. In response to Xiao Yi's puzzled yet melancholic gaze, Ning Rongrong freed herself from his grasp. Suddenly, she leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder, silently weeping. With a quivering voice, she said, "I've been waiting a long time for those 2 words." It took Xiao Yi a considerable while to react. His heart aching yet brimming with affection. Embracing Ning Rongrong's slender waist, he inhaled the sweet fragrance of her youth and, filled with remorse, said, "I'm sorry, Rongrong. I shouldn't have taken so long to recognize my feelings." Ning Rongrong remained silent, still crying on his shoulder. Although the smile tugging at her lips revealed her joy, she was moved to tears. Gently, Xiao Yi pushed her away, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and confessed, "Rongrong, I don't know if I truly love you. Being with you may stem from my possessiveness, or perhaps I'm simply too indulgent." "Enough, Xiao Yi. I'm headstrong and fiery, but that is not a reason for you to toy with my emotions. What do you take me for?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly. As she noticed the light in Ning Rongrong's eyes dimming, Xiao Yi hastily interjected, "Rongrong, let me finish." Ning Rongrong wiped her eyes and replied flatly, "Often. It is when one appears most composed that significant events are about to unfold." Xiao Yi continued, "Rongrong, I'm not deceiving you. I still don't know if what I feel for you is love. I don't understand what love truly means. But I know that I don't want you to leave me. Do you know? Each time I am with you, I feel inexplicably exhilarated, a sensation I cannot articulate. For this feeling, I would even go so far as to bind you to my side. I'm unsure if this qualifies as love, but one thing is certain, Rongrong. You shall not leave me. Not even the 7-treasure glazed tile school can take you away from me." Ning Rongrong maintained her stoic demeanor, yet inwardly she was stirred. Xiao Yi's words had awakened her. Neither understood what love was, as they had yet to endure trials, and thus, neither was truly qualified to discuss love. At most, they simply liked each other. Some make grand promises, yet in times of peril or temptation, they choose betrayal. Others, though unnoticed, watch over you, protect you, and love you without seeking anything in return, only desiring your safety. Love is not merely spoken. Love that has not weathered trials can only be termed as fondness, or at the very least, mere affection. Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong had only known each other for a few days and were still oblivious to the depths of their feelings. Xiao Yi embraced Ning Rongrong tightly, declaring, "I may not know if I love you, but one thing I am certain of is that I like you. In the future, you must marry me. If you fall for someone else, I will kill him." "How possessive you are," Ning Rongrong retorted, somewhat displeased yet secretly delighted. Sticking out her tongue, she continued, I want to marry someone who loves me. If you don't love me, I'll leave at any moment. I want to give you up, Rongrong." Observing Xiao Yi's earnestness, Ning Rongrong nodded against his shoulder and recited 12 words. "If you do not forsake me, I shall remain by your side through life and death." Xiao Yi tightened his embrace around Ning Rongrong, assuring her, "I will remain steadfast. But I do not wish for you to bind yourself to me in life and death. This is my promise to you, Rongrong. Give me time, and I will prove whether I love you, and in turn, I will make you truly love me, only me. Ning Rongrong softly replied, not breaking free from his embrace. Fearing loss. The future was uncertain, and the recent scare had shaken her. Do you think this is a test for us? It should be, right? Though Ning Rongrong was held close, she could still maneuver her upper body. Leaning back slightly, she teasingly asked, "So, have you fallen in love with me yet?" At that moment, a beam of energy shot towards the tightly entwined pair. "Xiaoyi, watch out." Ning Rongrong suddenly pushed Xiaoyi away, intending to shield him from the violent energy beam. She didn't know why she acted so impulsively. Perhaps it was a rush of emotion or simply a desire to save him. Regardless, she acted without hesitation. A friendly reminder, for character portrayals, please refer to the animated versions rather than live-action adaptations. Chapter 45, The First Kill. The teacher of Tsanghui Academy, the old tortoise, had already exerted half of his strength, yet he found himself unable to contend with the group of children before him. Surprised and somewhat embarrassed, he thought it absurd that a soul king at the fifth ring could not subdue a bunch of youngsters, especially after using half his soul power. "You little brats. I had no intention of opposing you, but you have truly gone too far. Just watch me. Whoops. You ambushed me." Yichio had begun his fierce address when Ma Hongjun, standing behind him, unleashed a fiery line, cutting him off mid-sentence. The abrupt interruption was quite a blow to his pride. Upon hearing Yichio accuse him of ambushing, Ma Hongjun genuinely paused, scratching his head sheepishly and chuckling awkwardly. "My apologies, shall we start over?" "What a sneak attack." Yichio turned to Xiao Wu, shouting angrily. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. If ambushing could secure victory, why waste energy on a direct confrontation? That seems fair," Ma Hongjun added. "Why did you attack me?" Yichio glared at Tang San, unable to contain his frustration. Tang San wore a congenial expression. "Didn't you agree with Xiao Wu's viewpoint?" "I had intended to stand my ground." Yichio gritted his teeth, murderous intent slowly coalescing in his eyes. Suddenly, he shot an energy beam at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had been focused on Yichio, and as the energy beam was launched, she instinctively reacted. Being a speed-oriented soul master, dodging the beam was not a challenge for her. However, did she truly evade it? Unbeknownst to her, behind her were Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong. The beam she avoided was aimed directly at the tightly embraced pair. Ning Rongrong, facing the battlefield, noticed the danger before Xiaoyi and exclaimed, "Dodge." As she spoke, she pushed Xiaoyi away. Had nothing unforeseen happened, Ning Rongrong would have been gravely harmed by the energy beam. After all, it was a soul skill wielded with lethal intent by a soul king. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiaoyi, a close combat soul master with a sword as his martial spirit, relied heavily on reflexes, while he would not claim to have unmatched reaction abilities. Evading a soul skill was within his capabilities. In a swift motion, Xiaoyi swept Ning Rongrong into his arms and leaped sideways. Boom. A large pit appeared where Xiaoyi had originally stood. He glanced at the astonished Ning Rongrong, and in an instant, fury surged within him as he glared at Yiqiu, for he could distinctly sense the murderous intent directed at Ning Rongrong. This infuriated Xiaoyi immensely. It was evident that Yiqiu, having devoted his entire energy to the academy, remained single, provoked by a group of children and feeling helpless. His anger had obliterated his will. He instinctively perceived Xiaoyi, who was still young, and the frail Ning Rongrong as the weakest targets, deciding to eliminate them first. Xiaoyi was also quite displeased. He had just experienced the comforting embrace of Ning Rongrong, only to have it abruptly interrupted. And now it seemed that she was in grave danger. There are limits to what one can endure. His right hand glowed with the spirit mark, and the sword of judgment manifested in his grasp. It was not that Xiaoyi did not wish to employ his second martial soul, but the eight-winged demon had inexplicably become unusable since his martial soul awakening. Fearing that Bai Bai Dong would worry, he chose not to mention it. Even if he did, Bai Bai Dong might not comprehend the situation, as it was unprecedented for a martial soul to awaken yet remain unusable, rather than cause her concern. It was better to remain silent. Moreover, if he revealed this, Bai Bai Dong would likely prevent him from venturing out for training. Two beams of light shot towards Xiaoyi, and he made no effort to resist, allowing them to envelop him, for he knew that Ning Rongrong would not harm him. Speed and power surged, enhancing his attributes by 30%. This was Ning Rongrong, having regained her composure, amplifying Xiaoyi's strength. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Two soul rings materializing behind him, one yellow and one blue. Yiqiu finally regained his senses. The blue second soul ring indicated that Xiaoyi was either not from a prominent family or possessed extraordinary talent. Engaging with such an individual marked the commencement of an inevitable demise. However, with the arrow knocked, it had to be released, having already offended Xiaoyi. The only recourse was to silence him permanently. Yu summoned all his soul power, the fifth blue soul ring shimmering, a prelude to unleashing his fifth soul skill. Xiaoyi understood that Yu harbored murderous intent, and he regarded the looming figure before him with grave seriousness. He could distinctly feel the oppressive aura of this Soul King, far weaker than the elders of the Spirit Hall yet still formidable. This was a Soul King prepared to fight with full strength, utterly different from the playful skirmishes before. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Xiaoyi raised the Sword of Judgment and charged, while Yu swung a claw towards him, which Xiaoyi deftly evaded. Clang! The Sword of Judgment struck Yu's shell, producing a shower of sparks but leaving no mark. Yu laughed maniacally. Ha! You're far too weak, kid. If you were at level 40, I'd have no choice but to flee, but alas, you are not. So, are you ready to meet your demise? Fear not. After you're gone, I'll enjoy that little girl over there before sending her to join you. He gestured towards Ningrongrong, having dodged Yu's attack. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and whispered, I truly wish to kill him. Sensing something, he smiled slightly and said, It is somewhat regrettable, but I am not alone. Hearing his words, Yu recalled that there were others from the academy. Just as Tang San and his companions prepared to confront their adversary, a booming voice interrupted. What are you all doing out here at this hour instead of resting? Zhao Wujie emerged, visibly displeased. Dai Mubai, who was about to unleash his third soul ring skill, instinctively halted and retreated to distance himself from Yu. Everyone, return to your quarters, Zhao Wujie commanded, not even glancing at the Tsanghui Academy's side. Waving his hand to direct all Shrek students back to the hotel. His intervention frustrated Yu, who was aflame with rage. He needed an outlet for his pent-up anger. Zhao Wujie was a notorious figure in the Soul Master world, not the strongest but undeniably fearsome. He paid little heed to the 50-something level Soul Master before him. Speak if you must, but I'm busy, he stated dismissively. Yu, incensed, strode directly towards Zhao Wujie, clearly intent on confrontation. Zhao Wujie turned to the 7 youths gathered around him, saying, A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle an old turtle. When we return to the academy, I will deal with you. Let strength to the talking, Zhao Wujie declared with disdain, striking without even employing his martial soul. Yu, now thoroughly enraged, unleashed his soul power, turning his back to use his hard shell to block Zhao Wujie's hand. In his view, a soul master without a martial soul was no different from an ordinary person, and he had no fear of the latter. In the next moment, Zhao Wujie effortlessly sent Yu flying 10 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Wujie cast a scornful glance at Yu, then turned and led the Shrek students toward the hotel, murmuring to himself, Indeed, the feeling of striking without using one's martial soul is rather pleasant. No wonder. What is there to wonder? It's just the Dean's way of keeping us in line. With the help of several Tsanghui Academy students, Yu struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His back felt as if a mountain pressed upon it, making it hard to breathe, and he was filled with dread. He was acutely aware of his defensive capabilities. The fact that his opponent had not even used a martial soul yet could injure him indicated a disparity in strength of at least 15 levels, if not more. The thought of the opponent's soul master level sent a chill down his spine, and he cast a resentful glance at the departing Shrek Academy students before retreating with his own group, the female student among them casting a lingering gaze at Dai Mubai. Oscar bore stubble. Tang San was not particularly striking, and although Xiaoyi was commendable, he was already taken and too young. Dai Mubai's devilish charm was undeniably the most captivating. As for the plump boy, he was simply overlooked by girls. Of course, Dai Mubai was oblivious to her glance. Not due to any innocence, but rather because his standards were elevated from having encountered many beauties, making him far more discerning than the plump boy. Stop. Just as Yu turned, a blade pierced through his chest, curiously leaving no trace of blood upon the blade. Yu stared blankly at the Sword of Judgment before him, astonished that this seemingly 9-year-old child dared to kill, and with such precision. Had it not been for Xiaoyi's suddenness, Yu would have reacted in time. In truth, even Zhao Wujie hadn't anticipated Xiaoyi's cold-bloodedness. The expressions of both groups of students turned pale, particularly that of the inexperienced Ning Rongrong. Yu weakly uttered, You dared to kill? Humph. If I wish to kill, no one can stop me, not a soul. Xiaoyi declared, To defile Rongrong is to deserve death. He withdrew the Sword of Judgment, and Yu gradually ceased to breathe. Alas, another problematic student. Tsanghui Academy, you may leave. Zhao Wujie sighed helplessly. He had little care for Yu's fate. It was merely a nuisance. Rongrong, her delicate face devoid of color, trembled as she pointed at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, you killed someone? Xiaoyi approached Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, please don't come over, you devil. Before she could finish her words, Ning Rongrong fainted, clutching her head. Chapter 46. The Shadow Xiao Yi carried Ning Rongrong into a guest room. Teacher Zhao, you all should head to the Stardow Forest. I no longer require training. And as for Rongrong, her mind is still too immature. With that, Xiao Yi greeted them without looking back. Zhao Wujie remained silent, fully aware that Xiao Yi was merely stating a fact, not seeking his counsel. Tang Xin smiled faintly at Xiao Yi's retreating figure. Xiao Yi, you have not disappointed me. Xiao Yi understood that Ning Rongrong still needed to grow, which was the reason behind his actions, though he had not anticipated that she would be so terrified as to faint. After laying Ning Rongrong on the bed, he gently caressed her cheek, feeling a pang of guilt. Rongrong, I'm sorry for scaring you. Tonight, we'll sleep together. Let us try to have sweet dreams, he murmured, planting a light kiss on her forehead. Hesitating for a moment, he glanced at the closed door and then brushed his lips against Ning Rongrong's. The taste was exquisite. In the middle of the night, the trembling bed awakened Xiao Yi. Upon lifting his head, he saw Ning Rongrong huddled in the corner of the bed. Her gaze towards him was filled with affection and reluctance, but predominantly fear. Rongrong, is that you, Xiao Yi? Ning Rongrong forced a smile, her trembling finger pointing at him, revealing her emotional instability. Xiao Yi, you didn't kill anyone, right? That was just a dream, a dream. Xiao Yi sighed as he regarded Ning Rongrong, who dared not approach him. Had it been before, she would have rushed into his arms. But now he never expected his actions would have such a profound impact on her. The fact that he had taken a life was undeniable. There was no point in lying. Even though Ning Rongrong wished for him to deny it, perhaps it was best to simply confess. Yes, Rongrong, I have killed. The glimmer of hope in Ning Rongrong's eyes was swiftly replaced by despair. Why? Why? That was a living person. How could you be so heartless, you monster? By the end, she was shouting. Hearing her call him a monster twisted Xiao Yi's heart, though he believed he had no right to love anyone at this moment. He desperately did not want Ning Rongrong to leave him. Rongrong, Xiao Yi stepped forward and embraced the frightened girl who was attempting to evade him. Yet, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong screamed, let go of me. Don't kill me. Help. Xiao Yi frowned, his eyes flashing with a hint of mischief. Grasping her head, he pressed a deep kiss to her crimson lips. Ning Rongrong's body stiffened, her eyes wide with shock, momentarily forgetting her fear. Xiao Yi himself was bewildered by the sudden kiss, having acted on impulse. Was this truly who he was? Regardless, now that it had happened, there was no point in overthinking it. He might as well relish the moment. Soft and smooth, that was Xiao Yi's impression. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Rongrong was dazed, his tongue slipped past her defenses, seeking companionship, their tongues entwining. Eventually, Ning Rongrong slowly closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Xiao Yi's neck, responding to his advances. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Noticing Ning Rongrong's breath came in quick gasps. He released her, a silver thread connecting their lips. Observing the dazed look in her eyes, Xiao Yi licked his lips, savoring the sweetness that lingered, her essence. Feeling shy under his gaze, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting away as she hesitantly murmured, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly kiss me so domineeringly? Though she spoke thus, she was nonetheless pleased with Xiao Yi's boldness. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't catch that. I said it's nothing. Really nothing? Laughing heartily, Xiao Yi responded. All right, I won't tease you any longer. If I hadn't done this, you would still be reluctant to listen to me. But you still can't just kiss me. Do you feel wronged? Ning Rongrong playfully nodded yes. Xiao Yi smiled gently. Then how about I let you kiss me back? Hearing his shameless words and seeing his seemingly gentle smile, Ning Rongrong playfully scolded, Go away. After some playful banter, Xiao Yi embraced her shoulders and said, Rongrong, can you now listen to me properly? Ning Rongrong's initially bashful face turned pale as memories of Xiao Yi's actions surfaced. Nevertheless, she nodded, burying her head in his chest. I understand that teacher intended to harm you as well, and in a sense, your actions were justified, especially for my sake. Logically and emotionally, I shouldn't condemn you. However, I cannot bear to see you in that state. Do you realize how terrifying that shadow was when you took a life? Xiao Yi listened intently, noticing Ning Rongrong tremble as she mentioned the shadow, an unmistakable sign of her fear. The shadow appeared behind you when you killed. It was dreadful, with 2 horns atop its head and 8 dark wings. When I noticed it, it was also staring at me. In that moment, I felt utterly hunted. Gently patting the trembling Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi's expression grew serious. The description of the shadow, 2 horns, and 8 black wings, could only pertain to his second martial soul, which he had never been able to wield. The 8-winged demon. The first time he encountered this martial soul, it had merely been a soul mark. Yet it had startled him. It was no wonder that timid Ning Rongrong had been so terrified, especially since it had smiled at her. Imagining a winged demon grinning at a mere teenager was indeed frightening. Since awakening this second martial soul, Xiaoyi had been unable to use it. He had never questioned why, as it had never caused him harm. However, it was evident that the situation was becoming serious. After a moment, Ning Rongrong continued, in fact, that demon occasionally surfaces at night, albeit transparently. If one doesn't look closely, they wouldn't notice. I used to think it was merely a figment of my imagination. But when you killed tonight, it was particularly vivid. Could this be an ominous sign? Please don't kill anyone again. Her voice grew urgent, filled with worry and a hint of pleading. Xiaoyi gazed impassively at Ning Rongrong's tear-filled eyes and said, I might be cursed, Rongrong. Perhaps we should break up. Break up? A sudden slap echoed, and Ning Rongrong paused for a moment before striking Xiaoyi's face once more. Although it was not her first time hitting someone, it was indeed her first time slapping a face, yet she bore no regrets. Xiaoyi, what do you mean by this? You choose to drive me away over such a trivial matter. What do you take me for? I may be frightened, but I have the courage to confront our feelings. And you? What are you doing? You are merely evading. I understand that you are concerned for my safety, but if you think the solution is to push me away, I, Ning Rongrong, will surely resent you for all eternity. As she spoke, her tone softened, and she gently touched the place where she had struck him, continuing, My heart belongs to you. I love you. If you want me to hide away in sorrow, it would be far more merciful to end my life. Xiaoyi, taken aback by her words, found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such an emotional declaration from Ning Rongrong. After a long pause, he smiled and embraced her, saying, Rongrong, do not speak so pessimistically. That shadow is merely my martial spirit. Martial spirit? Isn't your martial spirit the judgment sword? You possess a twin martial spirit? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. As a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the second largest sect on the Douluo continent, she was somewhat lazy but well-informed about the significance of twin martial spirits. It was widely recognized that a family or sect that produced a twin martial spirit soul master was destined for greatness. For such individuals were bound to become the continent's elite. Yet, Ning Rongrong could not comprehend which family would dare permit a twin martial spirit to roam freely. Either Xiaoyi was unaffiliated with any faction, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise, or there were unseen protectors ensuring his safety. This secret, of utmost importance, could not be divulged to many, indicating that someone was indeed watching over him. With this thought, Ning Rongrong felt reassured for various reasons. First, the sect's regulations prohibited inner disciples from marrying auxiliary-type soul masters, yet Xiaoyi, as an assault-type soul master, would naturally disregard this rule. If he truly possessed a twin martial spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly support their union wholeheartedly. Additionally, that shadow, being a martial spirit, was an integral part of him, and the benefits it conferred would outweigh any drawbacks. Overall, barring unforeseen circumstances, their engagement seemed imminent. As Ning Rongrong reveled in her thoughts, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Xiaoyi and said, Hey, you already knew that shadow was your martial spirit, didn't you? Xiaoyi sensed a shift in the atmosphere, but could not pinpoint the cause. Indeed, I realized it as soon as you described the shadow, he replied. Ning Rongrong leaned in and kissed his cheek, the very spot she had struck earlier, and with a playful smile, she asked, Then why did you try to send me away? Xiaoyi touched the spot that had been kissed, grinning foolishly, and replied, Of course, it was just to tease you. Who would have thought you would? At this moment, even someone as oblivious as Xiaoyi understood the gravity of the situation. Ning Rongrong had deftly seized the opportunity, prompting Xiaoyi to reveal his true thoughts. Words spoken unconsciously often reflect one's innermost feelings. Thus, Xiaoyi felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? Seriously? You dare jest about such matters with me? Why are you biting me, Rongrong? I was wrong. Please stop. Ning Rongrong playfully nipped at Xiaoyi's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, which stirred a pang of sympathy within her, prompting her to release her bite. That will teach you to joke with me. As she pulled aside his collar to reveal the bite mark, Xiaoyi felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Ouch, that hurts. You can bite through clothing. How fierce you are, Rongrong. Ultimately soft-hearted, Ning Rongrong rubbed the spot she had bitten and consoled him, saying, I am sorry, you brought this upon yourself. No more next time, understood? The following day, she called, Rongrong, rise and shine. We are returning to the academy. Returning to the academy? I thought we were heading to the Douluo forest? Xiao Yi pouted, exclaiming, it is all your fault. They left ages ago, and here I am. Left to take care of you back to the academy. Xiao Yi did not mention that it was his choice to stay behind, and that he had suggested not bringing Ning Rongrong along, wishing to shield her from further distress. What? You are unwilling to tend to this young lady? Ning Rongrong feigned anger, pouting adorably. How could that be? Caring for you, my princess, is my greatest joy. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong smiled, her satisfaction evident as the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing her inner sweetness. Upon returning to the academy, they merely informed Flinder that they would not be joining the others in the Douluo forest. Flinder's attitude was inconsequential to both Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. They did not even consider the well-being of Tang San and the others in the Douluo forest. That night, Xiao Yi sat alone on a steep slope, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. What are you pondering? A voice from behind startled him, but he quickly regained composure and smiled. Ah, it is you. Did I not tell you to return and sleep? Ning Rongrong settled beside him, declaring, I cannot sleep. I want to be with you. I have this nagging feeling that you are hiding something from me. Xiao Yi looked at her and chuckled. Is it the famed intuition of a woman? Ning Rongrong replied seriously, enough of your teasing. If something troubles you, share it with me. Do not bear it alone. I will always be by your side. Always. Although it was not the first time Ning Rongrong had expressed such sentiments, it still warmed his heart. Rongrong, sometimes I wonder if I am worthy of you. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her voice rising with emotion. Why would you say such a thing? I see the good in you. You are good. Even if you feel unworthy of this young lady, I will never let you go. Holding Ning Rongrong by the shoulders, he drew her close to his chest and reassured her, Rongrong, do not be agitated. No matter what, I will remain by your side. Even if you try to cast me away, I will not leave. You were not thinking about that, were you? Since your return, you have been acting this way because of your martial spirit? Xiao Yi was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's perceptiveness. She had guessed correctly with just a hint. He did not deny it. Yes, my martial spirit is quite unusual. It awakened yet remains unusable. This is unprecedented on the continent. I am unsure whether it is a blessing or a curse. Ning Rongrong, feeling slightly embarrassed, kissed Xiao Yi's cheek again and comforted him. Why fret over it? As long as I am with you, I will follow you anywhere, even to the depths of hell. Having grown up sheltered, Ning Rongrong was blissfully unaware that some experiences could be more terrifying than death, just as Xiao Yi was oblivious. Indeed, why overthink? What is fated will come to pass, and what is perilous cannot be avoided. Let us take it as it comes. Besides, with you by my side, I am confident I can face any challenge. Ning Rongrong nodded. Then with a serious expression, she inquired, why is that shadow your martial spirit? Why can only I see it, while others seem oblivious to it? Xiao Yi's gaze grew solemn. He had noticed the same anomaly Ning Rongrong had pointed out. I simply wish to keep Ning Rongrong from being drawn into this unknown realm. I do not know why it is only you who can uncover such things. Perhaps it is due to your unique qualities or your martial spirit. If verification is needed, there is no hurry. After all, I will eventually visit the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong is not foolish. She understands perfectly well why Xiao Yi intends to go there, yet she coyly inquires. What business do you have at my home? Just so we are clear, you may go, but I do not welcome you. Xiao Yi chuckled, wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, teasingly replied, You truly do not welcome me? That poses a dilemma, for I had planned to propose. Since you do not welcome me, I shall reconsider. With my capabilities, finding a spouse is rather simple. Rongrong, be gentle. That hurts. Ning Rongrong pinched the soft flesh at Xiao Yi's waist, twisting it further, causing him to yelp in pain. Hearing his pleas, Ning Rongrong huffed in dissatisfaction, declaring that if he wished to leave, he could find someone else. She was not particularly interested. There are many vying for my hand. Even those who cut in line could fill the spirit hall. Ouch! What is happening? Is our Rongrong upset? Ning Rongrong shot him an alluring glance, pouting as she feigned anger. Noticing her silence, Xiao Yi continued, Look, our Rongrong is as beautiful as a celestial being, clever and influential. How could I possibly marry anyone else? Even if you were to cast me out, I would remain steadfast, though his words might seem somewhat domineering. They filled Ning Rongrong's heart with sweetness. I understand. I cannot sleep. I wish to cultivate my soul power's rotation. Will you accompany me? Xiao Yi could hardly refuse. The stronger Ning Rongrong became, the safer she would be. He nodded in agreement. The two had been inseparable these past few days, almost never apart except during sleep. And Ning Rongrong's soul power had noticeably improved under Xiao Yi's guidance. Chapter 49. Yu Xiaojing one day, as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi were practicing, they noticed a middle-aged man sauntering into the academy. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with black hair styled in a 3/7 part. His features were rather ordinary, yet he exuded a unique aura. His eyes, when opened and closed, revealed a hint of languor and dejection, giving him a sickly appearance as he coughed intermittently, looking worn yet sharp. Having never seen him in the academy before, it was clear he was a stranger, and such a visit could either be for familial matters or trouble. Ning Rongrong, with her cheerful disposition, understood the importance of respect despite her status as a princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and thus, she did not look down on the middle-aged man. Sir, whom are you looking for? She inquired of the weary man who was scanning his surroundings. The man glanced at Ning Rongrong, a spark of brilliance igniting in his eyes, before he spoke without any unnecessary words. Flander, with only 3 words. It seemed as if uttering another would drain him of energy. Xiao Yi stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Ning Rongrong, and smiled gently. What is your relation to our principal? Are you here to collect a debt? He is rather fond of wealth. The middle-aged man regarded Xiao Yi with an approving glance. Shifting his demeanor, young man, you are commendable. You exhibit politeness yet remain cautious towards strangers. Your protection of the girl behind you is thorough. Even though I am a soul king, I cannot swiftly bypass you to attack her. Should I strike, she would have ample time to flee or summon help. Am I correct? Xiao Yi nodded, taking a half step back, his expression growing serious. He sensed that the man's soul power level exceeded his own, though it could not exceed level 30, most likely around 29. Xiao Yi was confident he could defeat him, yet the man's intelligence surpassed anyone Xiao Yi had encountered. Even the well-read Bibi Dong could not compare. With just a few movements and words, he had analyzed the situation with remarkable clarity. Though the man's strength was modest, Xiao Yi regarded him with caution. Ning Rongrong, however, was oblivious to these thoughts, feeling touched, had the man not revealed it. She would have remained unaware of Xiao Yi's silent guardianship. Her gaze towards the middle-aged man transformed into one of gratitude. The man smiled kindly, reminiscent of a doting elder. There is no need for such vigilance. I am not your enemy. My name is Yu Xiaojing, and I have come to visit an old friend and my disciple. However, upon seeing you two, I have resolved to pursue my ambition to become a teacher here. Yu Xiaojing coughed twice, continuing. I have a dream. To see my disciples stand atop the continent, proving that those once deemed useless can indeed become powerful figures who command respect. Though it was unclear whom Yu Xiaojing referred to as his disciples, the mention of them piqued Xiao Yi's interest, for he was certain they were at Shrek Academy. Still, Xiao Yi maintained his guard, for words alone are not enough to ensure trust. May I inquire as to the identity of your disciple? Yu Xiaojing's expression brightened with pride. Tang-san. Ning Rongrong was about to say something when a hearty laugh interrupted her. Ha! Xiaojing, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. However, when I saw that soul guide on Tang-san, I knew otherwise. Yu Xiaojing responded emotionlessly, the 24-bridge Moonlit Night, a name inspired by Little San. An excellent name. The moment I saw the 24-bridge Moonlit Night, I knew you would come. Xiao Yi, it is fine. He is my old friend, right, Xiaojing? Flander said. Yu Xiaojing did not respond, and Xiao Yi had no intention of lingering any longer. Since Flander had arrived, there was no need for him to stay, as any ensuing trouble would not concern him. He took Ning Rongrong's hand and bid farewell, gradually distancing themselves. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Xiaojing chuckled, interesting, not arrogant nor impatient. Flander, you have encountered another prodigy. Flander beamed at the compliment directed towards his student. Huh? Xiaojing. This batch of students is the most satisfactory since the Academy's inception, especially Tang-san and this Xiao Yi. In my view, prodigy is a term of endearment. Yu Xiaojing nodded with a smile. It is evident that I have witnessed Tang-san's excellence. This Xiao Yi's talent is surely not inferior, and his character matches that of Tang-san. He is a promising candidate. Flander grinned mischievously. I sense that Xiao Yi surpasses Tang-san. His second soul ring is a millennium old. A millennium? How intriguing. Flander, I believe I am destined to become a teacher, Yu Xiaojing mused. Flanders' eyes lit up with excitement. Xiaojing, are you serious? Although you mentioned wanting to be a teacher before, hearing it spoken aloud is exhilarating. Flanders' greatest hope was for Yu Xiaojing to live fully, rather than aimlessly. Had it not been for Tang San's arrival, Yu Xiaojing might still lack the desire to carry on. Feigning anger, Yu Xiaojing quipped, "What? Unwelcome? Then I shall take my leave." Flander hurriedly stopped him. "No, please. You are most welcome. A warm welcome. Should others discover that a great soul master dares to jest with a soul sage, they would surely refrain from even a chuckle." Yet, Flinder understood that while his brother may lack in strength, his theoretical knowledge undoubtedly ranks among the finest in the Douluo continent. And it is precisely this wisdom that the students require. Flinder remarked with a smile, "Xiao Gang, it has been over 20 years since you last made a jest. It is evident that you are in high spirits today." Yu Xiaojing gazed into the distance, as if attempting to glimpse someone from afar. "Yes. This is indeed my motivation to persevere." Flinder sighed. "Why must you be so stubborn? Never mind, I shall not press further. I expect Tang San and the others will return tomorrow. You must prepare yourself. After all, you are a teacher now." Yu Xiaojing grinned mischievously. "Very well. Just watch as I squeeze every last coin from you, you miser. Don't tell me you've never taken advantage of Tang San, if you claim otherwise. I shan't believe you." If Xiao Yi were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Truly a master and disciple. Their mischievous grins are cast from the same mold." Chapter 50. Identity. At this moment, the two were blissfully unaware of the profound impression they had left on the academy's director. Ning Rongrong was enveloped in deep emotion. Although she was intelligent, it was impossible for her to perceive every nuance. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojing's revelation, she might still be oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yi was constantly watching over and protecting her. As the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, many were concerned for her well-being, yet most were motivated by her status and the obligations of subordinates. Only a select few, including her father and mother, genuinely wished for her happiness. However, Xiao Yi was different. It was clear that his background was commendable, and he had no need to associate with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In fact, it appeared that he was indifferent to the grandeur of such a sect. The very willingness of such a person to invest effort in her could only indicate one thing. Xiao Yi had developed genuine feelings for Ning Rongrong. Regardless of whether it was intentional or accidental, Ning Rongrong felt content. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, where profit reigns supreme, true affection is a rare commodity. Were it not for her family's lack of restrictions on her suitors, finding a beloved companion would be exceedingly difficult. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Rongrong grew curious about Xiao Yi's identity. Clinging to his arm, she softly inquired, "I have always been curious about who you truly are." Xiao Yi took a seat, contemplating whether to reveal his identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall. Qian Xiaoyi. It was not that he hesitated to share, but rather that his identity was exceedingly sensitive, potentially attracting the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he did not wish to conceal or deceive Ning Rongrong. Caution was prudent, but trust in companions was equally essential. Seated beside him, Ning Rongrong noticed his silence and began to shake his arm, pouting playfully. Please tell me. One to you? I promise not to tell anyone." Xiao Yi chuckled, tapping her forehead gently. "Silly girl, I never intended to keep anything from you. There is no longer any need for secrets between us. I had planned to tell you in due time. Since you've asked, I shall share. But do not be shocked when I do." Ning Rongrong touched her forehead where he had playfully tapped, feeling an indescribable sensation, one that she relished. However, she masked her emotions and replied with a humph. "What is there to be surprised about? Are you the young master of the Spirit Hall? Qian Xiaoyi is far superior to you, with a remarkable lineage. If it weren't for you, my father would have already arranged my betrothal." Xiao Yi embraced Ning Rongrong, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. "My name, Xiao Yi, is merely a pseudonym. My true name is Qian Xiaoyi. You are correct. I am indeed the young master of the Spirit Hall. How does that sound? Am I worthy of you?" As he spoke, he winked at her. Ning Rongrong was engulfed in sheer astonishment. Deducing it was one matter, but hearing Xiao Yi's admission was an entirely different experience. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yi was indeed Qian Xiaoyi, a figure of great renown capable of commanding winds and rain, who would risk his status to come to Shrek Academy, especially knowing that many were watching him from the shadows. Observing her in shock, with her lips slightly parted, she appeared utterly adorable, prompting Xiao Yi to lean down and kiss her. When Ning Rongrong finally comprehended what had transpired, Her lips were already sealed, leaving her speechless, only able to emit muffled sounds. Her delicate form stiffened momentarily before yielding to a softness, as if all strength had dissipated. After a considerable time, a silver thread connected their lips, and Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, her shyness compelling her to lower her gaze, as if wishing to bury her head in embarrassment. This sight elicited hearty laughter from Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, you're still laughing. How infuriating, Ning Rongrong protested. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched him with her small fist. Xiaoyi did not evade her, relishing the playful banter. He genuinely enjoyed this feeling, cherishing his moments with Ning Rongrong. Each night, Xiaoyi found the hours interminably long without her by his side. The anticipation for the next day consumed him, adversely affecting his sleep quality. Yet, as a soul master, he deemed such matters trivial. After a while, he inquired, "By the way, Rongrong, you mentioned your father intends to arrange a marriage for you?" Ning Rongrong nodded, a hint of jealousy evident in her tone. "Our esteemed young master, Qin Xiaoyi, is indeed impressive. Who on the continent isn't aware of his reputation? My father, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, undoubtedly recognizes that Qin Xiaoyi is a prodigy." Ning Rongrong emphasized the words Qin Xiaoyi with palpable intensity, leaving Xiaoyi feeling somewhat embarrassed. She continued, "Qin Xiaoyi is a genius, and being a non-support type, he is said to be quite remarkable. He fits perfectly within my father's criteria for a son-in-law. Moreover, there is less than a 3-year age gap between us. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth more gold, so age is not an issue. With such a match, my father approached the Pope about the betrothal, but the Pope insisted on obtaining Qin Xiaoyi's consent, and thus the matter was left unresolved. Clearly, our esteemed young master carries quite the air about him." Upon observing that Ning Rongrong consistently referred to Qin Xiaoyi as either Qin Xiaoyi or Lord Young Master, without addressing him directly, Qin Xiaoyi discerned her underlying dissatisfaction with the veil of secrecy surrounding him. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. For who could fault her for concealing such a significant matter? Resigned, Qin Xiaoyi decided to shift the conversation. "But my mother has never spoken of this matter to me. I was completely unaware. Had I known, I would have certainly taken the initiative to propose myself." Ning Rongrong rose to her feet, hands on her hips, expressing her discontent. "How could that be? Are you suggesting that my father is deceiving me? Qin Xiaoyi, do you still wish to mislead me? You scoundrel!" Qin Xiaoyi gazed at the dissatisfied Ning Rongrong and, with a wry smile, shook his head. "Rongrong, I truly have not deceived you. My mother has never mentioned this matter to me. How could I possibly lie to you?" After pondering, Ning Rongrong realized there was indeed no reason for Qin Xiaoyi to deceive her. It would serve him no advantage. So where lay the issue? The leader of the 7-treasured glazed tile school would never jest with his most cherished daughter, which meant the problem resided with the Pope. It was conceivable that the Pope had simply forgotten, yet, with the memory capacity of a titled Douluo, such forgetfulness was implausible. Thus, only one explanation remained. The Pope disapproved and consequently chose not to inform Qin Xiaoyi. But what could be the reason for the Pope's silence? A union with the 7-treasured glazed tile school would be advantageous for the Spirit Hall, yielding nothing but benefits. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong's mother, the wife of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasured glazed tile school, was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Hence, the Pope had no grounds to reject this marriage proposal. Yet, in reality, it was rejected. Even if the Pope was considering Qin Xiaoyi's feelings, he should have articulated this, allowing Qin Xiaoyi to make his own decision. Ning Rongrong found herself perplexed and decided to abandon the thought. After all, Qin Xiaoyi was hers now, and they had come together. As long as Qin Xiaoyi remained true to her, that was sufficient. Ning Rongrong settled sideways on Qin Xiaoyi's lap, her arms encircling his neck. In turn, Qin Xiaoyi embraced Ning Rongrong's delicate waist, both accustomed to such affectionate gestures, devoid of the initial shyness. With a playful glint in her eyes, Ning Rongrong spoke, "I want you to compensate me." Qin Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. "Compensate you? For what reason?" Ning Rongrong pouted, lightly tapping Qin Xiaoyi a few times, and said in a sweet voice, "I don't care. I simply demand you to compensate me." Qin Xiaoyi cherished the moments when Ning Rongrong would playfully act coy with him. With a gentle smile, he tenderly ran his fingers through her soft pink shoulder-length hair. "Very well, I shall make it up to you. As for how, I leave that to your discretion." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with delight, and she did not feel the need to express her gratitude. After all, such sentiments were unnecessary between them. I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree." Chapter 51. Together hee hee. I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Shopping? Indeed. Just say whether or not you will accompany me. Ning Rongrong feigned anger. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was feigning anger, and smiled, saying, "Of course I will accompany you. I was wondering what it was all about. Whenever you wish, I can accompany you on your shopping excursions during my training breaks." Really? Absolutely. This is your promise. And a promise is a promise. If you go back on your word, I shall. Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing and remarked, "So what?" Ning Rongrong snorted. "I will bite you to death." Ha ha ha, good. However, upon hearing the word but, Ning Rongrong felt an unsettling premonition in her heart. She then inquired, "But what?" Qian Xiaoyi, seizing a moment when Ning Rongrong was distracted, planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. However, he reminded her that she must strive diligently in her training, for she had been idling away her time recently and needed to make up for lost effort. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze. Though accustomed to Qian Xiaoyi's presence, she still felt a sense of bashfulness at his sudden advance. "I understand," she replied, bracing herself for the impending training. Qian Xiaoyi discerned the lingering sorrow in Ning Rongrong's tone and recognized her penchant for playfulness. Gently setting Ning Rongrong, who had been seated on her lap, back down. She stood up and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead. "Oh dear, is it merely cultivation that troubles you so? You, of all of us, are the most indolent. Strive to master the rotation of your soul power sooner rather than later." Moreover, the newcomer appears to be assuming the role of a teacher, and I sense he may prove to be quite commendable. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. "You speak truly. Although Yu Xiaojing may lack in strength, his teaching prowess must be exceptional, for otherwise, he would not qualify as Tang San's mentor. Alas, it seems our pleasant days are drawing to a close." Qian Xiaoyi was aware of Ning Rongrong's reluctance, and with a wry smile, she shook her head at the girl. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "How could it possibly come to an end? Sooner or later, there will be a holiday, and wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Ning Rongrong's face brightened, a radiant smile illuminating her features. "All right, let us go. First, let us indulge in some shopping. I have only skipped one class, and there are so many delights I have yet to taste." Qian Xiaoyi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. What does she mean by just once? This girl, does she intend to skip classes multiple times? It seems he would have to wait for Tang San and the others to return before accompanying her for a stroll. At the bustling market, a pair of youngsters meandered leisurely. They appeared no older than 11 or 12. The girl, possessing a delicate visage, donned a pink dress that complemented her shoulder-length pink hair, exuding an ethereal charm. She resembled a well-educated noble young lady, her sweet smile capable of dispelling the gloom that enveloped others. The boy, seemingly younger, wore a white robe and possessed an ordinary appearance and demeanor, making him inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Yet, one could not help but feel envious as this seemingly ordinary child was affectionately embraced by the girl, their laughter painting them as a pair of celestial lovers. These two were none other than Qian Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, who had ventured outside the academy. Due to Qian Xiaoyi's unique identity, he was compelled to wear a mask to conceal his aura. While it was unlikely that anyone would pose a threat to him, exercising caution was always prudent. He certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Ning Rongrong. Watching the vivacious Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi's thoughts drifted back to their initial acquaintance. At that time, both were solely focused on their studies, seeking to broaden their horizons. Their interactions had been merely fleeting glances, devoid of any romantic implications. Although Ning Rongrong was indeed charming, Qian Xiaoyi's heart had been solely occupied by his sister, Qian Renxue. Over time, however, Ning Rongrong gradually carved a place in his heart. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi was uncertain of his own feelings towards Qian Renxue. Observing Ning Rongrong's eager gaze as she looked around, Qian Xiaoyi felt a profound sense of contentment. After all, they were together. I want to eat that," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, raising her hand to point at a small stall. The stall offered various desserts, and a long queue indicated its popularity. Waiting for their turn would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. However, as a little witch, how could she possibly wait in line? Excitedly, Ning Rongrong tugged at the reluctant Qian Xiaoyi and dashed to the stall, pushing aside a middle-aged man who was about to make a purchase. "Hey, young lady, how could you cut in line?" Another voice echoed. "Can't you see we are all waiting?" The crowd expressed their discontent, casting disapproving glances in their direction. Qian Xiaoyi whispered softly, "Rongrong, perhaps this isn't right." Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly, "Humph, I don't care. Are you expecting me to wait here all day?" Qian Xiaoyi dared not refute the little witch and could only offer an apologetic smile to the people in line. Given her youth, the crowd lacked the heart to quarrel with a child, merely grumbling a few words before letting it go. The items purchased from the stall were packed in a paper box, and Ning Rongrong cradled the box as she walked away. Rongrong, you haven't paid yet, Qian Xiaoyi said timidly. Ning Rongrong turned back and shot him a glare. I am not short of money, but as my boyfriend, how can you let me pay? Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her words held a certain truth. After settling the payment, she hastened to catch up with Ning Rongrong, intending to reprimand her for her mischievous behavior. Rongrong, you, Ning Rongrong, seemingly aware of Qian Xiaoyi's intentions, cast a disapproving glance in her direction and replied nonchalantly. What is it? Do you need something? Never mind. Then let us depart. Over there, I shall purchase a few garments for you. Ning Rongrong gestured towards a clothing store in the vicinity. Buy something for me. Shouldn't I be the one footing the bill? Upon witnessing Qian Xiaoyi's bewilderment, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. Silly Xiaoyi, I cannot always rely on you for everything. Relationships are reciprocal. It is not solely your duty to indulge me. Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist, and said, if it were you, I would be willing to cherish you forever. Ning Rongrong, moved by his words, buried her head in Qian Xiaoyi's chest. Thank you, Between us, what is there to thank for? The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving a lingering crimson glow in the sky as a young man and woman stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The young man was panting, holding several bags of various sizes in his hand. In contrast, the young woman appeared unburdened, her hands empty, yet her gaze towards the boy was filled with concern. Let me help you carry some of those. You look exhausted. Ning Rongrong had offered to assist Qian Xiaoyi more than once, yet each time, her offer was met with refusal. He was simply unwilling to relinquish any of the bags. Qian Xiaoyi smiled wearily. That won't do. You are my woman, and as long as I am here, I won't let you tire yourself out. The two enjoyed a day out together, filled with joy, though the only regret was that Qian Xiaoyi had run out of pocket money. It was their first date, and he had purchased far too many items, leaving even him feeling exhausted. As for why they didn't use a soul guide device, it wasn't for lack of desire. There simply wasn't any room left in the soul guide. Just as they were about to continue their intimate time, a serious voice interrupted them. Ahem, you two. It's time to head back and rest. You have classes tomorrow, Yu Xiaojing said sternly. Chapter 52, Devil Training. I am now your teacher. You wouldn't be disobedient children, would you? Yu Xiaojing had already become a teacher at Shrek Academy, a fact they had guessed during the day. They had noticed how the dean seemed more excited to see Yu Xiaojing than to see a gold soul coin, indicating that Yu Xiaojing held a position of greater importance in the dean's eyes, likely among the top 3. Thus, they had no doubts or astonishment regarding his new role as a teacher. It was a foregone conclusion. All right, teacher, we understand. The following day, as dawn broke, 8 children stood on the playground of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others had returned the night before, having journeyed through the Stardew Forest. Not only did Oscar obtain his 3rd spirit ring, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also made breakthroughs, ascending to the spirit ancestor rank and successfully acquiring their spirit rings. However, their journey had been perilous. When Oscar obtained his soul ring, he encountered a young woman of similar age, also seeking a soul ring. Although her talent was not quite on par with theirs, she was still remarkable. Coincidentally, they both aimed to capture the same soul beast. For a soul beast to be targeted by 2 geniuses might be a matter of honor, and the soul ring it produced would undoubtedly be exceptional. A good soul ring is immensely significant for a spirit master, as it can determine the course of one's life. Thus, a private conversation ensued. Oscar, not being a combat type, had to call upon Zhao Wuji for assistance. The young woman, however, proved formidable, summoning the dragon grandfather of the soul Douluo and the snake grandmother of the soul saint. What's the matter? Are you intimidated? Individually, they might not be exceptionally strong, but their martial soul fusion techniques were undoubtedly beyond Zhao Wuji's capabilities. If it weren't for Tang San's cleverness, employing a strategy of retreating to advance, Oscar's soul ring might have already been claimed by someone else. Later, Xiao Wu was captured by a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, a soul beast that stands at the pinnacle of its kind. In a direct confrontation, only a few species could defeat it at the same cultivation level. A 1,000-year Titan giant ape could overpower a 10,000-year soul beast, emerging victorious. Thus, a 100,000-year Titan giant ape could obliterate an entire nation without breaking a sweat. At that moment, Zhao Wuji lamented. Why does a 100,000-year-old beast come out here instead of playing in the Stardew forest? This land is barren. What's wrong with the mountains, rivers, and forests inside? Fortunately, although it injured everyone, it did not kill them. It merely took Xiao Wu away. Tang San, however, was unwilling to let it stand. Dragging his injured body, he cried out to rescue Xiao Wu, leaving the others behind as he faced the man-faced demon spider. By then, Tang San had already attained the spirit ancestor rank, merely needing a soul ring. The transition from level 29 to 30 was a critical threshold. Tang San employed all his skills and ultimately defeated the man-faced demon spider. In truth, he knew that single-handedly rescuing Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape was impossible. Even with Zhao Wuji's help, the entire Shrek Academy would be inadequate. Feeling he had failed to protect his sister, Tang San yearned for strength and took the risk of absorbing the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. It wasn't that the man-faced demon spider's ring was unsuitable for his blue-silver grass. Rather, it was too fitting, overwhelming the blue-silver grass with its dominance. When Zhao Wuji and the others finally caught up with Tang San, he was already in the process of absorbing the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. Just as Zhao Wuji intended to take a break, he suddenly realized that the soul ring had exceeded the limit for what a spirit ancestor could bear, and he was taken aback, yet powerless to intervene. Fortunately, Tang San persevered. Had he not been physically robust and mentally resolute, he would likely have perished. When Tang San opened his eyes, Xiao Wu had returned. For reasons unknown, the Titan giant ape had released her. Perhaps it sought a playmate. The true reason remained a mystery known only to the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu, who were unwilling to divulge it. Despite their injuries, they were safe, which was a fortunate outcome amidst the misfortune. The 8 stood in a row, facing Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression was stern. He noticed Tang San's excitement, but did not approach him for greetings. Instead, there was more reproach for his reckless attempt to save Xiao Wu, yet also a hint of appreciation for his dedication to his companions. Tang San was bursting with excitement. Had it not been for the unusual severity of his teacher, he would have dashed over. Beside Yu Xiaojiang stood the dean, Flinder, who maintained his usual shrewd demeanor. Zhao Wuji was absent, too worn out. After all, the academy did not lack teachers, so he took the opportunity to rest. However, the students were different. Flinder cast a proud glance at Yu Xiaojiang before addressing the students loudly. This is Yu Xiaojiang, my childhood friend. From now on, he will be your teacher. I assure you, his soul power is only level 29. Weak, very weak. But under his guidance, you will learn profound knowledge. For he is stronger than me in every aspect except for soul power. You may scoff, but disrespecting the teacher is akin to disrespecting me. If you cannot show respect, you are not welcome in this academy. I believe you are all good children. Tell me, can you fully obey? Yes. Speak up. Have you not eaten? No. All right. I forgot to have them eat breakfast before bringing them here. Flinder felt a bit embarrassed, though he concealed it well. He continued without missing a beat. Even if you haven't eaten, speak louder. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer tolerate Flinder's antics. He kicked Flinder aside and addressed the 8 students, saying softly, "To make a long story short, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and I am your teacher from now on. You must listen to me. I will subject you to devilish training. And if you cannot endure it, you may withdraw from the academy." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards Ning Rongrong. Yu Xiaojiang was already aware of her background. Typically, individuals of such stature were accustomed to luxury, fearful of hardship, and resistant to fatigue, making it difficult for them to persist. Her fiery temperament would not tolerate criticism, and he presumed that a mere look would suffice to convey his challenge to her. Contrary to Yu Xiaojiang's expectations, Ning Rongrong noticed his gaze and merely smiled. Had it been before, she might have exploded in anger, but people can change. She did not wish to be looked down upon by Qian Xiaoyi, nor did she want to leave him by withdrawing from the academy. Yu Xiaojiang subtly nodded. His earlier glance had merely been a test for Ning Rongrong. Although she had not passed, he would not expel her. Transformation was not easy and would waste time. This outcome was satisfactory. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened. Tang San smiled wryly. Whenever his teacher exhibited such an expression, it marked the beginning of their descent into hell. Although his strength may be lacking, his training prowess is undeniably formidable. Tang San considers himself quite diligent. Yet he still felt fatigued under the intense regimen imposed by Yu Xiaojiang. Compared to that, training at Shrek Academy feels almost effortless. However, the good times for the group are about to come to an end. Chapter 53. Unrivaled among peers. Tang San's conjecture was accurate. Yu Xiaojiang indeed commenced a rigorous training program. Within just a day, no one doubted Yu Xiaojiang's teaching abilities, as his unique insights and applications regarding martial spirits captivated them. Even the well-bred and highly educated Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong had never encountered such profound lessons. Even Bibi Dong's understanding of martial spirits paled in comparison to Yu Xiaojiang's. On this day, Yu Xiaojiang lectured for half the day, followed by practical training for the other half. One should not underestimate this practical session, under Yu Xiaojiang's piercing gaze. Dean Flinder reluctantly took to the field himself. After years of absence, it was only fitting to extend a courtesy, especially since Flinder did not wish to drive away such an exceptional teacher. By evening, even the most physically robust Dai Mubai felt a strain, let alone the frail Ning Rongrong. Several times, Ning Rongrong collapsed, which pained Xiao Yi to witness, yet he was helpless, for Yu Xiaojiang forbade any leniency. He held Yu Xiaojiang in considerable esteem and refrained from arguing, recognizing the necessity of toughening Ning Rongrong, lest she remain fragile. To everyone's astonishment, despite her struggles, Ning Rongrong, the pampered young lady, did not lament her plight excessively. At most, she let out a few squeals, which were quite normal for a girl. This caused a significant shift in the group's perception of her, prompting curious glances toward Xiao Yi as if to inquire how he had managed to cultivate such decorum in this little princess. Xiao Yi could only respond with an awkward smile. There was no way to explain. Yu Xiaojiang was aware of Ning Rongrong's need for physical conditioning and allowed her to rest independently during the session. After training concluded, the group gathered. Yu Xiaojiang, with an expressionless demeanor, regarded the visibly fatigued 8 individuals, a flicker of compassion in his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. If you wish to retain what I have taught, the most effective method is not through rote memorization, but rather by applying the knowledge in practice. The more you apply it, the more naturally it will stick. This is why I have subjected you to such rigorous training despite your exhaustion. All right, today's lesson concludes here. You are dismissed. He continued. Learning is akin to memorizing knowledge points without application. It is utterly futile, and you will forget it in no time. Instead, invest that time in practicing problems. And when confronted with unfamiliar concepts, consult your books. Over time, even if you wish to forget, it will be challenging. Although the group had anticipated their imminent dismissal, the confirmation felt exhilarating. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, Ning Rongrong collapsed into Xiao Yi's embrace, having held on until the very end. She cast a weary glance at Xiao Yi, the only one privy to her true identity. This thought brought a gentle smile to her face. Still smiling, despite being utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, you, who were already frail, insisted on pushing through. What will you do if you wear yourself out? Xiao Yi remarked, wiping the sheen of perspiration from Ning Rongrong's forehead, his tone tinged with reproach. Ning Rongrong disregarded his admonishment and softly replied, carry me back. I want you to bear me. Daimobai and the others had long since departed, intentionally leaving time for the two, of course. Also to avoid the discomfort of witnessing such intimacy. After all, no one relishes being exposed to such displays of affection. Disregarding Ning Rongrong's discontent, Xiao Yi playfully tapped her forehead. You just love to torment me, don't you? Come on. With that, he squatted down, presenting his back to her. Ning Rongrong climbed aboard, her legs dangling as she pouted. This young lady will indeed torment you. What will you do about it? Do you have any objections? When have I ever had objections? Please refrain from being unreasonable. Humph. Xiao Yi carried Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory, which was quite spacious, accommodating 3 people comfortably, with neatly arranged furnishings and all necessary amenities. For some reason, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were absent, presumably to afford Xiao Yi some space. Gently placing Ning Rongrong on the bed, he noticed a plush bear about 1 meter tall at the headboard, a gift he had purchased for her the previous day. Since its arrival, Ning Rongrong had grown quite attached to it. Handing the bear to Ning Rongrong, he tenderly brushed her flowing hair and transferred the remaining vestiges of his soul power to her, wishing her a peaceful slumber. Rongrong, sleep quickly. With teacher Yu Xiaojiang's temperament, tomorrow will not be easy either. Ning Rongrong cast a gentle glance at Xiao Yi and softly requested, allow me this one indulgence. May I ask that you remain until I fall asleep? Qian Xiao Yi bestowed a gentle kiss upon Ning Rongrong, affirming that it was a gesture he ought to perform. He remained by her side until she drifted into slumber, after which Xiao Yi returned to the dormitory. Tang San and Oscar were engaged in meditation, after a long day. Meditation serves as the finest respite for soul masters. Naturally, there are those who prefer the embrace of sleep. Qian Xiaoyi did not rouse the two. Returning to his own bed to sleep, he embodied the essence of laziness. This routine persisted for several months, with merely 1 day of respite each week. While teammates engaged in battles, challenged instructors, and employed a plethora of unconventional training methods. Yet, a common thread bound their experiences. Each evening left them utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaojiang displayed no compassion. Rather, it was Flanders who felt a pang of sympathy. If all went according to plan, these individuals were destined for greatness. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen remained unyielding, a relentless drive to hone their abilities. Until one fateful day 3 months later. After dining with Ning Rongrong, Xiaoyu arrived at the training grounds, awaiting class. Daimu Bai, Tang San, and the others arrived in succession. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang approached, and in an unprecedented turn of events, Flanders, typically late, had arrived on time, signaling that a special task awaited them. Yu Xiaojiang, flanked by a visibly displeased Flanders, addressed the group. In the coming days, I intend to grant you a respite. At this, Yu Xiaojiang gauged their reactions. Although they had a weekly holiday, who among them truly had time to spare? Had another instructor made this announcement, the 8 would have rejoiced, but coming from Yu Xiaojiang, it bore a different weight. Thus, their expressions remained stoic as they awaited further words. Yu Xiaojiang continued, I recognize that these past months have been arduous, so I plan to allow you a few days of rest. Flanders, please elaborate. Flanders nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hiki, my young friends, you shall not train today. Due to budget constraints, the school cannot accept any financial assistance from your families. Therefore, you must earn your keep at the Seoul Arena. Prepare yourselves for dinner later. The implication was clear, they were to compete. Upon hearing Flanders' words, the 8 brightened. They were no strangers to competition. Compared to Yu Xiaojiang's rigorous training, they found the prospect of battling far more appealing. After all, it felt less burdensome. Observing the confidence radiating from his students, Yu Xiaojiang smiled. This was precisely his intention. The intensity of their training had significantly enhanced their capabilities, distinguishing them as formidable contenders among their peers. Dismissed, Yu Xiaojiang declared. As he and Flanders walked along, Yu Xiaojiang posed a question. What is our school motto? We cultivate monsters, not ordinary individuals. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang chuckled. Neither affirming nor denying, yet Flanders understood that Yu Xiaojiang concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang added, let us include another tenet. What is it? Invincible among equals. Chapter 54. A return to the Seoul Arena that night. Before the gates of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang addressed the 8. Since I began instructing you here, 3 months have elapsed. Under the guidance and support of our esteemed faculty, you have made remarkable progress. Yet for an exceptional soul master, this is still insufficient. You must strive to grow even stronger. During the preceding months of grueling training, other instructors had not been idle. They had been monitoring the students closely. Following Ma Hongjun's moment of negligence, the entire group had to run an additional 10 kilometers. A single error resulted in collective punishment. With even the frail Ning Rongrong and the youngest, Xiao Yi, not spared. This demonstrated the essence of teamwork, albeit at the cost of Xiao Yi's personal grievances. Yu Xiaojiang continued, this does not signify a complete reprieve. Rather, it is an entry into the second phase of training. However, in comparison to the first phase, this will be less strenuous. The venue for the second phase will be the Grand Seoul Arena. There are no time constraints for this phase. It will continue until you earn the Silver Soul Badge. Should even one of you fail to achieve this, the training will not conclude. Additionally, I have arranged accommodation near the arena, that you will be responsible for the expenses. If you possess the capability, the earnings from the arena will sufficiently cover your costs. Although most students were not financially constrained, the distinction between familial and personal finances was significant. Moreover, who would ever complain about having more money? This second phase of practice was, by all accounts, quite lenient, as they would not be required to face opponents of a higher rank. However, you must remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge requires not only triumph in one-on-one duels but also in team battles, given that competitions are conducted in groups of 7. While we comprise 8. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang found himself in a dilemma. Choosing who to eliminate was no easy task. Suddenly, Xiao Yi interjected, Teacher, I will withdraw from the 7-person team. Since the points are shared, I can simply compete in additional matches elsewhere. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Points shared, you say? Very well, select a partner for the duo competition. Despite this, everyone knew who Xiao Yi would choose for the 2-person duel. Observing their closeness over the past 3 months, the remaining singles felt a pang of envy. The same ultimatum rang clear, without the Silver Soul Badge. Graduation was a distant dream. The stringent demands often bred discontent, prompting Oscar to voice his complaint, Teacher, as a support-type soul master. Must I also obtain the Silver Soul Badge? The master responded nonchalantly. Alternatively, you could choose to train as you previously did until the others acquire their silver soul badges. Ah, teacher, I have come to realize how astute your decision was to send us to the soul arena for practical experience. Please disregard my earlier remarks. Yu Xiaojing, known for his decisiveness, instructed the students to pack their belongings with haste before setting off towards Soto Academy, accompanied by 2 deans, while the other 3 instructors remained at the academy. Upon arriving in Soto City, the students were responsible for their own lodging and meal expenses, alleviating the financial burden on the academy. The 3 instructors settled nearby to oversee the students. The Soul Arena's competitions took place at night, and the group selected a modest hotel near the arena. While the establishment was ordinary, its proximity to the arena inflated its prices, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to afford. However, for Soul Masters, it was but a trifling sum. After arranging accommodations for the students, the master summoned the 8 to his room. You are now free to form your own teams. The matches at the Soul Arena will commence with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 competitions, with team battles reserved for last. By staggering the times, you can maximize your earnings from ticket sales. Each day, you must compete in at least 2 matches, of course. 3 is permissible, but do not exhaust your spirit power. The audience thrives on excitement, making 7-person team matches the most popular. Conversely, ticket prices for these were considerably higher. Those seeking to save or arriving late would have to settle for the 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 matches. As the master concluded his speech, Oscar displayed a pitiful expression towards Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, how about we team up? What do you say? Although I just reached level 30, my support abilities are quite commendable. Together, we can conquer any soul master beneath us. Oscar had other options, yet the disdainful glances from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, coupled with Xiao Yi's intense gaze that seemed to warn him against choosing Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjuan's foolish demeanor, led him to conclude that Dai Mubai was indeed the best option. However, to his surprise, Dai Mubai responded with a firm, I refuse. Refusal. Although this book is a fan fiction, it diverges significantly from the original work. Would it be interesting to follow the same storyline? Thus, I recommend approaching this book without preconceived notions of the original. It is an entirely new tale. If you do not appreciate it, kindly refrain from criticism. Chapter 55. Team Formation. Dai Mubai intended to participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle alongside Zhu Zhuqing. However, while casting a glance toward her, he inadvertently caught sight of Oscar's woeful expression, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. He bluntly declared, I refuse. Such a succinct statement, such an unfettered expression, such a commanding response. Alas, I find myself at a loss for words. Oh, how pitiful I am. Is it truly so difficult for me to join a 2-on-2 match? The group, displaying remarkable tacit understanding, chose to ignore the despondent Oscar. Ultimately, Ma Hongjuan gallantly stepped forward. Brother, how about we team up? Oscar glanced at the amiable, portly figure before him. Though resigned, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, Ma Hongjuan proved dependable when it mattered most. In truth, Ma Hongjuan was secretly elated. He too yearned for competition, and Oscar's forlorn expression revealed that he was equally unwanted. Thus, the 2 kindred spirits formed their own team. Ma Hongjuan felt grateful to Oscar. Had it not been for him, the one receiving disdain would have been Ma Hongjuan himself, as he had considered seeking another partner. In the Soul Battle Arena, scores are categorized into 2 types, individual points and team points. 1-on-1 matches contribute to personal scores, while all others contribute to team scores. Oscar, being a support soul master, could not earn personal points and could only strive to participate in as many team battles as possible. As for Ma Hongjuan, his motivations were purely for show, seeking fame both in life and after death. Thus, the rather dubious duo of Ma Hongjuan and Oscar came into existence. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a pair with remarkable synergy, while Xiao Yi was unable to part with Ning Rongrong, who equally preferred not to team with anyone else, leading to their natural pairing. This left Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing as the remaining pair. Observing his friends finding partners, Dai Mubai turned his gaze toward the grim-faced Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression appeared unusually peculiar. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing, true to her nature, would not forego the 2-on-2 match. However, should she be required to choose, she would have no option but to select him, as he was the only one left. It was either him or no participation at all. Zhu Zhuqing had initially contemplated teaming with Ning Rongrong, but upon witnessing the 2 of them engrossed in each other, she relinquished her thoughts. It wasn't that she harbored animosity toward Dai Mubai. Rather, she found it difficult to forgive certain actions of his past. Although he had displayed restraint recently, who could predict when he might act out again? Yu Xiaojiang, standing nearby with a furrowed brow, honestly expressed his dissatisfaction with two of the teams, the pairing of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, and that of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. This was due to the disparity in their levels. In a 2-on-2 scenario, if one Soul Master attained a higher rank, they were compelled to engage in a battle at that elevated level. Dai Mubai and Oscar had already surpassed level 30, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun lingered at level 20. Should they collaborate in the 2-on-2 soul battle, they would be required to compete at the 30-level bracket. Generally speaking, Soul Masters participating in the Grand Soul Arena would only engage in battles at their own level or above unless they possessed significant confidence or an overwhelming advantage in their martial spirits. For instance, those at level 20 typically consist of Soul Masters above level 25, and the same principle applies to the 30-level bracket. In simpler terms, the chances of victory for the two teams were not particularly high. However, every situation possesses dual aspects. Lower chances of victory offer a chance for growth. After all, what value is there in consistently overwhelming opponents without the opportunity to hone one's skills? Yu Xiaojiang sought not simply victory, but the wisdom gleaned from defeat. Were it not for his concern for their safety, he would have eagerly encouraged them to challenge higher levels. Moreover, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirits seemingly possessed a unique correlation. While others may be oblivious, Yu Xiaojiang was aware that the royal martial spirit of the Star Luo Empire was the evil White Tiger. This indicated that Dai Mubai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, capable of synergizing with the noble Phantom Cat martial spirit, making for a commendable partnership. The duo of Oscar and Ma Hongjun also formed a commendable alliance, well equipped to provide support and counter their opponents. Furthermore, the months of training had not been in vain. For them, even a higher-level challenge would serve as a form of relaxation. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Flinder's capabilities would suffice to salvage the situation. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Xiaojiang nodded in approval of the four teams. How you participate in the soul battles is up to you. This is your decision. During the battles, maintain discretion and minimize conversation to avoid revealing your ages to your adversaries. As he spoke, the master retrieved 8 pre-prepared masks from his soul tool bracelet. The masks were familiar to everyone, bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy, the green, monstrous visage of Shrek. Dai Mubai took a mask and donned it. While the craftsmanship was somewhat ordinary, once fitted to his face, it allowed for the visibility of his eyes, mouth, and nose without hindrance. During the team battles, you will present yourselves as the Shrek 7 monsters. Since Xiaoyu would not participate in the 7-person team battle, he would not receive a special title. When engaging in individual matches, you may choose your own titles for the 2-on-2 battles. As for the 1-on-1 matches, I have devised nicknames for each of you. Simply mention these when registering, and your real names will remain undisclosed in the arena. The group understood the master's intentions. After all, they were all rather young, especially Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had reached level 30 at the tender age of 12, a feat that would astonish the Soul Master community. Particularly in the Grand Soul Arena, should they gain notoriety, it was likely that the Spirit Hall would come knocking at their door. Although Xiaoyu was unperturbed, he preferred not to expose himself too early. Curious, Oscar inquired, then what title shall we use? The master replied, Mubai, you shall retain your original title. Evil White Tiger. Oscar, you shall be known as the Sausage Specialist. As for you, San, how about Thousand Hand Silvergrass? That sounds rather unappealing. Should we not consider a change? Indeed, that lacks flair, Xiaowu interjected. Silvergrass is far too unappealing. The master turned to Tang San, who remained silent, a smile creeping onto his face. He had always been immensely satisfied with his disciple. What do you think? What title would be fitting? Dai Mubai suggested. Though San appears honest, when he truly unleashes his fury, he possesses a fierceness that surpasses us all. I propose we call him Thousand Hand Azura. Azura embodies the essence of a slayer, which could serve to intimidate our opponents. The master turned to Tang San. What are your thoughts? Tang San replied, I have no preferences, please decide, master. The master concluded, then Thousand Hand Azura it shall be. Hongjun, I have also devised a title for you, Evil Fire Phoenix. What say you? The rotund figure chuckled, thank you, master. I quite like that, after all, I too am a phoenix. Nearby, Oscar grumbled, yes, a phoenix indeed. However, I believe the name Brothel Phoenix sounds even better. Infuriated, Ma Hongjun retorted, little Oscar, we are teammates. Are you intentionally undermining me? At that moment, Xiaowu had already approached the master, adopting a pitiful expression. Master, what shall my title be? Please grant me a lovely one. The master smiled. You employ soft techniques. Your entire being is supple as if devoid of bones, complemented by your rabbit martial spirit and enchanting abilities. Why not call it the enchanting rabbit of soft bones? It resonates perfectly with your martial spirit. It sounds quite delightful. Xiao Wu immediately smiled with joy. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit is the 7-treasure glazed tile. And nothing could better describe you than the 7-treasure glazed itself, simultaneously shrouding your true essence. Considering that all direct disciples of the 7-treasure glazed sect possess this martial spirit. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her martial spirit serves as the most fitting name for her. The Nether Cat is indeed an excellent name. As for Xiaoyi, your title shall be the Judgment Swordsman, for your martial spirit is the Sword of Judgment. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, Xiao shook his head and said, No, calling me a swordsman feels quite awkward. I have long decided on my title. It shall be the Arbiter. Yu Xiaojiang did not oppose, acknowledging that the choice of title was entirely up to him, merely offering a suggestion. As long as he liked it, that was sufficient. Currently, all 8 of them, being novices, are at the Iron Fighting Soul level. Among them, Daimubai has 3 points. Oscar has none, and Tang San, having participated in 1 1-on-1 and 1 2-on-2 match with Xiao Wu, has 2 points. Ma Hongjun recently triumphed over his opponent, amassing the highest points among them, reaching 10, with a streak of 3 consecutive victories. Xiao Wu, like Tang San, also holds 2 points, while Ning Rongrong has none. Zhu Zhuqing faced a formidable opponent in the arena and lost, leaving her with 0 points. Xiao Yi won 2 matches previously, bringing his points to 2. To ascend from Iron Fighting Soul to Copper Fighting Soul requires 100 points, and to reach Silver Fighting Soul demands 1,000 points. They still have a considerable distance to traverse before achieving the objective of this second phase of training. Given that Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing are already considered high-level within their ranks, they decided to first engage in a 1-on-1 match before moving on to 2-on-2 battles. In such circumstances, Oscar's role becomes significant. With his large sausages as sustenance, the group's soul power and physical stamina can be effectively replenished, granting them a substantial advantage over ordinary soul masters. Thus, participating in 3 matches in one night is not out of the question, provided they conserve their soul power during the earlier battles. Tang San and Xiao Wu possess exceptionally high-quality third soul skills, which instills confidence in them, even though they have only just broken through to level 30. Over the past 3 months, Tang San has previously defeated Daimu by using his unexpected third soul skill, giving him considerable assurance. Furthermore, Xiao Wu's unique ability to incapacitate her opponents upon close contact bolsters her confidence. Xiao Wu's strengths and weaknesses are equally apparent. Her strength lies in her near invincibility at close range, while her vulnerability is her inability to face multiple opponents simultaneously. Should she encounter numerous adversaries, her prowess becomes difficult to manifest. Moreover, if her opponent's strength surpasses the power of her waist bow, all her skills would become utterly futile. Though Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing harbor an unspoken rift, they do not let it interfere during formal competitions. Zhu Zhuqing, despite being a Turing Great Soul Master, is confident in her speed and ability to contend with Soul Masters. The training over the past few months has been rigorous, and she is eager to gauge the gap between herself and the Soul Masters. Oscar and Ma Hongjun form a team with the lowest odds of victory. As a Soul Master, Oscar must compete in the Soul Master tier, yet he has only recently advanced and is still an auxiliary type. While Ma Hongjun's low soul power level makes it challenging for him to inflict decisive damage on their opponents. To win, they can only resort to a war of attrition. Conversely, Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong's pairing is widely recognized as having the highest chance of victory. Although Xiaoyi is merely a great Soul Master, the others are well aware of his strength, and Yu Xiaojiang even contemplated allowing him to compete in the Soul Master tier. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement, they stand a fighting chance even against high-level Soul Masters. Yu Xiaojiang is certainly aware of this, but refrains from voicing it for a reason. While Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong could challenge high-level Soul Masters together, the risk is considerable. Moreover, Xiaoyi is still young, despite wearing a mask. It cannot conceal his youthful physique. It is already astonishing enough to have few peers within his level. Challenging higher tiers might provoke envy and hostility from others. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang ultimately decided to have the two compete at the Turing Great Soul Master level, imposing stricter requirements. Your abilities are unquestionable. Few can match you at your level. Therefore, I expect your win rate to remain above 95%. Can you achieve this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, looking at Xiaoyi. Absolutely, came the resounding and confident reply. Let us embark. The Soto Great Fighting Arena buzzed with its nightly vibrancy. Crowds began to converge from all directions, as it is the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment among the people. Each day, numerous spectators flock to witness the matches. The affluent indulge in the ultimate enjoyment, while even the less fortunate can experience the thrill of Soul Master battles. Given that the Great Fighting Arena offers specially priced tickets for commoners, the affordability allows those who merely seek sustenance to attend and revel in the competitions. After all, merely witnessing Soul Masters is enough to satisfy the vanity of most common folk. Naturally, those with discounted tickets can only witness ordinary matches. The truly spectacular battles command a hefty price. Soto City is never lacking in wealthy patrons willing to spend lavishly. Coupled with the betting opportunities provided by the Great Fighting Arena, these matches become a battleground for wealthy individuals and nobles vying for supremacy. At this moment, the commencement of the routine battles at the Great Fighting Arena is imminent. Soon, one-on-one and two-on-two preliminary matches will commence, and once these conclude, the most exhilarating team battles will unfold. It is at this juncture that a 10-member team captures the attention of those preparing to enter the Great Fighting Arena. Among these 10 individuals, 8 don identical green masks, which appear somewhat comical, while their attire varies, some ornate, others plain. This group consists of esteemed students from Shrek Academy, along with their 2 deans and Yu Xiaojiang. They have arrived at the 13th division of the fighting arena. Following the original plan, they sequentially registered using their Iron Fighting Soul badges. Under the Master's guidance, the 5 participants intending to engage in both one-on-one and two-on-two matches informed the staff of their simultaneous participation. The personnel arranged the matches to avoid scheduling conflicts. Concurrently, they modified their Iron Fighting Soul badges, obscuring their true identities with the titles they had devised earlier that day. Merely altering their titles cost each of them 10 gold soul coins. However, since there was no need for re-registration, their expenses were limited to this amount. A single victory in a match would suffice to recoup their costs. Shall we go register the team together? Ma Hongjun inquired, due to Ning Rongrong's capriciousness. She and Oscar had not joined the others in the previous matches, leaving Xiaoyi and Ma Hongjun's team unregistered, necessitating their joint efforts to complete the paperwork, or they would be unable to compete. Wait a moment. Let me ask. Xiaoyi turned back and called out, Rongrong, would you like to join us? As Ma Hongjun's eyes twitched, Tang San nearly stumbled, and even Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned somewhat awkward. A shared thought resonated among the group. It was evident how lowly one S standing at home must be. This henpecked individual. What more could one say? Alas, the dignity of man. Xiaoyi, however, perceived nothing amiss, while Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly. Grasping Xiaoyi's hand, she declared, let's go. The 4 of them entered the registration room, which was spacious, featuring a platform at its center where a young lady, appearing to be in her 20s, lounged lazily in her chair. This was the venue for registering for the soul fighting. What are you looking at, Xiaoyi? Ning Rongrong queried. Noticing his gaze fixated on the young lady, a strange feeling brewing within her, Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly, feeling as if he had been caught in an indiscretion. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed, donning her mask and approaching the registration area. Hello, are you here to register for the soul fighting? The young lady inquired upon noticing their arrival. This young lady, we wish to register for a 2-on-2 team named the 7 Treasures Glorious Sword, Ning Rongrong replied, indicating Xiaoyi beside her and stating their respective soul power levels and codenames. This was a requirement of the soul fighting arena. Participants must declare their soul power to ensure compatibility with their opponents. Failing to disclose one's status as a high-ranking soul master could result in facing an opponent far beyond their capabilities, leading to lamentation. The young lady smiled sweetly and said, all right, please wait a moment. Shortly after, she handed 2 badges to Ning Rongrong, instructing her to keep them safe, as each match would record points, and they would be notified once they reached the threshold for advancement. Ning Rongrong did not engage further, glancing at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. It's your turn now. Hurry up. They are still waiting outside. Oscar and Ma Hongjun registered their team as well, humorously naming it the Grilled Sausage. The name Grilled derived from Ma Hongjun, as he was the evil fire phoenix, while the sausage stemmed from Oscar. The straightforward name aptly reflected their respective martial souls. Today was a weekend, making the soul fighting arena bustling with spectators, primarily ordinary civilians who were already stirred with excitement from the first match, cheers echoing throughout. As the 4 returned to the viewing platform, they heard the announcement, next, let us invite the opponents of the 3-5 team, who have achieved 4 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 soul fighting, the cat and mouse team. With their formidable strength, they have attained unprecedented success in soul master level competitions. If they can defeat today's opponents, The 3-5 team, they will complete 5 consecutive wins. Perhaps, when they next appear at the Soto Great Soul Arena, they will enter the Central Soul Fighting area, a tremendous honor for any soul fighter. Upon hearing the opponents of Tang San, Xiaoyi chuckled, hee hee. Although Tang San might lose to others, this match is a guaranteed win. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, deducing from the opposing team's name that today's adversaries would be agile attack-type Soul Masters, as both cats and mice excel in speed. Tang San, as a control-type Soul Master, was the natural nemesis of agile attackers. Xiaoyi's assertion that Tang San might lose at the Soul Master level stemmed from the possibility of encountering a martial soul that countered his blue-silver grass, such as fire. Moreover, the adversary would need to be close to the 40th level, particularly in intellect, as defeating Tang San would be nearly impossible otherwise. As the audience erupted in fervent cheers, the 3-5 and cat and mouse teams took the stage. Finding no further need to watch, Xiaoyi chose to feign sleep. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, ever lively, could not contain her excitement, continuously cheering for Three Brother and Little Dance. As expected, Tang San and his team decisively overpowered their opponents in a brief encounter. Following the announcer's declaration, the 3-5 team secured a commendable victory, earning 2 points each. The audience erupted into applause once more, despite the brevity of the match. The audience was fair-minded and generous with their applause, allowing the 3-5 team to exit amidst a wave of cheers. Various matches progressed, with not only the 3-5 team winning, but also the Spectral White Tiger team achieving victory. Daimu Bai's weakness was speed, yet Zhu Shiqing adeptly compensated for it, their synergy allowing them to easily defeat even Soul Masters at the Soul Master level. Even the Grilled Sausage team, facing opponents at the Soul Master level, managed to secure victory. Ma Hongjuan's ranged attacks, with Oscar providing support, combined with his third soul skill, kept their opponents at bay. Though challenging, they ultimately triumphed. Due to their late registration, the Seven Treasures Glorious Sword team was set to compete last. Next, we present the final 2-on-2 match of the evening, followed by singles and team events. Interested spectators may remain here. This was the cleverness of the Soul Fighting Arena, placing the most popular 7-person team last and the least popular singles in the middle, ensuring many stayed to watch the singles out of a desire not to waste time. Now, please welcome the final team, the Seven Treasures Glorious Sword battling the Grilled Sausage team. Quite an amusing name. I wonder if they know each other. The announcer beckoned the competitors onto the stage. In the audience, Yu Xiaojiang and the others exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and curiosity as they regarded Oscar and Ma Hongjun. When the announcement of the Grilled Sausage team came, Yu Xiaojing pondered who would give such a name, and as Oscar and Ma Hongjun took the stage, he retreated to a shadowy corner, muttering, "I don't know them." He mused that no one in the world could be foolish enough to choose such a name. However, Yu Xiaojiang underestimated the Grilled Sausage team, who remarkably defied expectations. Returning the focus to the match, Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, clad in masks and garments prepared by Yu Xiaojiang to conceal their figures, stepped onto the stage. Their opponents were 2 middle-aged men, who entered with an air of arrogance, seemingly emboldened by their recent 3-match winning streak. One of the men, an exuberant uncle, approached Xiaoyi. Though masked, his disdainful expression was evident. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yin, the arrogant Zhang, a level 29 Soul Master. Encountering our Grilled Sausage team is your misfortune." The audience could not help but roll their eyes. For a nearly third-level Soul Master to defeat others of the same rank was hardly remarkable, yet he paraded his arrogance. Xiaoyi dismissed him, turning his gaze to the other opponent. As anticipated, the second opponent was equally unremarkable, grinning menacingly. "You need not know my name. I am also level 29. Be careful, or you might meet your demise." Such trashy talk, Xiaoyi muttered under his breath. Let the match begin. Chapter 58. A formidable foe. As the host's voice faded, the Grilled Sausage team revealed their martial souls and soul rings. Zhang Yin's martial soul was a fire horse, a sight to behold. The auxiliary spirit manifests itself in the form of a lamb skewer. Both individuals possess a white and a yellow soul ring, indicating a 10-year and a 100-year soul ring respectively. The first soul ring holds immense significance for Soul Masters, and it appears they have already reached around 40 years of age, making it unlikely for them to advance to the rank of Soul King in their lifetime, though they might still aspire to reach the status of Soul Sect. How amusing it is that they speak as if they are formidable, when in truth, they are mere wastrels. The arrogance of Zhang is quite entertaining. Xiaoyi smirked and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, prepare yourself. Daimu Bai and the others are still waiting. Let us make this swift." "All right. When we return, I want you to play with me," she replied. The auxiliary spirit opposite them appeared displeased. With a flicker of his first soul ring, he interrupted Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong's conversation. Humph, are you frightened by my presence? Resorting to nonsensical chatter? Judging by your physique, you must be a mere child. Yin, go, buy some lamb skewers. The last phrase was the auxiliary soul master's soul spell, and upon its completion, 2 raw lamb skewers materialized in his hands, inedible as they were. Don't worry. Isn't there's someone nearby who can wield fire? Zhang Yin ignited the skewers, and within mere seconds, they were perfectly cooked. Each took one. Enduring the heat as they bit into the skewers, immediately feeling their power surge, reaching the level of soul venerable. It was evident that their consecutive victories were not without foundation. The peculiarity of their martial spirit lay in the fact that they could consume freshly grilled food, a tactic that, though brief, could provide them with a significant advantage. However, Xiaoyi refrained from engaging. These two reminded him of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Somewhat foolish yet undeniably overconfident. Add more spice to the lamb skewers. Another soul spell, this time utilizing his second soul ring's ability. The skewers were still freshly cooked. But soon cries of "so spicy" erupted as their faces turned crimson, their gazes becoming bloodthirsty. Rage! Exclaimed Yu Xiaojang from the sidelines, astonished. The rage ability was one of the most coveted skills among auxiliary spirits, dramatically enhancing all attributes except intelligence and dulling pain perception. However, typical rage abilities come with a drawback. Excessive stimulation of one's potential can lead to temporary weakness. Even so, it remained a rare and powerful skill. Yu Xiaojang couldn't fathom such a remarkable ability being found in a mere passerby. With their rage activated, the duo's soul power soared close to the mid-level soul venerable rank, explaining their 3 consecutive wins. If they were a bit more astute, a 6-win streak could have been within reach. To counteract the effects of rage, one simply needed to stall for time. Xiao Yi was confident he could win without fighting. But was he aware of this strategy? Yes, but he chose not to employ it. The auxiliary spirit had already become ineffective, once in rage. They would invariably leap into the fray, which rendered their consumption of skewers an act of foolishness. Their purpose was merely to waste Zhang Yan's soul power. And as for Zhang Yan, attaining mid-level soul venerable status was hardly impressive. He had faced stronger opponents before. Yet, Xiao Yi's expression grew serious, after all. Zhang Yan's power had surged by approximately 10 levels due to his rage. Rongrong, Xiao Yi said earnestly. Ning Rongrong smiled playfully. Hee. Do you want me to assist you? You'd better plead for it. After all, he is a bit dim-witted and will focus solely on you. She winked at Xiao Yi as she spoke. Ning Rongrong's observation held merit. Zhang Yan was indeed lacking in intelligence, who would not target the auxiliary spirit, but instead focus on the attacker. Moreover, after a considerable delay at the beginning, he was still showing off, seemingly enamored with his fiery appearance. Brother, time flies swiftly. Cherish the duration of your rage. Roar. It seemed Zhang Yan understood it was time to commence his performance, charging forward. However, Roar? Wasn't he supposed to be a horse? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School proclaimed. One speaks of strength, the other of speed. Though playful, Ning Rongrong recognized the gravity of the situation. Should she act recklessly and fail, it would be quite embarrassing. 2 beams of light shot toward Xiao Yi, instantly enhancing his strength considerably. The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, ready to confront the oncoming Zhang Yan. As Zhang Yan's first soul ring glimmered, he raised his right leg and swung forcefully, sending a crescent-shaped blade of soul power slicing through the air at high speed. Xiao Yi raised the sword of judgment, crossing it over his chest. Clang! The sound of steel colliding echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Yi staggered back several steps, his arm temporarily weakened from the impact. Raising his head, he saw Zhang Yan laughing arrogantly, his expression grave. He had initially thought he could resolve this swiftly, but it seemed he would need to exert considerable effort. Before entering the arena, Yu Xiaojang had advised him to refrain from using soul techniques against any adversary. At that time, upon hearing Flanders discuss Xiao Yi's conceptualization and practical application of soul power, Yu Xiaojang was taken aback. Soul masters had long been confined by the notion that their primary output was soul techniques. In reality, soul techniques were merely special applications of soul power. In this era of stagnation, even the innovative Yu Xiaojang had not foreseen this. The 3 applications Xiao Yi had devised heralded a historic transformation across the continent. These applications catered to different types of soul masters, empowering the strong and elevating the weak. Aside from being challenging to learn, they also honed the purity of soul power, offering innumerable benefits. To defeat an opponent without employing soul techniques was a task set by his teacher. while failure bore no punishment. It might leave a negative impression on others. Furthermore, Xiaoyi was eager to test his strength without relying on soul techniques. The battlefield is where true progress is made. Yu Xiaojiang's directive to Xiaoyi was to practice the flow of soul power throughout the competition. It concealed his identity while simultaneously serving as a form of training. Despite the formidable nature of his current opponent, Yu Xiaojiang showed no intention of retracting his orders. Another fiery blade approached, and Xiaoyi barely managed to evade it. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Xiaoyi's safety, fully aware of Yu Xiaojiang's task for him. Winning against this opponent without soul techniques would necessitate either stalling for time or engaging in sheer brute force. Humph, you think so little of me? Not even revealing your soul rings, do you believe that will secure your victory? Zhang Yan scoffed upon witnessing Xiaoyi evade his attack. Xiaoyi shook his arm, asserting, I've nearly recovered. Fool, I can barely withstand your attack. The question is, can you endure mine? Zhang Yan erupted into laughter. You truly think I'm a fool? With an auxiliary from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I want to simply take your attack head-on. Yet you're calling me foolish? Anyone aware of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School should know to eliminate the auxiliary first, not target the attacker. If you weren't foolish, this world wouldn't be so amusing. If I refrain from using soul techniques and my auxiliary, while attacking during your rage, what then? Rongrong, step aside. I wish to test my limits. But trust me. Very well. Though Ning Rongrong had more to say, she ultimately withdrew from the arena. Zhang Yan chuckled, Kid. I admire your spirit. If you can breach my defenses, I concede. However, should you fail, I forfeit automatically. Agreed. A fair exchange. But you've made an error. How can a powerful soul master lack defensive skills? My second soul technique, Wild Horse Splitting Mane, enhances my defense by 30%. Let us see how you respond. Xiaoyi took a deep breath. I want to give it a try. Chapter 59A Sword. Xiaoyi chuckled and said, No backing out now. Don't cry if you lose. Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Haha. Let's see if I win first. Hurry up. Time is running out. Xiaoyi fell silent. Though this person was indeed not very clever, such individuals often possess a commendable trait. They are true to their word, lacking the cunning to deceive others. They harbor no ulterior motives. If you have a friend who is a bit simple-minded, cherish them, for aside from family, they are the ones who will not scheme against you and will genuinely regard you as a friend. Xiaoyi closed his eyes, channeling his soul power into the judgment sword, initiating its flow. It began slowly, gradually gaining speed, then compressing until the sword emitted a faint glow. Zhang Yan observed the unusual aura emanating from the sword, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even he, in his simplicity, sensed a subtle danger, a chill creeping through his body, leaving him feeling numb. This was still before Xiaoyi had fully harnessed his power. Below, Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. Indeed. Still lacking in skill, it seems I must increase the training requirements upon our return. Behind him, the seven monsters stood together, unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's thoughts, chattering animatedly. Daimu Bai glanced at Tang San and asked, Little San, you have the best talent and practice vibration. Could you share some tips? Tang San shook his head with a wry smile. It has nothing to do with talent. As for tips, didn't Xiaoyi mention them before? But achieving high frequency is exceedingly difficult, especially when each frequency must strike the same spot. That makes it even harder. I can practice vibration daily, yet even now, I can manage only a few vibrations in a short time. The lively Xiaoyi chimed in, You're doing well, third brother. Don't say short time. Even in a long duration, I can't manage to vibrate my soul power without moving my body. Tang San, a little dissatisfied, retorted, How many times have you practiced? You're always slacking off. Xiaoyi stuck out her tongue and grinned playfully. Zhu Zhuqing, who preferred silence, said nothing but understood that her progress was similar to Xiao Wu's. Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, asking, What about you two? I remember you practice rotation, right? Oscar nodded, Yes. I'm progressing a bit faster. I can barely manage to rotate in two directions simultaneously. Ma Hongjun blushed, as he had spent most of the past months indulging in food rather than practicing rotation. Hints remained silent. Yu Xiaojiang snorted, It seems you've had far too much leisure. Look at you all. How many are actually training their soul power application? Most of the time, you're either eating or sleeping. Where's the seriousness? Starting tomorrow, I will increase the difficulty. In battles of the same level, you may only use your first soul skill. Ma Hongjun timidly interjected, But teacher, what about me? Oscar and I are facing soul ancestors. Yu Xiaojiang pondered, then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, stating, Daimu Bai may not use his third soul skill. You and Oscar have no restrictions. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly added, however, within 6 months, I expect to see your self-created soul skills or enhanced versions of your soul skills. And, Ma Hongzhong, you must advance to Soul Ancestor. Sigh. At this rate, when will we graduate? Xiaoyi was oblivious to Yu Xiaojiang's increased challenges, which mattered little to him since he could not wield even a single soul skill. Xiaoyi was engrossed in cultivating his self-created soul power flow when he felt the judgment sword humming, a chilling wind swirling around him, prompting him to open his eyes. Opposite him, Zhang Yin stood in a defensive stance, bracing himself. With his second soul skill enhancing his defense, combined with his frenzy, he believed that even if he stood still, ordinary second-ring soul masters could not breach his defenses. Yet, the presence before him instilled an inexplicable fear, akin to the sensation of impending death by sword. He could not help but entertain the absurd thought, impossible to contend with. Shaking his head, Zhang Yin clearly rejected the idea that anyone could defeat him using the power of a great soul master, especially someone of a lower rank. Xiaoyi held the sword in one hand, the wind from his blade occasionally cutting into his skin, blood seeping from the wounds, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering and calm as he focused on his opponent. At that moment, Xiaoyi experienced an epiphany, grasping the essence of the sword. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing Xiaoyi's wounds, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, drawing curious glances from others. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 7 monsters felt somewhat embarrassed. Tang San inquired, Teacher, what's wrong? Tang San had never seen Yu Xiaojiang lose his composure, whether it was meeting his proud student for the first time, reuniting with old friends, or battling soul beasts where he nearly lost his life. He had only ever shown excitement in his eyes, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, Tang San, I have always believed your talent and intellect to be among the finest on the continent, but it appears my perspective was too narrow. Just within this academy, there emerges a rival who could be your lifelong competitor. No, he may even surpass you. If there are no significant conflicts between you, this continent will belong to you both. The others remained silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. Tang San furrowed his brow, never considering himself the best. He understood that there are always greater heights. He wasn't foolish either, recognizing that Yu Xiaojiang referred to Xiaoyi. What puzzled him was what had led Yu Xiaojiang to recognize Xiaoyi's exceptional talent. Teacher, you mean Xiaoyi, right? But why do you say so? Yu Xiaojiang, unperturbed, explained patiently, observed closely. Subtle threads of sword wind are discernible around Xiaoyi. His wounds are a result of that very sword wind, which embodies sword intent. Sword intent? I have sensed it from Grandfather Jian before, but it was always fleeting. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Precisely, it is sword intent. On this continent, there exists a master swordsman known by the title of Sword, recognized as the strongest swordsman across the land. Even he has yet to fully comprehend sword intent. Ma Hongzhong, in a daze, remarked, So, Xiaoyi has realized it? Daimubai playfully tapped his head. Of course he has. Otherwise, the teacher wouldn't have said so. The others remained silent, awaiting Yu Xiaojiang's elaboration. Daimubai was partially correct. Xiaoyi could not be said to have fully realized it, merely grasping some aspects and still lacking control, or else he wouldn't have sustained injuries. Nevertheless, this was a commendable foundation. And if the sword Douluo were to personally instruct him, the results would be even more remarkable. Ning Rongrong remained quiet, her thoughts obscured. With a swift motion, Xiaoyi darted forward like a sword unleashed from its sheath, causing Zhang Yin to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, he realized just how formidable his opponent was and how foolish he had been to try to withstand a blow. There was no sound of collision. The judgment sword sliced through Zhang Yin's soul power defense as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Just before impact, Zhang Yin hastily conceded, Stop. I admit defeat. It was no joke. If he did not concede, with the sword's prowess, he would surely be left severely wounded. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. To be honest, after Zhang Yan's berserk transformation, he did not believe that Xiaoyi could win without using soul skills. He considered it merely a form of training, but was unexpectedly delighted when Xiaoyi not only triumphed in the competition but also comprehended the essence of the sword. Although the 2-on-2 match ultimately devolved into a 1-on-1 clash, not a single spectator expressed dissatisfaction. The confrontation, while not breathtaking, was nonetheless captivating and served to inspire the scorekeeping soul masters, demonstrating that even those of lower soul power could prevail against formidable opponents. However, no one noticed the shadow that quietly vanished in a dark corner. Chapter 60. The Royal Battle. Despite the apparent ease of Xiaoyi's victory, he had truly reached his limits. His mental energy was depleted, his soul power was nearly exhausted, and he bore numerous wounds. Zhang Yin rose from the ground. Having lost his berserk state, and instead of reacting in anger, he weakly remarked, "Kid, impressive. You're far stronger than I am." Though masked, one could still discern his approximate age from his physique, making the term kid quite fitting. Zhang Yin was not foolish enough to overlook that. "You're not too shabby yourself, significantly stronger than an average great soul master. While both of us serve supportive roles, I must admit you are commendable." A courteous person often garners the most admiration. It was only then that the host realized the significance of the moment. His voice resonating throughout the arena. "What a splendid match we have witnessed. I hereby declare that Shrek Academy's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has emerged victorious." Despite knowing the outcome, the audience erupted in cheers. Most overlooked one crucial detail: Xiaoyi had not employed any soul skills throughout the match, be it in the 1-on-1 or the 2-on-2 format. Before Yu Xiaojiang could speak, the 7 monsters rushed forward to assist the weakened Xiaoyi, showering him with various greetings. It was not that Yu Xiaojiang opposed Xiaoyi joining the 7 monsters, but rather Xiaoyi's own reluctance. He expressed a desire to be the one behind the scenes. And he did not possess a flamboyant nature. The longest-lived individuals are not necessarily the most powerful. Those with wisdom can also thrive, for they understand the value of patience and discretion. One typically cannot recognize the true leader behind the scenes, as those who shout the loudest are usually mere subordinates or enforcers. That evening, Shrek Academy was set to compete in a 7-person team match against a formidable opponent. The Frenzied Battle team comprised entirely of 3-ring soul venerables, while 3 members of the 7 monsters still had a distance to cover before reaching that rank. This posed a significant challenge for the 7 monsters. Many believed Shrek would falter, considering they were a newly registered team. In the eyes of the public, their coordination and soul power paled in comparison to their rivals, making defeat seem inevitable. Yet, only the observant knew that the thrilling matches of the day had predominantly featured Shrek Academy students. The 7 monsters, however, maintained their confidence in defeating their opponents. In the resting area, Xiaoyi sat aside, listening to Yu Xiaojiang as he guided the 7 monsters. Since he was not participating in the 7-person team battle, he enjoyed a moment of leisure. He did not believe the 7 monsters would lose. Each member possessed their own unique trump card and characteristics. As expected, despite some difficulties, the 7 monsters emerged victorious, achieving a flawless record for Shrek that day. Flinder was overjoyed, as this translated into financial gain. Given his avaricious nature, he could hardly contain his laughter, while Yu Xiaojiang remained his usual stoic self, seemingly indifferent to the events. Flinder inquired, "Why aren't you happy?" To which Yu Xiaojiang replied, "Isn't victory quite normal? What is there to be joyful about?" In truth, he was merely being reticent, unaccustomed to expressing his emotions. In recent times, the Shrek students had been competing daily in the arena, part of their training regimen. Ever since Xiaoyi defeated Zhang Yan, he had not encountered an adversary as formidable, and each match had been notably effortless. Meanwhile, the scores of the sausage duo were plummeting, as their gap in strength relative to their opponents was too vast. Given the circumstances, their performance was commendable, especially considering the double points from engaging in matches above their level. Of course, formidable adversaries could foster growth, and during this period, the sausage duo made rapid progress. Oscar not only solidified his soul power but also leveled up, while Ma Hongjun achieved a remarkable advancement to level 28. Others, too, gained varying degrees of experience. Another match awaited them that evening, and tonight, the 7 monsters would face a particularly powerful opponent, the Royal Battle Team. In truth, the adversaries of the 7 monsters were not necessarily their own choosing. Rather, they had been specially requested by the arena's management. Just 3 days prior, a team of soul masters arrived, all of whom were silver soul masters, apparently summoned by the affluent nobles of Soto City. For 2 consecutive days, these nobles placed heavy bets on them, and without fail, they secured victories, causing significant losses for the Grand Arena. Typically, soul masters of silver soul level possess rankings above level 40, yet this team consisted entirely of soul venerables, and the arena could not break its rules by pitting them against a team of level 40 soul sect members. However, if this continued, the Grand Arena could not withstand the ongoing losses. Perhaps emboldened by their prior successes, the nobles increased their wagers yet again today. Should they continue to lose, the arena might face ruin. Yu Xiaojiang obtained the details of the Royal Battle Team, revealing that each member was above level 35, with the captain at 39. All boasting optimal soul ring configurations, 2 yellow and 1 blue. Many readers believe that Millennium soul rings are purple, but I will reluctantly classify them as blue for future use. I hope for your understanding. Their martial souls were all of a high caliber, and the captain, Yu Tianhing, possessed the mightiest assault martial soul on the continent. the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. They had effortlessly crushed even the frenzied battle team, whom Shrek had barely managed to defeat. Although the seven monsters also had optimal soul ring configurations and formidable martial souls, 3 of them had only recently entered the rank of soul venerables. And there were still 3 who were merely second-ring great soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned to the group and asked, "What are your thoughts?" In truth, he did not need to ask. The rules of Shrek Academy dictated obedience. Yu Xiaojiang merely sought to gauge their sentiments, to discern whether they were already daunted before the battle. He granted them the opportunity to voice their opinions, yet the final decision rested with him. Xiaoyi scanned the 7 monsters and noticed several with downcast expressions. He then spoke up. "Winning is not difficult." These 4 words captured everyone's attention. The royal battle team's consecutive victories might lead to arrogance. Given their youth, he doubted they would remain calm enough to strategize effectively. In combat, strength is not the sole factor. Intellect plays a crucial role as well. With this, Xiaoyi pointed to his head. "How can we know without trying? What if we win? And if we lose, so what? Are you afraid of losing?" The fighting spirit of the 7 monsters ignited instantaneously. "Yes. What is there to fear? They might not even lose. Then you shall participate. I, on the other hand, will not." Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang agreed to let them compete in the arena. But it was clear that it would not be without compensation. The rewards, both in points and gold, were substantial. It could be said that if Shrek won this match, graduation would be within reach. The primary reason for Yu Xiaojiang's consent lay in the training value for the 7 monsters. A Silver Soul team that could garner such attention from the Soto Grand Arena, combined with their optimal soul ring configurations, would provide invaluable experience for the 7 monsters. Yu Xiaojiang instructed them to devise their own strategies, insisting he would not interfere, stating, "If I must handle everything, then what is the purpose of cultivating them?" An exhilarating battle unfolded, marked by its intensity and duration. Tang San and his companions initially inflicted heavy damage on the arrogant captain, Yu Tianheng. However, the formidable support and defense from the opposing team proved challenging, resulting in injuries to Xiao Wu. Her wounds ignited a fierce determination among the other 6 members of the Shrek 7. Daimobai and Zhu Shiqing demonstrated their prowess for the first time, employing their martial soul fusion technique, the Spectral White Tiger. Tang San, too, unleashed his external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, against the recuperated Yu Tianheng. The existence of his external soul bone was not concealed from the Shrek members, as Yu Xiaojiang had permitted its use in the competition. Ultimately, the Shrek 7 narrowly secured victory. Yet, the secret of Tang San's external soul bone could no longer remain hidden. Although many could not distinguish between soul bones and external soul bones, the former was sufficiently valuable to incite lethal conflict over them, given their rarity far surpassed that of soul rings. In the aftermath, within the royal fighting team's lounge, Yu Tianheng and his 6 companions stood in a line before a young man, seemingly in his 20s, named Qin Ming, their mentor and a 6-ringed soul emperor on the cusp of becoming a soul sage. Achieving such heights at his age was indeed a rarity across the continent. Yu Tianheng and his companions appeared remorseful, having lost the match due to their overconfidence despite possessing overwhelming soul power over their opponents. Qin Ming remained silent, observing them intently. Yu Tianheng, his most esteemed disciple and source of pride, was not accustomed to such leniency. Typically, he was strict, meting out severe punishments for any shortcomings. Yet, this time, he refrained from expressing anger. Although this may seem a defeat to you, it is, in fact, a blessing in disguise, Qin Ming remarked with a smile, his tone devoid of the sternness the royal fighting team members anticipated. Yu Tianheng paused, contemplating Qin Ming's words. "Tell me, what have you learned?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng replied, "We must not be complacent. Even a rabbit fights with all its might, and we were too careless." "And what about the victories you achieved in the past 2 days?" Yu Tianheng hesitated, pondering for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "I learned nothing." Qin Ming smiled gently, stating, "Growth only comes from failure. Your journey has been too smooth. A path devoid of obstacles will only lead to regression. This defeat serves as a stepping stone for future success. Moreover, your loss was not unwarranted." "Not unwarranted?" Yu Tianheng and his companions shook their heads in confusion. Qin Ming continued, "Do you know why I say your loss was justified? Because your opponents hail from Shrek Academy, which prides itself on accepting only monsters, not ordinary individuals. Graduates from Shrek Academy, if they survive, are bound to become titled Douluos." "What? Titled Douluos? What does that imply?" The group understood the gravity of this statement. Titled Douluos represented the pinnacle of combat prowess on the Douluo continent, revered and formidable in any context. The acclaim Qin Ming bestowed upon Shrek Academy was astonishing, almost beyond belief. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Yu Tianheng and his team, Qin Ming chuckled, "What do you think of my talent?" After a moment of thought, Yu Tianheng replied, "Even in our family, there are few soul masters who achieve soul sage status before 30. Your talent is indeed remarkable. My talent is commendable. Yet it requires diligent effort to flourish. It is through the cultivation at Shrek Academy that I stand where I am today. I firmly believe I will break through to title Douluo before I reach 50. Teacher, Yu Tianheng began, but Qin Ming nodded. I graduated from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, who do you think imparted my teaching methods? In the 2 decades since Shrek Academy's establishment, only a handful of graduates had emerged, and among them, I am the only one yet to reach soul sage status. Despite being older, I dare say my talent ranks among the lowest. Thus, your loss was not without reason." The royal fighting team gasped in realization. Qin Ming was their academy's finest and most gifted teacher, and yet he was merely of average standing among Shrek graduates. This revelation hinted at the true strength of Shrek. "Yu Tianheng, you are my most cherished disciple, and your rivals extend beyond the one who defeated you, Tang San." To the understated Xiao Yi. "Why?" Yu Tianheng questioned. "Have you not noticed? Throughout the competition, he has hardly utilized his soul skills, yet has dominated his opponents, all while possessing only a 25-level soul power, and this is after recent advancements. Enough reflection for now. I shall visit a mentor I have not seen in years." Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, in the Shrek lounge, as Flanders praised the Shrek 7, a figure approached, his voice preceding his arrival. "Greetings, Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. How do you do? Your disciple, Qin Ming, pays his respects." Qin Ming, the mentor of the royal fighting team, advanced and knelt before Flanders, his eyes brimming with excitement. Flanders chuckled. "I thought you had forgotten us, you little rascal. Not even a word upon arrival." Zhao Wujia helped Qin Ming to his feet, scrutinizing him with a hearty laugh. "Ah, my boy, soon to be a soul sage, you are becoming increasingly formidable. It seems you will soon catch up with us old-timers." Qin Ming stood respectfully, acknowledging, "Regardless of the circumstances, you two will always be my mentors, and I shall forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy." He attempted to salute Yu Xiaojiang, who evaded the gesture, leaving Qin Ming perplexed. Later, he learned that Yu Xiaojiang was Yu Tianheng's uncle, thus placing them on equal footing, which explained the avoidance. "Teachers, since it is such a rare occasion for your student to return, allow me to treat you to a meal." Qin Ming, aware of Flanders' penchant for accepting only exceptional students, understood that Shrek Academy's finances might not be robust, and since he was not short on funds, it was only natural for him to extend the invitation. Flanders' eyes sparkled at this suggestion. Oh, how could that be? Though he feigned reluctance, his expression betrayed his excitement. Originally averse to organizing a meal, the prospect of not having to pay delighted him. Qin Ming, understanding Flanders' character, took no offense and joined him at the table, reminiscing with Flanders and Zhao Wujia, while the students engaged in their own discussions. "Xiao Yi, your score must be the lowest now, right? Barely qualifying as a Silver Soul Master," Ma Hongjun jested. During this period, everyone had advanced to Silver Soul Master status, which surprised everyone. Tang Sen had achieved victory in every match, ascending to Golden Soul Master status, although Xiao Yi had also remained undefeated. His participation in only 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches resulted in the least points. Before Xiao Yi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Humph, are you really that strong? You only accumulated points through the team matches. Look at your 2-on-2 performance, barely any points." Oscar, not to be outdone, chimed in, "I partnered with Ma Hongjun. So when you criticize him, you criticize me too. We managed to challenge opponents beyond our level. That in itself is commendable." Humph. Ning Rongrong refrained from arguing further, recognizing that their grilled sausage duo's victories were already commendable, even exceptional. Qin Ming turned to Xiao Yi and inquired of Flanders, "Teacher, did this child not participate in the team matches?" Flanders nodded. Indeed, he chose not to participate. However, his strength is sufficient to contend against soul ancestors. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang assigning him a special task, I would have enlisted him in the soul ancestor category. Special task? Is it that he cannot use soul skills? That is truly impressive, stronger than Tianheng. Uncertain of how my junior perceives my students, I reflect on Qin Ming's intelligence. It is evident that Flanders' subtle hints reveal the nature of our unique mission. Xiao Yi, wiping the greasy remnants from Ning Rongrong's lips, smiled as he remarked, "Your students are commendable, Yet I find myself disinterested, save for that healer, Yi Lingling. Tang Xin nudged Xiao Yi, directing his gaze toward Ning Rongrong, who was visibly agitated. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yi, slightly flustered, remarked, "It is merely her martial soul. I am indeed intrigued by her martial spirit." Sensing the subpar educational environment for his juniors, Qin Ming proposed that they pursue their studies at the Royal Academy of Tiando. After deliberation, Flandre acquiesced, stating that while the honors their students earned would belong to the Royal Academy, they would forever remain part of Shrek. Chapter 62. A visit home. Once Flandre reconciled his thoughts, his spirits lifted considerably. Embracing Yu Xiaojing, he exclaimed, "Xiaojing, did you see your nephew earlier?" Yu Xiaojing, unreserved, nodded in affirmation. "That lad did not disappoint me." "Ha. Can your nephew be anything less? Come, let us drink." The following day, the members of Shrek returned to their quaint mountain village, while Qin Ming escorted his students back to the Royal Academy. Upon arrival, Flandre issued a command, "Prepare to depart for Tiando." At that moment, Xiao Yi sat alone upon the rooftop, observing the bustling Shrek Academy. He murmured to himself, "The training has concluded. Perhaps it is time to return home. I wonder how mother and sister are faring." Xiao Yi approached Flandre's office and knocked gently on the door. A voice from within beckoned, "Enter." Flandre and Yu Xiaojing were engaged in discussions regarding Shrek's future development, and they regarded Xiao Yi's entrance with curiosity. Xiao Yi approached Flandre's desk and stated, "Dean, teacher, this phase of my training has come to an end, and I wish to visit home." Home. Qian Xiaoyi was initially adopted by Pope Bibi Dong and, due to his exceptional talent, became the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he held little regard for such hollow titles. Donning a mask, he assumed the alias Xiao Yi and made his way to Shrek Academy, where only Ning Rongrong was privy to his true identity. As time passed, the longing for home inevitably grew. Xiao Yi nodded, and Yu Xiaojing inquired, "Returning home is fine, but is the journey safe? Will someone be there to meet you?" "Yes, the family is concerned and has sent many people," he replied. "When will you return? Can you come back during the continental competition?" Flandre asked. "I can." "Very well, I grant you permission." Although Yu Xiaojing was strict, he was not inflexible. There was nothing amiss about going home as long as safety was assured. Moreover, it was entirely natural for a child of around 10 to miss home after such an extended absence. "Are you really leaving?" Ning Rongrong asked, her voice tinged with reluctance upon hearing of Xiao Yi's departure. Xiao Yi gently stroked her silky hair. "Rongrong, wait for me." Daimu Bai, with his straightforward demeanor, put an arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder. "Xiao Yi, you must return for the competition, okay? Even if you don't participate, you should come to witness our glory. Xiao Yi, take care. Don't worry, I have bodyguards." "Well then, brothers, I shall take my leave. Rongrong, be sure to grow stronger by the next time we meet." After bidding farewell to Shrek, Xiao Yi embarked on his journey alone. Beside him was an unassuming old man named Gue Mei, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. All the offerings in the offering hall were titled Douluos, and Gue Mei held the title of Ghost Douluo, alongside another titled Douluo, Yu Guan, who served as the Pope's right-hand man. They had witnessed Qian Xiaoyi grow up. Qian Xiaoyi was remarkably sensible, often playfully tugging at others' beards, much to their chagrin. Yet, Gue Mei held a genuine affection for the boy. Having no children of his own, he regarded Qian Xiaoyi as his own, apart from Bibi Dong. He cherished Qian Xiaoyi the most. Recently, the Pope had dispatched him and Yu Guan to visit Qian Xiaoyi, initially intending to observe him discreetly. But they were embarrassingly discovered shortly thereafter. Just a few days ago, upon learning that Qian Xiaoyi would be returning, Gue Mei eagerly volunteered to personally escort him back to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, concerned about potential mishaps, did not oppose this decision. "Xiaoyi, how have you been lately? Have they been bullying you?" Gue Mei inquired, his tone bearing a hint of challenge. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and said, "Uncle Ghost, do you think I am so easily bullied? It's a feat in itself that I do not torment others." The ghostly figure chuckled heartily. Indeed. You are quite formidable. However, I have heard whispers that you are frequently tormented by a girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Could it be mere rumors?" Qian Xiaoyi's face suddenly flushed a deep crimson, and she awkwardly stammered, "I was merely being courteous to her. A gentleman should never quarrel with a lady." Gue Mei chuckled softly. "Ah, that girl. I am aware of her lineage. She is the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Indeed, she is quite impressive, both in talent and status, worthy of you. Tell me, have you two progressed in your relationship?" "What? Progressed? What do you mean?" "Be clear. You old rascal. What are you thinking? We are still young. Umph, I shall ignore you now. Ha ha. Gue Mei, unfazed by the reprimand, merely chuckled, his beard twitching in amusement. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? By the way, Uncle Gue, how are my sister and mother? Qian Xiaoi, feeling vulnerable, deftly shifted the topic, executing the transition flawlessly, leaving no trace of imperfection. The Pope is doing well, but as for the young lady, Qian Xiaoi's heart tightened as she excitedly inquired, what happened to my sister? The specter gently stroked Qian Xiaoi's head and replied, it's nothing. Your sister is merely on a mission and is not at the spirit hall. It may take her quite some time to return, but there is no need for concern. The puffer and the serpent spear are always by her side, and with their strength, she is quite safe. So, I won't be able to see my sister when I return home? That's about right. By the way, the Pope has arranged for you a teacher. A teacher? Who is it? It's a secret. Uncle Gue, you are the worst. In a separate chamber, a woman with flowing golden hair and delicate features sat adorned in a regal yellow robe, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness as she read from a book. Flanking her were two individuals, one stout and one slender, silently guarding her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. My lady, we have received intelligence. The woman spoke slowly and calmly, come in. As she spoke, a human mask appeared upon her face, transforming her golden locks into a short style. The newcomer knelt at the door, saying, my lady, we have received news from the spirit hall. Qian Xiaoi has returned. The prince's body subtly trembled, and he softly acknowledged. You may leave. Yes. Once the messenger departed, the slender figure beside him ventured, young master, since Xiaoi has returned, shall we go see her? With our capabilities, we won't be discovered. Humph. What is there to see? I won't be going back. All right then, you both may leave. Let me enjoy some solitude. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads, noting his reticence. By the way, young master, there is one thing I forgot to mention. Our informant reports that Xiaoi is with the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. The young master abruptly stood, exclaiming together, how old are they? Realizing something, he gradually sank back into his seat. What does it matter to me? Feigning composure, each time Qian Xiaoi's name was mentioned, the young master's heart would not remain tranquil. They too understood the reasons behind this. Curiosity piqued, they wondered what had caused the young master, who previously harbored disdain for Qian Xiaoi, to change his sentiments. Qian Rangxia sat on the chair, her gaze fixed upon the book in her hands, yet her thoughts drifted to an unknown destination. Qian Xiaoi and Gue may return safely to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong had been waiting outside, and upon hearing of Qian Xiaoi's return, she was overwhelmed with excitement. After a long period of anticipation, she was finally relieved to see that Qian Xiaoi had returned unharmed. In truth, her worries had been unfounded, with the title Douluo present. What significant troubles could arise? Chapter 63, Master Ah. Finally home. Mother. Bibi Dong smiled gently, ruffling his hair, her eyes brimming with affection. It had been a long time since she last saw her precious son. He had grown taller and become remarkably stronger. It seemed that Shrek Academy had indeed been a good influence, as he had approached level 30 in such a short span of time. He must have endured quite a bit. Qian Xiaoi has also become more lively. How are you? Enduring hardships is the path to greatness, as my mother taught me. Haha, you are right. Without effort, even geniuses may falter. However, now that we are home, why not remove the masks? Both of you siblings are wearing human skin masks. All right. Qian Xiaoi took off the mask, revealing a handsome face. Although still somewhat youthful, he could already be considered a striking young man. Mother. What is my sister's task? Kiki. That essay's secret. Now, don't look so glum. Go visit grandfather. He misses you dearly. When you return, I will introduce you to a teacher who will be perfect for you. Upon hearing for the second time that there would be a teacher, Qian Xiaoi couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Mom, please tell me who it is. Bibiong blinked her eyes playfully and replied, Shill. It's a secret. Humph. You're the worst, Mom. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Grandpa to play. Bibiong watched as Qian Xiaoi's figure receded into the distance. Lost in her own thoughts. Grandpa, Xiaoi is back. Xiaoi has come to see you. Even before her arrival, her words had already preceded her. Qian Dalu detested any disturbances during his cultivation. Initially, he was seething with rage, but upon hearing it was Qian Xiaoi, a smile of understanding emerged on his aged face. Though this grandson bore no blood relation to him, he held a fondness for him. In his childhood, he was mischievous, often pulling at the beards of those in the spirit hall. Nearly all the attendants had experienced this playful torment. Those who had escaped his antics either shaved their beards or simply had none. One memorable day, Qian Shaoi climbed onto Qian Daluo's body, grasped a tuft of his beard, and yanked it with all his might, producing a sharp tearing sound. The entire spirit hall fell silent. Everyone was astonished. Having never witnessed such audacity, many felt a chill of apprehension for the young rascal. Yet, Qian Daluo merely chuckled, devoid of any reproach, even suggesting, "If you didn't pull enough, go find someone else. Anyone in the spirit hall is fair game." From that day forth, a peculiar custom took root in the spirit hall. No one, regardless of age or gender, would keep a beard, though women naturally had none. The sentiment was shared by all. "Grandson, how long have you been back? Why didn't you inform your grandfather? I just returned. Look, I came to see you right away. Isn't there a little reward for me?" Oh, Qian Daluo was quite surprised. Qian Shaoi had seldom, unlike other children, asked for rewards. When he did, it was a genuine need, and Qian Daluo would not hesitate to oblige. "Very well. What do you desire? Whatever you wish. Your grandfather shall provide." "Really?" Qian Shaoi exclaimed with joy. "Grandfather, I want my sister." "Ah, well, your sister is currently on an important mission." Qian Daluo felt quite awkward. Having just promised and then inadvertently reneged, Qian Shaoi understood that the likelihood of her sister's return was slim, and she did not press the matter. After all, the Continental Youth Soul Master competition was approaching. To ease Qian Daolia's heart, she pondered for a moment before speaking. "Grandfather, could you grant me a soul bone?" Qian Daluo smiled, for this was the very reason he cherished his grandson. Qian Shaoi always considered the feelings of others. Knowing his disposition, he would undoubtedly compel Qian Shaoi to make a request that was not overly simplistic, as it would not befit his status. A piece of soul bone, while trivial to Qian Daoluo, was regarded as a rare treasure by others. Thus, Qian Shaoi's request was worthy of his lineage, providing him with a graceful means of retreat. "Qian Daoluo, excellent. It is merely a soul bone, is it not? You belong to the assault type. So when the time comes, I shall select one for you, and it shall be of the highest caliber, one that is 10,000 years old. Since you are my grandson, you deserve nothing but the very best." Qian Shaoi looked at the boisterously laughing Qian Daoluo, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, I would prefer not to pursue the offensive system. Could you possibly grant me the supportive system instead? Ideally, something related to gemstones." Qian Daoluo blinked his eyes, then regarded Qian Shaoi with a peculiar expression. "Shaoi, you wouldn't be referring to that little girlfriend from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would you?" That's not for you to worry about. So, will you give it, or not?" Yes. Let us go get it right now." "Thank you, Grandpa." Ha, for what?" After a considerable time, Qian Shaoi arrived at the Hall of the Pope, where Bibidong awaited him. Beside her stood an elderly man who exuded an aura reminiscent of ethereal elegance. His gaze towards Qian Shaoi held a distinct nuance. Upon seeing Qian Shaoi return, Bibidong said, "Shaoi, come meet your master." As soon as she finished speaking, the elderly man beside Bibidong interjected, "Your Holiness, I have roamed the continent for many years without a disciple. It is not due to a lack of strength on my part, but rather the absence of one worthy of my acknowledgement. Without my recognition, even those of noble birth would not be accepted as my apprentices. Therefore, to claim I am his master is rather premature." Bibidong squinted her eyes and then turned her gaze towards Qian Shaoi. Qian Shaoi felt a mix of emotions. Was he not the one the old man was referring to? Whether or not he would acknowledge this mentor was still uncertain. At that moment, Qian Shaoi perfectly illustrated the concept of a discord between words and intentions. "Old sir, how might I earn your approval?" The elder chuckled softly and replied, "Engage in a match with me. As long as you reveal aspects that I admire, it will suffice." Bibidong immediately expressed her discontent, and just as she was about to intervene, Qian Shaoi interjected, "Certainly, however, esteemed sir, your prowess must be formidable. I have only practiced for a few years. How could I possibly rival you? Therefore, might you?" Qian Shaoi refrained from elaborating further. Yet everyone understood the implication. He was essentially asking for a concession. It would be acceptable for the old man to agree. However, refusal would subject him to ridicule. For the mighty are ever conscious of their reputation. The elder chuckled, "Clever little rascal, I am Chen Xin, known by the title of Sword. I shall refrain from striking. You may attack until I am satisfied. Does that suit you? Allow me to strike? And until you are pleased? Wait a moment. The Sword Douluo? The one from Ronron's sect?" Yu Shaojiang had previously remarked that the Sword Douluo was the foremost swordsman on the continent. "I wonder if I could indeed become his disciple. It is no wonder he has taken a particular interest in me. Any observant individual would recognize that I have taken away his little princess. In the eyes of the sword Douluo, Ning Rongrong is akin to a granddaughter, so it would be strange if you were pleased. Furthermore, there are indeed many scoundrels on the continent. Qian Shaoi dared not show any disrespect. After all, it was essential to leave a favorable impression. However, no matter the circumstances, it could not alter the undeniable truth of his weakness. To grow stronger, he required a suitable mentor, and the master Bibi Dong had procured for him was indeed commendable. The youth thus succumbed to respect and implored the elder to show mercy. Chapter 64. Full Strength Humph. Come forth, young one. Allow me to witness your prowess and determine whether you possess the qualifications to become my disciple. If you can make this old man's legs move even slightly, consider it a victory. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of reluctance. To provoke the sword Douluo into action would necessitate at least a four-ringed soul master. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her concerns, for the sword Douluo was not her subordinate. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Indeed, the sword Douluo exhibited a certain arrogance, but it was backed by his credentials as the continent's premier swordsman. In truth, the sword Douluo was not inherently arrogant. Rather, he harbored grievances regarding Qian Shaoi's entanglement with Ning Rongrong. To him, the youth was merely toying with emotions, oblivious to the essence of love. Ning Rongrong had grown under his watchful gaze, and he understood her character well. If abandoned, her life would become a void, a permanent scar upon her existence. How intriguing. Very well, old sir, I shall now display my inadequacies. Qian Shaoi recognized that the individual before him was not someone he could hope to defeat, let alone inflict harm upon. Thus, he prepared himself with utmost seriousness. When one possesses absolute advantage, it is all too easy to become complacent. Even the continent's finest swordsman is not exempt from this folly. Qian Shaoi's opportunity for victory lay within such moments of underestimation, where he could launch his most formidable attack unexpectedly. A humming sound echoed as the judgment sword materialized in his grasp, accompanied by two soul rings, one yellow, one blue, manifesting behind him. The sword Douluo, Qinshin, paused momentarily, his lips curling into a faint smile. Interesting. Perhaps this old man might indeed consider taking on an apprentice. Soul rings that surpass the optimal ratio are termed as overmatched soul rings. The higher the quality of a soul ring, the greater the capacity required from the soul master to bear it. The optimal ratio is calculated based on the soul master's own requirements and the maximum age of the soul rings. However, this does not apply to all soul masters. There exist extraordinary exceptions with exceptional physical qualities capable of enduring even higher-age soul rings, resulting in what is known as overmatched soul rings. Historically, such overmatched soul rings have been exceedingly rare, yet each occurrence has been a once-in-a-century genius, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent, provided they do not perish prematurely. Bibi Dong observed the duel with keen interest. While she trusted that Qinshin would exercise restraint, she remained uneasy. She had no particular thoughts regarding Qian Shaoi's soul rings. After all, the first was merely 800 years old, and a millennium for the second ring was quite ordinary. Qinshin had already contemplated taking on an apprentice, yet the thought of that little witch being whisked away left him in a foul mood. Not long ago, the little witch had even sent a letter requesting him to accept Qian Shaoi as a disciple. He had never received such a privilege himself, and the mere thought of it incensed him. He resolved that this young man must endure some hardship. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to sleep at night. If not for the little witch's letter, even the Pope's plea would not suffice. Humph, just you wait, young one. As Qian Shaoi had just summoned his martial soul, he found himself in a state of embarrassment. Puzzled, he caught a glimpse of Chen Xian gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Although the specifics eluded Qian Shaoi, the general sentiment was clear. It seemed that his days of ease might, perhaps, be nearing their end. Chen Xian nodded slightly, refraining from utilizing his martial soul or revealing his spirit rings. He simply stood there, gesturing to Qian Shaoi with an invitation. Come on, little one. With a powerful push, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning. In the realm of great soul masters, only those adept in agility could rival such swiftness. While Qian Shaoi's speed was undeniably impressive, who was Chen Xian? He was a titled Douluo. The battles he had endured were beyond anything Qian Shaoi could comprehend. In his eyes, this level of speed was merely a trifle, far too slow. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware that his speed could not escape the discerning gaze of Chen Xian. His acceleration was not intended to provoke Chen Xian. Rather, he sought to enhance the potency of his strike at the moment of impact. Although Chen Xian was unable to evade the attack, he remained unfazed by its insignificance. In his perception, such feeble assaults could be effortlessly dispelled with his external soul force. Indeed, Chen Xian executed this very approach, making no discernible movement. At the precise moment when Qian Shaoi's judgment sword descended, he conjured a wall of soul force around him, contrary to expectations of a tremendous clash. Qian Shaoi's sword came to a halt, suspended in midair. Qian Shaoi exhibited not a trace of surprise, after all. It is only reasonable to be astonished if a great soul master were to triumph over a titled Douluo. Chen Xian remarked nonchalantly, not bad. Slightly stronger than an average 30-level attack. Though his expression remained placid, he had silently acknowledged Qian Shaoi's prowess. That recent strike was merely a shade weaker than that of a powerful attack-type soul sage, surpassing even the striking power of an agility-oriented soul sage. Achieving such damage with the strength of a great soul master, without the use of soul skills, is indeed a remarkable feat. Yet Chen Xian chose to remain silent. He wished to observe the limits of this young talent, to see if he could unleash the power equivalent to that of a four-ring soul zone. Truly formidable. This is the essence of a titled Douluo. Qian Shaoi took a few steps back, preparing to unleash his soul rings. 2 soul rings shimmered as he compressed his primary soul skill, Sword Qi, onto the blade of the Judgment Sword, subtly releasing its power, coupled with his second soul skill, Enhancement, which augmented his physical attributes by 10% across the board. Qian Shaoi had honed his mastery of soul power during his extensive time at Shrek Academy. While he may not have reached the zenith of proficiency, he had certainly become quite adept, managing to temporarily affix his primary soul skill to the blade. With his enhanced speed, his current offensive capability was now on par with that of a high-ranking soul master, closing the gap even with the soul sect. Qian Shaoi seldom employs his second soul skill, either because it is not necessary or due to Yu Xiaojiang's prohibitions. This time, however, he finally unleashed this soul skill. Yet his opponent is a titled Douluo. Qian Shaoi struck forcefully, channeling the majority of his strength into this blow. Yet, Chen Xian remained utterly composed. He raised his arm and extended a single finger, gently touching the Sword of Judgment. Clang! Qian Shaoi, along with his sword, soared back, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before charging once more. At the instant of impact, he simultaneously extended his left hand. With a resounding clash, the outcome remained unchanged. He was sent flying back again. However, the expression on Qinshin's face transcended mere astonishment. It was sheer shock. No one, including Bibi Dong, had perceived the earlier situations. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could comprehend its nature. Qinshin glanced at Qian Shaoi's left hand, which appeared to be adorned with a translucent, bone-like gauntlet. Its fingertips razor-sharp. Having traversed the continent for many years, he was well aware of its significance. It was an external spirit bone. External spirit bones are distinct from regular spirit bones. They are far rarer and more precious due to their potential for evolution, limitless evolution, in fact. When Qian Shaoi's left hand made contact, even Qinshin's arm trembled. It is worth noting that only a being of at least a 5-ring Soul King could provoke such a reaction in him. Moreover, Qinshin observed a crimson mark on his fingertip, the very point that had withstood Qian Shaoi's judgment sword. The sword strike from Qian Shaoi had proven to be sharper, significantly more potent than his previous attempts. Most importantly, Qian Shaoi had grasped the essence of sword intent, albeit only in its most nascent form, usable for but a fleeting moment. This achievement was commendable. Qinshin was known as the sword enthusiast, a title earned through his unparalleled talent and relentless dedication to swordsmanship. Yet, even he had only comprehended sword intent by the age of 20, under the tutelage of a master, marking him as one of the earliest in the continent to do so, effectively setting a record. In contrast, Qian Shaoi had surpassed that record without the guidance of a master. With a wry smile, Qinshin mused that his record likely held the title for the shortest duration. Chapter 65, The Continuation of Dreams. Qian Shaoi has acquired a wealth of knowledge at Shrek Academy, and has begun to master the preliminary control of soul power and its flow. In the past, he could barely apply it and required significant preparation time. Now, although he still needs a brief moment to prepare when using soul flow, his proficiency has improved considerably compared to before. Qian Shaoi lay feebly on the ground, with only he and the sword Douluo privy to the events that had just transpired. He had unleashed the skill crush from his left arm's external spirit bone, and the enhancement from his soul skill lingered, combined with the flow of soul energy and sword intent, causing Chen Xian's arm to tremble unexpectedly. The intent behind his previous 2 strikes was not to inflict damage, but to create an illusion in Chen Xian's mind, one that suggested he had reached his limits. This deception would lead Chen Xian to underestimate him, allowing Qian Shaoi to unleash a full-force attack at a moment when his opponent was most vulnerable. However, the toll of this strategy left Qian Shaoi utterly drained of mental strength, soul power, and physical stamina. Young one, you failed to make my legs move. Thus you have lost, remarked Bibi Dong with a sigh, pondering whether it was futile. Nevertheless, I have decided to take you as my disciple. Ah? Chen Xian chuckled and replied, I said you lost, but I never implied that losing means you cannot take on a disciple. We did not wager anything. Surely, you do not believe that as a high-ranking soul master, you could repel a titled Douluo? In this match, victory was never within your grasp. Perhaps if you were a soul king, there might have been hope. Qian Shaoi's lips curled in disdain. What was wrong with this old man? How shameless could he be? The young man felt inadequate in comparison. Chen Xian, now 70 years of age, appeared quite aged. Yet the lifespan of a soul master can be significantly extended through the cultivation of soul power. Thus, Chen Xian was in the prime of his life. The perfect moment for taking on disciples. After all, Shrek Academy, despite the close bonds between students and teachers, could not impart the full depth of their martial soul characteristics. Only a master could pass down their lifelong knowledge to a disciple. Therefore, Qian Shaoi's decision to seek a mentor was entirely appropriate. Bibi Dong also displayed a faint smile. Fully aware of Chen Xian's intentions, this Chen Xian was a top-tier powerhouse, having defeated countless adversaries with his 7-star sword. Her son was exceptionally gifted. And finding a worthy mentor was no simple feat. Her joy was entirely justified. Qian Shaoi lay on the ground, chuckling, Master, you see, I am utterly exhausted and unable to perform the customary greeting. Please do not cast me out for this. Chen Xin merely smiled, stating that such formalities held no significance. To him, they were utterly tedious. However, you, my young apprentice, have achieved what every soul master dreams of, an external soul bone, along with grasping the essence of sword intent. Should I overlook a disciple of such potential, I would surely live in regret. Very well, let us rest today. I shall return tomorrow to guide you. The next day, Qian Shaoi exclaimed, Master, must you be so stern on the very first day? I am but a child. He leaned feebly against a tree trunk, feeling aggrieved. Qian Shaoi did not consider himself a person given to relentless diligence. Chen Xin scoffed lightly, Do you not understand? A strict master breeds exceptional students. My expectations for you are exceedingly high. Qian Shaoi pursed her lips and said defiantly, Humph, what can one expect? Chen Xian's expression was unusually solemn as he slowly uttered 2 words. Become a deity. In the realm of Douluo, legends of gods abound, however. Due to the nature of these tales, few hold them in belief. Yet for individuals like Chen Xian, who stand at the pinnacle of spirit masters, this might indeed be a reality. I am to cultivate you into a god. For those of us who occupy the summit, living freely and effortlessly, the ultimate dream is to ascend to divinity. I am uncertain of my own prospects, but I sense that you possess the potential, thus I must be stringent with you. Suddenly, Chen Xian grasped Qian Shaoi's shoulder and smiled. Moreover, having eloped with our little princess, do you expect me to be lenient? Was that your true intention? Months later, Chen Xian gazed at Qian Shaoi before him, realizing that his disciple had indeed lived up to his expectations. Over the course of several months, not only had she surpassed the 30th level, but her comprehension of sword intent had also reached new heights. It is important to note that grasping sword intent is not merely a matter of training. It requires perseverance, talent, and understanding, all of which are essential. Shaoi, Chen Xian declared, Today I must return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You must continue to strive diligently. Do not let distractions diminish your aspirations. Understood. By the way, Master, here, this is for you. Qian Shaoi suddenly recalled something, and with a flick of her wrist, a soul guide flickered, revealing a hard object resembling a right arm, which she presented to Chen Xian. Chen Xian took it, and upon examination, he gasped, This is a soul bone? A right arm bone of 70,000 years? This soul bone was what Qian Shaoi had initially requested from Qian Douluo upon her return. Made of precious gems, Qian Douluo had no use for it, and since it was an extra, he gifted it to his granddaughter. While this soul bone held little value for Qian Douluo, its worth was immense. A 70,000-year soul bone, one of the finest among soul bones, could lead many to great strife. Yes, I wish for you to deliver this soul bone to Rongrong when you return to the sect, Qian Shaoi stated. It is perfect for her. Chen Xian's gaze shifted slightly. Even for him, he had no more than 4 soul bones, and the highest was merely 60,000 years old. He had not anticipated that Qian Shaoi would directly offer a 70,000-year soul bone to another. I do not care. Huh? Qian Shaoi was somewhat astonished. Is the gift too extravagant? Chen Xian replied, If you wish to give it, then you should present it yourself. Our 2 offerings carry different significances. Your delivery to Rongrong would bring her greater joy. How could I do that? Should I travel to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Qian Shaoi inquired, feeling somewhat troubled. Chen Xian saw nothing inappropriate in this suggestion and stated, "Why not? You are not departing permanently. You have been home for several months. A visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be beneficial, just inform the Pope." Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well. I shall go and gather my belongings." When Qian Shaoi mentioned to Bai Bai Dong their intention to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bai Bai Dong furrowed her brow, her tone somewhat unsettling. "Why must we leave again? We have only just returned a few months ago." Qian Shaoi was aware of his mother's reluctance to part with him, yet circumstances were beyond her control. At that moment, Chen Xian entered the room. He felt no obligation to bow before the Pope. He stated, "Your Holiness, it is only by accompanying me that Shaoi can secure a brighter future. As a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I must return. By following me, Shaoi will avoid unnecessary detours, grow swiftly, and learn to protect himself. Surely, Your Holiness does not wish for Shaoi to live in insecurity? I will safeguard him." Bibi Dong, however, was resolute in not letting go. She could not fathom why she was so unwilling to let Qian Shaoi leave her side. Can the Pope guarantee his safety at all times? If he wishes to survive, he must grow stronger, and it has been ages since anyone ascended to godhood on our continent, Chen Xian remarked calmly. Bibi Dong's expression hardened, realizing his intention was to cultivate a god. "Very well, let Shaoi go with you, but I expect him to remain unharmed. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Chen Xian smiled gently. "Your Holiness need not threaten me. I will protect my disciple with all my might, for he embodies the continuation of my dreams." Chapter 66. Hulaina and her brother Xiaoyu were pitiable figures, having lost their parents to war at a tender age. From that point on, they became orphans, relying solely on each other. To survive in such tumultuous times, they resorted to begging on the streets and, at times, even thievery. As time passed, the siblings grew weary of the pitying and disdainful gazes cast upon them. They longed to rely on their martial souls for sustenance, believing that what they earned through their own efforts would be more fulfilling than what was given to them by others. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. The Spirit Hall had numerous branches, varying in size depending on their remoteness. Some were as grand as castles while others resembled tall buildings. On this continent, the aspiration of most was to become a soul master or to grow stronger. The Hu siblings were no exception, even though they had yet to awaken their martial souls. In their region, there was a Spirit Hall branch, modest in scale, but to Hulaina and Xiaoyu, it represented a sacred place. They earnestly wished to remain there. Xiaoyu led Hulaina to the Spirit Hall, hoping to awaken their martial souls, but they were halted by a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, seemingly in a foul mood, barked, "What do you little brats want?" Hulaina, frightened, hid behind her brother. Xiaoyu, gathering his courage, replied, "We come to awaken our martial souls." The gatekeeper laughed heartily, casting a wicked glance at the trembling Hulaina behind Xiaoyu. "Your sister?" he queried, pointing at Hulaina. Xiaoyu hesitated before nodding in response. The gatekeeper smirked. "If you let me have some fun with your sister, I'll let you both in. If you have talent, you'll rise to greatness. If not, it's just a bit of fun for me." He exploited the siblings' vulnerability, revealing his predatory nature. Though merely 7, Hulaina's beauty was already evident, and an alluring aura surrounded her that drew the gatekeeper in. Xiaoyu's expression shifted. He was not merely reluctant to sacrifice his sister, but consumed by a fierce anger. He adored Hulaina and would do anything to provide for her. Over the years, Hulaina had endured far fewer hunger pangs than Xiaoyu, who had always taken on the burden of thievery to ensure her well-being. Though life was harsh for Hulaina, Xiaoyu viewed her as a little princess. Hearing the gatekeeper's lewd words ignited a fire within him. "What if we are geniuses? Your future will be far from pleasant. Are you willing to offend us over this?" Xiaoyu made one last stand. The gatekeeper chuckled. "By then, I will have already taken your sister. If you're talented, I'll be fortunate. If not, I'll have merely enjoyed myself. I have nothing to lose." "Scoundrel!" Xiaoyu exclaimed, turning to leave with the sister. The gatekeeper's expression was one of dissatisfaction, although this was a branch of the Spirit Hall. Abandoning his post would yield severe consequences. Letting Hulaina go would hardly bring him joy. After this incident, Hulaina regarded the Spirit Hall with disdain, and they resolved to seek the main hall to awaken their martial souls and then flee. Their desire to remain in the Spirit Hall dissipated, and the sanctity they once attributed to it was erased from their hearts. Little did they know, this decision would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. The Hu siblings entered Spirit City, making their way to the Spirit Hall. The inhabitants of Spirit City were closely tied to the Soul Masters, living in relative comfort. while Hulaina and Xiaoyu, clad in tattered garments and dusty from the streets, appeared utterly out of place. With their thoughts focused solely on awakening their martial souls and escaping, they ventured forth. Before long, they encountered a finely dressed, lively young boy who seemed to be searching for something. The gazes of those around him reflected envy, jealousy, respect, and malice, yet none dared act out. For this was Spirit City. Listening to the murmurs, Hulaina discerned that this boy was none other than Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope. To be candid, Hulaina felt a pang of jealousy towards Qian Xiaoyi. Why was there such a vast disparity between their lives? One lived in opulence while the other struggled daily for sustenance, at 7 years old still awaiting the awakening of a martial soul. Before Hulaina could ponder further, Qian Xiaoyi noticed them, appearing slightly surprised as he approached. The siblings felt a rush of tension. After all, he was the Pope's son, and a single word from him could dictate their future paths. Qian Xiaoyi inquired, "What are your names? Are you from out of town? Did you get separated from your parents?" Hulaina pushed aside the speaking Xiaoyu, seemingly irked by Qian Xiaoyi for reasons unknown, perhaps out of jealousy. "I am Hulaina, and this is my brother, Xiaoyu. We do not have parents, unlike you, who seem to have such good fortune." Xiaoyu, feeling apprehensive, feared that Qian Xiaoyi might take offense at his sister's disrespect, which could spell doom for them both. Hulaina recognized her misstep but remained unfazed, as her feminine intuition suggested that Qian Xiaoyi was easily intimidated. To everyone's surprise, Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Will you forgive me? Let me treat you to a meal." Hulaina paused momentarily before responding with a smile, "Sure. I happen to be quite hungry." He was equally taken aback by how effortlessly they had secured a meal, yet he maintained his vigilance. Observing Qian Xiaoyi's every move, wary of any potential threats despite the latter's youth, a concern that Qian Xiaoyi himself seemed to dismiss. Noticing the somewhat disheveled siblings, Qian Xiaoyi suggested, "Before we eat, let us take a bath and change clothes. That way, the meal will taste even better." Without waiting for their consent, he led Hulaina and her brother away. They had no reason to object. After all, who wouldn't he want to dress better? At least to change out of clothes they had worn for several years? The siblings lived in such hardship that their opportunities for bathing were limited to rainy days or when a stream was nearby. Thus, they had no intention of resisting. Naturally, the washing was done separately by gender. After they had bathed and changed, Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Hulaina. The color pink seemed to suit her perfectly. Her pink dress accentuated her enchanting curves. Although her delicate features bore a hint of youthfulness, she already showcased the makings of a beauty. Her large, watery, pink eyes were captivating, exuding a charm that hinted at both grace and vulnerability. A product of her arduous upbringing that evoked a desire to comfort her. Among those of a similar age, he had only seen his sister Qian Rinxue as a beauty in the making. Now, with Hulaina, he found that both possessed their unique allure. Qian Rinxue's was regal and aloof, while Hulaina's was tender and endearing. Chapter 67. Hulaina with the newly bathed and dressed siblings, they made their way to the dining hall, for money was no object, and they could spend freely. "By the way, what brings you to the Spirit City? Do you have business here, or are you searching for someone?" Qian Xiaoyi asked, puzzled after their meal. Xiaoyu patted his round belly, cautioning, "Don't eat too much when you're very hungry. It's not good for your stomach." He replied, "We are here to awaken our martial spirits." "Awaken your martial spirits?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in disbelief. "You both look around 7 or 8 years old. How could you not have awakened your martial spirits yet? I thought you might have defective martial spirits and were here to find relatives." Hulaina gave a wry smile. "Where would we find relatives? Due to the war, our parents left early. My brother and I have relied on each other since childhood, with no family left. How tragic. Why not come with me? I can help you awaken your martial spirits, and then you can stay in the spirit hall." Qian Xiaoyi's compassion surged forth. However, Xiaoyu became defensive, asking, "What are you trying to do? Are you interested in my sister?" "Let me tell you, that is impossible." Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback by his words. How could he suggest that she resembled a villain? What were his thoughts? She was certainly not one of those hypocritical pretenders. What this young master desired, no one could seize away. Furthermore, if I truly harbored ulterior motives, do you believe you possess the strength to resist? Xiaoyu and Hulaina fell silent. Indeed, if Qian Xiaoyi had any intentions within his domain, they would find it nearly impossible to escape. "I am rather curious about what has transpired with you both. Perhaps you could share your experiences," Qian Xiaoyi inquired. Xiaoyu sighed, unwilling to force his sister to relive painful memories, and thus he hastily recounted the events. He spoke of their arduous living conditions, Their journey to the Spirit Hall's branch, and their encounters with the gatekeeping spirit masters, laying everything bare. Bang! Qian Shaoi slammed the table with palpable frustration, capturing the attention of everyone present. They were baffled by the fury exhibited by this revered saint. Humph! Indeed, in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds. How dare they treat the common folk with such disdain? What is wrong with the people? Why must they be looked down upon? You all, follow me. With a flick of her sleeve, Qian Shaoi strode away. If you refuse, I shall have you bound. Do not presume I jest. Sia could not help but smirk. Truly, when the saint was serious, her aura was overwhelming. He had always believed that Qian Shaoi's assistance stemmed from her infatuation with Hulaina's beauty. Yet he now realized his error. Her help was purely altruistic, devoid of ulterior motives. As he turned around, he caught sight of Hulaina, her eyes sparkling with admiration, murmuring about how handsome he was. It was evident that she would undoubtedly follow him, and Xiaoyu found himself eager to discover the nature of his own martial spirit, as it was integral to his aspirations. Arriving at the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shaoi exchanged a few words with a middle-aged man before he withdrew. Shortly thereafter, an elder was brought forth, a Soul Douluo and the head of the awakening hall, who had a favorable relationship with Qian Shaoi and was thus invited to join them. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals by first testing their resolve, fortifying their bodies, and subjecting them to hardship. Perhaps as compensation for the siblings, both exhibited extraordinary martial spirits and talents. Xiaoyu possessed innate soul power at the 9th level and wielded a weapon spirit, the Moonblade. Hulaina's innate soul power was even more remarkable, reaching the 10th level, with a full innate soul power and a beast spirit, the Fox Demon. Bibi Dong was elated that her son had brought 2 prodigies to the Spirit Hall, and she held a fondness for the 2 children. To retain them, she not only accepted Hulaina as her disciple, elevating her status significantly, but soon after, the Soul Master who had previously mistreated her was expelled from the Spirit Hall. The reason he was not killed was due to Hulaina's plea. Being a young girl, she was still very much afraid of death, especially considering her parents. Following this incident, the unruly individuals within the Spirit Hall became considerably more subdued for an extended period. Bibi Dong treated Hulaina with great kindness, as if she were her own daughter, which left Qian Rinxue feeling quite envious, given the high expectations placed upon her. However, there was little she could do about it. Hulaina had come to embrace the Spirit Hall anew. It was her home now, filled with family, friends, and a caring master. Tears streamed down her face. Yet she felt joy as she recalled her days of begging, understanding the meaning of hardship giving way to sweetness. She cherished her current life, dedicating her spare time to training and study. Through her exceptional talent and unwavering diligence, she ascended to the rank of saintess within the Spirit Hall, further elevating her status. Approaching Bibi Dong's desk, Hulaina's gaze became somewhat dazed. Master, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. I shall devote myself to alleviating your burdens. Bibi Dong smiled softly. Gratitude? Then you are addressing the wrong recipient. Consider this. As the Pope, my responsibilities are immense, and I must also cultivate. Do you truly believe I have the capacity to focus on you children? I hardly have the time to consider taking on disciples. Hulaina paused, then asked, then why? Master? Bibi Dong gently patted her head, replying, it was Qian who interceded on your behalf. He has a tender heart and wished for you siblings to have a better life. Your talents impressed me, and thus, I agreed. It was only after accepting you as my disciple that I grew fond of you. Is it him? Hulaina murmured to herself. Bibi Dong continued, therefore, if you truly wish to repay your debt of gratitude, serve Qian. Without him, you would not even have the chance to see me, let alone enjoy your current circumstances. Hulaina nodded, understanding the principle of repaying kindness. Master, I wish to stay by the saint's side and care for him. Bibi Dong inclined her head slightly. Very well, but do not neglect your cultivation. Understood. As she watched Hulaina depart, a knowing smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. Upon learning everything, Qian Shaoi gazed at the figure of Hulaina before him with a sense of astonishment. He had never anticipated that his mother would send him a personal maid. Although Hulaina held the title of a saintess, she bore none of the airs typically associated with such a status, displaying a docile demeanor in Qian Shaoi's presence. Despite his numerous attempts to persuade her, she remained steadfast, embodying not the role of a saintess but that of a servant. This servant, however, possessed formidable combat prowess. Deep meditation, as the term suggests, refers to a state of introspection so profound that one becomes ensnared within it. Once entered, it may last a minimum of 10 days to half a month, or, in more extreme cases, extend to a year or even several years. Though it may appear to be a waste of time, It is, in fact, the most cherished state among soul masters, as deep meditation is both rare and invaluable. The longer one meditates, the greater the rewards. During this period of profound contemplation, one's cultivation gradually progresses, preventing any regression, while the body remains in a state of dormancy, thus avoiding aging. Regardless of the duration of deep meditation, one's physical age does not change. If undisturbed, this state is entirely beneficial. However, any interruption could easily lead one astray. Hulaina indeed possessed remarkable talent. One might say exceptional. On this particular day, she entered into deep meditation. The following day marked Qian Shaoyi's departure for Shrek Academy. Hulaina missed the chance to bid him farewell, her heart laden with guilt. Her master had left, and she remained unaware, which felt utterly improper. Naturally, he did not blame her, considering her status as a saintess. When Qian Shaoyi returned, she had flawlessly resumed her deep meditation. Fortunately, this bout did not last long, and she awoke just days before his departure, insisting on accompanying him, her determination unyielding. Bibi Dong found herself in an awkward position. With the young master Qian Rinxue dispatched on a mission and the Holy Son heading to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the saintess was adamant about following him. While the grand enshrined Qian Douluo was absent, she felt compelled to abandon her own plans for an outing, for otherwise, the spirit hall would be left unattended. Chapter 68. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With a resounding crack, a beam of sword light cleaved through a dense thicket, severing trees with smooth, even cuts. Qian Shaoyi, panting heavily, knelt on one knee, wielding his sword. That flash of sword light was his first soul skill, sword chi, albeit with a distinct enhancement, incorporating the essence of soul flow. For half a year, Qian Shaoyi, Hulaina, and Shen Xian have resided in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. During this time, Qian Shaoyi has ascended to the rank of a 33rd level soul master, a feat attributed to his remarkable talent and relentless, albeit compelled, training. His proficiency in soul flow has improved significantly, allowing him to preliminarily integrate soul power into his soul skills, thereby enhancing their potency considerably. However, due to his inexperience, he often finds himself depleting his mental energy, leaving his soul power nearly exhausted after each attempt. His understanding of sword intent has also advanced, thanks to Chen Xian's teachings. Yet, mere instruction is insufficient for further progress. True enlightenment must come from within, which can occur in a fleeting moment or may elude one indefinitely. Knowledge acquired through personal insight remains ingrained for a lifetime, while that imparted by others may fade away. Currently, Qian Shaoyi is in need of opportunities. His present task is to practice the application of soul flow within his soul skills. Hulaina has wholly embraced the role of a servant, attending to Qian Shaoyi with meticulous care, wiping his sweat when he tires, serving tea when he is thirsty. Were it not for her identity, Chen Xian might have mistaken Hulaina for an actual maid. Who would have imagined that a dignified saintess would take on such domestic duties? Sister Nana, you really need not concern yourself with me. I can handle these trifles on my own. Please do not waste your time on me. You are a saintess. Do not neglect your cultivation. Qian Shaoyi has uttered these words countless times, but they fall on deaf ears. This occasion is no exception. Hulaina shook her head and replied, Your Highness, as you mentioned, these are merely trivial matters. It is no burden to me, for I enjoy it. Even if it tires me, it is far preferable to being adrift in a foreign land. You have provided me with everything I possess now. Without you, I cannot imagine what would have become of my brother and me. And as for my cultivation, do you truly believe I would fall behind? Sister Nana, you may simply call me by my name. Addressing me formally feels too distant. Distant? Not at all. Very well, then shall I call you young master? I do not fancy being referred to as the saint, as long as the young master is pleased. Indeed, Hulaina's cultivation has not waned. She has now reached the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Her martial spirit is that of a fox demon, which, while not at the pinnacle, is certainly of high quality. With each additional soul ring, she gains an extra tail, culminating in 9 tails upon achieving the rank of title Douluo. Each new tail significantly augments her power and simultaneously enhances her allure, though she remains blissfully unaware of this fact. Presently, Hulaina boasts 4 tails, exuding a subtle charm that she does not recognize, yet it is evident to others, such as Qian Shaoyi. One of the reasons Qian Shaoyi urged Hulaina to take a break was her overwhelming charm. Over time, one could hardly predict the consequences of such allure. Moreover, they were currently at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong's family home. Under the watchful eyes of his girlfriend, any romantic inclinations would be utterly inappropriate. Yet, the temptation was undeniably potent. Qingxin, observing from the sidelines, wore a disapproving expression, regarding Qian Xiaoyi with the disdainful gaze reserved for a scoundrel, soon shifting to a more sinister demeanor that sent shivers down Qian Xiaoyi's spine. How audacious to engage in romantic pursuits at Rongrong's home. Fortunately, Rongrong was absent. Otherwise, that girl would surely be in tears again. Just wait until I train you to your limits. If Qian Xiaoyi were privy to Qingxin's thoughts, he would vehemently protest his innocence. I am not pursuing romance. Would I dare do so in Rongrong's home? Perhaps elsewhere, but not here. After their training concluded, Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, Master, you mentioned Rongrong is returning? His excitement was palpable. They had not seen each other for nearly a year, although they frequently exchanged letters. Nothing could compare to the joy of a face-to-face reunion, and longing was inevitable. Qingxin nodded slightly. Indeed, the sect leader is personally going to greet her. The sect leader is going in person? What could have transpired? Qian Xiaoyi's anxiety spiked at the thought of Ning Rongrong encountering misfortune. It seems that Rongrong's martial soul has undergone a mutation. Mutation? Is it a positive change? Although framed as a question, the concern in Qian Xiaoyi's voice was unmistakable. Mutations of martial souls can yield both beneficial and detrimental outcomes, yet the latter is far more common. The fall of a genius often occurs in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for Qian Xiaoyi to remain unconcerned. Qian Xiaoyi expresses concern for Ning Rongrong. And of course, Qingxin delights in this, as one of his intentions in taking Qian Xiaoyi as his disciple is to bring them together. Qingxin's steadfast nature means that once he has set his sights on something, he cannot easily let go. To prevent the little demoness from feeling sorrow, he has no choice but to keep Qian Xiaoyi close by his side. The martial soul has evolved, transforming into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower. While the 7-treasure glazed tower stands as the most formidable support on the continent, it bears a significant limitation. Its possessor can only cultivate to the 7th ring, thus capping their potential at level 79. However, it is said that the owner of the 9-treasure Linglong Tower can transcend to the 9th ring titled Douluo, with no limits to their advancement. The sect master devoted his life to research, yet he found no means to achieve this breakthrough. Now that it has manifested in the little demoness, he is compelled to take it seriously. Phew! Qian Xiaoyi feels a sense of relief. But then he ponders another question. While he is certainly pleased that Ning Rongrong has grown stronger, what could have caused the evolution of her martial soul? Qingxin pats his shoulder and remarks, Rongrong is returning soon, young man. What are you planning to gift her for her birthday? A birthday gift? Surely. You are not unaware? If all goes well, the day Rongrong returns will also be her birthday. TSK. What a scoundrel. Qingxin's eyes brim with contempt. How about that soul bone as a birthday gift? No, that won't suffice. If you would have given it to her regardless of her birthday, then it would no longer be a birthday gift. Therefore, you must add another. Qian Xiaoyi forced a smile and shook his head. Master, who holds more significance? Your disciple or that girl? Without hesitation, Chen Xian replied, Of course, that girl holds precedence. You are merely an outsider. As long as you are content, Qian Xiaoyi muttered. Unbeknownst to them, the quiet Hulaina's gaze flickered momentarily upon hearing of Ning Rongrong's return. Given Qian Xiaoyi's status, his residence was undoubtedly splendid. Upon learning of Ning Rongrong's imminent arrival, Qian Xiaoyi felt a tumult of emotions, joy for the reunion with his spouse, and anxiety regarding the enchanting presence of Hulaina beside him. Previously, when he spent time with Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina would disallow it. If she were to discover the existence of a beautiful maid who obeyed his every command, it would be a mercy if she did not strip him of his skin. Young master, do you hold a particular fondness for Ning Rongrong? Hulaina inquired after tidying up Qian Xiaoyi's room. Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Indeed. I hold a deep affection for her. Hulaina remained silent, abruptly slamming the door as she departed. Qian Xiaoyi felt a twinge of confusion. Was she angry? After pondering for a moment, he let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself, surely not. She must be grateful. It must be that I am overthinking things. 3 days later, a procession slowly approached, led by an extraordinarily opulent carriage. While the others were commendable in their own right, they paled in comparison to this one. It was the exclusive carriage of Ning Fingxi, within which sat Ning Rongrong and Bon Douluo, Gu Rong. Chapter 69. Birthday. Qian Xiaoyi specifically instructed Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong to keep his affairs at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School a secret, intending to surprise Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Hulaina stormed off in anger, while Chen Xian, standing nearby, teasingly remarked, a surprise, you say? What if the little witch dislikes you? That would turn into quite the fright. Qian Xiaoyi completely disregarded the unscrupulous master, for otherwise, he would surely be consumed by indignation. With Ning Rongrong's return, he found himself grappling with a sense of insecurity. People change, and emotions are not eternal. A year is ample time to forget many things. Chen Xian, secretly delighted as he observed the somewhat pale visage of Qian Xiaoyi, had surmised a few things, though he understood the little sorceress far better than Qian Xiaoyi did. Despite her playful mischief and tendency to bully, her feelings could indeed be described as unwaveringly loyal. For reasons unknown, Ning Fingji delayed his return by a day, which meant today marked Ning Rongrong's birthday. Within the carriage, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat discontented. She loathed feeling constrained. Yet the evolution of her martial spirit would inevitably bring her endless troubles. Once she possessed the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda, she would inevitably be groomed as a successor of the sect, leaving her no chance to return to the academy. While she cherished the many friends at the small academy, the vast sect would offer none. The mere thought of daily encounters with sycophantic faces distressed her. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, was quite elated. As her father, he naturally felt joy in his daughter's accomplishments. Moreover, today was Rongrong's birthday, and the evening promised a celebration. The 7 treasure-glazed sect was adorned with festive decorations, and fireworks illuminated the dark night. Dressed in a flowing gown, Ning Rongrong stood atop a high place, smiling alongside Ning Fengji. As the soiree commenced, it naturally began with a speech. Welcome, everyone, to this evening's festivities. I, Ning Fengji, on behalf of the 7 treasure-glazed sect, extend a warm welcome to all. Today marks the return of my beloved daughter from the academy, as well as her birthday. After an extensive address, the performances began. Magic tricks, songs, and dances were showcased. And when it was time for the final act, Ning Fengji glanced at the disinterested Ning Rongrong and uttered a statement that left the audience in astonishment. The next performance has been meticulously prepared by me, and I assure you it will delight everyone. Please welcome the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiaoyi, along with the Holy Maiden, Hulaina. What? Qian Xiaoyi? Few were aware of Qian Xiaoyi and Hulaina's presence at the 7 treasure-glazed sect, and those few had been instructed to keep this matter confidential, particularly from Ning Rongrong. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her to be unaware. While Ning Rongrong was astonished by Qian Xiaoyi's arrival, the audience's reaction differed. They were focused on status. To them, the Spirit Hall was evidently placing great importance on this soiree, as even the Holy Son and Holy Maiden had graced the occasion. Of course, had they known the underlying connections, their surprise would have been entirely dispelled. Qian Xiaoyi ascended the stage, cradling a delicate Yaoqin. Measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and 2 inches in thickness, Hulaina stood empty-handed, uncertain of her purpose. In truth, Hulaina had little desire to be present. She was unfamiliar with Ning Rongrong. Yet, she was reluctantly persuaded by Qian Xiaoyi, who spoke of fostering sisterhood. Perhaps yielding to pressure or other inscrutable reasons, she ultimately joined, albeit with a hint of melancholy in her expression. Both Hulaina and Qian Xiaoyi were sent to the Tian-Do Empire Court Etiquette Academy at a tender age, where their mentor was Tang Yuehua. Graduating from the Tian-Do Empire Court Etiquette Academy was no trivial pursuit. Qian Xiaoyi had endured considerable hardship in his journey. The Yaoqin he was about to play was a skill he had acquired during his time there. Qian Xiaoyi played the piano, while Hulaina danced gracefully, her movements elegant and delicate. As Hulaina twirled, Qian Xiaoyi realized his miscalculation. He felt like a mere supporting character. The audience's gaze was fixated on Hulaina, rendering the enchanting melodies of his performance nothing more than background music, no matter how beautiful. Fortunately, women tended to pay less attention to Hulaina, providing him with a modicum of solace. The most disheartening aspect was Ning Rongrong. Her mischievous nature made it inconceivable for her to attend the Tian-Do Imperial Academy of Etiquette. Such a place would surely stifle her spirit. Consequently, she was unversed in such matters. And with Hulaina's beauty rivaling her own, her eyes, filled with jealousy, were drawn to Hulaina. Upon completing his performance, Qian Xiaoyi exhaled in relief and shouted, "Rongrong, happy birthday. I love you." The audience was taken aback. What was happening? Had the Saint Son just confessed his feelings? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned but soon broke into a sweet smile, her previous gloom dissipating. After all, he had prepared such exquisite melodies for her, a testament to his feelings. Ning Fengji observed his daughter's radiant smile and chuckled, reflecting on the joys of youth. "Aren't you going to seek out your little suitor?" he inquired playfully. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she retorted, "Father, you are not old at all. You could also go back and find mother." Ahem. Ning Fengji feared no one, yet he found himself utterly defenseless against his daughter's playful banter. "Kiki." Ning Rongrong giggled and dashed away. "I truly did not expect you to come. I thought you had forgotten me." Ning Rongrong leaned against Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder, expressing her delight. Qian Shaoi playfully tapped her delicate nose and chuckled. How could that be? I have taken Jian Shu as my master, and since he is not in the spirit hall, I decided to come here. Of course, the most significant reason is to await your return, and now that you are here, my wish is fulfilled. And what about the woman accompanying you? She emphasized the words accompanying you, leaving the interpretation to one's discretion. Indeed, what was destined to come eventually arrived. Fortunately, Qian Shaoi had sent Hulaina away to rest, so she was not present. Oh, her? She is Hulaina, the saintess who attends to me. Ah, a saintess attending to you, such a lofty air, Ning Rongrong remarked. But still, you look better now. Why did you choose to wear a mask back then? She opted not to pursue the topic further, wishing to avoid any awkwardness and seamlessly shifted the conversation. Qian Shaoi naturally followed up. Isn't that a confidential identity? By the way, my dear, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you been slacking off? I have already attained the Soul Sovereign rank. Upon mentioning cultivation, Ning Rongrong appeared quite exhilarated. I have reached level 38. Impressive, isn't it? Ever since Ning Rongrong's martial spirit evolved into the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, her rate of progression has been nothing short of astonishing. If it weren't for her laziness, breaking through to level 40 wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Level 38? Such rapid advancement? 12 levels in such a short span? Qian Shaoi expressed disbelief, considering he had only progressed 7 levels himself. What? You don't believe me? To be honest, not all of this is solely due to my own efforts. Qian Shaoi, utterly bewildered, pondered whether this was not a result of her own cultivation. Could it be that someone had made a sacrifice? Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue. Guess. Stop joking. Quickly tell me, does it have any adverse effects on you? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong replied, not at all. It was a celestial herb given to me by Sangge. He assured me that using it would only bring benefits and no drawbacks. My martial soul evolved because of it. Soon, I shall reach the soul sect. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. As long as there are no negative effects, that is good. Haste makes waste. By the way, do you wish to break through to the soul sect? Allow me to assist you. Chapter 70. A gift assist me? How would you do that? Did you not just say that haste makes waste? You are correct, but since Tang San has already bestowed something upon you, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. It would appear ungracious otherwise. Furthermore, rest assured, my method will be of immense benefit to you, guaranteed to delight you. Qian Shaoi's soul guide flickered, and in his hand appeared a soul bone, the very right arm bone he intended to gift to Ning Rongrong. What is this? A soul bone? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. Qian Shaoi nodded. This is a right arm bone that is 70,000 years old. Although it may not be as precious as the celestial herb Tang San gifted you, it is a token of my sincere feelings. Please accept it. When Ning Rongrong initially received Tang San's celestial herb, she was unaware of its immense value, treating it merely as a curiosity to absorb. Later, she realized its unparalleled worth, which defied any monetary estimation. There was no choice but to acknowledge the favor, as she had already absorbed it. Certainly, she could not regurgitate it. However, Qian Shaoi's situation was different. They were in a romantic relationship. Accepting the gift would create an impression that their bond was founded on obligation, a notion she wished to avoid, desiring instead a love that was utterly pure. She understood the significance of a 70,000-year-old soul bone. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda, while exceptional, had a drawback. Its wielder's defensive capabilities were diminished. Unlike soul rings, soul bones did not have a time limit for absorption. Even a novice soul master could assimilate a high-grade soul bone. Such a treasure would not only enhance one's physical constitution, but also bestow an additional skill. For the physically frail Ning Rongrong, it was invaluable. I truly appreciate this gift, but I cannot accept it. Should I do so? Outsiders might inevitably think that my affection for you is driven by ulterior motives. I long to be with you carefree forever, if that is agreeable to you. Deep down, Ning Rongrong yearned for the gift, recognizing how rare it was to find something so fitting, yet she remained encumbered by numerous reservations. Qian Shaoi chuckled, aware that Ning Rongrong had omitted the most significant reason for her refusal. Silly girl, why concern yourself with the gaze of outsiders? Your love for me is sufficient. And besides, this soul bone is utterly unsuitable for me. Absorbing it would only hinder my future. However, for you, it represents an opportunity for growth. Accept it, otherwise, it would seem you disdain me, and I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Qian Shaoi intended to depart, Ning Rongrong, despite realizing he was jesting, couldn't help but feel a moment of panic. Then be gone. Leave the soul bone behind, and dare to return and I shall break your legs." With that, Ning Rongrong snatched the soul bone and retreated to her chamber. Qian Xiaoyi laughed heartily, aware that Ning Rongrong was about to absorb a soul bone, so he followed her inside. As for the matter of breaking a leg, that could be addressed later. The act of absorbing the soul bone must remain a secret, otherwise, it would undoubtedly invite peril. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety, Qianqin accompanied them as well. Placing the right arm bone upon his hand, he summoned his soul power to establish a connection. Gradually, the soul bone liquefied, yet it did not drip. Instead, it enveloped Ning Rongrong's right arm uniformly, slowly being absorbed as if it were permeating into her very limb. Qian Xiaoyi possesses a discerning eye to determine the suitability of a soul bone for a soul master. One must observe the sensation experienced during its absorption. The more seamless the absorption process, the higher the degree of compatibility. A profound compatibility may even bestow a moment of enlightenment upon the soul master. Conversely, if the soul bone is ill-suited, the absorption will be fraught with agony. However, it is crucial to note that not all soul bones that induce suffering are incompatible, since soul bones originate from soul beasts. If the quality of the soul beast is exceedingly high, even a suitable soul bone may present challenges during absorption. The immense energy and noble lineage of such beings are not easily assimilated by just anyone. The soul bone selected by Qian Xiaoyi for Ning Rongrong resonated perfectly with her, allowing for an absorption process devoid of any unforeseen complications or pain. The assimilation of the soul bone was gradual, and by the time Ning Rongrong completed the absorption, it was already the following day. "It is finished," Chen Xian remarked calmly. Qian Xiaoyi was engaged in a light meditation, acutely aware of even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement of the grass. Despite the presence of his mundane thoughts, the stakes were significant, particularly as it involved his beloved girlfriend. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down. "Is it over?" Upon hearing Chen Xian's voice, Qian Xiaoyi stretched lazily and remarked, "The absorption period is indeed lengthy. No wonder it's a soul bone of 70,000 years. I wonder what abilities this soul bone possesses. With 70,000 years of history, it must be remarkable. I am filled with anticipation." Chen Xian nodded in agreement, affirming that the duration was indeed considerable. The higher the quality of the soul bone, the longer the absorption process. "My dear disciple," he continued, "I have assured you that my presence here is sufficient. You need not concern yourself with me. You must be weary, are you not?" Qian Xiaoyi chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Master, how can one feel at ease about such a significant matter without witnessing it firsthand?" Ning Rongrong gradually opened her eyes, though they appeared somewhat vacant, a typical manifestation following the absorption of a soul bone. Once absorbed, the benefits conferred by the soul bone would directly communicate with the brain, allowing soul masters to receive its information immediately after the process. Soon, Ning Rongrong's gaze brimmed with excitement, and her face radiated joy as she leaped into Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, exclaiming, I have surpassed level 40. Now, all I need is a soul ring to become a soul scholar. It's exhilarating to think that I've leapt from level 30 to 40 in such a short span." Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips and asked, "What? Are you no longer driving me away? Not going to break my legs?" She chuckled. "I merely spoke in jest. Why take it to heart? Besides, with your tenacious personality, would you truly leave if I asked?" Initially timid, Ning Rongrong grew increasingly bold as she spoke. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Xian, unable to endure the situation any longer, felt the awkwardness of being disregarded. A title Douluo treated with such disregard was a first for him. Ning Rongrong, still nestled in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, had been so elated that she had overlooked the sword Douluo's presence. "Oh, Grandfather Jian, you are here?" Chen Xian shot a fierce glare at Qian Xiaoyi, leaving him feeling rather helpless. "Of course, I am here. However, it is only natural that you did not notice me, as your heart is entirely devoted to your little lover. Alas, no one pays me any mind." Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson, burying her head deeper as if she wished to vanish into Qian Xiaoyi's chest. With a serious tone, Chen Xian cautioned, "Rongrong, please do not speak of the soul bones to anyone. It would be detrimental to both you and Xiaoyi." "All right then, you may continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave." "Busy? Busy with what?" "I have no idea." Once Chen Xian had distanced himself, Ning Rongrong lifted her head, glanced outside to ensure no one was watching, and gazed affectionately at her beloved. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the rosy-cheeked Ning Rongrong, tightening his embrace before bestowing a tender kiss upon her. Ning Rongrong, with her arms wrapped around his neck, inadvertently brushed against the bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly recalling something, she pushed Qian Xiaoyi away and said, I almost forgot. Senga asked me to give this to you." In Chapter 71, titled Snow-Colored Tranquil Lotus, she continued, I nearly overlooked it. Sangu entrusted me with this for you. It is also a type of celestial herb. As she presented a plant resembling a lotus flower. Qian Shaoi expressed his surprise. Celestial herb? I have one too? He was astonished that his friends remembered him after his prolonged absence from school. Of course, Sangu mentioned this is the snow-colored tranquil lotus. The lotus symbolizes purity, and this white lotus embodies the same essence. Although I am uncertain of its effects. It suits you well, or so he said, because you possess no attributes. Alas, I forgot the details. In the realm of Douluo continent, martial souls manifest in myriad forms, each possessing unique attributes, elements, exotic beasts, toxins, offense, defense, support, and even the cosmos can serve as an attribute. However, Qian Shaoi's martial soul is rather exceptional, as it bears no attributes whatsoever. Initially, Yu Xiaojing speculated that it had an attack attribute akin to slashing, yet it diverged in essence. Qian Shaoi's judgment sword fundamentally revolves around judgment, imparting a sensation akin to mastery over all rather than mere combat. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojing made a bold conjecture. The absence of attributes equates to a singular attribute, heart, acting in accordance with one's will and whims. Upon acquiring this tranquil lotus, Tang Sen also identified it as devoid of attributes, or rather, possessing the attribute of the heart. Qian Shaoi took the snow-colored tranquility lotus and murmured softly, "Does the snow-colored tranquility lotus truly bring tranquility?" He earnestly hoped for its calming effects, as he had not forgotten about his second martial soul. Until now, he had never harnessed the power of the eight-winged demon. Whenever Qian Shaoi experienced intense emotional fluctuations, the eight-winged demon would awaken on its own, leading him to become lost in overwhelming power, filled with rage and chaos, wreaking havoc. He despised that feeling of being out of control. If this white lotus indeed possessed a tranquilizing effect, it might alleviate his concerns. Resolute in his intentions, Qian Shaoi was not one to dither. He sat cross-legged in Ning Rongrong's chamber, eager to absorb the celestial herb. The process of absorption was rather straightforward, and he soon completed it. However, he was perplexed by the lack of sensation. Just as he voiced his thoughts, he discovered that the energy from the absorbed snow-colored tranquility lotus had divided within him. The majority was consumed by the eight-winged demon, leaving only a fraction for the judgment sword. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's astonishment, both martial souls manifested simultaneously. Two horns sprouted from his forehead, his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue, slowly lengthening, while a layer of keratin-like material appeared on his skin. 8 black wings gently fluttered from his back, and intricate patterns emerged on his face. Rather than appearing grotesque, he exuded an aura of sinister allure. In his enchanting red eyes, a tempest of ferocity brewed, and Qian Shaoi's sole desire was to obliterate everything in sight. At that moment, a surge of white energy flooded his mind, gradually clearing his vision. This was the energy of the snow-colored tranquility lotus. A smaller portion of energy flowed into the judgment sword suspended before him, which emitted a resonant hum. Qian Shaoi sensed the excitement emanating from the sword. Yearning for that energy, Ning Rongrong was utterly dumbfounded. While the history of Douluo continent did not lack instances of twin martial souls, there had never been a precedent for simultaneously wielding 2 martial souls. Qian Shaoi's summoning of the judgment sword and the eight-winged demon had indeed set a remarkable record. Qian Shaoi gradually reverted to his original form, crouching on the ground and gasping for breath. Had it not been for the snow-colored tranquil lotus, he might have succumbed to another bout of rage. The recent extraordinary circumstances had allowed him to summon both of his martial souls simultaneously, a feat he knew he could not replicate again. As he retracted the eight-winged demon and glanced at the sword of judgment, he found himself at a loss to articulate the nature of its transformation. He could merely sense its newfound strength, though the specifics eluded him. The energy from the snow-colored tranquil lotus had been entirely devoted to enhancing his martial souls, leaving no room for an increase in his own cultivation. Nevertheless, Qian Shaoi felt a profound sense of contentment, for he had managed to suppress the negative influences of the eight-winged demon. "Are you all right, Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. Fearing that the simultaneous summoning of both martial souls might have adverse effects on Qian Shaoi, Qian Shaoi shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I feel quite well. It's immensely beneficial to me." "Thank you, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly and leaned against Qian Shaoi's shoulder, remarking, "Isn't it a bit too formal for us to express gratitude between ourselves?" She then inquired, "By the way, Rongrong, what is the skill of your soul bone? Is it suitable for you? After all, it is a soul bone that has existed for 70,000 years. Qian Shaoi asked with curiosity. That's a secret. Ning Rongrong replied playfully, placing her finger to her lips. However, I can share that the passive skill of the soul bone enhances mental strength and soul power control. Does that mean you have a chance to master the rotation of soul power? Qian Shaoi pondered aloud. Ning Rongrong pouted. As if I couldn't achieve it without this soul bone. Am I that foolish? Qian Shaoi shook his head and remarked, not foolish, merely indolent. Ning Rongrong pouted. Her gaze somewhat melancholic, huffing, I shall ignore you. Ha ha ha, Rongrong, I was mistaken. Please forgive me. You are the most outstanding. At that moment, Hulaina entered the room. Her expression impassive as she stated, Young master, it is time for your training. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, glancing at Hulaina. Then subtly winked at Qian Shaoi with a knowing look. Qian Shaoi felt overwhelmed. This sensation was truly disconcerting. Your maid is remarkably diligent, even overseeing your training. Ning Rongrong commented with a tone that was decidedly off-kilter. Hulaina, undeterred, retorted, I merely wish to prevent the young master from becoming ensnared by superficial allure. A mere vase, pleasing to the eye but lacking in utility. Qian Shaoi, apprehensive about Ning Rongrong's potential actions, assumed the role of a mediator. All right, Nana. You may step outside. I do not wish to train today, and you have a competition to prepare for. During this time, you need not concern yourself with me. Has she become unnecessary with her presence? Hulaina hesitated for a moment, nodded, and gradually retreated. Be kind to her. After Hulaina departed, Ning Rongrong spoke up. She harbors feelings for you. Can't you see that? Qian Shaoi let out a bitter smile and said, Rongrong, how could I possibly be oblivious? I am not foolish. It is merely that she herself has yet to realize that her kindness towards me has transcended the bounds of mere obligation. You cannot fathom how alluring this girl is. Her grace and charm ensnare men as if they were enchanted. Frankly, if I did not deliberately distance myself from her, I too would likely find myself captivated by her allure. So, why not accept her affections? Huh? Do you not think you are being rather cruel? She harbors feelings for you, and your lack of a definitive rejection has instilled hope within her. If, in the end, you were to deny her, can you imagine the heartache she would endure? You would be squandering her time, ultimately leaving her with nothing but a scar. You are truly merciless. You understand nothing of a woman's heart. Qian Shaoi smiled wryly. But what will you do then? Chapter 72. The Continental Youth Soul Master Competition. But what will you do then? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and said, Father has several women, and mother has never complained. I acquiesce to it. Truthfully, you can be quite foolish at times. By not explicitly rejecting Hulaina, haven't you left yourself a glimmer of hope? You must have liked her for a long time. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to articulate. Had Ning Rongrong erred? Certainly not. When Hulaina expressed her desire to care for him, he could have easily declined, yet he chose not to. Hulaina had subtly hinted at her affections on numerous occasions. He could have brought an end to this entanglement, but he refrained. Every individual harbors selfish inclinations, and Qian Shaoi was no exception. He cherished Ning Rongrong, while simultaneously maintaining a close relationship with Hulaina, unwilling to relinquish her. Hulaina, with her formidable strength, striking beauty, and exceptional grace, was also nurturing, and her humble origins rendered her unpretentious. It would be implausible to assert that Qian Shaoi remained indifferent. One may deceive others, but self-deception is a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, the prospect of him being with Hulaina at this moment seemed unattainable, and the same held true for her. As they both lacked the opportune moment, the Continental Young Soul Master competition was on the horizon, leading to Hulaina's summons back to the Spirit Hall for her participation. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was also preparing to return to Shrek Academy as she needed to reunite with her teammates before the commencement of the competition. Qian Shaoi missed his friends from Shrek Academy, and he longed for Shrek himself. A sense of guilt washed over him as he glanced at Hulaina. Ever since Ning Rongrong had consented, every time Qian Shaoi encountered Hulaina, he felt utterly at a loss, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Nana, I wish to return to school for a visit. I can no longer accompany you. Qian Shaoi spoke with a nervous stammer, as if fearing Hulaina's reproach. As if you've ever accompanied me, she retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. If you wish to be with your girlfriend, just say so. Your pretense is transparent. Hulaina, perceptive to Qian Shaoi's transformation, recognized that she was, after all, older and more mature than he. She could intuit his feelings, which emboldened her to speak with a bit more bravado. Although Ning Rongrong had permitted Qian Shaoi to accept Hulaina, it did not imply her own acceptance of the situation. After all, who would willingly share the one they cherished? What? You think I care if you miss me? He simply cannot bear to part with me, Hulaina countered defiantly. Could you not exhibit a bit of decorum? Your mannerisms in public could tarnish the young master's reputation. She added, unwilling to back down. Ning Rongrong had never bested Hulaina in their verbal sparring. Each exchange left her seething with anger. Qian Shaoi could no longer bear it. All right, Rongrong, let us speak less. Sister Nana, we shall meet in the competition. Despite the apparent discord between Ning Rongrong and Hulaina, it is evident that both harbor a fondness for one another. Their inability to express this sentiment freely is largely due to Qian Shaoi's presence. In private, their relationship is quite amicable. Ning Rongrong has few true friends. Those she considers friends are merely drawn to her due to her status. Conversely, Hulaina, having emerged from a humble background as an orphan, possesses nothing and has never experienced the warmth of close companionship. However, upon becoming the saintess of the Spirit Hall, individuals flock to her as if she were a revered ancestor, eager to curry favor, all in hopes of climbing the social ladder. The position of saintess offers the possibility of ascending to the role of pope, a leap that could save years of hard work. Thus, neither woman has ever truly known a confidant. Though they may clash in temperament and share affections for the same individual, there are no deeper feelings between them. Consequently, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina maintained a facade of adversarial friendship. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina immediately engaged in training with Bibi Dong, occasionally casting her gaze into the distance. Bibi Dong, having once navigated the trials of youth, discerned the turmoil within Hulaina's heart and could not help but smile softly. Upon returning to Shrek, Qian Shaoi discovered that the academy had undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a humble collection of structures had evolved into an opulent palace-like establishment, with multiple grand edifices and an increase in the student body. Qian Shaoi was taken aback. It turned out that this institution was originally named Lanba Academy, a prestigious institution in its own right, suggesting that the headmaster was affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. This headmaster, a woman named Lu Erlong, also held a unique identity as the beloved of Yu Shaojiang. Yet, Yu Shaojiang was also connected to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, rendering their relationship akin to that of siblings in love. Lu Erlong seemed unfazed by this. But Yu Shaojiang's conservative mindset led him to abandon her. However, fate had its own designs, reuniting the two. As a soul sage, Lu Erlong was formidable enough that Yu Shaojiang had no means of escape this time. Subsequently, Lu Erlong entrusted the academy to Flinder, taking on a more subordinate role without much involvement. The seven monsters were elated to see Qian Shaoi's return, each having reached the rank of Soul Master at level 40. With the highest among them, Dai Mubai, attaining level 46. Qian Shaoi continued to don his mask, using the alias Shaoi. As Qian Shaoi and Ning Rongrong arrived at Shrek, the team was preparing for their imminent departure. The objective for the seven monsters in this competition was straightforward: to seize victory. The Spirit Hall had invested significantly for this event, offering 3 soul bones as prizes for the champions. Furthermore, the victorious team would undoubtedly attract attention, with prospects of nobility and wealth on the horizon. Thus, this grand tournament also served as a venue for the two empires and the Spirit Hall to scout for talent. Qian Shaoi felt a sense of unease today as he cast a troubled glance at Tang San. He had just learned that the Spirit Hall was responsible for the death of Tang San's mother, forcing his father into seclusion and depriving Tang San of the experience of maternal love. One could only imagine the depth of Tang San's resentment towards the Spirit Hall, foreshadowing an inevitable fierce battle in the future. Although Qian Shaoi recognized the wrongdoing of the Spirit Hall, he found himself incapable of prioritizing justice over personal ties, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Chapter 72. Sister Tang San was aware that Qian Shaoi was the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qian Shaoi was none other than the Shaoi who stood beside him. For the time being, Qian Shaoi had no intention of revealing his true identity. All eyes were now fixed on the forthcoming competition, and Yu Shaojiang did not impose undue pressure, as securing a single championship would suffice. As the competition commenced, only 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters took to the arena, a decision made by Yu Shaojiang to conceal their true strength. Their first adversaries were the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The Shrek team fought with ferocity, annihilating their opponents in merely 1 minute, all without exerting their full capabilities. Qian Shaoi learned from Ning Rongrong that the Tiando Royal Academy had insulted Flander and Shrek, which undoubtedly left a negative impression on them. After the competition, Ning Fingji visited Shrek and eventually called Tang San outside. Yu Shaojiang, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him, while Shaoi, bored and indifferent, followed suit without regard for Ning Fingxi's disapproval. Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiandou Empire, exuded an air of elegance and approachability. With a straight nose and square jaw, he donned a pristine azure robe that imparted a refreshing aura. His long black hair was tied back with a blue ribbon, cascading neatly down his back. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, he possessed a unique charm. Although his innate talent for cultivation was lacking, his passion for literature was commendable, which also explained his elevation to the status of prince. As Xue Qinghe sat at his desk engrossed in a book, he noticed Ning Fingxi and the three newcomers enter. He set the book aside and greeted them with a warm smile, rising to perform a respectful bow. "Teacher," he exclaimed. In addition to being the sect leader and an elder of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fingxi held another title, the esteemed instructor of Prince Xue Qinghe. Appointed by the Night Emperor, Ning Fingxi smiled faintly and replied, "Qinghe, how many times must I remind you not to be so formal?" Xue Qinghe responded with a smile. "How could I not? You are my elder and my teacher. If my father were to learn of my disrespect towards you, I fear he would break my legs." Is this truly the son of the Haotian Douluo? He certainly possesses striking features. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Tang San's background had been disclosed to him by Yu Xiaojiang, who had insisted on utmost secrecy. Consequently, few knew this secret. So how did the prince come to be aware of it? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened as he glared at Ning Fingxi, seemingly questioning how he had divulged such information. Ning Fingxi chuckled reassuringly, "Tang San, do not worry. The prince harbors no ill intentions towards you. In fact, he harbors a disdain for the Spirit Hall. During his previous visit to escort Ning Rongrong home, he had encountered Tang San and, with his keen intellect, easily deduced his identity." Ning Fingxi then glanced at Xiaoyi. Sensing the complexity of his emotions, as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, befriending the son of an adversary would inevitably force him to face a challenging decision. Ning Fingxi continued, "Perhaps my words are somewhat inappropriate, but I must convey that the Spirit Hall has been harboring many thoughts recently and has secretly engaged in numerous underhanded activities. Tang San, you must exercise caution regarding your parents." Their conversation flowed, with Xue Qinghe embodying a refreshing presence, yet throughout, he never cast a glance at Xiaoyi. Yu Xiaojiang finally interjected, "Tang San, Xiaoyi, it is time for us to depart." Xiaoyi shook his head, declaring, "I feel an instant connection with His Highness the Prince. Today, I have some inquiries I wish to discuss with him. Teacher, you and the others may return, after all. This is a competition, and no one would dare to act recklessly." Yu Xiaojiang hesitated momentarily before nodding, "Then do take care." A sigh escaped Ning Fingxi, aware of Xiaoyi's true identity, as he too exited the room. Only Xue Qinghe and Qian Xiaoyi remained. Xue Qinghe lowered his gaze, a fleeting look of panic flickering in his eyes, although it went unnoticed. "Might I inquire what insights this young brother wishes to share?" he asked. Qian Xiaoyi lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Why don't you look up at me? Is something the matter?" Xue Qinghe raised his head, smiling. Yet even Qian Xiaoyi could discern that he was merely putting on a brave face. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "I am simply in awe of you for masquerading as the crown prince of Tiandou for so many years. Even Ning Fingxi's keen intellect has failed to discern any irregularities. Well, that is to be expected. A proficient spy must remain undetected." "What are you talking about? What disguise? Who do you claim as a spy?" Xue Qinghe responded with astonishment and indignation. Indeed, quite similar. Qian Xiaoyi approached and unexpectedly embraced Xue Qinghe. Could a man's physique be so supple? Could he possess such an alluring fragrance? "Will you continue this charade with me?" "Sister," Xue Qinghe sighed, "since you are aware, there is no need for pretense. How did you uncover my secret? It seems my disguise is still lacking in finesse." Qian Xiaoyi released Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, and remarked, "It is not that my sister's disguise skills are lacking in maturity, but rather that I know you all too well. We are intimately familiar with one another. When I donned a mask, you recognized me without hesitation, did you not? I never anticipated that the task you were undertaking would be this. Could it be that mother truly wishes to unify the continent?" Qian Renxue nodded, acknowledging, "My mother is an ambitious woman. If given the choice, I too would prefer not to be this way. I have scarcely experienced a childhood, with even my cultivation conducted in secrecy. Unlike you, who can go wherever you wish." "Ah, sister, do you think my situation is any better? I have formed a bond of brotherhood with my enemy, Tang San, which leaves me in a difficult position." "Ah, you claim to have it tough? It hardly appears so, especially considering how well you seem to get along with that Ning Rongrong." Qian Renxue remarked with a hint of peculiarity in her tone. Qian Xiaoyi playfully remarked, "Sister, you could also seek a princess consort. It perfectly aligns with your status." "Xiaoyi, you are being mischievous. Now, off you go." Otherwise, they might grow suspicious. Ha ha ha. All right. I shall visit you often. As you wish. After Qian Xiaoyi departed, Xueqinghe's complexion flushed. When Ning Fingji next beheld Xueqinghe, he noted the latter's elevated spirits, unable to fathom what Xiaoyi had conveyed to him. In the ensuing matches, the Shrek 7 monsters sailed smoothly to victory, overcoming even formidable adversaries with ease. However, their exceptional prowess inevitably incited envy. Tang San's remarkable talent and skill displayed in each contest were bound to attract jealousy. Qian Xiaoyi summoned the ghostly presence and Uncle Ghost, requesting their assistance with a matter. The ghostly figure gently ruffled his hair and inquired, "What is it? Why the formality? Speak up. Uncle Ghost is certain to assist you." Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and said, "I need your assistance in safeguarding someone, as I fear that he may be in peril." Who is it? That girl Rongrong? She has her protectors, after all. With Ning Fingji present, who would dare act recklessly? No, it's Tang San, a student from our academy, Qian Xiaoyi replied. Tang, you say? Gue Mei sighed. I shall assist him only once, for I am concerned about his connection to that individual. Qian Xiaoyi did not refuse, for he understood that Gue Mei had already extended him a courtesy. Gue Mei harbored a disdain for those bearing the surname Tang, and to intervene on their behalf once was a deed of utmost benevolence. Chapter 73. Pleading for mercy. As Qian Xiaoyi had anticipated, it was not long before Gue Mei, covertly safeguarding Tang San, noticed a soul saint stealthily trailing after him. Although Tang San remained oblivious to this fact, it did not imply that he was entirely unobservant. Renowned for his cunning, Gue Mei found it exceedingly simple to eliminate a soul saint without a sound. Thus, the task of protecting Tang San was swiftly concluded. Moreover, upon the defeated soul saint, they unearthed a soul bone. This soul bone, a cranium from the 6 major soul bones of 30,000 years, was fortuitously a gem type, perfectly suited for Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was divine providence. In this year, fortune favored Ning Rongrong, bestowing upon her the evolution of her martial soul and this soul bone, opportunities that would evoke envy and admiration from ordinary folk. Qian Xiaoyi presented the soul bone to Ning Rongrong as an offering, having already acquired one herself. Thus, it mattered little to her to part with this additional piece. Upon receiving the soul bone, Ning Rongrong remarked, "Where did you procure this soul bone? One must understand that a skull bone is superior to those from other parts. Be honest, have you been engaged in some clandestine dealings?" Qian Xiaoyi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. When have I ever engaged in any clandestine activities? This soul bone actually belongs to a soul sage. But he sought to eliminate Tang San, and I merely arranged for his demise. Upon mentioning this matter, Ning Rongrong anxiously inquired, "What shall we do in the future? Given your and Sanji's identities, you will inevitably have to make a choice." Qian Xiaoyi sighed and said, "Let us take it one step at a time. Unless Tang San and the Wuhuan Palace share a common adversary, I truly do not know how to choose." Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Qian Xiaoyi's waist from behind, her delicate face resting against his back. No matter whom you choose, I will stand by your side, even if it means betraying my family." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Qian Xiaoyi felt a surge of emotion. To speak of family betrayal so lightly was one thing, yet the anguish that accompanied it was a burden far beyond the serene Ning Rongrong's capacity to bear. In his heart, he believed that Ning Rongrong deserved to live a joyful and carefree life. It was he who had disrupted her tranquility. Qian Xiaoyi turned around, gently grasping her shoulders. "Silly girl, remember, no matter what happens, do not act foolishly. You are the hope of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and you are also my hope. Therefore, promise me. Be happy." Qian Xiaoyi felt a profound inner conflict, and Ning Rongrong was no exception. On one side lay her beloved, and on the other, her family and friends. Regardless of the choice made, the anguish would inevitably fall upon her. Ning Fingji, inherently benevolent, stood against the actions of the Spirit Hall, aligning himself with its adversaries. On this particular day, in a one-on-one round-robin competition, Shrek Academy faced off against the Tian Shui Academy. The students of Tian Shui Academy were all young women, and each girl who took to the field that day was exceptionally beautiful. Historically, water and fire are irreconcilable opposites, and the first competitor, Ma Hongjun, triumphed over 7 opponents with an overwhelming advantage. It is worthy of note that defeating 7 opponents is no small feat. Wearing them down one by one is a formidable challenge. Of course, the defeat of Tian Shui Academy was not solely due to their weakness, but rather because they specialized in group attacks, making it difficult for them to contend with Ma Hongjun individually, coupled with the element of soul power restraint. They were aware of their impending loss. Although Ma Hongjun ultimately exhausted his strength, he earned Shrek Academy considerable acclaim and, simultaneously, found love. the captain of Tian Shui Academy. Shui Binger possessed the Ice Phoenix spirit, which was in direct contrast to Ma Hongjuan's abilities. Initially, she failed to recognize Ma Hongjuan's potential, as his previous performances had been overshadowed by his teammates. However, once she sensed his formidable presence on the battlefield, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. As the captain and the strongest member of her team, she was the last to compete. While observing Ma Hongjun defeat her teammates, her feelings were not yet intense. It was only upon confronting him directly that she grasped the extent of his power. Despite both Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger ultimately perishing in their clash, it was undeniable that he had bested 6 of her comrades. His soul power had been nearly depleted, yet he was still able to maintain a stalemate under such circumstances, forcing an acknowledgement of his strength. Since absorbing the celestial herb, Ma Hongjun had shed his wicked fire and was due for a true love. At this moment, Shui Bingo harbored a secret affection for him, yet alas, his emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking. No matter how she expressed her feelings, he remained blissfully oblivious. It was only through Tang San's guidance that they eventually united. Shrek Academy had been sailing smoothly, but an unexpected turn of events arose in the final match. Their opponents were the Shinfeng Academy, led by the astonishingly talented Feng Xiaoyan, who had defeated countless rivals with his self-created soul skill. Nevertheless, he might not be able to overcome Tang San. However, Tang San, in a fit of madness, chose to reveal his second martial spirit, the Haotian Hammer, instead of employing his other hidden cards. Yu Xiaojiang was nearly driven to despair. Upon seeing the Haotian Hammer, Qian Shaoi sensed impending trouble and could not help but sigh. He had long been aware of Tang San's second martial spirit and had surmised that Tang San would eventually unveil his identity. But he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Inevitably, Tang San was in danger. In the aftermath, the specter by Qian Shaoi's side trembled as it spoke. Shaoi, you have known Tang San's identity all along, haven't you? The Haotian sect. I have unwittingly protected a disciple of the Haotian sect. The tone of the specter was imbued with profound regret. Qian Shaoi, fully aware that he could no longer conceal the truth, nodded and said, I apologize, Uncle Gui. The specter indeed indulged him, yet refrained from uttering any words of punishment. Alas, it is of no consequence, but the explanation to His Holiness poses a challenge. His Holiness has even commanded me to assassinate them on their way to the grand finals. Bibidong has issued a decree that anyone possessing the Haotian Hammer martial soul is to be killed without exception. I shall handle matters with my mother. Uncle Gui, please escort me back to the spirit hall. Bibidong gazed at Qian Shaoi, who knelt before her pleading for Tang San, her expression laden with complexity. Do you comprehend who Tang San is? He hails from the Haotian clan, the sect responsible for your father's demise. Qian Shaoi said, Mother, it was merely one individual from Haotian sect who caused Father's demise. Why must we trouble others because of him? Please, spare Tang San. Had these words been uttered by another, they might have met a dire fate in this beautiful world. Bibidong sighed, this shall be the only concession. From now until the conclusion of the match, you are to remain within the spirit hall, and you shall not leave. With that, Bibidong swept away, leaving Qian Shaoi to contemplate that at least for now, Tang San was safe. Tang San, I have repaid my debt to you. What transpires henceforth is contingent upon your own fortune. With 3 days remaining until the finals and 7 until their conclusion. It meant that Qian Shaoi would be confined to the spirit hall for those 7 days, yet still able to witness the competition. This felt akin to having no punishment at all. Huoliana stood by, indifferent to Tang San's fate, but fearful of Bibidong's potential wrath directed towards Qian Shaoi. Fortunately, despite her anger, Bibidong held a deep affection for Qian Shaoi. Huoliana assisted Qian Shaoi to his feet, secretly reveling in the notion that from this moment until the end of the competition, Qian Shaoi belonged solely to her, though their relationship remained undefined. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. After a prolonged silence, Qian Shaoi said, Nana, I need you to do me a favor. Please do not speak of this to anyone. Chapter 74-75. The championship, the finals, could be described as a revelation for Shrek Academy. It turned out that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. The royal decree stipulated that each generation must bear 2 children, yet only one could ascend to the throne. Dai Mubai, being the younger brother, had no desire to vie for the crown. He merely wished to live a life of ease. However, life does not always bend to one's wishes. Dai Mubai's considerable talent made him a thorn in his elder brother's side, prompting him to flee from Star Luo and seek refuge at Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, too, arrived at Shrek due to her sister and Dai Mubai, yet the current tournament had reunited these siblings. On the battlefield, both pairs simultaneously unleashed their martial soul fusion techniques, resulting in a fierce duel between two ethereal white tigers. Daimubai's innate abilities slightly surpassed those of his brother, and his diligence, coupled with the celestial herbs gifted by Tang San, allowed him to emerge victorious, despite having trained for a shorter duration than his elder sibling. Shrek's triumph signified liberation for both Daimubai and Zhu Xing, alleviating a long-held concern. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team achieved a resounding victory over the Tiando Royal team, who had previously posed significant challenges to Shrek Academy. While Liana served as the vice-captain, with a fifth-ring Soul King as the captain, the remaining team members boasted a minimum soul power of level 45, while Daimubai, the most powerful of Shrek, barely matched that level. I have intentionally made Hualiana and Xiaoyu a few years younger. Qian Shaoi sat in the corner, smiling softly as she murmured, "At last, there is some excitement. I wonder if Nana's martial soul fusion skill can surpass Tang San and his companions." As the match commenced, the announcement of the final battle of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament echoed through the air, prompting the Cardinal in red to swiftly retreat, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the captain at the forefront who made the first move for the Spirit Hall Academy team, but rather Hualiana. With a graceful flick of her steps, Hualiana seemed to merely turn her figure, and she had already arrived at the forefront. A faint smile graced her lips, and as she unleashed her martial soul, her beauty seemed to radiate even more, complemented by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from her back. A soft, rosy glow enveloped her, her eyes glimmering with allure. The unique charm she exuded irresistibly drew one's gaze towards her. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, pressing her forehead and murmuring about the enchanting figure before her. However, Hualiana was somewhat astonished to find that the Shrek 7 monsters remained unaffected by her alluring charm. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the other five swiftly closed their eyes and plugged their ears with their fingers, completely isolating themselves from both sight and sound. No matter how potent the charm, it must always trigger through one of the senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. At this moment, Hualiana could only influence the Shrek 7 monsters through their vision and hearing, and their calm demeanor undoubtedly diminished the efficacy of her allure. Two beams of golden light simultaneously shot forth from the staff of the auxiliary spirit master of the Wuhuan Temple Academy team, dazzlingly merging into the bodies of Xiaoyu and Hualiana. A crimson barrier suddenly manifested and expanded, enveloping their forms the instant they collided. Concurrently, that layer of red light erupted like the expansion of a luminous sphere, encompassing nearly half of the arena, completely shrouding the Shrek 7 monsters within. At that moment, Tang San was still a distance of 13 meters away from them. Unlike the previous time, the red barrier did not require time to amplify. With the aid of his companions, the radiance surged to its optimal state in an instant, triggering the martial soul fusion technique, enchanting charm, of Xiaoyu and Hualiana. Daimubai and Zhu Xuqing also unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, Ghostly White Tiger. In the moment of contact, both were taken aback. Was this the power of soul shock? Could it be that Shaoi? Hualiana remained silent, knowing well that this was indeed taught to her by Qian Shaoi. Although few were aware that Qian Shaoi was actually Shaoi, it must be noted that Shrek's confidentiality measures were remarkably effective. Their two hidden aces, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, played an essential role, instantly elevating the overall strength of Shrek, which had been relatively lower on average, to a significant new level. Tang San used hidden weapons and external soul bones to restrain the Soul King, while enchanting charm was contained by the Ghostly White Tiger, allowing Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun to maneuver freely. The disparity between the Soul King and Soul Ancestor was substantial, and soon Tang San began to feel fatigued. His soul power nearly depleted. Often, it is during such moments that opponents tend to grow complacent, presenting an opportunity for victory. Tang San feigned vulnerability, and at the instant his opponent relaxed, he unleashed his exceptional technique, Bat Wing Reincarnation. The dispersive attack targeted multiple foes, while one could be defended against. The others would inevitably evade detection. The hidden weapons clashed mid-air, refracting, and ultimately, when the adversary was caught off guard, struck all present. Tang San's hidden weapons were poisoned, leaving the Wuhuan Temple with no choice but to concede. Shrek Academy emerged as champions. The prize for their victory consisted of 3 soul bones, personally distributed by Yu Xiaojiang. The swift movement of the Gale left leg, most suited for agility-type soul masters, undoubtedly destined for Zhu Qing. As for the explosive flame of the right arm, it was ideal for a powerful fire-type soul master, and Ma Hongjun claimed it. Regarding the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the master paused, glancing toward Tang San and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Both of their gazes were clearly fixed upon the skull. The mental concentration ability would benefit both Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Although Tang San was not primarily a spirit master focused on mental strength, he possessed capabilities akin to the purple extreme demon eye and was control type, making the wisdom skull exceedingly advantageous for his future. Furthermore, among the 3 soul bones, this one was evidently the most valuable. Tang San looked up at Ning Rongrong, inwardly sighing, and spoke, "I shall not accept it." Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, "Third brother, it should belong to you. You have sacrificed so much for this final championship. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school lacks no soul bones. Please accept it. With it, your team spirit will be truly deserving of its name. Besides, I have soul bones given to me by Xiaoyi that are even more suitable." Yu Xiaojiang seemed uncertain, questioning whether such a precious item could simply be given away. Ning Rongrong nodded, suggesting he could inquire with Xiaoyi for confirmation. Upon mentioning Xiaoyi, Daimubai and Zhu Zhiqing recalled the soul shock used during the competition, suspecting Xiaoyi's true identity, yet wisely chose to remain silent. If that were indeed the case, it was apparent that Xiaoyi lacked for soul bones. As the final moments approached, relaxation was not an option. Just as Shrek was about to exit the arena, Xiaoyi joyfully danced, inadvertently dropping a celestial herb from her embrace. This herb, adorned with a singular blossom known as Heartbreaking Red, was a token of affection gifted to her by Tang San, symbolizing their love. The surrounding title Douluo turned their gaze towards Xiaowu, momentarily stunned before their eyes gleamed with avarice as they gazed at her and the flower she hurriedly retrieved. The others remained oblivious, continuing their jovial chatter. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, sighing. Long ago, when they had gone to Shrek Academy to protect Qian Xiaoyi, they had discovered Xiaowu's identity. However, understanding Qian Xiaoyi's disposition, they knew he would certainly safeguard her, which dissuaded them from capturing her. Yet, it was true that one could not conceal fire indefinitely. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling bewildered, furrowed her brow, sensing that something was about to unfold. A sense of unease washed over her. At that moment, the Pope commanded, "Elders Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, apprehend that girl." As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiaowu. Instantly, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiaowu, with the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters hastily following suit. Yu Xiaojiang, wearing an expression of astonishment, exclaimed angrily, "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this?" Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged helpless smiles, just as they were about to move. Ning Fengji swiftly stepped in front of them. "Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify the situation first?" Bibi Dong replied coldly, "Do you wish to know the reason? Then why not inquire with that young lady? If she is merely a student of Shrek Academy, what reason do I have to seize her? Yet, if she is a soul beast transformed into human form, I possess ample justification to take her." "What did you say?" Yu Xiaojiang gasped, turning sharply to look at Xiao Wu, joined by the other members of Shrek 7, including Qian Xiaoyi, all revealing expressions of sheer horror except for Tang San. The transformation of a soul beast into human form signifies only one possibility, that the soul beast has cultivated for over 100,000 years. At this level, a soul beast can choose to assume human shape, but retaining the essence of a soul beast means that only upon reaching the rank of Soul Emperor can one truly become human. Soul beasts that transform into humans are typically innate slow soul power beings, progressing rapidly. Given sufficient time, they are destined to become titled Douluo. Moreover, the first 6 soul rings do not require the hunting of soul beasts, as they manifest automatically. However, few soul beasts are willing to transform due to the inherent dangers before attaining the rank of soul sage, as their bodies still harbor the genetic traits of soul beasts, leading to the generation of soul rings and bones. The fate of a 100,000-year soul beast that has not yet reached soul sage is all too predictable. Xiaowu appeared remarkably calm at this moment, showing no signs of panic despite the intense scrutiny upon her. Her delicate face bore only a faint chill as she coldly regarded Pope Bibi Dong. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with the Shrek 7 monsters standing resolutely beside Xiao Wu, collectively declaring, "We stand together in life and death." Flinder struck Ma Hongjuan's head with vigor, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I am still alive. Why the urgency to panic?" Initially, Flinder had felt fear, for death is a terrifying prospect, a belief he held steadfastly. Yet, to retreat at such a critical moment would be even more dreadful. "Your Holiness." Chrysanthemum Douluo gently nudged the somewhat dazed Pope, awaiting her command, especially since one among them bore the Elder's token. Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a complex and inscrutable light. Taking a deep breath, Her gaze sharpened, and she abruptly commanded, "Seize her. No mercy for those who obstruct us." Just as Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were about to act, a voice interjected. "Stop." The Shrek 7 monsters turned in surprise, but Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment was distinct. They were shocked that Xiaoyi would step in to assist them. "Xiaoyi? Where have you been? We haven't seen you for several days." The figures of Gui Mei and Yuguan recognized the individual and halted their advance. However, the red-robed cardinal behind them was oblivious to Xiao Yi's identity, especially since he wore a mask. He had not made his presence known during his visit to Shrek Academy. "Who are you, little brat? You think you can intimidate me? Not even your parents would daunt me." Gui Mei, Yuguan, advance. The red-robed cardinal discerned Qian Xiaoyi's soul power level and recognized her as a prodigy. Her parents were likely affluent and influential. Yet, his noble status instilled confidence, rendering him unafraid of any royal or noble. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Xiaoyi's mother was glaring at him with murderous intent from behind. Two title Douluo were not to be commanded by a mere soul Douluo. They looked towards Bibi Dong for guidance. Qian Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh. Humph. Such audacity. She tore off the mask from her face and continued, "I am Qian Xiaoyi. Mother, it seems that aside from me, there are others who are unafraid of you. If this continues, it is likely that some will rebel." The cardinal, already trembling with fear, was eager to grasp a share of the spoils from Xiao Wu. Yet he inadvertently clashed with Qian Xiaoyi, boldly declaring his indifference towards the Pope, coupled with Qian Xiaoyi's incisive remarks. It would be nearly impossible for him to escape unscathed now. On the side of Shrek Academy, gasps of astonishment echoed. "Xiaoyi? Qian Xiaoyi, the Sword of Judgment. So that is it. Qian Xiaoyi? The Pope's son? Is he an enemy? It seems not, for he is aiding us. We must trust him." While others were somewhat at ease, the situation was most perplexing for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Both bore deep-seated grudges against the Spirit Hall. Yet their dear friend turned out to be the offspring of their foe, leaving them in a quandary. "I apologize for deceiving you all this time. As you can see, Xiaoyi is indeed Qian Xiaoyi. That was merely my alias." Chapter 77. Heartless Tang San remained silent. He could not place any blame on Qian Xiaoyi, for he found no grounds for resentment. The most fitting explanation was simply that Qian Xiaoyi was the Pope's son. Dai Mubai patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, let go of those futile words. We do not blame you for not stepping forward, but your willingness to do so makes you our true comrade." He had harbored some suspicions, and now that they were confirmed, he found himself less agitated than expected. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the crowd from Shrek Academy and then looked at Bibi Dong, saying, "Mother, let them go. I swear by the name of my martial soul that I shall hunt 100,000-year soul beast for the Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong sighed. Soul beasts are humanity's adversaries. "And your insistence?" Qian Xiaoyi stated, "Mother, the soul beasts are indeed adversaries, yet Xiao Wu is now human." In truth, many are aware of Bibi Dong's intentions, which revolve around preserving the 100,000-year soul beasts for her offspring or disciples. For Bibi Dong, who possesses twin martial souls, soul rings are of little significance and not particularly vital. Qian Xiaoyi comprehended this reality, yet he remained unwilling to comply. This time, Bibi Dong did not indulge Qian Xiaoyi. She issued a command. "Pope, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. Subdue the young master. Gui Mei, Yuguan, apprehend them." Concurrently, Bibi Dong revealed her soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and a crimson ring, signifying her rank as the foremost in the Soul Master Dream list. Gui Mei and Yuguan, 2 titled Douluo, charged towards Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu. The defense of the golden iron triangle appeared as fragile as paper before the might of the 2 titled Douluo. "You dare to harm my son? Begone." Just as the 2 titled Douluo were about to succeed, a deep, resonant voice filled with authority echoed from the sky. "Tang Hao." Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grave. Tang Hao's exceptional talent, coupled with the Haoyan hammer, the strongest weapon martial soul on the continent, compelled even her to retreat. Before them stood a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, wielding a massive hammer. He possessed 9 soul rings, the last of which was also a 100,000-year ring. Although their soul rings were identical, Bibi Dong could not match Tang Hao's imposing aura. Someone is approaching. Sensing a powerful presence, Tang Hao reconsidered. His aim was not to engage in battle, but to rescue. He lifted Tang San and Xiao Wu into the air and soared away. Aware of her inferiority, Bibi Dong refrained from pursuing and bitterly remarked, "Tang Hao, you cannot protect them forever." Tang Hao was already far away, yet his voice lingered. Bibi Dong. Do not forget, you cannot safeguard your child either. What a formidable threat. Try to touch my son, and do not fear for your own. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Qian Xiaoyi, gritting her teeth. This competition had cost her 3 soul bones, and now she faced a threat. Such indignities would leave one in her elevated position in turmoil. Bibi Dong was disinclined to seek trouble with Shrek Academy, recognizing the potential for suspicion if she targeted the champion team. After all, it would appear as though the Spirit Hall could not bear defeat. As the competition concluded, she advised, Xiaoyi, as a member of the Spirit Hall, you must draw a clear line with Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both you and them. Qian Xiaoyi lowered her head, a realization dawning upon her. Ever since Shrek Academy clinched the championship title, it has garnered immense fame, attracting a plethora of self-important individuals seeking admission. Yet, Master Flender remains steadfast in his principles, choosing quality over quantity, admitting only true prodigies. Despite the overwhelming influx of applicants, a few exceptional talents inevitably emerge. However, they cannot compare to the original 7 monsters. Flender, contemplating this, finds solace in the thought that if such extraordinary beings appeared every year, Douluo continent would cease to be what it is and would, instead, be aptly renamed the Monster Continent. When Qian Xiaoyi arrived, Shrek Academy was in the midst of celebrating their championship victory. Naturally, he had received an invitation as well, and it seemed that no one held any disdain for him simply because he was associated with the Spirit Hall. When the crowd noticed Qian Xiaoyi, the joyous atmosphere remained undiminished by the presence of someone from the Spirit Hall. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, everyone was present, including Ma Hongjuan's girlfriend, Shui Bing Air, whom he had met during the competition. Qian Xiaoyi adjusted her expressions and smiled, saying, Teacher, friends. Dai Mubai, with a playful grin, wrapped his arm around Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder and exclaimed, Xiaoyi, I never expected this. Without your mask, you truly look quite handsome. Even more so than Xiao Ao. I find myself feeling envious. Come on, don't just stand there, let us drink. Handsome? I shall take that as a compliment. You are so slow. I was just about to call you. Come quickly. Sit here, Ning Rongrong said, patting the seat beside her. Yu Xiaojiang also revealed a rare smile, saying, Xiaoyi, you were the last one we were waiting for. Qian Xiaoyi felt a profound sense of gratitude as he observed the warm reception from the crowd. Yet he knew he must proceed with his plan. Dear teachers, elder brother, and friends, I have come to bid you farewell, he continued. I am now ready to graduate. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my teachers for their nurturing guidance, and to my friends for their unwavering support. Before he could elaborate further, Ning Rongrong embraced one of his arms and inquired, what troubles you? In the midst of astonished gazes, Qian Xiaoyi shook off Ning Rongrong and said, Ning Rongrong, I am sorry, I have deceived you. Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned pale as she trembled and replied, what is the matter with you? Please do not frighten me. Qian Xiaoyi sneered disdainfully, I apologize, but at that time, I regarded you as the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, contemplating a political marriage to elevate the prestige of the Spirit Hall. However, such considerations have now become unnecessary. The stance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is clear. They choose to assist Tang San, thereby positioning themselves as adversaries of the Spirit Hall. There is no need for me to entangle myself with you any further. Did you truly believe that the me, not yet 10 years old, understood the meaning of love? Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she tremulously replied, that cannot be. You loved me. Otherwise, why would you have gifted me 2 soul bones? Furthermore, I can free myself from my sect for you. Qian Xiaoyi scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glare in her direction. Enough already, Ning Rongrong. After such difficulty in extricating myself from you, you still wish to entangle me further? Do you not realize how bothersome you are? The Spirit Hall does not require your assistance. Furthermore, my gift of a soul bone was not intended to win over Xian. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I harbor no affection for you. My interest was merely fleeting, compounded by the political marriage we entered into. My heart belongs to another, and I have long grown weary of your incessant chatter. At that moment, Hulaina burst in, affectionately linking arms with Qian Xiaoyi. Are you not ready yet? You've been spending all your time with that girl. It has been far too long since you accompanied me. It must be a hardship for you to remain with someone you do not care for. Qian Xiaoyi nodded and said, let us proceed. From this day forth, we shall be adversaries. I hereby declare war on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Those who stand against the Spirit Hall shall not fare well. I urge you all to tread carefully. Ning Rongrong raised her hand to block the entrance and insisted, let us clarify this. What do you mean by not having accompanied her for a long time? Hulaina smiled seductively. Of course, I have long been his. I have been by his side since childhood. I am no less than you. What reason could he possibly have to favor you over me? Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions. No, this contradicts what you previously said. You told me there was no relationship between you two. We are friends, are we not? Hulaina chuckled softly. Ning Rongrong, you truly are quite naive. It seems you are attempting to dispel my doubts. Have you ever seen a rivalry turn into friendship? Although Xiaoyi may not harbor feelings for you, it does not mean I am unbothered by your proximity to him. Now step aside. You have outlived your usefulness. Qian Xiaoyi pushed Ning Rongrong away, but miscalculated the force and inadvertently knocked her down. Ning Rongrong, frail in constitution, fell heavily. Yet the physical pain she endured paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she knelt helplessly upon the cold ground. While those embroiled in the situation may be confused, the observer, Yu Xiaojiang, possessed the clarity of insight. He undoubtedly discerned Qian Xiaoyi's intentions. And the others had gleaned some understanding as well, for Qian Xiaoyi's performance was riddled with flaws. Who would utilize a soul bone to curry favor? Even the wealthiest of the spirit hall would not squander resources so recklessly. Moreover, if the seven-treasure glazed tile school truly assisted Tang San, why then would he intervene on Tang San's behalf? Yet, all remained tacitly silent regarding Ning Rongrong, aware that Tang San and the spirit hall were destined adversaries. And the seven-treasure glazed tile school stood in opposition to the spirit hall. As the future sect leader, Ning Rongrong could not afford any missteps. The only course was to sever her ties with Qian Xiaoyi. But was this truly the right decision? Chen Xian mused in the shadows. He had been summoned by Qian Xiaoyi and had remained there all along. With his prowess, remaining undetected was a trivial matter. Qian Xiaoyi lamented, there is no other way. This is how she can forget me. If we were to be together, it would not be beneficial for her or for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Moreover, I fear she might truly sever ties with her sect for my sake, and that would be a grave transgression. Cannot you sever ties with the spirit hall? That is impossible. My mother's nurturing surpasses all else. Her ambition to unify the continent compels me, as her son, to lend my support. Master, please persuade Rongrong to abandon this pursuit. With that, Qian Xiaoyi departed with Hulaina. Chen Xian watched as Qian Xiaoyi faded into the distance and murmured, alas, how could that girl possibly forget you? She likely harbors a deep resentment towards you. Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Rongrong may undergo some transformation. Chapter 78. Hatred. As the members of Shrek Academy consoled the emotionally numb Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi returned to the spirit hall with Hulaina and approached Bibi Dong, stating, Mother, the competition has concluded. I wish to venture outside. Bibi Dong observed her son, whose spirits appeared somewhat subdued, her gaze laden with complexity. Her ambition to unify the continent presented her with formidable adversaries, chief among them the Haoyan sect, particularly Tang Hao, who stood as her primary foe. She regarded the two great empires with disdain. Yet now, she felt an immense pressure emanating from Tang San, whose displayed prowess rivaled that of Tang Hao in his prime, positioning him as a significant obstacle to her aspirations for continental unification. However, Tang San was also a friend of Qian Xiaoyi, leaving Bibi Dong at a loss for words. Out. Where to? Qian Xiaoyi remarked, I merely wish to clear my mind. There is no need for anyone to accompany me. Bibi Dong hesitated, clearly troubled by her concerns. Tang Hao's threats were not to be taken lightly. Mother, do not worry. Haoyan Douluo is a decent person. He would not trouble me unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, if someone is assigned to protect me, it would defeat the purpose of honing my skills. It would be quite embarrassing if, years from now, my friends are all formidable experts while I remain weak. Bibi Dong sighed and shook her head. Very well then, when shall you depart? Better early than late. I shall set off tomorrow. The following day, Qian Xiaoyi embarked on his journey alone. After Ning Rongrong was brought back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school by the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, she secluded herself, growing increasingly haggard and gaunt, neglecting food and drink. No matter what Ning Fengji said, she remained unresponsive, indicating that the recent events had profoundly affected her. Rongrong, come out for a meal. Ning Fengji pleaded in vain. Hearing no response, Chen Xian placed a reassuring hand on Ning Fengji's shoulder, signaling that he would take over the conversation. Standing at the door, Chen Xian called out, Rongrong, you have not eaten for an entire day. According to the sword grandfather, someone like Qian Xiaoyi is not worth your distress. He has been with that spirit hall saintess, Hulaina, far longer than he has with you. He has been deceiving you all along. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong wept silently within, murmuring, "That cannot be. Xiaoyi would never deceive me." Yet, despite her words, she recalled the disdain in Qian Xiaoyi's gaze, as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. Chen Xian, seeing that Ning Rongrong remained steadfast in her delusions, recalled Qian Xiaoyi's words. "Rongrong, from the very beginning, I was following Qian Xiaoyi. Do you know what he has hidden from you? After every kiss with you, he would retreat to a secluded spot to vomit. I kept this from you to spare you pain, but now you must face the truth." Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, then bitterly laughed. "Vomiting? So I have caused you such distress. You despise me to this extent. Very well, Qian Xiaoyi, you have forced my hand. Hypocritical scoundrel. Along with Hu Liena, whom I foolishly considered a friend. May you both meet a wretched end." She paused, glancing at her right hand, slowly clenching it into a fist, and continued, "Qian Xiaoyi, I doubt you ever anticipated this. The gift you presented me will become the most advantageous weapon for my vengeance. To prevent you from deceiving others, I shall take your life. If I cannot have it, then no one shall." Every word of Ning Rongrong was heard clearly by Chen Xian outside the door, leaving him with mixed emotions. He was pleased that Ning Rongrong had finally found motivation, yet troubled by her murderous intentions towards Qian Xiaoyi. However, he remained unconcerned, recognizing that as a support-type soul master, she could hardly contend with Qian Xiaoyi. Even if she were to confront him, she would not have the heart to do him harm. When Ning Rongrong emerged from her room, her eyes burned with intense hatred. Chen Xian, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "Rongrong, I believe your school's Oscar is quite commendable. Perhaps we should," but he was abruptly interrupted by her icy retort, "No need." After she had walked away, Chen Xian sighed, "Let the hatred be. It is far better than severing ties with the sect and making enemies of the world. After all, the spirit hall is the embodiment of evil, filled with ambition. Aligning with them brings no benefit, only hardship for Xiaoyi." Qian Xiaoyi pondered to herself, "Rongrong must already harbor a grudge against me. Yet, that sentiment was far from sufficient. I must hasten to grow stronger. By the way, where am I? How foolish of me to have forgotten to bring a map." Qian Xiaoyi has been journeying for several days, wandering aimlessly, with only the knowledge that he is heading north. As for where he will arrive, it is left to fate. No matter the location, there are always those seeking trouble, and even if one takes a detour, evasion is futile. As Qian Xiaoyi contemplated how to procure a map, an ominous laughter echoed in the air. "Heh, little brat, prepare to be robbed. Hand over all your valuables. I might spare your life." A middle-aged man, whose appearance was lecherous and whose slender frame suggested he was around 40 years of age, brandished a knife, encircled by 4 yellow soul rings, proclaiming his brazen intent. To the eyes of ordinary folk, a soul master possessed ample audacity. "Brother, you've deceived again. When have you ever spared anyone's life?" Came a mocking voice, accompanied by a round figure who lay sprawled, his height barely matching that of Qian Xiaoyi, perhaps even shorter by a head. He bore no visible martial spirit, adorned instead with 1 white and 2 yellow soul rings, his physique suggesting a precarious struggle against their constraints. "Fool, don't say that aloud. How can we relish their expressions of despair when they plummet from grace?" lamented the rotund man. "Kid, judging by your prowess, you've reached the rank of soul master at such a tender age. You must be a prodigy. How I envy geniuses. So prepare for your demise." Those with heightened spiritual awareness could discern the ranks of weaker soul masters. Generally, spiritual strength correlates with soul power. The higher the soul power, the greater the spiritual might. A soul master and a soul scholar facing Qian Xiaoyi suggested an inauspicious beginning for him. Yet, Qian Xiaoyi remained entirely unperturbed, innocently inquiring, "Do you happen to have a map? I've lost my way." The 2 robbers stood dumbfounded, bewildered by the turn of events. Was he not supposed to kneel and plead for mercy or flee in terror? Had they encountered a simpleton? "Are you an imbecile?" Qian Xiaoyi twitched the corner of her mouth and exclaimed in anger, "I asked if you have a map, not for a plethora of nonsense. I am lost and wish to find my way out. Do you not understand? You must be foolish. Individuals like you are the first to meet their demise." The 2 robbers were momentarily taken aback, then began to whisper among themselves, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that this person was mentally challenged. How could someone who had just been robbed still berate the robbers? Just look at her attitude. It would provoke even those with the slightest temper to strike her. Qian Xiaoyi, perceiving the 2 individuals regarding him with a gaze akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged, felt a surge of indignation. In a particularly foul mood, he decided to have some fun at their expense while searching for a map. Grasping the sword of judgment, he could hardly be bothered to manifest his soul rings, opting instead to unleash his sword intent and soul flow. The person, nearly as tall as the one lying down, rushed towards him, clearly frightened. For he was among the weakest in the realm of soul masters. Help! Boss, save me! Fear not, brother, I am on my way, he reassured. Ah, that hurts. Please, don't hit me. Help! Murder! You must be insane. How can a mere soul master possess such power? Retreat, brother. Chapter 79. Journey to the Star. Douluo, pointing the sword of judgment at the two individuals, who lay paralyzed on the ground, he declared, hand over the money. No, the map. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I may spare your lives. The plump soul master trembled as he replied, you wouldn't be like my elder brother, would you? We give you the map, and then you decide to slay us when your mood turns sour. Qian Shaoi displayed a look of astonishment and said, oh, how did you know? Given your appearance, it seems you must have taken many lives. Do you truly believe that after committing murder, you can roam free? Taking a life demands a life, and debts must be repaid. I am here to enact justice upon you. The two robbers turned ashen, believing their end was near. When Qian Shaoi continued, however, sparing your lives is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing the possibility of survival, the two men rejoiced and exclaimed, young master, as long as you spare the lives of my brother and me, we shall serve you loyally. Serving you loyally isn't necessary, Qian Shaoi replied. Your crimes are too numerous. If you wish to survive, you must earnestly serve the people. Should I encounter you again engaging in wrongdoing, you shall know the consequences. The two men nodded vigorously, their enthusiasm palpable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Qian Shaoi's eyes as he addressed them. Merely this is insufficient. You two must first accomplish a task for me. Please, young master, command us, and we shall fulfill the task even at the cost of our lives. Qian Shaoi curled his lips in skepticism, unconvinced that these two cowardly souls would risk their lives for him. Nevertheless, he spoke, I require your assistance in eliminating someone. The portly soul master interrupted Qian Shaoi, inquiring, eliminate? Did you not instruct us against such actions? Listen to me first. Qian Shaoi replied, slightly displeased. I want you to feign the assassination of Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. What? Boss this. Silence. If you interrupt me again, I shall have your life, Qian Shaoi warned, observing with satisfaction as they clasped their mouths shut. Given your capabilities, you certainly cannot kill her. You must pretend to carry out the assassination. An actual attempt will undoubtedly fail. Once you are apprehended, they will question who sent you. How will you respond? The two soul masters believed Qian Shaoi was testing their loyalty, and they confidently declared, of course, we shall claim that no one directed us. We simply found her displeasing. They exchanged proud glances, thinking that perhaps this young master would now place his trust in them. Qian Shaoi held her forehead and sighed. You two are truly foolish. Remember my appearance and name. When she inquires, answer truthfully without the slightest error. I am Qian Shaoi, and you must say that Qian Shaoi sent you to kill her. Do you understand? But do not divulge my plans. The two nodded vigorously, and Qian Shaoi waved her hand, leaving them with a parting remark, if you fail, prepare to meet your demise. For those who fear death, threatening them with it is most fitting. Days later, at the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong stared blankly at a plush bear on her bed, the first gift Qian Shaoi had given her, and her most cherished possession. In recent days, she had been diligently cultivating, her strength soaring, even making modest progress in the challenging soul rotation. During her leisure time, she often found herself lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Embracing the plush bear, tears began to stream down her face. She could hardly believe that those joyful days had been a deception, nor could she accept that all those sweet nothings were lies. Is this the target? This little girl? She mused. Ha ha ha. Let us complete the task quickly and leave. Just as Ning Rongrong was engulfed in sorrow, 2 individuals burst into the room, both clad in the uniforms of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, suggesting they had infiltrated through this means. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stout. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears, not wanting anyone to witness her weeping over a scoundrel. With a sweep of her mental energy, she discerned that one was a soul master and the other a soul sect. These 2 were the robbers tasked by Qian Shaoi, who should have arrived earlier. However, they had lost their way due to the map being with Qian Shaoi. Fortunately, the 7 treasures glazed tile school was vast, and after inquiring with a few people, they managed to find their way. Otherwise, they might still be wandering about aimlessly. Ning Rongrong confronted them. Who are you? Do you dare to intrude upon the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Are you tired of living? The thin one replied, we don't want to either. But the mission must be completed. Hehehe, little beauty, you cannot escape. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes and suddenly laughed charmingly. You dare to assassinate the young master of the seven treasures, glazed tile school with your soul sec strength? Is your master a fool? Guards, seize them. Ning Rongrong dismissed them, intrigued instead by who was foolish enough to send assassins after her, eager to provoke enmity with the seven treasures, glazed tile school. Big brother, there are so many people, and they are all experts, the stout soul master remarked. The thin soul master nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do? I assure you, I am quite formidable. Wait, don't come any closer. Help. Murder. The onlookers from the seven treasures glazed tile school glanced at the two with bemusement. As assassins being beaten by the guards, they shouted about murder. It was quite amusing. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling everyone to halt. A dangerous aura emanated from her as she inquired, "Who is your master? Speak, or you shall wish for death." The stout one trembled in fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Seeing this, the thin one confessed, "It's Qian Xiaoyi." Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong interrupted excitedly. "You're lying. Your master knows full well that you cannot complete this mission yet sends you anyway. You are clearly trying to frame Qian Xiaoyi. If he truly wanted to kill me, why not come himself?" The thin one broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "It's true. The young master's martial soul is the judgment sword, and he is quite handsome. He said it would soil his hands to kill you himself. So he sent us instead. I speak nothing but the truth. I even have a handwritten letter from the young master detailing our mission." He produced a piece of paper stamped with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing the paper, Ning Rongrong believed it immediately. As she opened it, she confirmed it was indeed Qian Xiaoyi's handwriting. Her eyes darkened, and she nearly fainted, saved only by a servant's support. The letter read, "I have long despised the young master of the seven treasures glazed tile school, yet I do not wish to dirty my hands. Therefore, I have dispatched you two to assassinate her. A generous reward awaits upon success." Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She laughed amidst her tears. "Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi, how heartless you are. I could endure your insults and blows, but you would seek my life? Did you ever care for me? With your cunning, you sent these two to kill me, so eager for my demise. Just how much do you despise me? Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. I refuse to fulfill your wish. Not only will I live well, but I will also ensure you have nothing. You despise me, do you not? One day, I will bind you to my side, forcing you to watch me every day. Ha ha ha. Miss, how should we deal with them?" Someone pointed at the two robbers. Ning Rongrong glanced at them and replied, "Let them go. They are of no use." The two robbers then realized they were merely pawns in a game, utterly useless, as the lady had no interest in killing them. It was no wonder the young master had assured them that this mission was perfectly safe. In the distance, Qian Xiaoyi seemed to sense something. Gazing toward the seven treasures glazed tile school with a sigh, "Rongrong, I am sorry. Following me, you shall surely suffer more than death. Your safety and reputation are more important to me than anything else. It is better for you to hate me alone. Perhaps we should never have crossed paths." Looking at the grove before him, he murmured to himself, "The Stardow forest, fraught with peril, also abounds with opportunities. Whether I shall drink bitter fruit here or transform into a dragon depends on my fate." Chapter 80. The twin-winged white tiger and the silkworm. The judgment sword was planted in the ground as Qian Xiaoyi, grasped between his teeth, reclined against a great tree with his arms crossed behind his head. Beside him lay a magnificent tiger, 3 meters in length, resembling a pet. Its fur was primarily golden white, save for the black king symbol on its forehead, and it possessed 2 pure white wings sprouting from its back. Its tail swayed gently as it breathed steadily, seemingly asleep, yet its majestic presence could not be concealed. The twin-winged white tiger, a legendary soul beast, was said to be a mutation of the divine beast Baihu. Tales of the Baihu circulated throughout Douluo continent, and the abilities of the divine Baihu were on par with those of the dragon clan, living alongside them in the divine realm. The bloodline of the twin-winged white tiger, due to its mutation, was even more formidable than that of a typical Baihu. Though still young, it would undoubtedly grow into a dominant force. The probability of such mutations occurring was infinitesimal, and the likelihood of a beneficial mutation was negligible. It was likely that this was the only twin-winged white tiger on the entire continent. Despite its imposing size and fierce aura, Qian Xiaoyi was aware of its age. It was merely a few months old, having grown solely through consumption. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured by age. The older they are, the stronger their cultivation. Some soul beasts can enhance their cultivation through absorption or devouring, which is why certain soul beasts, despite living only a few thousand years, possess 10,000-year soul rings. However, cultivation does not equate to strength, as it is also tied to bloodline. The more noble the bloodline, the greater the strength. For instance, a 1,000-year dark golden terror-claw bear could contend with an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Upon his arrival in the starry forest, Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. He navigated the woods with utmost caution, refraining from provoking the spirit beasts that dwelled within. Even when confronted by these creatures, he opted for a pragmatic approach. If he could overpower them, he would send them on their way. If not, he would retreat. To this day, he had yet to slay a single spirit beast, not out of fear, but because he deemed it unnecessary. After all, it was a life. If he could spare it, he would. One day, as Qian Shaoi wandered through the forest, he suddenly noticed a surge of energy enveloping him. The further he ventured, the more potent the energy became. Although he heightened his vigilance, curiosity compelled him to delve deeper into the source. He remained alert to his surroundings, wary of any unforeseen occurrences. Strangely, within this realm of energy, he encountered only insects and birds, with no spirit beasts in sight. As he pondered whether to press on, he observed an unusual phenomenon. The energy began to coalesce before him, converging into a white sphere over a meter in height. Initially, he attempted to absorb this energy, but it eluded his control, gradually forming into what appeared to be an egg. Despite the richness of the energy, its formation merely resulted in a slight diminishment of its intensity. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The remaining energy continued to be voraciously drawn into the white egg. Qian Shaoi was entranced, feeling an inexplicable premonition that he was destined to witness the birth of something extraordinary today. Energy is not infinite, no matter how abundant. It will eventually be consumed. Just as the last vestiges of energy were being depleted, a brilliant column of platinum light descended from the heavens, striking the egg below and sending ripples of force radiating outward. Caught off guard, Qian Shaoi was unceremoniously pushed away by the powerful wave. Upon observing the scene, he noted that perhaps due to the influence of the light, the once pristine white egg was now riddled with cracks, as if something within were striving to break free. At last, the shell shattered, revealing a pair of ethereal white wings, followed by the emergence of a small white tiger. In that fleeting moment, Qian Shaoi recalled an ancient tome detailing various mythical beasts, which spoke of the white tiger and its peculiar transformation. Unlike the traditional white tiger, this one bore an additional pair of wings. The creature before him had emerged into existence, adorned with splendid white gold fur and equipped with wings. Qian Shaoi ventured a bold hypothesis. It was a winged white tiger, a variant of the mythical white tiger. Perhaps it was indeed that radiant light which precipitated this extraordinary transformation. The winged white tiger stood upright, exuding vitality rather than weakness despite its recent birth. Its limbs were strong, and its large blue eyes twinkled adorably. As it surveyed its surroundings, it spotted Qian Shaoi approaching unsteadily and, filled with excitement, leapt directly onto him. Qian Shaoi was initially quite frail due to the turbulent winds. How could he withstand the impact of the descending winged white tiger? As he was knocked to the ground, a cold sweat broke out when the winged white tiger opened its mouth. Just as he was about to retaliate, the tiger extended its tongue and gently licked Qian Shaoi's face, nuzzling against him affectionately. Perceiving no hostility from the creature, which displayed an unexpectedly amiable demeanor, Qian Shaoi mustered his courage and reached out to stroke the little white tiger's head, prompting the tiger to exhibit an expression of utter delight. Before long, the winged white tiger stood before him, wearing a pitiful expression, human-like in its gesture as it pointed to its belly and licked its lips. Even Qian Shaoi, who was not particularly astute, could discern the message. It was clearly hungry. While tigers are carnivorous, there was no meat on Qian Shaoi except for himself. To ensure his own safety, he resolved to seek out a notorious soul beast instead. Qian Shaoi vanquished a serpent-like 1,000-year soul beast. After consuming it, the twin-winged white tiger began to grow in stature. Qian Shaoi distinctly sensed the steady rise in the creature's cultivation, progressing from its nascent state to possessing a decade's worth of power. Several months later, the twin-winged white tiger had reached a length of 3 meters, its cultivation advancing to a century. Its primary pursuits consisted of slumber and sustenance, exhibiting none of the regal demeanor typical of a king among beasts. The twin-winged white tiger had developed a reliance on Qian Shaoi. Typically, soul beasts gain a modicum of rationality after a millennium, becoming acquainted with human emotions only after 10 millennia, and after 100 millennia, they often resemble humans in many ways. However, the twin-winged white tiger was exceptional from birth. It exhibited an innate ability to be endearing and to seek favor, its intellect rivaling that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Qian Shaoi's greatest delight lay in perching upon the back of the winged white tiger, treating it as a noble steed. As they rested, the winged white tiger slowly opened its eyes, its gaze alertly fixated on the depths of the starry forest. Observing its demeanor, Qian Xiaoyi braced for battle. At last, the culprits emerged. How audacious of them to attempt to absorb Tianning Gu, utterly overestimating their own abilities. Humph. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a shadow began to materialize amidst the trees, and she distinctly felt the temperature drop. It was a rotund head, plump and measuring over 1 meter in diameter, crawling forth from the heart of the forest. Only then did Qian Xiaoyi grasp the enormity of the creature. This was a silkworm, stretching more than 7 meters in length. A luminous aura shimmered beneath its skin, and its golden eyes gleamed atop its head. Encircling its body were 10 golden stripes, spaced at intervals along its length. Chapter 81. Tianming Ice Silkworm. The massive silkworm, upon spotting Qian Xiaoyi and the winged white tiger, remained expressionless, yet turmoil brewed within. How careless of me, it lamented. In my haste to flee, I failed to notice these two. Am I to stumble from the tiger's jaws only to fall into the wolf's den? What is the meaning of that winged tiger? Why does it drool? Why does it regard me as though I were a meal? It appears formidable, yet it is merely a century old. I am free. The winged white tiger's gaze was fixated on the hefty creature before it, saliva dribbling from the corners of its mouth as it licked its lips, its throat rolling with anticipation. It perceived the plump silkworm as a delectable morsel, craving to devour it immediately. However, Qian Xiaoyi refrained from the same recklessness as her companion. Judging by the earlier sounds, it was highly likely that the creature before them was capable of human speech, and soul beasts that can articulate generally possess a cultivation of over 100,000 years. Such a soul beast rivals a tidal Douluo, and, due to their inherent advantages, may even surpass them. Xiaobai, be cautious. This creature may very well be a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiaobai was the name Qian Xiaoyi bestowed upon the winged white tiger, lacking in deeper significance, merely a playful moniker akin to how Flander addressed Dai Mubai. Though Xiaobai could not yet speak, comprehending human language posed no challenge. However, understanding was one matter, and willingness to heed was another. Xiaobai remained undeterred, gazing languidly at the large worm. The silkworm, perturbed, dismissed Qian Xiaoyi and the century-old Sibai with disdain, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. A soul beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the Tianming Ice Silkworm, a peerless powerhouse, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the longevity record on Douluo continent. You may call me Tianming Gu. 1,000,000 years? Who do you think you are fooling? In truth, even the aura of 100,000-year soul beast surpasses yours." Qian Xiaoyi was filled with disbelief, while Xiaobai exhibited a countenance brimming with excitement, as if the strength of the Tianming Ice Silkworm only served to enhance his enthusiasm. Disbelief aside, there was that little tiger over there. Should you continue to gaze at me with such contempt, I shall not hesitate to end your existence. The Tianming Ice Silkworm declared fiercely. Xiaobai blinked adorably, let out a few roars, and then defiantly confronted the Tianming Ice Silkworm. After all, the Tianming Ice Silkworm was a soul beast of 1,000,000 years, and it would not take kindly to the provocation from a mere century-old soul beast. Oh dear. Little white tiger, do you take my silence for weakness? Watch as I bring your downfall. With that, the temperature around the Tianming Ice Silkworm plummeted rapidly, prompting Qian Xiaoyi to unleash his soul power to shield both Xiaobai and himself from the biting cold. The Tianming Ice Silkworm snorted disdainfully, observing that not all humans were driven solely by greed. However, in a swift motion, a shard of icy brilliance shot forth, striking Xiaobai. In an instant, all of Xiaobai's movements froze, his surface gradually encased in frost until he transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Xiaobai. Qian Xiaoyi glared fiercely. During this period, Xiaobai had become his sole companion, evolving into a remarkably close friend. At times, Xiaobai even regarded him as a maternal figure, although it felt somewhat awkward. Should Xiaobai ever find himself in peril, Qian Xiaoyi would undoubtedly not stand idly by. You wretched creature, I shall end your existence. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm sensed the murderous intent, its expression turning grave. Just as war seemed imminent, the sound of shattering resonated, and the icy layer enveloping Xiaobai gradually began to peel away. Xiaobai regained his mobility and let out several roars directed at the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. The latter's mind was in disarray, contemplating, when did century-old soul beast become so formidable? After all, I am 1,000,000-year soul beast, a stark difference of 10,000 times. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's forte lay in mental prowess. Upon sensing something amiss, it employed its mental abilities to probe towards Xiaobai. The instant its spiritual force made contact with Xiaobai, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's countenance shifted dramatically, murmuring, "How can this be? This aura is not only stronger than mine, but surpasses even Bing Bing by several magnitudes. No, Bing Bing cannot even be compared. How can such a being, destined to be a ruler, coexist with a human? As Qian Xiaoyi channeled his mental energy into the Dream Ice Silkworm, he quickly realized that its mental prowess was formidable. Although he himself possessed considerable mental strength, even among the elite of the Soul Sect, here he felt as insignificant as a single droplet in an ocean. Who exactly are you? Qian Xiaoyi began to entertain the notion that the Dream Ice Silkworm might indeed be a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years. The Dream Ice Silkworm's demeanor softened slightly as it replied, I was once an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, not born in the Douluo forest, but in the frigid northern reaches of the continent. We ice silkworms are naturally endowed with dual attributes of mental and ice energy. However, our combat capabilities are severely hampered by our speed, rendering us rather mediocre among soul beasts. Furthermore, we have natural enemies that make survival even more challenging. Very few of my kin can cultivate beyond 10,000 years. I, however, am an exception. Perhaps it is the grace of the heavens. I have survived 1,000,000 years through mere eating and sleeping. Yet I lack the ability to fight, and my combat strength pales in comparison to even a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, I often find myself on the menu for others. Nevertheless, I managed to escape. Little brother, could you possibly lend me a hand? Is that so? You're quite weak after all. Qian Xiaoyi scoffed, while the little white creature beside him looked on with evident disdain. I merely harbor good intentions and wish to avoid conflict. Otherwise, they would surely not survive to see the dawn of the next day. Let us just consider it as such. The Dream Ice Silkworm retorted. What do you mean by just considering it? I am indeed quite formidable. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling too lethargic to argue, acknowledged that while the rotund creature possessed limited strength, its mental fortitude was formidable. After all, it was a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years, even with diminished power. It was far beyond the capabilities of Qian Xiaoyi and Xiaobai. Hey, Plumpworm, what are your plans now? Will you continue to flee? Qian Xiaoyi inquired. The heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm shook its head, saying, I have been escaping for several millennia. I am weary now and in need of slumber. Moreover, refer to me as Brother Dream. If you need to sleep, why not just succumb and rest eternally? All you do is sleep, much like Xiaobai, Qian Xiaoyi retorted. Xiaobai then barked at Qian Xiaoyi, gesturing towards its mouth, implying, I also know how to eat. Qian Xiaoyi cast a disdainful glance at the inept individual before her and inquired, Tianming, where do you intend to rest? Although the Douluo forest is vast, it is not the most suitable refuge for you. Tianming blinked and shook its head and replied, You are correct, but if I were to leave the Douluo forest, I would be discovered immediately. Even if I go undetected, humanity would not allow me to escape. Tianming Bingsan's words reminded Qian Xiaoyi of Xiaowu, and she sighed. Human desires are insatiable. In the past, when spirit beasts wreaked havoc, people merely sought to survive. Now, they aspire to grow stronger and hunt spirit beasts. In the future, the living space for spirit beasts will diminish even further. Tianming blinked and nodded and remarked, It seems you possess quite a discerning eye. You are indeed correct. Humanity's progress is rapid, and it remains uncertain whether spirit beasts will exist in the future. Young one, you are the first human I do not despise. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled softly, yet you are not the first spirit beast I have taken a liking to. Tianming Ice Silkworm paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. How intriguing. I sincerely hope I am not the last spirit beast to capture your affection. Chapter 82. Snow-Cold City. Returning to the matter at hand. Even if you choose to sleep here, you ought to find a secure location. The creatures capable of hunting you are at least 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. Do you possess the confidence to evade them? Qian Xiaoyi expressed a hint of concern at this juncture. Tianming Ice Silkworm exuded confidence, responding, Though my combat prowess may not be formidable, I assure you, as long as I conceal myself, not even the gods could locate me. Qian Xiaoyi felt a stir within her heart and inquired, God? Tianming, do you truly believe in the existence of deities? In an instant, Tianming's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, as he replied with unwavering certainty, Indeed, they exist. You are still too feeble at present. But when you ascend to the pinnacle of this continent, you will sense the presence of the divine realm. Just as the pinnacle Douluo among humanity have come to acknowledge the reality of the divine realm. Once chosen by a deity's progeny, one may attain divinity. Almost all soul masters opt for this path to godhood, for the alternative is exceedingly arduous. Qian Xiaoyi grasped the essence of the matter. The second path? What is that? Are there other means to attain divinity? Indeed, there exists another method to achieve godhood, the creation of a personal divine position. However, given that it is self-created, the difficulty is evident. If the probability of being favored by a deity and inheriting their divine position is 50%, then the likelihood of successfully establishing one's own divine position is a mere 0.5%. When additional factors are considered, the odds diminish even further. At this juncture, Tianming Binkin sighed. Originally, we spirit beasts could attain divinity as well. However, ever since a silver light descended from the heavens tens of thousands of years ago, we have been unable to achieve godhood. Even reaching 1,000,000 years of age does not suffice. The only method to ascend to divinity is to transform into a human at 100,000 years, and then, through exceptional talent and a profound understanding of soul power, strive to reach the pinnacle of the continent, hoping to be noticed by a deity. Yet the risks are exceedingly high. Not only is there no guarantee of being favored by a deity, but humans would not spare us either. Thus, the number of spirit beasts choosing to take on human form is exceedingly rare, as none are willing to venture such great risks in pursuit of something so elusive. Tianming blinked and then turned to Qian Xiaoyi and remarked, "By the way, I still do not know your name." Qian Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly and realized that after all this time, she had yet to reveal her name. "I am Qian Xiaoyi. Tianming. Do you know what is required to create a divine position of one's own?" Tianming shook his head. "I do not know, but to be frank, I do not believe you possess the capability to establish a divine position. It is exceedingly difficult, although creating a divine position surpasses inheriting one in strength. The disparity in difficulty is equally significant." Qian Xiaoyi, undeterred, confidently remarked, "The future? Who can say? Do you not agree that challenges make things intriguing?" Tianming Ice Silkworm opened its mouth, only to let out a sigh in resignation. To be candid, it harbored doubts about Qian Xiaoyi's potential for success. Yet it did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. "Never mind," it concluded. "I shall take my leave to rest. And as for that little white creature, do not regard me with such hungry eyes. I am not your meal." Qian Xiaoyi glanced back at Xiaobai, who exhibited a rather lecherous demeanor. Gazing intently at the Dream Eye Silkworm with a glimmer in its eyes, its limbs occasionally twitching in its direction. The Dream Eye Silkworm's forte lay in its mental prowess. However, its mental attacks proved futile against Xiaobai. When it unleashed its mental assault moments ago, Xiaobai's sea of consciousness resembled a sponge, not only disregarding the attack but also absorbing a portion of its own mental energy. Although mental energy can be replenished, it was ultimately of no consequence. If Xiaobai had not derived some benefit, it certainly would not regard the Dream Eye Silkworm with such longing. Upon witnessing that Tianming Binkin was at a loss regarding Xiaobai, Qian Xiaoyi's courage grew bolder. "Tianming, Xiaobai hasn't had a proper meal in days. I wonder if you could lend a hand. After all, you are a spirit beast of 1,000,000 years. Losing a piece of flesh would not be fatal." Tianming Binkin retorted with a roar, "I won't die, but it will hurt. How about I slice a piece of flesh from you to see how it feels?" Qian Xiaoyi smirked and patted Xiaobai. "Go on, devour it and make it talk." Qian Xiaoyi discerned that Tianming Ice Silkworm was unable, or rather unwilling, to harm Xiaobai. Thus she felt no reservations. "Qian Xiaoyi, you devil, help." Uncertain of how to articulate it, it suffices to say that amidst their playful scuffles, their bond grew closer. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the ground, beneath which the Dream Eye Silkworm lay in slumber, while Xiaobai wore a mournful expression, having ultimately failed to savor a delectable morsel. A year later, Qian Xiaoyi languidly leaned against Xiaobai, whose physique had grown considerably, approaching a millennium of cultivation. Throughout this year, Qian Xiaoyi had not idled. He had not only enhanced his wilderness survival skills but also significantly enriched his combat experience. Most importantly, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, having recently slain a 10,000-year soul beast, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, blue, and black. "Xiaobai, my initial plan has been accomplished. It is time to venture forth." Xiaobai emitted a low growl, seemingly expressing its discontent. Gently stroking Xiaobai's form, he remarked, "You cannot accompany me. Until you possess absolute strength, do not leave the Douluo forest. For soul beasts like you, the outside world is perilously dangerous. Although the forest harbors its own perils, your abilities can ensure your safety. Do not worry, I shall return, for there are matters I must clarify with her." Xiaobai gazed longingly at Qian Xiaoyi before finally nodding and darting deeper into the forest. Farewell for now. Departing the Douluo forest, he journeyed northward. Snowy Cold City stands as one of the northernmost cities of the Douluo continent, where, during the coldest times, water freezes upon contact. Yet, despite such frigid conditions, the city thrives, bustling with life and activity, showing no signs of desolation due to its remote location. Qian Xiaoyi, clad in a thick cotton coat, trembled with cold and pondered. How did I inexplicably end up here? Well, I might as well consider it a training exercise for my cold resistance. In contrast, the others within the city, though dressed warmly, did not appear as disheveled as he did. Perhaps they had already acclimated to their surroundings. Qian Xiaoyi entered a tavern bustling with patrons, likely seeking warmth from the chill through the indulgence of spirits. Seated in a corner, he summoned the server, saying, "Bring me a fine jug of wine. I am freezing to death." Of course, the server, having completed his tasks, hurried over with a jug of wine. Observing that Qian Xiaoyi appeared to be merely in his teens, he refrained from passing judgment. For it was not uncommon for individuals of such age to be married in this region. Noticing Qian Xiaoyi's apparent discomfort with the surroundings, the server inquired, "You are not from around here, are you?" In order to conceal his identity as a soul master, Qian Xiaoyi refrained from releasing his soul power to ward off the cold. His shivering had prompted the server's question. "Indeed, I have come from the south, and I truly find myself unaccustomed to this dreadful weather. Hence, I seek to warm myself with a bit of wine." The server, slightly perplexed, responded, "Then, why are you not accompanied by your parents? Perhaps it would be best to drink less." Qian Xiaoyi, aware of her tender age, found it indeed astonishing to traverse such a distance alone, an endeavor beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Observing the amiable demeanor of the tavern attendant, she felt no annoyance. Rather, she thought it was a delightful escapade to sneak out for some amusement. Just as the attendant contemplated expressing further concern for the child, a coarse voice resonated within the tavern. "Ah, truly exquisite. Bring her to me as my concubine." Chapter 83, The Mysterious Woman. Well, this young lady possesses quite the striking appearance. Truly beautiful, it seems I am in for a treat tonight. Come, bring her to me as my concubine. Following the sound, an imposing man in his 30s, accompanied by several servants, leered at a woman who, like Qian Xiaoyi, had been seated in a nondescript corner. With her back turned to Qian Xiaoyi, the latter could not discern her features and paid her no heed. Yet, even the most inconspicuous of individuals can be noticed. And soon enough, someone attempted to forcibly seize a maiden. The positions of the servants effectively obstructed all her avenues of escape, revealing that this was not their first foray into such misdeeds. The tavern attendant sighed, "Alas, Han Bing is indeed a tyrant of Shuehan City. He exploits his father's position as the city lord to act with impunity, leaving many to seethe in silence." At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi became intrigued and inquired, "Have you ever contemplated leaving this place or reporting to the empire? As far as I know, the emperors of both empires are enlightened rulers and should take action. Shouldn't they? Is it truly that simple?" Another replied, "Shuehan City was established by the city lord himself, rendering it independent from the two great empires. It can be considered a realm unto itself. The city lord wields military power and is reputed to be an 87th level soul duelist. Due to its remote location, the two empires tend to overlook it. It's not that no one has attempted to escape. Rather, the city lord forbids it. I recall someone who sneaked out, but by the next day, his head was displayed at the city gate. Since the establishment of Shuehan City, no one has ever managed to leave. We wish to depart, yet we find ourselves unable to do so." Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brow, a deep sense of bitterness enveloping her heart. Must the trials be so arduous? What about the soul masters? Surely, if there were soul masters, they could lead you all to freedom? The innkeeper shook his head. The esteemed position of a soul master has drawn them into the service of the city lord. Those few who refuse to serve often do not survive beyond the next day. However, despite the city lord's harshness towards soul beasts, he treats us common folk with a degree of kindness. Yet, alas, his son is another matter entirely. Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently, pondering, "I think not necessarily." The soul flow that he diligently practiced could also hone his mental fortitude. At present, his mental prowess was comparable to that of a soul king. Through his mental acuity, he discerned that Han Bing was merely at level 40, while the servants were only in their 20s, their levels artificially augmented by potions. Yet, Qian Xiaoyi found himself unable to penetrate the mystery of the woman before him. The aura she exuded sent a chill through him. The woman, sensing the weight of a gaze upon her, turned to identify its source. In that instant, Qian Xiaoyi was struck by her extraordinary beauty. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with cascading, immaculate white hair flowing down her back to the ground. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and translucent, as if capable of seeing through the very fabric of the world. Her figure was a flawless blend of elegance and allure, and although her white gown bore no embellishments, it rendered her presence exceptionally pure and breathtaking. She resembled a winter plum blossom, standing apart from the crowd, proud against the snow and frost. For a fleeting moment, her glance captivated him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Despite having grown amidst the most exquisite of beauties, he could not help but marvel. The woman merely cast a fleeting, indifferent glance at him before turning her gaze back to the window, as if the world outside was her sole focus. Han Bing, feeling a surge of irritation, recalled the thrill he once derived from the struggles of the women he had forcibly taken. Yet this woman exuded an air of emotional detachment. She seemed devoid of fear or apprehension, her ice blue eyes betraying no ripples of interest or concern, much less any inclination to resist. This provoked a deep sense of dissatisfaction within him. He exchanged a glance with his subordinates, who began to advance slowly towards the enigmatic woman. Qian Xiaoyi had no intention of intervening. He was curious to observe the cultivation level of the girl, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. In such frigid weather, her choice to wear a dress was remarkable. If her skills were not commendable, he would find it hard to believe. The girl turned her head and shot a glare at Qian Xiaoyi, her ruby lips parting as she murmured in a voice only audible to herself. He seems to be quite the dandy, yet what a coward he is. Watching a delicate maiden fall into the clutches of others without daring to intervene, how pitiful. Had Qian Xiaoyi been privy to her words, he would have found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, though he would undoubtedly have protested his innocence. At the moment the servants approached her, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She unleashed her soul power, sending the servants flying a considerable distance, their cries resembling that of slaughtered pigs as they crashed to the ground. Those wretches merely follow your orders, and I shall spare their lives, but you, a perpetrator of countless wrongs, shall not escape justice. With that, a frost sword materialized in her hand, aimed at the nefarious young man. The young man stood dumbfounded. This was not at all what he had anticipated. Observing the absence of any soul power emanating from her, he had assumed she was just an ordinary person, never considering she might be a formidable expert. Qian Xiaoyi remained vigilant, promptly sensing the murderous intent emanating from the woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly rushed outside. Clang! The judgment sword clashed with the ice sword, producing a crisp sound. Qian Xiaoyi stumbled back several steps, while the woman remained utterly unfazed. He was taken aback. His strength, honed through rigorous training and battles with soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, was now on par with that of a soul king. Yet, the woman effortlessly countered his attack, revealing her formidable prowess. Seeing her prey rescued, the woman gazed at Qian Xiaoyi with a blank expression, her eyes brimming with lethal intent, which unsettled him. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a swift strike to the back of the rogue, rendering him unconscious on the ground. He retracted his martial spirit and, disregarding his own safety and the woman's resistance, attempted to pull her away. The woman shook off Qian Xiaoyi's grasp, retorting, "Do not touch me, you filthy scum." Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter smile, realizing that the woman had misunderstood him. With urgency, he exclaimed, "I will explain everything later. But for now, please come with me. Otherwise, it will be too late." The woman's expression shifted, as if deep in thought, and she replied, "Lead the way." Qian Xiaoyi occasionally glanced back to check for pursuers, weaving left and right, fearful of being detected. In contrast, the woman remained unhurried, displaying not the slightest hint of anxiety. Qian Xiaoyi led the woman to a secluded corner, turning back to meet her questioning gaze. "Why didn't you help me before?" the woman said coldly. Qian Xiaoyi understood that she had not stopped the ruffians from approaching her at the very beginning. She sighed in exasperation and remarked, "Why should I assist you? You are also a spirit master, and indeed stronger than they are. Should I intervene merely because you are a stunning beauty? There is no imminent danger to life, so I see no reason to act." The woman's tone grew increasingly terse. "Do you mean to say that if I were to eliminate that scoundrel, I would then face a threat to my life?" Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips in disdain. "Foolish woman, can you not engage your brain? Killing those servants might have been manageable. The Lord is aware of his child's character and could turn a blind eye. But if you were to slay that scoundrel, the Lord would certainly not let it slide upon discovering that his son perished by your hand. The Lord is formidable, bolstered by those spirit masters. Do you truly believe yourself to be a titled Douluo? Judging by your appearance, you must be the heir of some great power. It is prudent to maintain a low profile outside." "Oh, what is the matter with you? Who are you calling a foolish woman? Dare to repeat that?" The woman glared at Qian Xiaoyi, her tone laced with deadly intent. When had anyone ever dared to speak to her in such a manner? Strangely, Qian Xiaoyi found her anger oddly endearing, Yet when she was genuinely enraged, it was indeed a bit intimidating. Ha ha. Well, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. I merely wished to caution you against acting impulsively. It could place you in peril. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled, attempting to placate her. And what of it? In my eyes, no one surpasses me, the woman retorted, casting aside her words as she walked away. Goodness, how arrogant. Hey, where are you going? To kill. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoyi felt a surge of displeasure, realizing that despite her lengthy discourse, it had fallen upon deaf ears. No one had ever dared to disregard him so brazenly. You shall not go. No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, you cannot contend against a multitude. Do you doubt it? Very well. Proceed, if you must. We shall see who is pursued in the end. Why hesitate? I truly cannot fathom how you young ladies can be so willful. The woman hesitated momentarily, but resolutely stepped outside. Wait, I was merely jesting, and you are genuinely leaving? Come back, foolish woman. In a swift motion, an icy sword was pressed against Qian Xiaoyi's neck. The woman spoke coldly, repeat that, if you dare. Do not presume that your assistance grants you the liberty to be insolent. Should you provoke me, no one will be able to protect you. Qian Xiaoyi was well aware that she would not harm herself. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Ice sword. My martial spirit is the sword of judgment. We seem to have a remarkable affinity. She exclaimed. By the way, I still do not know your name. Which faction do you belong to? The woman's gaze flickered momentarily. Her sharp eyes fixated on Qian Xiaoyi, as if attempting to discern his intentions. Qian Xiaoyi, with a clear conscience, was unperturbed by her scrutiny. My name is Bai Shui. Bai Shui? What a lovely name. It truly suits you, as you are as pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow. However, you do tend to act impulsively, she remarked. Why do you have so much to say? A grown man should not be so indecisive. Bai Shui expressed her disdain. Bai Shui, I am Qian Xiaoyi. So what shall we do next? He inquired. The beautiful Bai Shui had caught the attention of that rogue, who would not easily relent. Bai Shui regarded Qian Xiaoyi with a look of contempt. What else can be done, if you cannot handle such a trivial matter? It is a shame you are a man. Just eliminate him, and let it all end. Qian Xiaoyi lamented, Sister, if it were merely to kill him, that would be quite simple. The crux of the matter lies with his father, the lord of the city, along with the formidable subordinates he has amassed over the years. Without the strength of a titled Douluo, escape is utterly impossible. However, you must understand that there are hardly any titled Douluos throughout the continent. Just the two of us are simply insufficient for them to take seriously. Bai Shui, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, Then what do you propose? That scoundrel must perish. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me must be prepared for death. I share your disdain for him and shall not hinder your desire to eliminate him. But we must devise a thorough plan. If you recklessly charge in and slay him, his father will undoubtedly make your life a living hell. We should orchestrate an assassination, creating the illusion that his death was an unfortunate accident. This way, our safety will be greatly enhanced. Does that sound reasonable? Troublesome, Bai Shui murmured, turning her head slightly. Yet fortunately, she did not refuse. The following day, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Shuahan city. The only son of the city lord tragically met his end when struck by a falling object while walking. Although the circumstances were shrouded in suspicion, no one was able to provide or deduce any valuable information regarding the incident. Enraged, the city lord ordered a thorough investigation, declaring that anyone suspected would face execution. The first suspect was none other than Bai Shui, the powerful girl who had been bullied by the ruffian, and the second was Qian Xiaoyi, who had assisted her in escaping. In a secluded spot, Bai Shui pouted her adorable lips, gazing with discontent at the cautiously apprehensive Qian Xiaoyi. I must say, you truly lack courage. Is it not merely a matter of engaging them in a fight? Qian Xiaoyi cast a glance at her chest and remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, a large bosom often comes with a lack of intellect. It seems that all my brains have migrated there. Noticing the rising anger in Bai Shui, Qian Xiaoyi hastily shifted the topic. Although we created a false impression yesterday, discerning minds will undoubtedly perceive the discrepancies. Now, how is it that we have become fugitives? Venturing out now would be akin to courting death. Even if you are a fierce tiger, can you truly contend with a pack of wolves? Yes, you can. Qian Xiaoyi helplessly pressed her forehead, exclaiming, You are truly incomprehensible, woman. Stay put and behave. I shall go assess the situation outside. I refuse. Qian Xiaoyi suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Be good. I shall return shortly. It will not take long. Noticing that Bai Shui remained silent, he took it as an agreement and proceeded into the crowd. Little did he realize that, regardless of her usual icy demeanor, Bai Shui gazed at his retreating figure with a tender smile, akin to a flower shyly blooming amidst the harshness of winter. Soon, upon seeing Qian Xiaoyi return with a troubled expression, she inquired, "Hey, what happened?" Due to his dismal mood, Qian Xiaoyi failed to perceive the concern expressed in Bai Shui's words. "We have been placed on the assassination list. Our disappearance is indicative of our guilty conscience. We are now being hunted, and the streets are teeming with patrolling guards. Although they are merely ordinary individuals, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, lurking in the shadows are soul masters, while the city gates remain firmly shut, guarded by soul masters of the soul sovereign rank and above. Our only option to escape would be to force our way through, yet there may still be a glimmer of hope. I have learned that we are in close proximity to the extreme north, where the beast tide is particularly severe. Our only recourse is to wait for the soul beast from the extreme north to arrive, allowing us to slip away amidst the chaos." Suddenly, Bai Shui inquired, "Oh, by the way, Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts on soul beasts?" Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. She actually referred to him as Xiaoyi. Previously, she merely called him Hey, displaying an icy demeanor towards everyone. No matter the circumstances, her expression remained impassive, as if she were utterly confident of her victory. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling somewhat awkward, admitted, "Well, I must confess, I have a fondness for spirit beasts. They possess a sincerity that far surpasses that of humans. It is not that they are foolish, rather, they disdain deceit. True scoundrels are undeniably more endearing than false gentlemen. I genuinely wish to befriend spirit beasts, yet my family holds a ruthless philosophy towards them." Bai Shui chuckled softly, "I am not mocking you. In fact, I share your affection for spirit beasts. Among my acquaintances, spirit beasts outnumber humans." "Huh? What is the matter?" Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Qian Xiaoyi pointed at her, his mouth agape in astonishment. A chill ran through Bai Shui. Could he have uncovered something? "You actually smiled. My goodness, how terrifying." Bai Shui smiled. Bai Shui's forehead throbbed, veins bulging as she clenched her fists, grinning menacingly. "Xiaoyi, perhaps you should consider your demise." "Wait. I was merely jesting." "Bai Shui, you cannot be serious." "Ah, who? Who is there?" Qian Xiaoyi chuckled wryly. "Oh no, I've been discovered." At that moment, Bai Shui remained completely unfazed. "It's all your fault. Why are you shouting?" Qian Xiaoyi grasped Bai Shui's wrist and fled, not forgetting to retort, "Oh, is it my fault? If you hadn't hit me, would I have cried out?" Bai Shui shook off Qian Xiaoyi, saying, "Don't touch me. If you don't court disaster, could I strike you? If you don't laugh, can I bring misfortune upon myself? What is wrong with my laughter? I don't care. I blame you. All right. It's my fault. But the priority now is to escape, you silly girl." "Silly girl? Qian Xiaoyi, I will end you." Chapter 85. Grief. Qian Xiaoyi concealed himself in an inconspicuous alley, his right hand pressed against Bai Shui's mouth, while his left arm encircled her delicate shoulder, cautiously peering outside. The pursuers were still near, yet they had chosen not to search this location. Bai Shui's entire form was cradled in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace. Although he was not as tall as she, the sin of his masculinity left her somewhat disoriented. She struggled violently, yet did not summon her soul power. As if she had forgotten that with her strength, breaking free would be effortless. "Foolish woman, why are you shouting with so many pursuers around? Is your head made of snow?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, releasing Bai Shui once the danger had passed. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing. "Wait a minute. He assaults me and then scolds me? When have I ever been touched by a man? And he dares to complain?" She pouted, feeling too lethargic to argue with him. Through this experience, she discovered that fleeing could actually be rather exhilarating. Little did anyone know that beneath Bai Shui's frigid exterior lay a heart filled with playful spirit. Days passed amidst their frantic chase, and at last, Shuehan City encountered a beast tide. The arrival of the beast tide struck Qian Xiaoyi as peculiar. It seemed almost too coincidental that at their most desperate moment, such chaos erupted, as if fate had conspired to assist them. Furthermore, their escape had proven far simpler than anticipated. Thus far, not a single soul master above the rank of Soul Emperor had come to capture them, as though the city lord were toying with them. Yet, the city lord was no fool. After all, the grudge over his son's death could hardly be dismissed, and it was improbable that he would refrain from dispatching soul emperors. Nonetheless, the reality was that not even a high-ranking soul master had appeared. Was it possible that the city lord was incapable of commanding those elite soul masters? Whatever the case, they had to run first. The closer they got to the end, the more cautious they needed to be. As expected, when Qian Shaoi and Bai Shui approached the city wall, they beheld a formidable array of high-ranking soul masters, 2 soul Douluos, several soul saints, over a dozen soul emperors, and numerous soul kings. Regardless of why these formidable figures had not been present earlier, charging through now would be tantamount to certain death. Fortunately, the beast tied outside was substantial, exhibiting an unmistakable determination to seize Xuehan City, thus capturing the attention of many soul masters. Moreover, the leader of the beast tide was no ordinary creature. Among them was a 100,000-year soul beast, a powerful entity rivaling a tidal Douluo. Should it engage, Xuehan City would face utter calamity. The city lord was no simpleton. He understood that if he let Qian Shaoi and Bai Shui slip away, he might never encounter them again. However, to fend off the beast tide, he was compelled to abandon the pursuit of Qian Shaoi, opening the city gates and deploying all available soul masters to the front lines. Though resentment brewed within him, he felt powerless to act otherwise. He could only keep a vigilant watch over the battlefield, prepared to strike them down should they attempt to flee. Positioned near the city gates, his strength ensured that he could eliminate them in a single blow if they tried to escape. Qian Shaoi and Bai Shui mingled among the spirit masters, engaging in a symbolic battle against the soul beasts. They fought and retreated, gradually falling back to the fringes of the battlefield. When Qian Shaoi sensed the opportune moment, he seized Bai Shui's hand and turned to flee. The soul beasts, focused on their objective of besieging the city, paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers and continued with their mission. This presented an unexpected opportunity for Qian Shaoi and Bai Shui. They initially thought they needed to shake off the soul beasts, but it seemed unnecessary now, even managing to delay their pursuers. Overjoyed, Qian Shaoi urged Bai Shui to hasten their escape. The city lord wielded a long spear as his martial spirit. Despite his fierce engagement in battle, he remained vigilant, observing the fray. Naturally, Qian Shaoi's movements did not escape his notice. However, due to the overwhelming number of soul beasts and his inability to split his focus, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a black soul ring flickered behind him, and the spear slipped from his grasp, soaring towards Qian Shaoi like a shooting star. The 6th soul skill, a desperate gamble. Qian Shaoi felt a chilling sensation and turned around to see a spear swiftly thrusting towards her, causing her heart to sink. The lord of the city had perfectly timed and angled his attack. It was the precise moment when both of them were airborne and had nowhere to evade, with the spear flying directly towards them. If it struck, neither would survive. Noticing that Bai Shui appeared dazed and bewildered, Qian Shaoi muttered "fool" under her breath, gritted her teeth, and in an instant, the black soul ring behind her shone brightly, enveloping her in a faint black protective shield. Qian Shaoi's 4th soul skill, Dustless Realm, is a formidable defensive technique derived from the ancient Yuja dragon beast, a creature that existed 13 millennia ago. To acquire this soul ring, Qian Shaoi exerted considerable effort. This skill allows the user to withstand attacks equivalent to twice their own attack power, with the duration varying based on the intensity of the incoming assault. The greater the sensation of the attack, the shorter the duration. However, when confronted with the lethal strike of a soul Douluo, this soul skill appears rather inadequate. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware that the Dustless Realm could only grant her a fleeting moment, yet that was sufficient. In the very instant of the realm's shattering, she summoned all her strength to hurl Bai Shui away, just as Bai Shui awoke from her stupor. The sight that greeted her was that of a spear piercing through Qian Shaoi. At that moment, the city lord had returned to the city walls and, upon seeing that only one person had been struck, frowned and shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. After being cast aside, Bai Shui landed on the ground and rushed towards Qian Shaoi, who had a gaping wound in her left chest. Hearing the sound, Qian Shaoi slowly turned her head to look. She was so weak that her eyes could barely open, rendering everything a blur. However, through the delicate outline and the current scene, she could still discern that it was Bai Shui who had come, and she was unharmed. Qian Shaoi opened her mouth slightly, her voice barely audible. If Bai Shui possessed considerable cultivation, she would not have heard her at all. "It's wonderful that you're unscathed." Initially, Qian Shaoi intended to flee alone, yet her body refused to heed the commands of her mind. How foolish of me to meddle in affairs that do not concern me. However, there was no remedy. Who could blame her for being so captivating? Before she could finish her thought, Qian Shaoi's head tilted, and she fainted. Bai Shui, of course, understood that Qian Shaoi had genuinely come to her rescue. The body heeds not only the mind but also the whispers of the subconscious, which reflect our true desires. Even if the mind urged her to escape, the subconscious yearned to save her. Bai Shui nudged Qian Shaoi, her voice quivering, typically indifferent to others. Bai Shui's heart wavered. "Why did you interfere? Why did you save me? I could have managed this alone." You brought this upon yourself. Wake up. You must awaken. In a flurry, Bai Shui unleashed her icy essence, encasing Qian Shaoyi's wounds in frost to preserve the flicker of life. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Qian Shaoyi, vanishing before the astonished gaze of the city lord. After completing this, Bai Shui turned to face the lord, who had reclaimed his spear, charging toward her with intent. Bai Shui steadied her tumultuous emotions, her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded the approaching lord, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Never before had she harbored such a desire to take a life. I shall ensure your demise. Chapter 86. Azure Xiaoyi, fear not. I shall bring you back to life. Bai Shui gazed impassively ahead, cradling the lifeless form of Qian Shaoyi as she traversed the tempestuous blizzard. Strangely, the winds and snow diverted around her as if they recognized a formidable adversary, leaving her surrounded by an eerie stillness amidst the biting cold. Qian Xiaomei's complexion was as pale as a ghost, devoid of any hint of color, while the gaping wound on her left chest lay encased in a layer of icy snow. Suddenly, Bai Shui furrowed her brow, glancing around before lowering her gaze to the figure of Qian Shaoyi cradled in her arms, her expression instantly transforming into one of exhilaration. The sound of a heartbeat. Initially, Bai Shui thought she might have misheard, yet the surroundings were devoid of any presence, and the heartbeat could not belong to her. There was only one explanation. Qian Shaoyi was still alive, albeit with a heartbeat so faint it was nearly imperceptible. After the thrill of discovery, Bai Shui felt a twinge of curiosity. How could Qian Shaoyi be alive when her left chest had been pierced? Unless, of course, the heart possessed the ability to regenerate. With this thought in mind, Bai Shui gently set Qian Shaoyi down and began to investigate. Indeed, she found that Qian Shaoyi's heart had not regenerated at all. Yet what left her both amused and bewildered was, Qian Shaoyi is unlike anyone else. His heart resides on the right side of his chest. Having lost an excessive amount of blood, he fainted, his breathing so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. In her flustered state, Bai Shui mistakenly believed him to be dead. She let out a sigh of relief, lightly smacked him, and playfully scolded, "You rascal, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were gone. Just wait until I figure out how to deal with you." However, she lamented, "How foolish of me. With my abilities, I didn't realize this until now. For now, I shall reluctantly take care of you." When Qian Shaoyi finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a room that seemed to be crafted from ice and snow, expansive and furnished like a grand palace. He lay upon a bed made of ice, yet it lacked the typical hardness and chill, providing him with a surprising comfort. Bai Shui was slumped at the bedside, peacefully asleep, her breath fragrant like orchids, occasionally uttering soft, peculiar sounds. It seemed she had exhausted herself tending to him during his unconsciousness. Qian Shaoyi gently touched her delicate nose, while Bai Shui Tang stirred her nose bridge, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "You have worked hard, Shuer," Qian Shaoyi murmured, as she carefully adjusted the covers for Bai Shui. With nothing else to occupy her mind, she decided to slip into the bed beside her, gazing at Bai Shui's serene profile in her sleep. Qian Shaoyi felt a stir in her heart, her self-control faltered, and she could not resist planting a soft kiss on Bai Shui's cheek. How beautiful she is! As pure and flawless as falling snowflakes. 17, she is not much younger than I am. Qian Shaoyi pressed her lips together, her eyes darting around. Noticing that no one was nearby, she mustered her courage and lightly kissed Bai Shui's ruby lips. However, before Qian Shaoyi could revel in her triumph, she felt an ominous presence locking onto her. Any slight movement could result in severe injury or worse. Bai Shui opened her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion as she pushed Qian Shaoyi away, remarking, "You seem to have healed rather quickly. Your physique is rather peculiar." Qian Shaoyi replied awkwardly, "I suppose so." At that moment, Bai Shui added, "Why are you so foolish? Didn't you realize you should have run away? Why did you attempt to save me? Do you truly think I am inferior to you?" Although Bai Shui's demeanor remained icy, Qian Shaoyi detected a hint of reproach in her tone, which stirred a warmth within her heart. "Isn't it your fault, you foolish woman? Staring blankly in such a situation, otherwise, I wouldn't have had to intervene. You must have been spoiled since childhood, haven't you?" Surprisingly, Bai Shui did not react with anger at being called a foolish woman. Instead, she seemed to feel a tinge of guilt. Should I tell him the reason for my moment of distraction? Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Bai Shui's face, Qian Shaoyi felt an involuntary softness in his heart. He swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Where is this place?" Bai Shui glanced at him and replied, "This is my home, located near the far north. Your family seems quite well off. Just by observing your residence, it's evident that you are no ordinary person. By the way, do your parents know that you brought me back? They won't force me into marriage with you, will they?" Bai Shui chuckled lightly. "You truly overestimate yourself. My parents wouldn't concern themselves with you. Speaking of which, being in the far north, how much do you know about the three great rulers of the north? Bai Shui suddenly posed a question. The three great rulers of the north? The Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress? Bai Shui nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. The three great rulers of the north are the most formidable soul beasts in that region, due to their inherent attributes. Their combat prowess is significantly enhanced in the far north. However, the environment poses challenges, resulting in a lower average lifespan for soul beasts. The Titan Snow Demon King. The monarch of the Titan Snow Demon clan boasts nearly 300,000 years of cultivation, towering at a height of 100 meters. Its immense stature places it among the strongest on the continent. Although its strength is considerable, it exudes a certain endearing clumsiness to me. As for the Ice Emperor, I harbor a disdain for scorpions. Just the thought of them repulses me. Despite having nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, it does not alter her inherently disgusting nature. Particularly, she is female, and I genuinely cannot fathom what merits that female scorpion possesses. Regarding the Snow Empress, Bai Shui felt a chill run down her spine. Her connection with the Snow Empress was anything but ordinary. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qian Shaoyi's words were sharp. She refers to herself as the Ice Goddess, but frankly, she resembles a recluse. She lacks her own kin, and were it not for my extensive reading, I would have been oblivious to her existence. As she spends her days idling in the far north, achieving nothing. What is the matter with you? Your expression looks rather grim. Bai Shui stifled her urge to retaliate. Responding, I am fine. Big sister, your adorable little sister is here. Did you miss me? At that moment, a charming figure dashed in. Appearing to be around 14 years of age, with long, emerald green hair styled in twin ponytails, dressed in a stunning green gown that exuded a hint of rebelliousness. While she lacked Bai Shui's cold allure, she was undeniably more endearing, showcasing a playful fong, bouncing around like a child. Your sister? Qian Shaoyi pointed at the girl who had entered, questioning Bai Shui. Yes, she is my sister, Bai Bing. Isn't she adorable? Bai Shui glanced at Qian Shaoyi and continued, do not entertain any thoughts about her. Qian Shaoyi smirked and said, all right, since I cannot target your sister, I shall have to set my sights on her elder sister instead, right, Shui? Bai Shui showed no intention of letting Qian Shaoyi have the upper hand, responding, sure. If you're not afraid of death, then I have no objections. Why does this involve safety concerns? Is there a danger in plotting against you? Haha. On the side, Bai Bing, noticing that no one was paying her any attention, turned to Qian Shaoyi, revealing a sharp canine as she spoke. Sister, I heard you captured a human. Is this the one? It's been ages since I last feasted on a human, and today I finally have the opportunity. Should I steam it or braise it? You decide, sister. Your sister? Wait, human? What do you mean? Qian Shaoyi looked at Bai Bing in confusion, bewildered by her words. Bai Shui sighed, casting a teasing glance at Qian Shaoyi, and said, I initially intended to keep it a secret a bit longer, but that girl exposed it. The homebody Snow Empress you're talking about is me, and that repugnant Ice Bai Empress is my sister, right there. Bai Bing firmly believed her sister. Since her sister declared this person to be disgusting, it must be true. Disgusting? You detestable human, you are the first to call me repulsive. Speak. Do you prefer to be steamed or braised? Bai Bing retorted angrily, though her fury lacked any intimidation, rendering her rather endearing. All right, don't stoop to his level. Arguing with him will only infuriate you further. This person, you see, has a sharp tongue. You must maintain a calm heart in his presence. Bai Shui advised as she restrained the charging Bai Bing. Haha, you two dare to impersonate the Ice Empress and Snow Empress? They are, after all, ancient soul beasts with a history spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Look how adorable Bai Bing is. How could she possibly be a soul beast? As he spoke, he patted Bai Bing's head. Given their similar heights, it felt entirely unawkward. Bai Bing's expression hardened, her brow furrowing as she crossed her arms, revealing a six-segmented, emerald green scorpion tail behind her. Together with Bai Shui, they cast a mocking glance at the dazed Qian Shaoyi. Now do you believe me? I'm indeed the Ice Empress. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Shaoyi plopped down on the ground, wailing, please don't eat me. I'm not delicious. What a 100,000-year soul beast. How terrifying. Bai Shui, her voice trembling with suppressed laughter, inquired, why are you crying? Weren't you quite formidable before? I saw you face Soul Douluo without batting an eye. Where did that audacious Qian Shaoyi go? You even called me a foolish woman, bad-mouthing them in front of the two great kings of the extreme north. You are truly one of a kind on this continent. I didn't know you were them. Besides, I'm only in my teens. It's perfectly normal to cry. Unlike you two, who are ancient crones of hundreds of thousands of years. My ancestors don't even compare in lineage. The Ice Empress clenched her fists, fiercely declaring, "Are you seeking death? Don't you know that beautiful women despise discussions about age the most?" Qian Shaoi wiped her tears and disdainfully remarked, "Humph, a disgusting scorpion. Claiming to be as beautiful as a flower? The mere thought repulses me. Ugh, vomit? Do you dare to vomit? You scoundrel, I shall slay you. Sister, do not hold me back. This person must perish. Calling me disgusting? Calling me old? It is the first time in my life that a creature dares to speak to me in such a manner. If I do not kill him, my heart will remain burdened with resentment. I have changed my mind. I shall not consume him. Instead, I will shred him into pieces. I shall end his life. Pierce him through." The Ice Empress was engulfed in fury, transforming the sky into a vivid emerald hue. A 10,000-year soul beast could summon a cataclysmic upheaval in nature. The soul beast of the extreme north cowered in terror. Unaware of what had ignited such wrath in the second in command, those who had provoked her were surely doomed. A soul beast with close to 400,000 years of age is not to be trifled with when angered. Declaring oneself a matriarch and yet refusing to acknowledge one's age only intensified the Ice Empress's fury. Qian Shaoi swiftly concealed herself behind the Snow Empress and then pondered, if the Ice Empress is indeed the Ice Empress, then the Snow Empress must be the Empress of Snow, a soul beast of 700,000 years. Even my mother could not contend with her. Upon this realization, she retreated further into the corner. The Snow Empress glanced at Qian Shaoi, who was keeping her distance, and teased, "What is this? Have you forgotten our earlier encounter? Now that you know I am a soul beast, do you still wish to pursue me? Haha. Today is the happiest day the Snow Empress has had in many years. Just think, that Ice Child is coming over. What will you do if I do not intervene? You might meet your demise." Qian Shaoi nodded in gratitude. "Do you wish for me to intervene on your behalf?" Qian Shaoi nodded slightly. "Do you wish for her to spare your life?" Qian Shaoi nodded slightly. "Please, I beg you." Just as Qian Shaoi was about to nod, her expression and actions suddenly froze. Seeing Qian Shaoi struggle between life and dignity, the Snow Empress urged, "Hurry and plead with your sister. She will assist you. What do you think? Isn't it quite a bargain? One sentence or a life. You choose." "Oh dear. Bingo is so formidable. I can't withstand this any longer. Sister, could you perhaps elevate your acting skills a bit? Your performance is making me quite uncomfortable. Isn't it obvious that if I don't plead with you, you'll unleash the scorpion upon me? Just say it plainly." For Qian Shaoi, dignity held far greater significance than life itself. To live in this world should be done with grace. Even if life were to slip away, as long as dignity remained, existence would still hold value. However, without dignity, life would be devoid of meaning. Moreover, if the Snow Empress truly wished for her demise, it wouldn't be just her. Thus, when Qian Shaoi witnessed the Snow Empress allowing the Ice Emperor to charge forward, she made a resolute decision in defense of her dignity. She would plead for mercy. "Shuai, help me. It's a massacre." Qian Shaoi ruthlessly cast aside her dignity and begged for mercy. The Ice Emperor halted, disdain evident in her voice. "I thought you had some spirit." Qian Shaoi retorted, "What does this have to do with ambition? I have not knelt or anything of the sort. By the way, are you not going to kill me?" After speaking, she remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor huffed disdainfully, "Humph. I know my sister all too well. As long as she is here, I cannot possibly bring myself to kill you. However, you must exercise caution. She cannot protect you for eternity. I will seek an opportunity to end your life. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. With your strength, you would surely perish from the cold in this, the very heart of the extreme north. Isn't this supposed to be the outskirts?" Qian Shaoi inquired. Turning to the Snow Emperor, the Snow Emperor blinked, placing a finger on her lips, and replied, "Of course, I was merely teasing you." Qian Shaoi's eyes twitched slightly. "You, a soul beast of 700,000 years, dare to masquerade as a 17-year-old girl. I might have been oblivious before, but now that I am aware. Do you still attempt to act cute? Do you not have any self-awareness regarding your own age? Such shamelessness." The Snow Emperor's expression instantly froze, and with a forced smile, she said, "Ice, discipline him. Remember to apply sufficient force, just don't kill him. This fellow has a peculiar constitution and can endure a beating." Qian Shaoi gazed at the approaching Ice Emperor, making a final desperate attempt. What are you planning to do? I warn you, do not come any closer. I am quite formidable and not afraid of you. Stay back. Shuai, help me." Chapter 88. The Coldness Tempering the Body. Sister. I adore that phrase of yours." Qian Shaoi gazed at the encroaching Ice Emperor, making one final stand. "Hey, what do you intend to do? I warn you, Do not approach. I am quite formidable. Stay back. Help. Shwe. A cacophony reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered echoed through the room. Qian Shaoi, with a bruised nose and swollen face, gazed at the Ice Emperor, feeling a pang of discontent in his heart. He then glanced at the Snow Emperor, who feigned admiration of the scenery, his eyes filled with unspoken resentment. The Ice Emperor flicked her tail at him once more, expressing her dissatisfaction. Enough with that look. Stop regarding your sister with such eyes. If it weren't for your incessant chatter, would you have found yourself in this predicament? If I were in a foul mood, you would already be a lifeless body. Moreover, I have done enough to assist you. As a man, how can you constantly rely on women for help? Qian Shaoi murmured softly, what does it mean to be frequent? It hasn't helped me much, has it? What did you say? After all, it is a soul beast over 300,000 years old. Its hearing, even if poor, cannot possibly miss Qian Shaoi's grievances. You fool. How dare you call your sister foolish? Were it not for her, how many times would you have perished? In Snow-Cold City. Had your sister not unleashed her soul power to repel those advanced soul masters, would you have escaped? If she hadn't sent word to me to initiate the beast tide, you would still be clinging to life in desperation. Although the root of the trouble lies with your sister, would you have provoked such chaos without her? Your constitution is unique. Your heart is situated on the right side. But had your sister not intervened, you would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Do you understand? Your peaceful journey has been merely a result of her silent efforts to alleviate your troubles. Who do you think you are? If your sister were not present, I would have killed you on the spot. The Snow Emperor cast a reproachful glance at the Ice Emperor, chastising him for his harsh words. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, bowing her head with a look of despondency. No wonder she realized that she had not assisted her in the least. Rather, it was she who had resolved one trouble after another for her. Although those troubles were indeed a result of her actions, without her, she felt utterly inadequate. Qian Shaoi cast a gentle glance at the Snow Emperor, who turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Unfazed, Qian Shaoi resolutely addressed the Ice Emperor. Bing Bing. You are ancient spirit beasts, with a wealth of knowledge and experience that far surpasses mine. I seek to learn how I can grow stronger. He no longer wished for others to worry about him, nor did he desire to rely on their protection. He yearned to safeguard others instead. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor looked at him in astonishment. Qian Shaoi continued, I wish to become stronger, Bing Bing. Is there a way? After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor smirked wickedly and replied, Indeed, there is. Qian Shaoi's body trembled slightly, and her throat constricted as she resolutely stated, Take me there. The Ice Emperor nodded and replied, Follow me. The Snow Emperor, observing the smile on the Ice Emperor's face, expressed concern. Ice, are you sure about this? The Ice Emperor turned, revealing a warm smile. Sister, rest assured. This human will not perish. When the time comes, I will certainly return you a living being. The phrase not perish is indeed a thought-provoking expression. Moreover, the Ice Emperor specifies living rather than whole. The Snow Emperor waved her hand. You two go ahead. I shall remain indoors. Truly, she is a homebody. Once outside the room, the Ice Emperor instantly changed his demeanor, grinning mischievously. You are Qian Shaoi, correct? I indeed possess a method to train you, specifically tailored for humans. If successful, your combat prowess will soar. Do you wish to accept the challenge? Qian Shaoi is generally quite cautious and inquired, Does this mean we are destined to fail? However, he reassured himself, even if we do fail, it is of little consequence. Unlike other cultivation methods, this approach is remarkably safe and poses no mortal danger. Qian Shaoi nodded. All right, I will accompany you, but could you refrain from laughing? It terrifies me. It seems your foresight of danger is rather impressive. It is not my prowess. Rather, your thoughts are clearly etched upon your face. Speaking of which, I am on the verge of freezing to death. Dare you lend me a hand? If I perish, how will you explain it to Schwer? Upon exiting the room, Qian Shaoi immediately sensed the biting cold, for they were at the heart of the extreme north. If exposed to the elements with his soul-sect strength, he would undoubtedly not survive beyond a minute. The Ice Emperor snorted, casually conjuring a soul power barrier, disregarding Qian Shaoi's protest as he lifted him into the air. The Ice Emperor was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The frigid wind occasionally seeped through the barrier, striking him, rendering the affected areas instantly numb. While the Ice Emperor displayed a faint, enigmatic smile. I have been dreadfully bored these years. Finally, something has come along for me to toy with. What a delightful thought. Hey, you there. Your intentions toward the Snow Empress seem rather unwholesome, don't they? Qian Shaoi trembled uncontrollably, daunted by the lethal intent that the Ice Emperor harbored against him. Before he could utter a word, the Ice Emperor continued, If you truly harbor any feelings for my sister, I advise you to relinquish them at once. Why? Qian Shaoi instinctively inquired. The Ice Emperor fixed his gaze upon Qian Shaoi for an extended moment, then replied, because my sister possesses no heart. No heart. The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. My sister was born into existence devoid of a heart, which is why she ventured into the human realm for experience. Although she has begun to cultivate some emotions during her time with you, rest assured, she harbors no real feelings for you, and she never will in the future. Moreover, your races are fundamentally different. Even if she were to accept you, your family would never accept her. Additionally, consider the matter of lifespan. Even if a human were to achieve the pinnacle of Douluo, their lifespan would barely extend to 300 years. To my sister, 300 years is merely the duration of a single slumber. Imagine the anguish she would endure when, after 3 centuries, she loses you. If your feelings for her are genuine, then for her sake, let her go. Qian Shaoi concentrated for a moment, then spoke. In comparison to the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, I prefer to call you Blue Ice and White Snow, for I hold a fondness for you both. You are correct. My lifespan pales in comparison to yours. However, there exists a method, ascension to divinity. The Ice Emperor was taken aback, letting out a haughty huff. Becoming a deity is not so simple. Such arrogance. Shall we make a pact? Intrigued, the Ice Emperor inquired, what kind of pact? If I can indeed ascend to divinity, you must not obstruct our union. Agreed. But if you fail to become a deity, you must not pursue my sister. Deal. The Ice Emperor smirked. You are quite confident. Aren't you? Overconfidence can lead to arrogance. Enough talk. We have arrived at our destination. The Ice Emperor brought Qian Shaoi to a cliff in the far north. Jump down. You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? Qian Shaoi pointed at the seemingly bottomless chasm, where icy winds howled. The Ice Emperor, impatient, retorted, enough of the chatter. I will follow shortly. You jump first. Without waiting for Qian Shaoi's refusal, the Ice Emperor pushed him down. Is this really all right? I fear he may not endure. The Snow Empress, having appeared beside the Ice Emperor, voiced her concern. Do not fret, sister. This is my domain, and below lies my kin. He shall be unharmed. I assure you, and I will return him to you whole. Now, I shall descend. The Snow Empress murmured, watching the Ice Emperor plummet. I meant to ask if pushing him down might lead to his demise. The Ice Emperor observed Qian Shaoi, who had landed painfully, and grinned maliciously. Qian Shaoi, disrespect towards me shall bring you much suffering. Let us commence your training. You will harden your body through the chilling air, enhancing your physical strength. While your current strength is commendable among peers, it is insufficient. Fear not, though painful, it shall soon pass. Moreover, training in this environment will invigorate you. I will remain by your side. Should any misfortune befall you, my sister would surely blame me. Chapter 89. 3 years later, is it not yet ready, Bingo? Qian Shaoi gazed at the colossal scorpion before him. This creature measured 1.5 meters in length, adorned in hues of icy blue and verdant green. Its front half displayed 4 overlapping layers, each extending slightly over half a foot, with the head situated atop the foremost layer. Its silvery maw shimmered with an eerie cold light. The front half was cloaked in scales resembling diamonds, interspersed among its 6 long, powerful legs. Under the radiance of the snow, it emitted an unparalleled brilliance, as if it had become a source of light, refracting myriad colors. Each of its 2 pincers stretched a meter long, similarly covered in peculiar hexagonal protrusions akin to diamond facets. Only the foremost claw and the mouth possessed a mirror-like silver sheen. Its eyes, yellow like 2 embedded yellow diamonds, sparkled with a crystalline luster, also hexagonal in shape, exuding a sense of preciousness. The long, arched tail at the rear of its body differed from ordinary scorpions. The Ice Emperor's tail consisted of only 6 segments, each a tantalizing shade of green, glimmering with the vitality of life. The segments were uniform in color, with the closest to the body being the widest, tapering towards the end. The final segment bore a diamond-like stinger, elevated high, its tip shimmering with the same silvery mirror-like brilliance. Qian Shaoi despised those loathsome and venomous creatures. When the Ice Emperor wished to revert to her true form, Qian Shaoi was vehemently opposed. However, upon witnessing the Ice Emperor transform, he found not disgust, but an unexpected beauty. Although the Ice Emperor's true form was that of an ice blue emperor scorpion, Qian Shaoi had never encountered a spirit beast of such exquisite beauty. Over the course of 3 years, the Ice Emperor's murderous intent toward him diminished significantly, and now it had vanished entirely. Qian Shaoi took to affectionately calling her Binger. Despite enduring various beatings in the initial attempts, eventually, he grew accustomed to it. At that moment, the Ice Emperor's tail was coiled around his spine, channeling soul power to Qian Shaoi. Throughout these 3 years, he had endured numerous tortures, his body frozen stiff, excruciating pain rendering him unconscious, and near-fatal encounters with her stinger. These experiences had become commonplace. Qian Shaoi would swear that the torment inflicted by the Ice Emperor during these 3 years was indelibly etched in his memory. Yet they were also the most fruitful years of his life. Not only had he significantly enhanced his physical strength, but his soul power had also ascended to the 56th level, over 10 levels gained in just 3 years, a pace that would incite envy in anyone. Moreover, his judgment sword now bore the essence of ice and snow. Each swing emanated a chilling sensation that transcended mere deathly cold. It was a frigid temperature in its truest form. In other words, the judgment sword had evolved, acquiring an ice attribute. What delighted Qian Shaoi the most was that, amidst the icy wilderness he had, through the fusion of sword intent, soul flow, and the chill of the environment, along with the guidance of the Ice Emperor, finally created his own unique soul skill, the cold sword style, heaven and earth cold. Once, when the Ice Emperor had used Qian Shaoi as a living target, she had felt a momentary sting from this soul skill. Though fleeting, it was a noteworthy feat considering the Ice Emperor's power was comparable to that of a Super Douluo. In terms of physical strength, even Super Douluo could not surpass her, yet she had been momentarily wounded by Qian Shaoi's technique, illustrating the tremendous potential damage of this soul skill. During this time, the Snow Emperor had come to visit Qian Shaoi, but before she could utter a word, the Ice Emperor had shooed her away under the pretext of requiring focused training. In truth, it was merely a ploy to reduce their encounters and allow time to dull their emotions. Currently, the Ice Emperor was transferring soul power through her tail to help Qian Shaoi acclimate to the cold and to enhance the icy intensity of the Judgment Sword. The Ice Emperor's intent was to see if she could forge an ultimate ice martial soul. Success was inconsequential. It was merely a diversion to alleviate her boredom. Withdrawing her tail, the Ice Emperor transformed back into her human form and sighed. It still does not suffice. Your Judgment Sword seems to have reached its limit. No matter what, the icy aura cannot attain its peak, remaining similar to that of an ordinary ice martial soul. Qian Shaoi, ever the optimist, stretched lazily and smiled, saying, "It matters not. I have already surpassed others by a great margin. I never aspired to be the greatest of all time, and that suffices for me. I appreciate your support during this period." Bing Di scoffed and turned away, remarking, "It's not that I enjoy your company. I merely wish for you to keep your distance from my sister." Qian Shaoi curled her lips and scoffed, "How sharp-tongued you are. If you can't bear to part, just say it outright." "Can't bear to part? Humph. What shamelessness. Well then, let us tidy up and leave. Are you truly addicted to lingering here?" Qian Shaoi nodded with excitement. To be honest, he feared staying here more than anything else, although his strength was rapidly increasing. The agony he endured was truly unbearable for any human. His survival was solely due to the leniency of the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor brought Qian Shaoi to the front of the Snow Empress's palace and said, "When you meet my sister, just greet her, and I will take you away." "Understood? It is merely a visit. After all, this is the territory of the soul beasts, and you should also prepare to depart from the far north. Do not forget your promise." Qian Shaoi disregarded her and walked straight in, leaving the icy emperor standing alone in the snowstorm with a face as pale as iron. Qian Shaoi gazed at the Snow Empress, who had her back turned to him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Schwerer, I must take my leave. Perhaps I shall return soon, or perhaps this farewell is for eternity. Please take care of yourself." The Snow Empress merely responded with a soft HM, seemingly devoid of any emotion. However, the Ice Empress, who had just entered, noticed the inconspicuous shards of ice on the ground. The Snow Empress's palace was immaculate. Such remnants could only originate from her. "Sister, have you wept? Have you truly developed emotions? I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sister, we must depart." After escorting Qian Shaoi out of the extreme north, the Ice Empress returned. Qian Shaoi glanced back at the depths of the extreme north before turning away from the place he had called home for the past 3 years. "Farewell, Schwerer. And you too, Binger." Qian Shaoi departed from the extreme northern lands, making his way directly to the Spirit Hall, uncertain of its current state. The friends from Shrek Academy were no ordinary individuals. Their presence as adversaries was already a considerable headache. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Qian Shaoi was swiftly made aware of the significant events transpiring there, as the hall sought to unify the continent. The Pope, Bibi Dong, was resolute in her philosophy. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who resist shall perish, and all dissenters faced execution. Chapter 90. Hatred to the Bone. Shao E. Where have you been? Why have you taken so long to return? Bibi Dong inquired, her voice laced with deep concern. It's a long story. Mother, I've always wanted to ask, Why is unifying the continent so imperative? Qian Shaoi questioned Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and smiled. I understand that your heart is troubled, but you must realize that nothing is ever perfect. With gain comes loss. The absence of loss does not guarantee gain. This is the essence of the saying, fortune does not come in pairs, nor do calamities walk alone. My aim is to restore peace to the continent. Although the two great empires have not engaged in large-scale wars, their clandestine skirmishes have never ceased. While these small conflicts may seem insignificant to them, they are calamities for the common folk. How many families have been shattered by war? How many lives have been lost? Not everyone encounters a savior like Nar. I cannot tend to every individual, and to halt the bloodshed, unification of the continent is the only solution. If we prevail, peace will dawn upon the continent. If we falter, the two empires will come to appreciate the value of peace. Thus, regardless of victory or defeat, our goals will be realized, though in defeat. I too may perish. Furthermore, I sense that the continent's tribulations are imminent. Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, the calamity of the continent was already lurking beside her. Calamity? Qian Shaoi pondered deeply, sighing. The world is divided into two facets. Where there is goodness, there must also be evil. This holds true throughout all ages. Mother, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Though I am not your biological son, I am nonetheless your child, and I shall assist you, declared Qian Shaoi. Bibi Dong was not devoid of affection. She cherished this son dearly. Xiao Yi, rest assured, I will safeguard the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School's master and vice master. Bibi Dong anticipated that Qian Shaoi would be pleased, yet he shook his head. Mother, I have my own convictions. That night, at the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, a figure cloaked in black drifted toward Ning Fengji's study. The cloak was loose, concealing the figure's form and face from view. Oh, so it is here that I have squandered so much time, the cloaked figure mused. Stop. Who goes there? The study, overseen by guards, could not be left unprotected, especially with the master present. Ning Fengji, an avid reader, typically found only the evenings to indulge in his passion due to his busy days. Inform your master that urgent matters require his attention. Quickly, the cloaked man urged, his tone urgent. Withdraw. After dismissing the guards, Ning Fengji continued. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your late-night visit to me? At that moment, Ning Fengji stepped out, a faint smile gracing his face. His expression calm and composed in the face of the unknown. As Qian Shaoi observed the surroundings were deserted, he lowered his cloak and called out, Uncle Ning. It is I, Shaoi. What brings you here? Ning Fengji, though fond of the boy, regarded him with caution, for he was, after all, aligned with the opposing faction. Uncle Ning, the situation is dire. There is no time for pleasantries. We must flee. The Spirit Hall is attacking the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. We must hurry. No sooner had he spoken than a long, piercing siren echoed through the heavens, shattering the tranquility of the night. Is it too late? Qian Shaoi murmured. An enemy assault. Ning Fengji gritted his teeth, his voice laced with indignation. Uncle Ning, let us discuss a matter urgently. Before long, a figure approached, soaring on a sword. Fengji, it seems your instincts were correct. The Spirit Hall, indeed, could not remain idle. Uncle Jian, Master. The newcomer was Jian Douluo, who was also Qian Shaoi's mentor. Chun Xian nodded. Upon hearing the alarm, I hurried to check on you, and it appears I have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Qian Shaoi forced a smile and shook his head. Master, I have come merely to deliver the news, although it may be somewhat belated. Is it truly necessary for you to regard me in such a manner? Young man, Rong Rong now harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. Do you still dare to approach? Qian Shaoi chuckled. It would be better if you hated me. Yet, this level of animosity is still insufficient. Chun Xian replied, It's best if you leave, after all. You are an adversary, and your presence here is rather inappropriate. Qian Shaoi shook her head. No, if I leave, the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School will perish. The title Douluo sent by my mother possesses considerable strength, and besides, isn't the bone Douluo absent? Even if my master is formidable, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If they capture me as a hostage, perhaps the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School can survive. Here they come, Chun Xian exclaimed, soaring into the sky on his sword. Gazing into the distance. Oh, Chun Xian. Ha ha ha, as long as you are here, it seems today the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School is doomed. Soon, 2 figures appeared on the horizon, one of whom spoke. Chen Xian's expression grew grave as he focused his mental energy on the two individuals. These were indeed titled Douluo, each possessing strength not to be underestimated. Without a proper defense, the risk of falling was imminent. Furthermore, their presence signified that the first line of defense of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had already been breached. Behind the two titled Douluo, a multitude of Soul Hall soldiers approached steadily, closing in on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Fire! Chen Xian commanded as the enemy drew near. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, each armed with a Zhuge crossbow, unleashed a barrage, inflicting significant casualties on the Soul Hall troops. Yet, for the vast army of the Soul Hall, such losses were negligible. Is that Tang San's Zhuge crossbow? However, at that moment, the crossbow bolts hovered around Chen Xian. The two titled Douluo fixated their gaze on him, noting his movements with astonishment. Chen Xian manipulated the bolts to create a metallic storm among the Soul Hall forces, clearing a large swath of enemies in an instant. He smiled. These bolts were crafted from special metals at great expense, intended to turn the tide of battle in such circumstances. Chen Xian, you can control those bolts? That is not your martial spirit. One of the titled Douluo shouted. Stop. All of you stop. No matter how many there are, they cannot withstand a massacre. The two titled Douluo grew furious, realizing their miscalculation. Should Chen Xian control those bolts, combined with Ning Fengji, the strongest support, they would be hard-pressed to even match him. However, as Chen Xian noticed a subtle smile at the corner of one titled Douluo's mouth, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Swift resolution. Fengji, Ning Rongrong, who had been cultivating in her chamber, heard the alarm and frowned, making her way to Ning Fengji's study. The sound of the sirens signified an impending attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her first thought was to see her father, to command the front lines together with him. Ning Fengji's study was not nearby. By the time she arrived, the battle had already erupted. Standing beside Ning Fengji, she beheld the man she longed for deeply, a love ingrained in her very essence. The resentment she once harbored dissipated upon seeing him. Just as she intended to rush forward and embrace him, he extinguished the last flicker of hope in her heart. As Qian Xiaoyi seized the opportunity while Chen Xian was engaged in battle, he wielded his martial soul to slice across Ning Fengji's throat. Qian Xiaoyi turned her head, feigning surprise at the sight of Ning Rongrong, and with a mischievous grin remarked, Ning Fengji is truly foolish to trust me so completely. Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong, her voice hoarse with anguish, cried out, Why? 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 Her eyes were filled with loathing. The love that once resided deep within her transformed into pure hatred. Chen Xian, realizing that Ning Rongrong had arrived only to witness Ning Fengji's demise, gritted his teeth and steadied his emotions. He understood that engaging in battle while consumed by feelings would lead to inevitable defeat. One of the titled Douluos shouted, Protect the young master, retreat. Several sold Douluos encircled Qian Xiaoyi, successfully driving off numerous formidable opponents. As they passed by Ning Rongrong, one attempted to eliminate her with a swift gesture, but Qian Xiaoyi signaled for him to withdraw. With a flick of her hand, she dispersed the soul spiral in Ning Rongrong's grasp, seized her by the neck, and lifted her off the ground, whispering with a laugh in her ear, Years have passed, yet you remain so weak. Do you hate me? Do you wish to kill me? Do you seek vengeance for your father? Then hurry and grow stronger. You have yet to unleash even 1% of the soul spiral's potential. I have no desire to slay the weak. Ha ha ha. Now go. With that, she cast Ning Rongrong aside. Chen Xian, witnessing the enemy's retreat, approached Ning Fengji and examined him closely, a faint smile emerging as he confirmed his lifeless state. Chapter 91. 5 years Ning Rongrong had never harbored such intense hatred for anyone before. The person she loved most had also become the one she loathed the most. Time and again, he inflicted pain upon her, leading her to despair. Following this ordeal, Ning Rongrong had truly matured. In the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong remarked, Xiaoyi, I never anticipated your cruelty. You showed no mercy whatsoever. Qian Xiaoyi, it seems acceptable. How is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect faring? I trust your judgment. Deliberately allowing a few direct disciples to escape, coupled with those experiencing external training, should sufficiently ensure the continuity of our legacy. After all, it can be regarded as a form of culture, and severing it entirely feels rather cruel. However, I am concerned for their well-being. Qian Xiaoyi smiled, reassuring her mother that it sufficed to incapacitate their adversaries. They bore no guilt, merely obstructing their path, and there was no necessity to bring about their demise. Moreover, There was no cause for concern regarding them, nor even the Haotian sect. The only individuals to be wary of were 7 in number, including the Haotian Douluo. At most 8. You are still too soft-hearted. Wait, 7? Are you referring to your acquaintances? Bibi Dong interjected. You are mistaken. Time will reveal the truth. They may not seem formidable now, but those who will ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the continent will undoubtedly be them. I have grown alongside them, and am acutely aware of the terrifying extent of their power. Speaking of which, tomorrow marks the 5-year appointment, does it not? The next day, Shrek Academy. Qian Xiaoyi walked along the path, observing the ever-thriving Shrek Academy with a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. After all, he himself was an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Today, Shrek Academy stands as the universally acknowledged premier academy of the continent. As he strolled, no one recognized him. He was merely there to take in the sights. Upon hearing someone call his name, Qian Xiaoyi paused momentarily, and without turning around, he instinctively knew who it was. In the present Shrek Academy, apart from the dean and his former teachers, as well as a few friends, no one else recognized him. Qian Xiaoyi turned her head and said, Brother Dai, Sister Zhuqing, it seems you arrived early for our 5-year appointment. After 5 years apart, Sister Zhuqing has become even more beautiful, while Brother Dai seems to have fallen behind. Dai Mubai had undergone a remarkable transformation. The youthful innocence he once possessed had faded, replaced by an imposing aura that radiated from his very presence. What do you mean by that? And when have we ever arrived before you? The academy has changed significantly since our time. It is far superior now. Ma Hongjun has a keen eye, which is why he chose to remain as a teacher, making him the earliest among us. Haha. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, speaking little. Her figure remained alluring, exuding a sense of noblewoman potential. Hey, are you talking about me? What is going on today? How did you all arrive? At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger approached slowly, pointing at the trio with curiosity. Qian Xiaoyi cradled his forehead, finally comprehending why Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. With such a lack of awareness, he might not even realize when he was being sold out in the outside world. Perhaps he was acutely aware of his own dim-wittedness, unable to retain memories, thus choosing to stay at the academy and wait for them. Forgetting would not matter in the least. Ma Hongjun remained unchanged, taller yet still enveloped in layers of flesh. Should he manage to shed the excess weight, he would undoubtedly be a strikingly handsome fellow. However, his fondness for food was a sincere companion to his belly, ever fearful of the pangs of hunger. It was a pity for the now stunning Shui Binger, as the fiery phoenix seemed somewhat overshadowed by the icy phoenix. Are you still together? Dai Mubai inquired. Zhu Zhuqing delivered a sharp slap to Dai Mubai, leaving no room for dignity. What do you mean, still together? Can't you phrase your questions better? That hurts. Does it matter? What significance is there in striking you? In Zhu Zhuqing's presence, Dai Mubai, the once formidable tiger, had diminished to a mere sickly cat, too timid to utter a word after receiving a beating. Old Dai remained so submissive to his partner. What a shame. Oscar approached from behind Ma Hongjun. Since leaving the academy, Oscar had ventured alone into the world, shedding his former timid self and now radiating a newfound confidence. Do you have an issue with him being unambitious? Would you like me to assess your own prospects? Oh well, I have no ambitions, so there's no need for your assistance. When did you arrive? Qian Xiaoyi asked. Yesterday. I even managed to treat the dean to a meal. Seeing his woeful little eyes brought me immense joy. Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi, what brings you here? This seems unrelated to you. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Xiaoyi's previously good mood instantly turned heavy. Qian Xiaoyi smirked. Is that you, Rongrong? What is the matter? Looking at your eyes, it seems you've been weeping for several days. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing the keenest insight among them, discerned the complexity in Qian Xiaoyi's gaze upon Ning Rongrong. Yet, he concealed it adeptly, swiftly donning a mocking expression. However, she was not foolish enough to expose his ruse. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with animosity. At present, I am not your match, but there will come a day when I will personally bring about your demise. Now leave my sight. Qian Xiaoyi approached, and, as he brushed past Ning Rongrong, remarked, to kill me? With your own hands? Just based on your capabilities? Very well, I'll be waiting. However, do make haste. If I grow impatient, the 7-treasure glazed tile school shall face dire consequences. You seem to be faring well. I have little more to say. I must take my leave before Tang-san returns. Perhaps our next encounter will find us as adversaries. When that time comes, do not show mercy. Zhu Zhuqing trembled as she gazed at his departing figure. She perceived Qian Shaoyi's voice, transmitted through his soul power, urging her, "Please take good care of Ning Rongrong. Do not allow her to tread the path of misguided vengeance." After Qian Shaoyi departed, Zhu Zhuqing patted Ning Rongrong and said, "Rongrong, we have all heard about your predicament. Do not worry, we shall assist you in seeking justice." Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "Thank you, but I wish to avenge myself." As Qian Shaoyi exited the academy, she encountered a striking young man with blue hair approaching her. He cradled a fluffy pink rabbit in his arms, its eyes gently closed as if in slumber. "What terrible luck I have today," she thought. The blue-haired young man was none other than Tang San, though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once ordinary visage had evolved into one even more handsome than Dai Mubai's, and his demeanor had shifted significantly, no longer appearing dull-witted. As Tang San glanced at Qian Shaoyi, he did not slow his pace but brushed past her, casually remarking, "Next time, we shall be adversaries." Qian Shaoyi discerned that Tang San's aura was unsteady, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. Upon noticing the rabbit in Tang San's arms, Qian Shaoyi comprehended the entire situation. "It appears you have not escaped this calamity, Xiao Wu." Chapter 92. Confrontation with Tang San. In the ensuing period, a new power emerged on the continent, Tang Sect. This organization was divided into 5 halls, each overseen by a leader, with Tang San himself, the adversary of the Spirit Hall, at the helm. Today marked a pivotal moment for the Spirit Hall as they enacted their next scheme. A shocking announcement reverberated throughout the entire continent. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuya, was gravely ill. To thwart any nefarious individuals from taking advantage of the situation, entry to the imperial palace was strictly prohibited. Many regarded this as a reasonable precaution, yet a select few sensed the underlying peculiarity. How could the robust Emperor Shuya suddenly fall critically ill? Although he had reached an advanced age, it seemed improbable that he would succumb so soon. This left only 2 possibilities. Either Emperor Shuya had suffered a sudden illness, or there were conspirators plotting rebellion. If it were the latter, the instigator would undoubtedly be within the palace, wielding significant power. Otherwise, sealing off the entire palace would be inconceivable. Numerous speculations surrounded Emperor Shuya's condition, yet none dared to investigate further, opting instead for a more prudent approach. Better to avoid trouble than to seek the truth. For many, as long as they could live peacefully, the identity of the emperor or the manner of his governance was of little concern. However, those who had discerned the truth felt compelled to act, determined to thwart the machinations of the conspirators and rescue Emperor Shuya. Among them was Tang San, accompanied by 2 individuals, Douluo, the poison Douluo, and Yang Wudi, the leader of the medicine hall, one of the 5 halls of Tang Sect. Tang San ventured into the palace. As Douluo was a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, his authority was unquestionable. Yet, upon reaching the emperor's chamber, they were halted. "Who are you?" a soldier clad in armor inquired. Douluo produced a gold token, inscribed with the characters "personal visit," signifying that the emperor himself had summoned them. However, the soldier remained unmoved, coldly standing his ground. At that moment, Tang San realized that Emperor Shuya's ailment must be a result of foul play. Pointing at Yang Wudi, Tang San declared, "We are here to treat His Majesty, particularly this esteemed Yang Wudi, who is a master in the field of medicine. Should we delay and exacerbate His Majesty's condition, the consequences will be dire." The leading soldier showed no sign of relenting, coldly stating, "His Majesty is resting, as per the princess orders. No one is permitted to enter the palace. Those who defy this command shall face execution." Fearing that further delays might result in unforeseen calamities, Tang San nodded to Douluo, preparing to force their way inside. Just then, a voice rang out, "Brother Tang San, how have you been?" "Your Highness." The surrounding soldiers promptly knelt in unison. The voice belonged to Prince Shuqinghe, accompanied by 3 others, 2 elders, and a familiar figure, Qian Shaoyi. Tang San regarded Qian Shaoyi with a calm gaze, letting out a long sigh. "It seems that the guardians here must all be affiliated with the Spirit Hall." "Your Highness," Shuqinghe replied with a gentle smile. She was well aware of Tang San's astuteness and, upon his arrival, understood that concealment was futile. Thus, she had brought Qian Shaoyi along. "If my conjecture is correct, Your Highness, you are also affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? And Qian Shaoyi has known your true identity for 5 years now. Have you both been plotting this since that time?" Tang San spoke with a measured tone. Shuqinghe smiled lightly, raising a hand to unveil a peculiar mask that had been intricately connected to her hair. With a swift motion, She revealed her striking visage, her skin as fair as snow, her phoenix eyes brimming with authority. Compared to her previously amiable demeanor, she now exuded a more distinctive presence. Her aquiline nose and slightly delicate eyes, while not the epitome of beauty, certainly placed her among the elite ranks. Qian Rinxue remarked, "Tang-san, you are mistaken on one point. Among those conspiring, there is no Xiao Yi. Rather, it is Xiao Yi who seeks to thwart me, although his efforts have proven futile." Tang-san cast a complex gaze upon Qian Xiao Yi and let out a long sigh. "Xiao Yi, such a fond appellation. I wonder how one such as yourself would address me. It appears your status within the Spirit Hall is quite esteemed. My name is Qian Rinxue. It is hardly surprising that you have not heard of me, for I am the hidden ace of the Spirit Hall, while Xiao Yi is my younger brother." As she spoke, Qian Rinxue affectionately ruffled Qian Xiao Yi's hair. "A biological brother? No blood relation, akin to your bond with Xiao Wu. Tang-san, I offer you an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to the Spirit Hall, should you choose to align yourself with us." However, before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Qian Xiao Yi. "Sister, please stop. He will not acquiesce to that. Such attempts at persuasion may delight others, but to Tang-san, they are nothing short of an affront." Tang-san smiled. "You are indeed correct. No wonder you are my rival. You understand me well. Yet, I find myself curious as to what compels you to side with the Spirit Hall. There is still time to turn back. Enough, third brother. You lack the standing to judge me. Your enmity with the Spirit Hall is motivated by a desire for vengeance for your family and friends, is it not? My allegiance to the Spirit Hall is similarly rooted in the wish to protect my loved ones. In truth, we are of equal measure. Neither of us possesses the right to reproach the other." Tang-san shook his head. "It is not the same. Should the Spirit Hall wage war, countless innocents would be rendered homeless." Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "Do not speak so pretentiously. If the Spirit Hall retreats, can you truly forsake your vengeance? You cannot. Thus, all this discussion is futile." Tang-san sighed. "Alas, must you insist on opposing me? The Spirit Hall embodies malevolence. You are merely playing with fire." Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Qian Rinxue beside her and said, "There is truly no distinction between righteousness and evil. What constitutes righteousness and what constitutes wickedness? It is merely a matter of human judgment. I protect my friends and family, which I deem just. You seek vengeance for your loved ones, and that too is just. We are fundamentally the same." Qian Rinxue saw Tang-san about to say something and interrupted, saying, "Enough. Since they are our adversaries, there is no need for verbal sparring here. Uncles, let us engage them. They possess only one title Douluo, who is not our match. I will handle Tang-san." "Wait." Qian Xiaoyi called out to Qian Rinxue. "Sister, do not underestimate anyone. Though he may merely be a sole Douluo, his aura is formidable. While our enemies may not be as powerful as the serpent spear Douluo, even he would find it challenging to subdue him. A fierce battle may attract unwanted troubles. Tang-san, let us have a duel. If you win, we shall depart. If I prevail, you will leave. During this encounter, no one is permitted to engage in any underhanded tactics. What do you say? We have yet to clash, and I have long desired a match with you." Tang-san smiled, exuding confidence. "Very well. I consent. Old monster, young Wudi, step aside. Xiaoyi, my teacher has told me that should you become my enemy, you will become my greatest foe. Initially, I did not believe it, but now I wish to see where your strength lies. My teacher you has imparted similar wisdom to me. Come now, third brother, let us determine who is truly the strongest graduate of Shrek Academy." Chapter 93. Battle. Qian Xiaoyi and Tang-san strode toward the door, remarking, "Many believe that I am the weakest among this year's Shrek Academy graduates. To be honest, I, too, am eager to discern where our differences lie. Come, Tang-san, whether the Snow Knight Emperor survives hinges upon your abilities." Tang-san replied with unwavering confidence. "This matter is of great significance, and I am certain I shall not falter. Moreover, I too wish to see what kind of challenges my greatest adversary can present. Besides, are you not still yet a sole emperor?" Qian Xiaoyi nodded, acknowledging the progress. Indeed, only 2 more levels remained, but they were approaching swiftly. "All right, let us not waste any more time. Come forth." Just as he uttered those words, Tang-san charged forward, simultaneously unleashing his martial spirit and soul rings. 2 yellow, 1 blue, and 3 black, a total of 6 soul rings of the blue silver grass. He was unmistakably a soul emperor. However, Qian Xiaoyi noticed that Tang-san's blue silver grass appeared different from before, now imbued with greater strength. It seemed that the evolution of martial spirits was not limited to himself alone. Rather than evolution, it was more accurate to describe Tang San's martial spirit as an awakening. His original martial spirit was indeed blue-silver grass, yet it lacked the inherent shortcomings typically associated with it. Following this awakening, it was now referred to as Blue-Silver Emperor, and the quality of his martial spirit had ascended by several tiers. Furthermore, given that Tang San was already a sole emperor, Qian Xiaoyi, while not far from that level himself, still faced limitations in his realm. This disparity in cultivation was one of the reasons for Tang San's unwavering confidence. It could be said that winning would be a formidable challenge. A black soul ring flared to life behind Tang San, and suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground around Qian Xiaoyi. Yet he understood that this was merely the evolution of Tang San's fourth soul skill, the blue-silver spike formation. Qian Xiaoyi did not anticipate that Tang San would commence with such earnestness, unleashing a soul skill of 10,000 years. With a swift touch of his toes to the ground, he leaped into the air, evading the blue-silver piercing strike. "I say, third brother, is it truly necessary to go all out from the very beginning?" he mused. Tang San chuckled, his confidence evident, yet devoid of arrogance. He was acutely aware of the potential pitfalls that lay ahead. "When facing you, I cannot afford to be careless. Xiaoyi, I hope you do not let me down." With that, a spear materialized in Tang San's hand, representing his fifth soul skill, the blue-silver Overlord Spear. As soon as it appeared, he hurled it with great force, its target being none other than Qian Xiaoyi. Tang San's timing was impeccable, striking at the precise moment when Qian Xiaoyi had reached the pinnacle of his ascent. Rendered powerless to gain leverage, Qian Xiaoyi's gaze sharpened. Even he felt the immense power of the blue-silver Emperor Spear as a looming threat. Yet it remained merely a threat, one that could be overcome with the right countermeasure. Before Qian Xiaoyi, a black circular barrier emerged, signifying the activation of the fourth soul skill, Dustless Realm. This skill serves as a comprehensive defense mechanism, capable of guarding against all angles. Having undergone rigorous training under the Ice Emperor, the Dustless Realm can now adapt according to Qian Xiaoyi's innermost thoughts, allowing for the selective defense of a singular direction. After all, employing an all-encompassing defense against a singular direction of attack would indeed be a considerable waste. By compressing it into a wall, not only is soul power conserved, but the defensive capability of the Dustless Realm is also significantly enhanced. With a resounding impact, the blue-silver Overlord Spear collided with the Dustless Realm, leading to a stalemate between the two soul skills. Ultimately, the Dustless Realm shattered, as Tang San's blue-silver Overlord Spear proved superior. Being his fifth soul skill and the most formidable attack of his blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Chapter 94. A single strike determines victory or defeat. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi had already descended to the ground. He felt no surprise at Tang San's ability to shatter his soul skill. If Tang San could not breach such a defense, then he was unworthy to be his opponent. His intention was merely to delay for a moment, never expecting the Weixinzi to withstand the attack. The instant he landed, the first and second soul rings of Qian Xiaoyi gleamed brightly. With the support of his second soul skill, a swift blade of energy shot towards Tang San. Following the trajectory of the sword energy, Qian Xiaoyi charged towards Tang San, fully aware that his first soul skill would have no effect on him. Indeed, Tang San evaded the blade of energy with a ghostly grace, and before long, Qian Xiaoyi found himself standing before him. As Tang San's right hand hovered in a gripping motion, Qian Xiaoyi felt an overwhelming paralysis seize his entire being, as if his body was ensnared by a thicket of blue-silver grass. Tang San's second soul skill, Parasite, took hold. Simultaneously, an oppressive force surged within Qian Xiaoyi's heart, leaving him with an unsettling sense of weakness, while Tang San's power seemed to swell. A single word sprang to Qian Xiaoyi's mind: domain. Indeed, Tang San had activated his God of Death domain, designed to disrupt the enemy's mindset, weaken them, and amplify his own strength. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi maintained his forward momentum. If he continued to charge ahead, he would undoubtedly lose his balance and fall. Even a moment on the ground would allow Tang San, with his formidable prowess, to discern the victor. Just as Tang San believed the outcome was imminent, a flash of purple from Qian Xiaoyi's soul ring heralded the activation of his third soul skill, Body Enhancement. As the name suggests, its function is to bolster the body for a limited duration. With this enhancement, Qian Xiaoyi effortlessly disregarded the blue-silver grass and the paralyzing effects, even nullifying the influence of the Killing God domain. He surged towards Tang San, for he was, after all, a close combat soul master. The sword energy of the Judgment Sword was reined in, and the flow of soul power circulated. Should it pierce his body, it would likely result in grievous injury if not death. Observing that Qian Xiaoyi had countered his second soul skill and realizing he was unable to evade the impending attack, Tang Sen resolved to let Qian Xiaoyi's judgment sword strike him. As Qian Xiaoyi observed that Tang Sen showed no inclination to evade, a sense of gravity gradually enveloped him. The occurrence was indeed peculiar, indicating that something was amiss. Tang San's lack of avoidance surely suggested a hidden strategy. With this thought in mind, Qian Xiaoyi remained vigilant, readying his fourth soul skill. Even if Tang San had other contingencies, Qian Xiaoyi felt confident in his ability to withstand them. Just as Qian Xiaoyi's attack struck Tang San, the latter's form became ethereal, allowing Qian Xiaoyi to pass right through him. Before Qian Xiaoyi could fully comprehend the situation, a dark, ominous hammer descended upon him with great force. Though Qian Xiaoyi was startled, she remained composed and unleashed her meticulously prepared fourth soul skill, the Land of Dustlessness. The Land of Dustlessness only held for a brief moment before shattering into fragments, yet it afforded Qian Xiaoyi sufficient time to evade. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the hammer in Tang San's hand, recognizing it as the Haoyan hammer, the pinnacle of martial souls in the continent. Tang San, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "I initially had no intention of employing my sixth spirit skill, yet your strength compels me. I lack the confidence to evade your previous assault, and your combat awareness is formidable, rendering my surprise attack utterly ineffective. Were you not my adversary, I would find myself spared considerable trouble." Qian Xiaoyi smiled and remarked, "It is not solely you who are making progress, is it? Moreover, I could never stand in opposition to my mother, could I?" Tang nodded slightly. If his mother were to clash with his friend, he too could not side with his friend. At best, he would show some mercy. Ultimately, he truly lacked the standing to criticize others. "Xiaoyi, let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Prolonging this will surely lead to your spiritual energy being depleted. Considering you are only at the 58th level." Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He nodded and said, "That is precisely my intention. Third brother, unleash your most formidable technique." Chapter 95. A stalemate come on. Third brother, let us discern to whom the ultimate victory belongs. Tang Sen nodded slightly, gripping the Haoyan hammer in his hand, swirling it through the air. A dark aura emanated from it, releasing a powerful surge of soul energy, marking the initiation of the chaotic wind hammer technique. His slaughter god domain was inscribed upon the Haoyan hammer, and it could only unleash its maximum potency when wielded. Thus, with the appearance of the Haoyan hammer, the oppressive aura of the slaughter god domain, which had previously been mitigated by his robust physique, intensified significantly. Despite the Haoyan hammer lacking any soul rings, the inherent quality of the martial soul, combined with Tang San's level 66 soul power and the engraved slaughter god domain, produced an exceptionally formidable effect. The brutal killing intent of the slaughter god domain harmonized beautifully with the dominating spirit of the Haoyan hammer. With each swing of the hammer, Qian Xiaoyi felt the pressure mounting. Is he leveraging his strength, utilizing the force of the previous strike to enhance the next? Quite an impressive self-created soul skill. He could no longer allow Tang San to continue this way, otherwise it would spell great trouble. Just as Qian Xiaoyi was about to make a move, a soul bone appeared on Tang San's right leg, propelling him into the sky. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. Tang San's elevation significantly diminished the threat he posed. The only long-range soul skill was his first, yet its power was insufficient to interrupt Tang San. Of course, Tang San did not let his guard down simply because he was airborne. Although Qian Xiaoyi had expended considerable soul power, Tang San doubted that Qian Xiaoyi was without a backup plan. He had witnessed Qian Xiaoyi defeat foes without the use of soul skills or soul bones. What he relied on was the flow of souls, and up until now, Qian Xiaoyi had scarcely utilized this ability. Although his soul shock had reached a minor mastery, its potency still paled in comparison. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Tang San, who was positioned at a considerable distance, rendering any physical contact impossible. With no other recourse, she prepared to endure the onslaught of Tang San's self-created soul technique. This technique, known as the chaotic cloak hammer method, is a skill passed down through generations of the Haoyan sect, boasting immense power. However, the number of those who have successfully mastered it is exceedingly scarce, underscoring its formidable difficulty. Furthermore, the practitioner is immobilized during the execution of this technique. Tang San could barely ascend into the air thanks to his soul bone. In this state, the user becomes a living target, which discourages many from attempting to cultivate it. Qian Xiaoyi was constantly attentive to Tang San, whose gaze never wavered from her. As Tang San prepared for his final strike, Qian Xiaoyi was also gathering her strength. When Tang San swung his hammer for the 80th time, he descended from the heavens, harnessing gravity and his hammer technique to deliver the ultimate blow. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi was fully prepared, as the temperature around rapidly plummeted. The judgment sword shimmered with a bluish light, emitting a resonant hum. Tang San narrowed his eyes, acutely sensing a sharp aura even in midair. It felt as though his skin were being sliced by a blade. Nevertheless, Tang San remained confident. For while the hammer was a blunt instrument, the sword was a sharp one. In terms of destructive capability, the hammer surpassed the sword. The latter's advantage lay solely in its ability to breach defenses. When the two collided, the hammer held a slight edge. However, at the moment of their confrontation, Qian Xiaoyi's fifth spirit ring gleamed briefly, causing her to instantaneously retreat a short distance. Yet, it was precisely this distance that rendered Tang San's strike futile, meaning that his attack had missed its mark entirely. Qian Xiaoyi's fifth soul skill, instantaneous movement, allows her to teleport to any desired location, enhancing her attack power upon arrival. Tang San, suppressing the urge to cough up blood, found this sensation more unbearable than crashing against a wall. However, Tang San was not one to be easily defeated. He summoned his remaining strength to deliver one final strike, albeit with significantly diminished power compared to before. Bang! As Qian Xiaoyi and Tang San crossed paths, a resounding crash erupted, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's view. Xiaoyi, young master, sect master, little monster, the four onlookers exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed anxiously on the figures shrouded in mist. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing Qian Xiaoyi, who coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing, unconscious. Tang San fared no better. His body was ensnared in ice, his skin marred by an array of wounds. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, on his back was riddled with cracks, a last-ditch effort to protect himself. Yet, the sword energy still penetrated the gaps, and although he remained standing, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. This battle concluded in a stalemate. Chapter 96. The sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Though the battle ended in a tie, discerning observers recognized that, based on the combatants' performance, Tang San had indeed lost. Qian Xiaoyi, in terms of both age and soul power, was inferior to him. The mere fact that the fight concluded in a draw indicated that her effective combat capability surpassed his. However, in terms of the outcome, it was Tang San who emerged victorious. Shortly after the battle's conclusion, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived, accompanied by Flender, Lu Erlong, Yu Shaojiang, and the Shrek Seven Devils. Upon witnessing the frozen Tang San and the fallen Qian Xiaoyi, they were momentarily taken aback. They had hastened their pace upon realizing a battle had occurred, only to discover that it was merely the two of them engaged in combat. A tie? Murmured the young master, the Porcupine Douluo. Neither I nor the Snake Spear can contend with Chen Xian and Gu Rong, especially with Douluo Bo involved. Qian Rinxue waved her hand and stepped forward slowly. At that moment, Ning Fengji and the others finally noticed her, though their gazes held a hint of unfamiliarity. Being in the company of those two, she must belong to the Spirit Hall, Daimubai remarked. Yu Shaojiang nodded in agreement. You are right. She is indeed affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and her status is likely quite significant. Xiao San surmised correctly, she must be posing as the Crown Prince, right? Although they had their suspicions, verification was still necessary. Hey, who are you? Qian Rinxue seemed oblivious to the arrival of the crowd, as she gently lifted the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi into her arms, murmuring to herself, You've truly grown. I can hardly carry you now. After several years apart, your strength has nearly matched my own. But really, what is the point of showing off? Just look at you. You're already injured. Qian Rinxue gazed at the group before her and remarked, Tang San is indeed remarkable. He has cleverly exploited Xiao Yi's past affections for you, wagering a bet wherein the victor would be free to pursue their plans without interference from the vanquished. Although he did not emerge victorious, he has granted you ample time to prepare. Nevertheless, it matters little. This plan merely serves to embellish our endeavors, and a defeat would bear no significant consequence. Qian Rinxue smiled, although her smile was frigid, and her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. However, having harmed my brother, this matter shall not be left unresolved. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's restraint, Tang San would have perished before your arrival. Consider your actions wisely. We shall take our leave. By the way, I am Qian Ringshu, remember my name. Qian Rinshue, cradling Qian Xiaoi, turned to leave, only to be halted by a voice. It belonged to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which obstructed their path. Qian Rinshue, you may depart, but you must leave Qian Xiaoi behind. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Xian sighed and shook his head. Ning Rongrong's voice was somewhat hoarse, her eyes reddened, evidently having wept. Following Ning Fengji's death, with Chen Xian's support, Ning Rongrong ascended to the position of sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Though the process was brief, none dared to dissent. Ning Rongrong's martial soul power, and innate talent commanded the heartfelt admiration of her subordinates. Qian Rinshue furrowed her brow. To speak candidly, she harbored a deep-seated aversion for this woman. Had it not been for her, Qian Xiaoi would not be enduring such hardship. Your threats towards us are not insignificant, and it baffles me why Xiaoi does not simply eliminate you. Observing the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School encircling her, Qian Rinshue smiled faintly. Truly, they are deserving of their reputation as the second sect of the continent. Even after a fierce war, they still boast such a formidable number of members. That war left an indelible scar on Ning Rongrong, bringing catastrophic losses to her family and robbing her of her most beloved father, while also placing the one she cherished most onto a list of those marked for death. Reflecting on those events now, her heart feels as though it is being sliced by a blade. Qian Rinshue, you are quite loquacious. Were it not for your spirit hall, would my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School find itself in such a dire predicament? Had it not been for your brother's act of murdering my father, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded in this manner. If you release Qian Xiaoi, I am willing to acquiesce to all your conditions. Qian Ringshu's expression remained unchanged as she spoke. There is no need for that. The spirit hall will obtain what it desires on its own. But you must leave my brother unharmed. It is rather inappropriate to utter such words in front of his sister, don't you think? Moreover, what gives you the confidence to believe you can impede us? Qian Rinshue is indeed correct. As a titled Douluo, it is quite challenging to meet one's demise unless one invites it upon themselves or faces an insurmountable disparity in strength. If one cannot prevail, there is always the option to retreat. Chapter 97. The Strength of Ning Rongrong. Qian Rinshue glanced at the young Qian Xiaoi in her arms, sighed softly, and said, Master Ning, although my brother and I seldom have the opportunity to meet, I am well aware of the matters between you. You are indeed a pitiable soul. Even I did not anticipate that Xiaoi would go to such lengths for the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Qian Rinshue smiled and said, Do you understand why the spirit hall is unwilling to settle with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? After all, you are merely a fleeting presence in Xiao Yi's life. Parting ways would be beneficial for both you and him. Now, let us proceed. Ning Rongrong's right hand formed a gentle grip, and a vortex began to materialize within her palm, exuding an eerie allure as it spun in dual directions, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Under her deft control, the vortex morphed, its center expanding outward, resembling a rapidly rotating drill bit. I have declared that Qian Xiaoi must remain. Today he shall meet his demise. Oscar's mouth agape, he stammered. Is this the soul rotation? Rongrong has concealed her abilities so well. This marked the first occasion Ning Rongrong unveiled her soul rotation in a public setting. Not only Oscar, but the other members of the Seven Monsters were equally astonished. Rendered speechless, none among them had surpassed Ning Rongrong in the application of soul power. Yu Xiaojing smiled slightly, remarking, Oscar, although Ning Rongrong's innate soul power may not exceed yours, her comprehension is undeniably superior. With the same theory, she can grasp concepts more swiftly and profoundly than you. Furthermore, following the upheaval in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her dedication to cultivation has reached levels comparable to Tang San's. This is precisely why her soul power level now surpasses yours. Qian Rinshue gazed at the soul energy drill in Ning Rongrong's hand, furrowing her brow as she spoke. Soul rotation, is it? It appears that Xiaoi has imparted this knowledge to you as well. I have dabbled in it to some extent. Yet I cannot compare to your prowess. You are indeed formidable. I now present you with an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to the Spirit Hall. What say you? Ning Rongrong sneered. It is too late. In the past, I would have done anything for Qian Xiaoi, even allowing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to become a subsidiary of the Spirit Hall. However, now, my sole desire is to kill him. He has caused my family's ruin. Unless I avenge my grievances by ending his life, my heart shall find no peace. Qian Rinshue smiled and remarked, Do not flatter yourself. I merely speak in jest. If the seven treasure glazed tile school truly required assistance, little he would not have parted ways with you. Your esteemed school has historically advocated for peace and would never ally with the Spirit Hall, which seeks to unify the continent. Even if such an alliance were to succeed, we would still harbor distrust toward you. Oomph. No wonder you two are siblings. Your words are as sharp as daggers. With that, Ning Rongrong propelled the soul power drill forward. No one intervened, for both parties were eager to witness the might of this notoriously challenging soul rotation. Stinging Porcupine Douluo. Understood, young master. Stinging Porcupine Douluo stepped forward, extending his hand as a surge of dense soul power erupted, enveloping him in a protective shield. Ning Rongrong remained undeterred, driving the drill straight into the shield, producing a sizzling sound. After a considerable time, the arena erupted with a resounding crash, and Ning Rongrong was sent hurtling backward. Shin Xian leaped into the air to catch her, relieved to see that aside from her pallid complexion, she had suffered no injuries. Stinging Porcupine Douluo, on the other hand, appeared rather disheveled, his clothing riddled with numerous holes, resembling that of a beggar. Among the gathered geniuses, most possessed the ability to use soul power applications. Yet none could rival Ning Rongrong in terms of sheer destructive force. It could be said that her mastery of the soul rotation had reached an unparalleled zenith, surpassing even that of the original Little E. Ning Rongrong not only employed the soul rotation but also utilized compression, narrowing the force area to enhance penetration power. It was evident that she had devoted immense effort to this skill. How careless. I never anticipated that a level 60 auxiliary soul emperor could unleash the power of a soul sage. Without their martial spirits in full manifestation, their attack strength would pale in comparison to yours. Truly, I admire the former beloved of the young master. However, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, they whisked away Qian Renxue, Qian Xiao Yi, and Serpent Spear Douluo, leaving an irate Ning Rongrong glaring at them in fury. Chapter 98. Depths of the Abyss. On the Douluo continent, a palace stood in the depths of an abyss, its overall hue a deep crimson, evoking a sense of oppression. Even from a distance, one could feel the ominous aura emanating from it. The palace was desolate, almost barren, as it lay deep within the abyss. Inside, 12 imposing human-like statues towered, each approximately 9 meters tall. The statues bore expressions of reverence, kneeling on one knee, yet their armor and features varied, with not a single one resembling another. They knelt in the direction of the figure seated upon the central throne. The 12 statues formed a circle around the throne, which also bore a humanoid sculpture. Despite the unobstructed air, the figure's visage remained obscured, yet one could discern the discontent in its eyes. Beneath each statue lay a 2-meter-high pedestal, upon which sat a figure clad in a black robe, their features and physique concealed, exuding a formidable presence. One of them spoke. After many years, our Lord is finally awakening. In preparation for his awakening and to honor our king, we must be thoroughly prepared. Another interjected. Initially, our king's philosophies clashed with those of the gods, igniting a war. Though our king was powerful, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy led to his downfall at the hands of the 5 divine kings. Yet, how could they fathom our king's true capabilities? Our Lord has stealthily infused his power and will into the Douluo continent. To safeguard his safety, we sealed our divine powers and withdrew here, training to become titled Douluo over time. Now that our Lord has emerged and awakened, it is time to proceed. Monkey, you talk too much. Rabbit, has our Lord been located? Inquired the black-robed figure who had initially spoken. At that moment, a melodious voice, likely belonging to a woman, resonated from one of the pedestals. I have found him, but, the rat responded, somewhat discontented. What is it? What has transpired? The woman hesitated before continuing. However, our Lord's demeanor is completely altered. It seems his will has been lost. Even without seeing their faces, one could sense their disbelief. The rat replied, enough. We both know our Lord's strength. His will cannot simply vanish. It must be suppressed by some force. Pig, I have a task for you. Brother. Why must we use code names? Why must our illustrious Lord be identified by animal names? And why am I designated as Pig? Brother, don't let him go. Pig, my beloved comrade, how ominous. Monkey, silence yourself. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. You prattle on incessantly. That does not suit you. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. To call you a pig is an insult to swine. Enough. The rat's sharp rebuke interrupted their bickering. You two may share the same master. Yet your temperaments are poles apart, constantly at odds. Moreover, Pig, can you not think for once? Would you prefer to use your real names and risk exposure to the divine realm? You are the most foolish and indolent, The moniker pig suits you perfectly. Brother, is it truly appropriate for you to speak so morally while mocking me? You are clearly suppressing laughter. Ahem, by the way, where's Dragon? Why is he absent among our 12 siblings? Monkey replied, he has gone to the Douluo forest to seek out the Silver Dragon King. He is disobedient, having promised to wait here for our Lord's awakening. The rat sighed, let it be. If he chooses not to listen, so be it. Dragon is a pitiful soul. Although I am your elder brother, in terms of strength, it is still the unassuming dragon who is the mightiest. Had it not been for the divine realm targeting his master, the dragon god, he would not have joined us. After the dragon god perished, he split into the gold and silver dragon kings, the gold dragon king sealed by the divine realm, while the silver dragon king fled gravely injured. As a disciple of the dragon god, it is only natural for dragon to care for the wounded silver dragon king. Pig, your task will await my call. Rabbit, you shall remain, for I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 99. Discussions. The 12 of them convened only for significant meetings and discussions. Otherwise, they were engaged in solitary cultivation or personal pursuits. Once the others had departed, the rat turned to the rabbit and said, among our 12, the majority hold our Lord in reverence and remain unwavering in loyalty. However, there are 2 exceptions, Dragon, a disciple of the dragon god, and you. The rat continued. The divine realm has consistently marginalized the divine beasts led by the dragon god, resulting in Dragon's discontent, which led him to ally with us against the divine realm. Although Dragon is one of us, our objectives diverge. He does not share the same convictions as us. It can be said that the machinations of the divine realm have positioned him in opposition to them. As for you, Rabbit, though your aim is to resurrect our Lord, I am uncertain of your true motivations. While I may not possess the answers, I am certain that your intentions are not rooted in admiration for our Lord or alignment with his ideals. Would you care to share your thoughts, daughter of the God King? At their level, they had perfected the art of concealing their inner turmoil, particularly while cloaked in their concealing black robes. Though surprised, the rabbit did not reveal her emotions, maintaining an air of indifference. Brother, your strength is merely average among us 12, yet your intellect is undeniably impressive. Seeing that the rabbit did not provide a clear response, the rat remained patient. If I were truly as formidable as you suggest, we would not have lost that battle. The rabbit nodded non-committally, acknowledging, you are correct. I am indeed the daughter of the God King. However, I prefer not to disclose which God King I refer to. The reasons for my companionship with you are also matters I wish to keep private. Rest assured, though, I harbor no intentions of betraying you. Our shared goal is to resurrect your master. Regardless of my motivations, I stand firmly by your side. The mouse nodded in response. Good, your assurance brings me comfort. You may take your leave. At their level, they had no need for deceit. If the rabbit wished to lie, she could easily concoct a reason. So her reluctance to speak was telling. After the rabbit departed, the mouse pondered aloud. What does she intend to accomplish by resurrecting our master? I have come to undertake a task. The pig emerged, his tone laced with reluctance. The mouse chuckled softly, recognizing that this particular pig was the laziest of them all, indulging only in eating and sleeping, with a disheveled demeanor that left him only close to the monkey. Despite his lack of hunger, he viewed food as one of life's primary pursuits, often venturing out to forage, which also contributed to his knowledge of the continent. Thus, the pig was deemed suitable for this mission. Pig, your familiarity with the continent surpasses ours. This task I entrust to you is crucial. It pertains to the awakening of our master, and we must not take it lightly. You must proceed. In the heart of the starry forest lay a vast, crystal-clear lake, approximately 100 square kilometers in size and unfathomably deep. The surface of the lake was perpetually shrouded in mist, which lingered even at noon, bestowing an ethereal beauty upon the area. As night fell, the mist thickened, yet curiously, the starlight penetrated through, causing the lake to resemble a luminous mirror reflecting the dazzling galaxy above. Towering trees, each over 100 meters high, encircled the lake, their robust trunks requiring several individuals to encircle. The only sounds in this enchanted realm were the calls of birds, the gentle flow of water, and the rustling of branches. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the woods, cloaked in a voluminous black robe that concealed his features. He stood by the lake for a moment before speaking. Dition, come forth. After a brief silence, he repeated, Dition, come forth. I have matters to discuss with you. His voice, though soft, resonated across the expanse of the lake. After a considerable wait, the water remained undisturbed, devoid of any response. Oomph. Though the figure's expression remained hidden, the disdain in his scoff was palpable. Dition, reveal yourself. Do not feign absence. I know you are here. Are you, the illustrious beast god Dition, afraid? Human, your taunts are effective. The dignity of the beast god cannot be tarnished, compelling me to emerge. You disturb my tranquility. Do you wish to meet your demise? The voice emanated from beneath the lake's surface. Moments later, ripples formed across the water, and a luminous barrier enveloped a man who ascended silently. Even the sound of flowing water hushed. What a subdued entrance, remarked the figure on the shore, unperturbed by the presence of Dition, the continent's most formidable beast. Standing 2 meters tall, clad in black, with dark hair streaked with gold, Dition spoke gravely. Human, you have intruded upon my peace, a grave offense. Provide me a reason not to end your life. Otherwise, you shall remain here eternally. The cloaked figure scoffed, dismissing Dition's hostility. Dition, the golden-eyed black dragon king. Your strength is significantly influenced by your bloodline. Thus, your 70,000-year cultivation grants you no fear of even a million-year soul beast. You are indeed formidable. Upon our first encounter, you may call me Long. Dition curled his lips in disdain. Long? Very well. Your ability to arrive here undetected by soul beasts grants you that privilege. However, I am curious. How do you know of me? I have remained dormant for millennia. Surely the outside world believes me to be dead? Long chuckled, displaying no fear before the continent's mightiest. I am unaware of external affairs. As for how I know of you, your master will provide the answer. Though gravely injured, she can still manage a few steps. Dition's gaze sharpened, realizing that only 2 types of individuals knew of his master's existence: the gods of the divine realm or the divine beasts and former subordinates of the dragon god. Was Long an enemy or an ally? You seem well informed. Who exactly are you? Dition inquired, his soul power surging, dispersing the lingering mist over the lake. The immense pressure bore down upon Long, suggesting a potential conflict. Unfazed, Long replied nonchalantly, Fear not. I am a friend, not a foe. Summon your master, and you shall discover the truth. Observing Dition's continued skepticism, Long added, If I were an enemy, we would already be engaged in combat. Although I have sealed my divine power and my strength has diminished, I still possess the means to contend with you. Do you believe I would come here unprepared knowing you were present? Before Dition could retort, another voice interrupted. Dition, stand down. He is not an enemy. Upon hearing this voice, Dition gradually retracted his imposing aura and took several steps back, while Long exhibited palpable excitement. The voice was melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark. Master, a radiant silver light materialized above the lake, so brilliant that it obscured the figure within. I never anticipated your arrival. Has the divine realm begun to reject you as well? As the words fell, Long knelt before Dition, uttering, Disciple greets master. Master, it is not that the divine realm rejects me. Rather, I choose not to remain in a realm devoid of your presence. The silver entity emitted a sound of reluctance. Alas, what qualifications do I possess to be your master now? I am but the will and spiritual essence of the dragon god, while all other powers reside with the muscle-bound golden dragon king. To reclaim my title as dragon god, I must recover the golden dragon king's strength. Furthermore, I remain gravely injured, unable to leave this lake. It is truly lamentable. I have sealed my divine power, burdening you with my plight. Long rose and declared, Once a disciple, always a son. You saved me from the brink of death, nurtured me, and imparted your wisdom. I owe you my life and upbringing. Thus, I shall do anything for you. Even if it costs me my life, I would do so willingly. Long was the infant rescued by the dragon god when he descended to the mortal realm. Had he merely saved him without nurturing him, it would have been better not to intervene. With ample time at his disposal, the dragon god chose to raise Long as his own. Soon, he discovered Long's extraordinary talent for cultivation and, moved by compassion, imparted all suitable abilities to him. The dragon god became Long's savior, parent, and mentor, as well as his idol. One of Long's motivations for pursuing cultivation was the dragon god's valor in battle. Long did not disappoint the dragon god. With exceptional talent and relentless effort, he ascended to the divine realm at a young age. However, due to his rapid advancement, his strength remained unstable, leading him to enter seclusion immediately upon his arrival. During this period, the dragon god, beset by instability and the exclusion of other gods, waged war alongside some divine beasts. Though powerful, the dragon god was ultimately outnumbered and was severed in two by the god of Shura. This tale unfolds with the golden dragon king, who embodies the immense power of the dragon god, and the silver dragon king, who inherits the thoughts and will of the dragon god. The deities sought to eradicate the dragon god entirely. However, the dragon god's strength prior to his division was so formidable that it cost the gods dearly to defeat him. They barely managed to seal the golden dragon king, while the silver dragon king, gravely injured, managed to escape into the void. The whereabouts of his refuge remain unknown to the deities. Subsequently, the evil god, at odds with the ideologies of the deities, led his followers into war against them. The deities, having suffered greatly from the upheaval surrounding the dragon god, were nearly vanquished. They ultimately invoked a special divine formation to eliminate the evil god and narrowly secured victory. Nevertheless, the evil god's power rivaled that of the dragon god, and his will and strength secretly descended upon the Douluo continent. The subordinates of the evil god were all first-level divine heirs, and they extended an invitation to the dragon to join their ranks. Disillusioned by the injustices faced by the dragon god in the divine realm, the dragon acquiesced, requesting the evil god's assistance in locating and healing the silver dragon king upon awakening. Upon sealing his divine power and descending to the Douluo continent, the dragon learned of a silvery light that had descended upon the Douluo forest many years ago. With his understanding of the dragon god, he deduced that the silver dragon king resided within that very forest. However, having just arrived in the mortal realm, his sealed divine power still emanated subtly, making it difficult to remain concealed. To avoid detection by the divine realm, he decided to retreat with his companions to the depths of the abyss for training. Now, having mastered his strength, he felt ready to reveal himself. Ah, the evil god? It is he. The dragon mused. I have long suspected this fellow's restless nature. His mischief was to be expected. Though not a god king, his power is on par with mine. The divine realm must be in disarray now. The dragon nodded, stating, the current divine realm is indeed a shadow of its former self, to the point that, Master, your wounds. The voice of the silver dragon king was somewhat subdued, tinged with melancholy. The golden dragon king, representing power and the yang aspect, split from the dragon god, while the silver dragon king signifies spirit and will, embodying the yin. Healing can only occur under the light of the stars and moon at night. Fortunately, this lake of life brims with vitality. However, even so, full recovery would demand no less than 100,000 years. If only the golden dragon king. The dragon furrowed his brow. 100,000 years is far too long. By the way, Master, this is for you. It should be of great aid to your injuries. With that, the dragon produced a large vial from seemingly nowhere, using his soul power to levitate it before the silver dragon king. The silver dragon king sensed its presence, his tone reflecting surprise. Is this the essence of the golden dragon king? The dragon nodded, explaining, this is some of the essence extracted when the golden dragon king battled the Shura god, taken by me and the evil god's subordinates while he was unawares. I thought it might be of some use to you, Master. Indeed, it is immensely valuable. Haha. Though scarce, with this, I shall require but 20,000 years to heal. Splendid. Truly, you are the disciple of the dragon god. Laughter erupted from the silver dragon king, eliciting a warm smile from Emperor Tian. It has been ages since I heard the master laugh, he thought. Your joy brings me happiness, Master. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, the dragon replied. The silver dragon king, eager to absorb the essence, remarked, Dear disciple, remember to repay your debt to the evil god. Assist him in awakening. It poses no detriment to us. With that, the silvery light vanished, along with the large vial. Emperor Tian's expression stiffened, rendering him disinterested in conversation. Emperor Tian, we shall converse again, the dragon said, observing his emotionless demeanor. As the words left his lips, he too disappeared. Just as Emperor Tian was about to act, he seemed to hear something astonishing. Nodding, he soared towards the outer circle of the Douluo forest. The words of the silver dragon king echoed in his ears. Emperor Tian, there is a two-winged white tiger in the outer circle of the forest. It is a descendant of the divine beast Baihu. Do not disturb it, but ensure its safety. Otherwise, if that old fellow finds out his offspring is in peril, he will undoubtedly seek retribution from me. While I am not afraid, I prefer to avoid provoking him. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Qian Shaoi gazed at the bustling soul masters, feeling a sense of ennui. Mother, could you please assign me a task? Remaining at home is utterly dreary. Engaging in cultivation lacks any allure. Absolutely not, Bibi Dong firmly replied. Look at you. You are on the verge of becoming a soul emperor yet lack any seriousness. How could I possibly allow you to venture out? You must stay home obediently. Mother, I implore you. If you do not let me go outside, I shall perish from boredom. No means no. Bibi Dong's resolve was unwavering. Please, mother. You are the best. I am nearly suffocating here. Just grant me a task. As Bibi Dong was about to object, a voice resonated from outside. Bibi Dong, let Xiaoyi go. It just so happens that Schwerer also wishes to step out and broaden her horizons. Allow them to go together. They can look out for one another. It is not ideal to keep Xiaoyi tethered at home. Qian Douluo entered, accompanied by Qian Renxue. Initially, Qian Renxue was reluctant to undertake a task, but she truly felt uneasy about her exuberant brother, especially considering the undercurrents of unrest sweeping across the continent. Qian Daoliu's words were not to be disregarded by Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue had already attained the rank of Soul Sage, and Qian Xiaoyi was on the verge of becoming a Soul Emperor. Since they would inevitably venture out to absorb soul rings at the 60th level, it seemed more prudent to allow them to embark on their journey. Moreover, a Soul Sage was considered a formidable force in the Douluo continent, and Qian Renxue was no ordinary Soul Sage. Under normal circumstances, she was more than capable of self-defense. Just as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Qian Xiaoyi leaped into her embrace, exclaiming with joy, "Wonderful! I always knew mother was the best." Qian Xiaoyi is now in her teenage years, no longer a child. Her sudden lunge nearly toppled Bibi Dong to the ground. After expressing her concerns, Bibi Dong emphasized the importance of not provoking trouble and prioritizing safety above all else, regardless of what may transpire. Only after this exchange did she divulge the specifics of their mission. Their task is to be carried out in Tianshi City, situated in the southern part of the continent. By the sea, abundant with various seafood and livestock. The city's name alone suggests its highlights. As they strolled down the bustling street, a young man and woman walked side by side, their appealing appearances capturing the attention of many youths. The young man, handsome with a gentle gaze, exuded an air of refinement, while the young woman, with waist-length golden hair and clad in a flowing white dress, resembled an angel descended from the heavens. Yet, despite the elegance she portrayed, her expression revealed her discontent. It is perplexing that she would have us venture to such a remote location for a mission. They have been walking for quite some time now, and fatigue is beginning to set in. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. You actually admitted to being tired? Sister, that's quite uncharacteristic of you. Qian Renxue's expression shifted as she glared at Qian Xiaoyi and said, What? Do you have any objections? Furthermore, which ear of yours heard me say I was tired? What I actually said was, I can no longer walk. Do you understand? Under the weight of Qian Renxue's imposing presence, Qian Xiaoyi nodded fervently. Understood. Whatever my sister says is correct. I shall obey my sister's command. As she spoke, she even offered a salute. What a remarkable declaration. Let's go. The destination lies ahead. With that foolish expression of yours, I truly fear you might get lost. Though she said this, Qian Renxue showed no intention of waiting for Qian Xiaoyi. There was certainly no indication that she was unable to proceed. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the receding figure of Qian Renxue and murmured, Why does it feel like my sister is different from before? Shaking off the thought, she called out, Sister, wait for me. Tianshi City truly lives up to its name, as the streets are filled with vendors selling an abundance of delicacies, seafood, barbecued meats, desserts, and an array of other culinary delights. It resonates with the saying, there is nothing one cannot eat if one can only imagine it. Sister, the name Tianshi City is quite fitting. It phonetically resembles sweet food, while also echoing the name of your martial spirit, the angel. This place seems rather tranquil, and I am beginning to seriously suspect that our mother has brought us here for a vacation. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's words, Qian Renxue remained silent, her attention captivated by something. Following her gaze, Qian Xiaoyi discovered a charming confectionery shop, where an array of exquisite desserts were displayed, each a testament to the proprietor's exceptional skill. The treats took the form of majestic dragons, soaring phoenixes, and a plethora of adorable creatures, representing the sky, land, and water alike. Each dessert was crafted with such lifelike detail that one hesitated to indulge. The shop was divided into 3 sections, each clearly labeled as plants, animals, and precious. The plants section showcased an assortment of flowers and herbs, including reishi mushrooms, all offered at relatively modest prices. The animals section featured confections in the shape of cats, dogs, pigs, horses, cows, and sheep, perhaps due to the intricate craftsmanship involved. These were priced slightly higher than those in the plant section. Meanwhile, the legendary dragons and phoenixes were housed in the precious section, where the distinct scales of each dessert indicated their considerable worth. At the rear of the shop stood a portly middle-aged man, his hands skillfully molding another piece of art, which appeared to take the form of a flower. Observing Qian Rushua's conflicted demeanor, her eyes glistening with desire yet hesitant to approach, Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing. Spirit masters often maintained an air of superiority, rarely indulging in the simple pleasures of shopping like ordinary folk. This inclination towards maintaining an elevated status seemed to be a common trait among them. Qian Rushua was no exception, despite the alluring appearance and flavors of the desserts. She strove to divert her attention, determined to uphold her dignity as a proud spirit master, especially in front of her younger brother. Qian Xiaoyi smiled, disregarding Qian Rushua's scolding, and seized one of her hands, leading her towards the shop. "Sir, how do you sell your goods?" Chapter 103, Sweet World. The shop was aptly named Sweet World, offering an array of delectable desserts alongside a variety of flora and fauna, truly living up to its charming title. Qian Xiaoyi led Qian Rushua into the realm of sweetness and inquired, "Sir, how are your desserts priced here?" The plump middle-aged man, upon noticing the patrons, paused his work and turned his attention to the two newcomers. Young brother, feel free to choose whatever delights you fancy. Each creation is labeled with its corresponding price. Due to the intricate craftsmanship, they are somewhat costly, yet still within an acceptable range for most." The middle-aged man, the proprietor of this establishment, possessed well-defined features and a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of approachability. True to his words, the confections were indeed slightly pricier than the average desserts, with the most expensive merely doubling the cost of standard offerings. In terms of labor, it was evident that the owner was operating at a loss. Qian Xiaoyi picked up a dragon-shaped dessert, priced at a single silver coin, and after examining it for a moment, remarked, "Sir, with your craftsmanship, you could easily pursue other occupations or double your prices. The value of these creations far exceeds their listed price. Why engage in such laborious and thankless endeavors?" Listening to Qian Xiaoyi's inquiry, Qian Renshue could not help but perk up her ears, as she too was intrigued by this question. The proprietor offered a wry smile and replied, "Do you think I do not wish for that? However, life has become quite challenging. Regardless of how exquisite the dessert may appear, it remains a confection, not a mere ornament, and cannot be preserved for long. Consequently, in the eyes of many, the cost-effectiveness diminishes. If I were to raise the price further, no one would purchase it. Yet, life continues. Thus, I am reluctant to seek a different profession. For this is also my passion. I adore desserts and the art of sculpting. Fortunately, my martial spirit is sugar, which allows me to save on the cost of ingredients." Qian Xiaoyi nodded thoughtfully and retrieved a delicately crafted dessert in the shape of a phoenix from the exquisite selection, presenting it to Qian Rushua. "Uncle, we have purchased these too," she declared, producing 2 gold soul coins. The desserts in the precious section were each priced at a single silver soul coin. Thus her offering of 2 gold soul coins was enough to astonish the proprietor. 1 gold soul coin equates to 100 silver soul coins, and 10 silver soul coins suffice for an ordinary person to sustain themselves for a month. Furthermore, it is rare for common households to possess gold soul coins. If they do, it is usually a modest amount saved up. In essence, gold soul coins serve as the currency of the spirit master world. "Young brother, this is rather unexpected," remarked the proprietor. To which Qian Xiaoyi responded, "Uncle, labor is arduous and life is challenging, and your creations are deserving of this payment in my eyes." "Young brother, this cannot be," the proprietor insisted. "A gentleman appreciates wealth, but it should be obtained through proper means." At this moment, Qian Renshue interjected, saying, "Do not decline. This is neither seized nor stolen, but rightfully obtained. Moreover, we sincerely hope that when I return, you will have produced even more remarkable works. You are soul masters, are you not? It seems that there are few soul masters who concern themselves with us ordinary people these days." The tone of the boss was tinged with nostalgia. Qian Xiaoyi responded with a heartfelt thank you, then took Qian Renshue by the hand and started to leave. However, after just a few steps, she found herself frozen in place by the boss's words. "Young man, your girlfriend is a wonderful person. Cherish her well. I sincerely wish you both a harmonious union and a swift arrival of precious offspring." Qian Xiaoyi swiftly released his grip on Qian Rushua's hand. He was utterly oblivious to the expression on his own face, yet he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his cheeks, making him reluctant to meet her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Rushua was even worse off. Her entire body was rigid, her eyes devoid of focus, and her fair complexion resembled a ripe apple, a deep crimson hue that hinted at the steam seemingly rising from her head. She was so lost in her own turmoil that she remained unaware of Qian Xiaoyi's withdrawal. The proprietor observed the pair with a hint of perplexity, pondering how his earlier remarks had been perfectly reasonable, yet their reactions were undeniably peculiar. Qian Xiaoyi mechanically turned her head, forcing a stiff smile. "Uncle, she is not my girlfriend." She anticipated that her boss would either awkwardly apologize or laugh heartily. But Qian Xiaoyi miscalculated. The boss, unfazed, patted Qian Xiaoyi on the shoulder and remarked, "Young man, I never expected you to be shy as a soul master. Your girlfriend seems quite remarkable. Do not take her for granted." Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Actually, she is not my girlfriend. She is my sister." However, to his surprise, the boss burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, do not jest. What siblings of such age still hold hands? Furthermore, you just purchased a dragon-shaped dessert for yourself and a phoenix-shaped one for your sister. Is this not a case of dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness, or rather, upside-down dragon and phoenix?" Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi found himself at a loss when his boss refused to believe anything he said. With a hint of jest, he inquired, "Young man, could it be that you harbor an infatuation with older women?" Upon hearing this, a smile flickered at the corners of Qian Xiaoyi's mouth, and a shiver coursed through him. Beads of perspiration faintly visible on his forehead. Was this merely a casual remark? "Uncle, do you even know how to speak?" Chapter 104, Ambiguity. Qian Xiaoyi had come to the realization that no matter how she explained herself, it would be futile. Stealing a glance at Qian Rushua, she noticed that there were no extreme reactions from her and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qian Xiaoyi was making her final struggle. "Uncle, we are truly siblings. Her name is Qian Rushua, and I am Qian Xiaoyi. You can tell by our surnames, can't you? They are not particularly renowned, and an ordinary person in this remote location would certainly be unaware of their identities. Just look at the two of you. Where's the commonality? The only resemblance lies in your remarkable appearances. Furthermore, what if we are siblings? Soul masters are different from ordinary individuals. Even siblings can find resolution. Moreover, love that transcends ethical boundaries is the truest form of affection." As she spoke, the boss struck a pose, commonly known as Piao Aic pose. Qian Xiaoyi has now abandoned any attempt at explanation, taking hold of the stunned Qian Rushua and leading her away from that place. Qian Rushua's temper is rather fierce. Should she become enraged, the consequences could be dire. As they strolled side by side down the street, Qian Xiaoyi and Qian Rushua no longer held hands, and a profound silence enveloped them. Eventually, unable to tolerate the stillness, Qian Xiaoyi broke the quietude, saying that elder brother earlier was merely speaking nonsense. "Don't take it to heart, haha." Qian Rushua remained silent, her fair face still flushed with a rosy hue. After all, she was merely a young girl in her teenage years, experiencing the stirrings of first love. Noticing her silence and the color rising in her cheeks, Qian Xiaoyi, mistakenly believing she was angry, blurted out, "I don't have a sister complex." The moment he uttered those words, he wished to slap himself. Was this not a case of burying his head in the sand? Qian Runshua's delicate face flushed even deeper as she fell silent for a moment before tremblingly uttering, "Xiao-yi, I understand. What is it that you comprehend?" Skipping over this sensitive topic, Qian Xiaoyi asked, "Sister, do you have any other places in mind that you wish to visit? Or shall we proceed to complete our task?" "Very well. However, before we do, I must inquire. Sister, you clearly desired dessert just now. Why did you not simply go and purchase it? If I had not accompanied you, surely you would have missed out. Leaving behind a tinge of regret, wouldn't you? Mind your own business. I am quite content," Qian Rinshua pouted. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the typically strong-willed Qian Rinshua now spoke with a hint of playfulness. Qian Xiaoyi smiled. Regardless of Qian Rushua's demeanor, he held no disdain for her, or rather, he found her quite endearing. Just as Qian Xiaoyi was about to speak, a voice echoed from behind him. "Oh, what a beautiful young lady. Someone, take her away from me." Following the sound, he beheld a rather unsavory-looking young man, appearing to be in his 20s. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that the man possessed a soul power exceeding level 40, clearly a soul master. Achieving such a rank at this age could be considered a mark of talent. Yet he remained an ordinary individual. The two individuals flanking him, however, exuded a far more formidable presence, both at the Soul Emperor level. Qian Xiaoyi instinctively shielded Qian Rinshua behind her and smiled, "I apologize, but my sister prefers not to accompany you. She has a cleanliness obsession and fears contamination." The young man's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, Are you implying that I am unclean? He then subtly gestured towards the two individuals behind him, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Qian Xiaoyi seemed oblivious to his actions. Knowing oneself to be unclean, one should refrain from troubling my sister. Self-awareness is commendable. However, willfully transgressing is not acceptable. Thus, farewell and good riddance. Hello. Quite well. Do you know who I am? You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. I am but an unremarkable person who can comprehend a smattering of canine language. Thus I have taken the lead. Canine language. Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's words, the youth was immediately consumed with rage. Was her implication not that he was akin to a dog? The young man's true name was Tian Yi, a direct descendant of the Tian family, which even the city lord regarded with trepidation. The Tian family status in Tianshi City was akin to that of the Spirit Hall across the continent, second only to the lord's residence. The head of the Tian family, his grandfather Tian Zhe, was a Soul Douluo and one of the top 3 formidable experts in Tianshi City. In this remote locale, a Soul Douluo represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Were it not for the abundant resources here, it was likely there would be no Soul Douluos at all. Relying on his grandfather's renown and affection, Tian Yi often engaged in nefarious deeds. Bullying the weak was commonplace, and everyone addressed him with deference as young Master Tian. Here, his word was law. Today, he wandered the streets without purpose. Fearing for his safety, Tian Zhe had dispatched 2 Soul Emperors to protect him, a gesture he did not decline. For having servants accompany him was a source of pride. As he strolled, he soon spotted a captivating silhouette in the distance, her alluring figure evident even from afar. Though her face remained unseen, he surmised it was likely enchanting. When the woman turned, he was truly taken aback, vowing silently to win her over. The man beside her was dismissed from his thoughts entirely. Yet, it was this disregarded man who audaciously referred to him as a dog, and with a tone that provoked irritation. However, to leave a favorable impression on the beauty, he suppressed the urge to retaliate. Ahem, esteemed ladies, I am Tian Zhe's grandson, and the most gifted disciple of the Tian family in this generation. Would you care to befriend me? I would not. Chapter 105. The Harasser, I would not. Qian Xiaoyi offered no opportunity for Tian Yi to draw closer. Tian Yi realized that conversing with this brat was utterly futile, so he turned to Qian Rushua, saying, Might I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode for a discussion? The fact that he acknowledged his home to be humble yet invited my sister only served to highlight his insincerity. You scoundrel. Tian Yi's lips twitched as he glared fiercely at Qian Xiaoyi. Had it not been for the desire to maintain a grand image in the eyes of the beauty, he would have already resorted to force. Now, he was at the brink of losing control, just as he teetered on the edge of violence. A soft interruption broke the tense atmosphere. Uffed. Ha. Qian Rushua laughed heartily, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. Xiaoyi, after all these years, I truly had not noticed your eloquence. Your tongue is indeed quite sharp. Qian Rushua bowed once more towards the fields and said, Esteemed uncle, had my brother and I not been in such circumstances, we would not have troubled you with our presence. My sincerest apologies. Qian Xiaoyi mused, Sister, did you just stifle a laugh? Surely, you found that amusing, and your tongue is rather sharp. Calling him uncle, do observe how his complexion has turned a shade of green. Tian Yi, now seething with indignation, declared, Very well. If you refuse our cordial invitation, then allow me to serve you a cup of punitive liquor. You too advance. He commanded, Kill the man, and bind the woman. As soon as the words left his lips, the two individuals behind Tian Yi exchanged a reluctant glance before trudging towards Qian Xiaoyi and her companion. Frankly, they held a deep disdain for this young master, whose character left much to be desired. Listen, we prefer not to engage in violence. It would be wise for you to acquiesce to our master. One of them implored as both Soul Emperors activated their martial souls, 12 vividly colored soul rings swirling in the air. The onlookers, sensing the impending confrontation between soul masters, hastily retreated, fearing collateral damage. What? You intend to fight? Let me assure you, I am not afraid. Qian Xiaoyi began defiantly, but before she could finish, one of the Soul Emperors struck her squarely in the abdomen, sending her hurtling backward into a nearby stall, which shattered into disarray. Oh, given that you are merely an ordinary person, I shall only teach you a slight lesson. In the realm of soul masters, the assessment of one's rank relies heavily on mental acuity. Mental strength elevates with the growth of soul power, yet it does not necessarily correlate with the rank of the soul master. Some possess unique martial souls, or have trained their mental faculties in exceptional ways, endowing them with superior mental strength compared to their peers. This mental prowess not only aids in detection, but also allows one to conceal their true abilities. In the eyes of those with lesser mental strength, they may appear as nothing more than an ordinary individual. Due to his martial soul and innate attributes, Qian Xiaoyi possesses spiritual power that rivals that of a soul sage, rendering him undetectable even to a soul emperor when concealed. He chuckled. This is the consequence of opposing me. Ha ha ha. Fair lady, come along with me. Meanwhile, Tian Yi felt quite pleased with the current situation. Since a confrontation was imminent, there was no need for pretense. Qian Renxue glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, who had been sent flying by a single punch. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi appeared gravely injured, convulsing on the ground. Approaching him, she squatted beside him and said, "Hey, stop pretending. Is it truly possible for a mere punch from a soul emperor to send you flying? Do you think I am a fool? How long do you intend to lie there? If you do not get up soon, I shall follow him as well." With that, Qian Renxue pointed towards the fields. Seeing that Qian Renxue seemed to be yielding, Tian Yi grew even more delighted. "Ha! Don't joke around. If it weren't for my bodyguard showing mercy, you would have." At this point, he froze. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qian Xiaoyi slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his pants. "Sister, could you not cooperate a little? Besides, I certainly do not wish for such a person to be my brother-in-law. It would be utterly embarrassing." "Oh, then tell me, what kind of person do you think would be suitable to be your brother-in-law?" Qian Renxue inquired, her interest piqued. Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. Considering the matter of appearance, something akin to mine would suffice. As for talent, it must not be inferior to my own, and regarding strength, it should not fall short of yours. If necessary, I can lower my standards a tad. Someone like myself would be acceptable. Now, dear sister, kindly distance yourself. How dare a mere soul emperor challenge me? I shall show you no mercy." Tian Yi and the two bodyguards stared, astonished, at the approaching Qian Xiaoyi, exclaiming, "Is this person unwell? I am uncertain." It seems so. This marked the first time the two reached a consensus with their young master. With a hearty laugh, Qian Renxue gently tapped Qian Xiaoyi's forehead and said, "Little E, since I am here, allow me to handle these trivial matters. However, should anyone wish to lay a hand on my beloved brother, they must be prepared to face the consequences." Although Qian Renxue wore a smile, everyone except Qian Xiaoyi could distinctly sense the heavy atmosphere of hostility. Unlike Qian Xiaoyi, she had directly or indirectly caused the demise of numerous individuals, and as a soul saint, she was indeed unafraid of two ordinary soul emperors. Behind Qian Renxue, 6 wings sprouted, and she appeared like an angel bathed in sacred light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings floated behind her. The terrifying aura rendered ordinary individuals breathless, while the 3 individuals under special scrutiny were already on the verge of asphyxiation. Tianai now regretted his actions. The person he sought to confront could effortlessly overpower 100 of him. She was, astonishingly, a soul saint. Having once acted frivolously towards me and now bullying my younger brother, this is a grave offense. Come forth. Let us see if I can survive this ordeal. Chapter 106. Nana. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's intent to strike, Qian Xiaoyi casually sat down and smiled. It seems my sister has not fought in years and is feeling the urge to unleash her power. I suppose she intends to play for a while longer? Should we perhaps find something else to occupy our time? At that moment, Qian Renxue had already cast a shadow in their hearts. At such a tender age, she had already attained the rank of soul saint. The two of them, now aged, had devoted their entire lives to cultivating and had only reached the level of soul emperor. They had been content with their achievements, yet the young girl before them, seemingly not over 20, possessed 7 soul rings with the optimal configuration. Indeed, the comparison between individuals could be quite disheartening. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Qian Renxue, yet they dared not flee. Should Tianai perish, they would undoubtedly follow him to the grave. At this moment, the two had already lamented the lineage of Tianai through generations. Had it not been for his lust for beauty and penchant for trouble, how could he have fallen into such dire circumstances? Qian Renxue flapped her wings a few times and said, "You two should come together. Or perhaps you would like to join us." As she spoke, she gestured towards Tianai. At that moment, Tianai was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and the thought of fleeing felt like an unattainable luxury. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, he collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. The Tian family was not devoid of soul saints, but there were only a few, all of whom were elder figures, and their auras were surprisingly weaker than that of a mere girl. Tianai felt that only his grandfather could possibly handle her. Qian Ringshu, indifferent to Tianya's reluctance to approach, addressed the two Soul Emperors, saying, "Come on, let's see how long you can endure under my hand. Sister, you play first. I shall take a stroll and return shortly," Qian Xiaoyi declared. Turning away without waiting for Qian Ringshu's response, Qian Rinshue glanced at Qian Xiaoyi's retreating figure and murmured, "How rude." Qian Xiaoyi strolled down the bustling street, which was far from desolate, filled predominantly with food vendors. However, for one who had already indulged, the allure of culinary delights held little charm. "Might I inquire, are you the esteemed young master Qian Xiaoyi?" Qian Xiaoyi turned around and beheld a woman clad in a maid's attire. Her head bowed and her posture slightly hunched as she stood there. "You are?" "I am Nana, sent to invite you to the residence as instructed by His Holiness." "Surely, the Pope has briefed you. Where is it?" Qian Xiaoyi remained vigilant. This was indeed a sensitive period, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Inquiring about the location served merely to ascertain the accuracy of the task. "The Lord Mayor's residence. What reason do I have to trust you? Here is a letter bearing the Pope's own seal." As she spoke, the maid produced an envelope from seemingly nowhere. Upon opening it, Qian Xiaoyi confirmed it bore the unmistakable handwriting of Bibi Don. "Then you shall lead the way." Though initially wishing to linger a few more days, the prospect of seeking the young master intrigued her. "You seem to possess quite an abundance of knowledge." "Wow." Upon the return of Qian Xiaoyi, she chanced upon two Soul Emperors being sent flying. Qian Rinshue, wielding the angelic sacred sword, had her golden hair billowing in the wind, and her 6 wings gently fluttered, adding an air of valor to her presence. "Considering that you two still possess a modicum of conscience, I shall spare your lives. As for you, Qian Rinshue, who sought to escape while harboring intentions to insult me first and then plotted against my brother, you deserve death." With that, she unleashed a radiant flash of sword light. Qian Ringshu stands as a paragon among the soul saints, effortlessly vanquishing a terrified soul master. "Young master, it is anticipated that Tianai will be slain on the spot. However, apart from the two Soul Emperors, none perceive anything amiss with Qian Ringshu. Tianai has committed numerous misdeeds, leaving even his 2 attendants discontented with him. Yet, should Tianai meet his demise, they too would not survive for long. Oh, dear sister has taken a life. This is my first encounter with such a sight. Hey, are you scared?" Qian Xiaoyi nudged the maid beside her, inquiring. The maid remained silent, her gaze as tranquil as a still pond, resembling a mere piece of wood. Nevertheless, Qian Xiaoyi paid little heed to this. Qian Xiaoyi addressed the two Soul Emperors, stating, "If you wish to escape death, make your way to the Spirit Hall. Surely the privileges of a Soul Emperor would be far superior to your current plight as mere servants." He anticipated their compliance, considering their failure to protect Tianai would surely lead to dire consequences upon their return. However, contrary to his expectations, they shook their heads in refusal. "Young master," one of them replied, "you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, are you not? We appreciate your kind intentions, yet we cannot abandon our post." The question was posed by Qian Rinshue. "Though we harbor disdain for this young master, our master has shown us kindness. Out of both affection and reason, we cannot depart, even if it means facing death upon our return." Qian Xiaoyi nodded, relinquishing the attempt to recruit the two of them. Unmoved by the allure of profit, valuing righteousness over gain, such individuals have become increasingly rare. To persist in solicitation would be a sign of disrespect towards them. It is no wonder that, despite being a Soul Emperor, one would willingly assume the role of a bodyguard. "Sister, let us depart. The city lord has extended an invitation to us." Qian Ringshu retracted her martial soul, which implies that my plan for a few days of leisure has been dashed. It seems so. However, it shouldn't take long. Once the task is completed, shall I join you for a few days of fun? As you can see, this young lady is still waiting. Qian Rinshue glanced at the maid beside Qian Xiaoyi and said, "You accompany me?" "No need." Chapter 107. The red-striped spring fruit. The architecture of the city lord's residence was not as opulent as one might expect. The entire estate was rather unremarkable. The only distinction from the humble abodes of commoners was its expansive area. It appeared that this city lord was quite frugal, as his residence fell short of the grandeur typically associated with other Seoul Douluos. The maid patiently explained, "The city lord is quite decent, treating the common folk well. Most of his funds are allocated to subsidizing the citizens or purchasing provisions. After all, the essence of Tianshi City is to emphasize food." The maid escorted the two to the city lord's estate and ushered them into the grand hall. Although simple in design, the hall was exceptionally spacious. At the secondary seat within the hall sat a rotund man, who at that moment was savoring a cup of tea with great deliberation. The city lord. The guests have arrived, the maid said softly, bowing slightly. Upon hearing her voice, the city lord turned and spotted Qian Rinxue and her companion. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he exclaimed, "Ha ha! Two esteemed guests from afar, I apologize for not greeting you properly. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Please, be seated." Zhu Xiaofeng gestured for them to take the main seats and instructed, "Nana, you may begin." "Understood," the maid replied, gradually stepping back. After a lengthy pause, a line of maids appeared, each carrying a platter, and approached the table of the three, setting down the dishes before retreating once more. The platters held delicacies not typically seen on the streets, and their enticing aromas could be detected from a distance. Once they had indulged in the sumptuous feast, Zhu Xiaofeng introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhu Xiaofeng, the lord of Tianshi City. I have been informed of your visit through His Holiness the Pope." Qian Xiaoyi set down the wine cup, having taken only a small sip. "What does the city lord intend?" Zhu Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily before responding. "It is indeed an honor for me that the spirit hall values my presence, yet I cannot bring myself to leave this place, for it is my homeland. Moreover, I abhor conflict and yearn for a peaceful existence in a corner of the world. So you are declining the overtures of the spirit hall?" As soon as Qian Rinxue's words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall turned exceptionally solemn. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "Sister, can't you temper your temperament a little? Be careful or you may find it difficult to find a husband." The city lord responded, "Actually, you have misunderstood. The spirit hall's intention is simply that as long as you do not become an adversary, it does not matter whether you choose to join the spirit hall or remain a mere observer. However, you must provide us with evidence that you are not an enemy. I trust the city lord knows how to handle this matter." Qian Rinxue cast a piercing glance at Qian Xiaoyi, remaining silent, while Zhu Xiaofeng exhibited an extraordinary excitement. "I sincerely thank both of you for your understanding. I, Zhu Xiaofeng, vow in the name of my martial spirit that I shall never become an adversary of the spirit hall. Indeed, that is more than sufficient. As the day wanes, and since our mission is accomplished, we shall take our leave." "Hold on." Zhu Xiaofeng called out to the departing Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiaoyi. "Nana, please present the gift I have prepared for the esteemed guests." Nana nodded and shortly after returned with a brocade box, delicately adorned with golden edges and embellished with gemstones at intervals, its mere presence signifying considerable worth. Upon opening the box, they discovered a fruit resembling an apple, cloaked in a deep crimson hue and adorned with intricate patterns. Strangely, this fruit emanated a soft pink glow. "This is a treasure obtained during our ancestors' trials. Despite thorough research in ancient texts, we have yet to uncover the origins of this mystical fruit. Thus we have named it the red-veined spring fruit. Its precise purpose remains a mystery, yet the aura it exudes suggests that its benefits to soul masters far outweigh any potential drawbacks. Our ancestor attempted to absorb it, but this peculiar fruit repels foreign substances, and despite the passage of many years, it has never been consumed." Qian Rinxue remarked, "Are you truly able to speak of such matters? No one can absorb what you have returned." Zhu Xiaofeng, unfazed, replied, "Certainly, no one here can absorb this item. It is a divine fruit, and we mere mortals are not worthy of its recognition. However, young Master Qian Xiaoyi is different. He is a celestial being. What we cannot achieve, he undoubtedly can. Indeed, as the city lord, you possess a way with words," Zhu Xiaofeng continued, "and they are quite agreeable. In that case, I shall graciously accept. He. I have already prepared accommodations for the esteemed guests. You may reside here for the next few days and explore the surroundings." Qian Xiaoyi glanced out at the now darkened sky. "Thank you, lord of the city, but I am afraid of the dark. Sharing a room with my sister will suffice." Zhu Xiaofeng's eyelid twitched. "Afraid of the dark? You, a soul master, fear the darkness? What a jest! It is evident you do not trust me. Moreover, this woman shows no reaction at all. Very well, siblings it is. We shall heed the young master's wishes. Nana, please escort the two to their room." "Yes. Please follow me, esteemed guests." Once the three had distanced themselves, Zhu Xiaofeng revealed a sinister smile. "Young master, you will undoubtedly absorb it, otherwise, would my efforts not be in vain?" "Ha ha." Nana led them to a rather secluded room, spacious enough and furnished with 2 beds, offering a pleasing view of the beautiful scenery outside the window. After signaling Nana to leave, Qian Rinxue said, "Xiaoyi, do not absorb that fruit. It gives me an unsettling feeling." Qian Xiaoyi took out the red-striped spring fruit and smiled. "If you don't like it, then it shall belong to me. I feel that I need it." Chapter 108. Side effects. I am now at level 59, and my sixth sense tells me that this is the opportunity for my breakthrough. Qian Ruxue curled her lips and exclaimed, "Can you refrain from being foolish? Is your sixth sense truly reliable? Even without this object, you could still ascend to the Soul Emperor. My martial spirit renders me particularly sensitive to ominous energies. While this fruit may indeed suit you, why must you take such a risk?" Seeing her sister's worried expression, Qian Xiaoi felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She replied, "I am fully aware that this crimson-veined spring fruit is perilous, yet for reasons I cannot fathom, it exerts an overwhelming allure upon me, as if it were destined to be absorbed. Fear not, dear sister. Perfection is an illusion. One cannot gain without sacrificing something in return. Besides, I, Qian Xiaoi, am not so easily overwhelmed by a mere fruit. Very well. However, I must remain by your side, otherwise I shall be uneasy. Given your insistence, we shall share a room. Where else could I be if not by your side?" With that, Qian Xiaoi grasped the crimson-veined spring fruit and began the process of absorption. From the moment she first laid eyes on the fruit, she felt an intrinsic connection, as though it were a missing piece of her own essence, compelling her to absorb it without hesitation as soon as she entered the room. Qian Renxue sat nearby, her gaze fixed anxiously on Qian Xiaoi, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. With her mind divided, she also employed her mental prowess to probe the surroundings. Although the city lord appeared gentle, one could never truly know a person's heart by their outward demeanor. It was prudent to remain vigilant. However, the absorption process proved less arduous than anticipated. Qian Xiaoi experienced no adverse effects. Rather, it seemed quite pleasant. The absence of any disturbances outside further eased Qian Renxue's tension. "How do you feel?" she inquired. "I feel wonderful, and I've already reached level 60, haha. The energy contained in this is immense. I estimate that after absorbing the soul ring, I might leap to level 65 in an instant." Qian Renxue finally eased her anxious heart. "Seeing your rosy complexion, I feel reassured. I shall take a bath first." With that, she walked into another room to change, which also served as the bathing area. Listening to the faint sound of Qian Renxue disrobing, Qian Xiaoi felt a surge of warmth, touching his cheek. Rosy? No, it was rather hot. Upon hearing the voice of Qian Xiaoi, Qian Renxue anxiously peered out, only to realize that something was amiss. She noticed that Qian Xiaoi's complexion was not merely flushed. Her face, as well as her neck, bore an unusual crimson hue. Rushing over with concern, Qian Renxue exclaimed, "Xiaoi, are you all right? Your face is so red." As Qian Xiaoi's consciousness gradually faded, upon hearing Qian Ruxue's voice, she turned her head to look. The moment she glanced over, an irresistible urge to devour her surged within her. Qian Renxue donned but a single garment, the subtle hues of spring awakening a certain allure within Qian Xiaoi. His gaze transformed into something sinister, as if recalling a fleeting thought, and he shook his head vigorously to regain a semblance of consciousness, his eyes clearing momentarily. "Sister, why are you not wearing any clothes?" he exclaimed. "Ah, the side effects are manifesting. I can scarcely hold on any longer. We must leave at once." Qian Xiaoi shook his head, striving to maintain his clarity. Yet, even in this state of awareness, the temptation posed by Qian Renxue was overwhelming. Once upon a time, he had entertained fantasies of being with her. Now, his thoughts were consumed by a desire to seek solace with a woman. It was then that he realized the true nature of the side effects of the red-veined spring fruit. It was a spring toxin, amplifying his desires in a manner that was inexplicable. Qian Ruxue heard her brother urging her to flee. But how could she abandon him and run off alone amidst the uncertainty of the situation? She approached Qian Xiaoi and inquired, "Xiaoi, what on earth is happening?" Qian Xiaoi's expression was one of profound anguish, as if his very body were ablaze with torment, and his consciousness was on the verge of slipping away, rendering him incapable of uttering a word. He gazed at Qian Ruxue with a pleading look, yearning for her to render him unconscious, to prevent him from committing any irrevocable actions. Despite his unique feelings for her, this hasty moment was far from what he desired. Yet, how could Qian Ruxue comprehend the turmoil within his heart? At that moment, the usually composed Qian Ruxue appeared as a headless fly, utterly at a loss. Her only concern directed towards Qian Xiaoi. Qian Ruxue, both in stature and appearance, is among the most striking individuals that Qian Xiaoi has ever encountered. Approaching the tender age of 20, she possesses an enchanting allure that captivates all who behold her. Draped only in a single garment, coupled with the unusual emotions that Qian Xiaoi harbors towards her, it becomes exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. At last, The final vestige of clarity vanished from Qian Xiaoyi, her eyes transforming into an eerie crimson hue. Amidst Qian Rushua's exclamations of shock, she pounced upon her, causing the single garment draped over her form to slip away. Xiaoyi, what are you doing? I am your sister, Qian Rushua cried out, desperately seeking to rouse Qian Xiaoyi's lost consciousness. Yet, her hopes were dashed. Qian Xiaoyi gazed upon her with an unsettling intent, gradually drawing closer. Qian Rushua intended to use her soul power to repel him, yet inexplicably abandoned her resistance. A bizarre thought emerged within her mind. Perhaps this is not so bad after all. Chapter 109. Hulaina arrives. Qian Rushua closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate, and within her heart, a flicker of desire and yearning unexpectedly arose. Yet, she did not acknowledge it, attributing everything to her indulgence towards her younger brother. Observing Qian Xiaoyi's suffering, an indescribable pain welled up within her, creating a profound inner conflict. After a tumultuous struggle within her soul, a whimsical thought emerged. Perhaps this outcome was not so terrible after all. Qian Xiaoyi let out a strange laugh, shedding his garments and pressing his entire body upon Qian Rushua. Suddenly, just as he was about to take the final step, he emitted a muffled groan and collapsed onto Qian Rushua, losing consciousness. Qian Rushua had initially closed her eyes in anticipation, but upon sensing something amiss, she opened her beautiful eyes. Noticing the faint disappointment in the eyes of the fainted Qian Xiaoyi, she raised her gaze towards the maid standing before her. A sense of unease washed over Qian Rushua. She had believed that Nana was merely an ordinary commoner, but it now appeared to be far more complex. She could not fathom how an ordinary person could incapacitate someone of the Soul Emperor level like Qian Xiaoyi. Even if Qian Xiaoyi stood still, an ordinary person wielding a weapon would not be able to render him unconscious. The physical resilience of a Soul Emperor, bolstered by soul energy, was formidable. What troubled Qian Rushua the most was her inability to ascertain Nana's true strength. This maid was the very one who had guided Qian Xiaoyi and her to this place. A strange anger simmered within Qian Rushua as she glared at Nana, as if blaming her for the situation. What ulterior motive do you harbor for approaching us? Nana smiled. Young master, my act of incapacitating the young master was a necessary measure. After all, we must ensure a fair competition. Your approach could be deemed as cheating. There was not a trace of the demeanor expected from a maid in her words. It became evident that everything during the day had been a fade. What fair competition? Who exactly are you? Qian Runshua's vigilance heightened. She could not afford to trust someone whose abilities were unknown to her. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about Nana. Fear not. It is I, young master, Nana said, raising her hand to peel away a layer of skin from her face, revealing a human skin mask. Once the mask was removed, a stunningly enchanting visage was unveiled. Hulaina? So it is you. Upon seeing this familiar face, Qian Rushua let out a sigh of relief. At least she was one of her own. Qian Rushua glanced at the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi and said, Is Xiaoyi all right? Did you strike too severely? I fear you might desire for the young master to persist, but I shall not allow you to succeed. Qian Ringshua's cheeks flushed as she inquired, What are you talking about? By the way, how did you arrive here? Aren't you supposed to be commanding the battle at the front lines? Hulierna, undeterred by Qian Ringshua's attempt to shift the topic, proceeded to place Qian Xiaoyi onto the bed while remarking, There is no war to speak of, really. We are currently in a period of peace before the conflict. The master was concerned that you two might struggle, so I was brought along as well. Speaking of which, I actually arrived here before you both. I truly wonder what you two were up to on your way. Qian Runshua's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural as she nodded. Have you become a soul saint? Why can't I see through you anymore? Hulaina provocatively retorted, Though your talent surpasses mine, the difference between us is not substantial. Moreover, my primary focus is on spiritual power. Even though I am currently a soul emperor, there are moments when I still hold the advantage, particularly when it comes to the allure I possess over the young master. Qian Runshua raised an eyebrow and scoffed, What use is that? Then, turning to the young master, she inquired, Are you certain you wish to continue like this? As she spoke, Hulaina gestured towards Qian Runshua's form. It was at that moment Qian Runshua realized that in her haste to bathe, she had removed her clothing, leaving her draped garments quietly resting nearby, due to Qian Xiaoyi. Never mind, I shall proceed to bathe directly, she declared, stepping into the bathroom. Just as Hulaina's gaze shifted towards Qian Xiaoyi, Qian Runshua popped her head out and warned, Do not engage in any activities while I am away. Understood. Go ahead, Hulaina replied. I shall take my leave now. If you tarry too long, it will raise suspicions. Qian Runshua is now eagerly wishing for Hulaina to depart swiftly. This way, She need not constantly be wary of any mischief that Hulaina might engage in. Depart. Depart. Your very presence is vexatious. As Hulaina donned her mask once more, she left behind a remark that left Qian Rinshua both embarrassed and indignant. Indeed. You wish to persist, don't you? A sharp pain pierced through Qian Xiaoyi's head as he groggily opened his eyes. The sun had already ascended the hillside, casting its golden rays through the window and illuminating the room. His head throbbed painfully. What had happened? Why did he feel so heavy? Sensing movement beside him, he instinctively turned to look. The sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless, as if his mind had short-circuited. There lay Qian Rushua, resting her head on his shoulder, her arm draped around his neck. With her eyes closed, she breathed evenly, still ensconced in slumber. Her lips were slightly parted, and traces of moisture lingered at the corners, while her golden locks cascaded carelessly across the bed. From the gaps in the bedding, her porcelain-like shoulders peeked out, and the sunlight danced upon her face, intertwining with her golden hair, imbuing her with an ethereal beauty. Most strikingly, Qian Rushua appeared to be clad in nothing at all. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Xiaoyi was instantly jolted back to reality. She licked her parched lips, recalling the events of the previous day. I consumed the red-veined spring fruit yesterday, and then the side effects struck. I barely remember almost harming my sister, and after that, everything is a blur. With that thought, Qian Xiaoyi felt a shiver run down her spine. She cautiously lifted the blanket, peering down, only to have her expression change dramatically as she noticed the scattered garments around her. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. Could it be? Chapter 110, A Faint Shadow. How could this happen? Surely, I did not truly harm my sister. It is truly intolerable. Most importantly, I should have retained that feeling. Yet now it eludes my memory entirely. Damn that spring poison. What is wrong, Xiaoyi? Qian Rushua, half opening one eye, rubbed the other with her hand. As she raised her arm, the blanket slipped slightly, revealing hints of spring beauty. Ignoring it as if she hadn't seen, Qian Rushua yawned and sought a comfortable sleeping position. I'll sleep a bit longer. You were quite the handful last night. Quite the handful. Qian Xiaoyi danced with exuberance. Sister, yesterday, silence. Let me rest for a moment. If you keep chattering, I might just lose my patience. Despite feeling quite fatigued, Qian Xiaoyi found no inclination to continue sleeping. He stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. It was not until noon that Qian Rushua finally awakened languidly. Xiaoyi, here, bring me my clothes. I have already prepared them for you. They are right beside you. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi had already donned his own attire and neatly folded Qian Rushua's garments, placing them beside her pillow. Do you still wish to watch me dress? Then hurry up and step outside. All right, fine. Honestly, after all this, why would you still be shy? What did you say? Nothing. I'm leaving now. Fool. As Qian Rushua watched him depart, she muttered under her breath. Cooing sounds drew her attention, and she lifted her gaze to the window, observing pigeons fluttering by, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. All right, come in. At the very first glance upon entering the room, Qian Xiaoyi's eyes were drawn to the bedsheet, which bore a bloodstain resembling a plum blossom at its center. Sister, this can't be real, can it? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, pointing at the stain. Qian Rinshua shot him a glare and retorted, what do you think? How could that be possible? However, I do not recall us ever doing such a thing. Being afflicted by the spring poison is akin to losing one's senses inebriated. The events that follow are entirely forgotten. Surely, you cannot be unaware of this? Or do you intend to indulge and then deny all responsibility? No, I will take responsibility. Qian Rinshua, with her arms crossed, curled her lips and remarked, responsible? Given the uncertainty in your tone, do you truly believe you can be responsible? Moreover, I have no desire to be with you out of a sense of obligation. Qian Rinshua's fair face flushed slightly. She did not wish to be together merely out of obligation, for that would be akin to a veiled confession of love. Qian Rinshua compelled herself to adopt a more assertive demeanor. She stated, I am aware that you still harbor lingering feelings for that Ning Rongrong. If you were to take responsibility for me, what becomes of her? Do not deceive me by saying you have relinquished your affections for her. Qian Xiaoyi has always been fearful of her elder sister and timidly remarked, then why not be together? Qian Rinshua let out a cold laugh, saying, together? Who do you think you are? Will there be a third party involved as well? Qian Xiaoyi thought to himself, with Nana and Shuedi. The fourth one is already accounted for. He contemplated this in his mind, yet dared not voice it aloud. At that moment, Qian Rinshua inquired earnestly, Xiaoyi, do you harbor feelings for me? Qian Xiaoyi nodded without hesitation, her expression transforming into one of excitement. Then, I would like you to choose between Ning Rongrong and me. Qian Xiaoyi's initially excited expression froze, for this question was indeed difficult to answer. You need not respond. Let us pretend that nothing occurred last night. Xiaoyi, since you harbor feelings for me, I must inquire, when did you first begin to like me? If you were not under the influence of spring fever, when would you confess your feelings to me? Qian Xiaoyi remarked, in truth, I have harbored feelings for my sister since my childhood. I often convinced myself that I was too young to confront such emotions, continuously postponing the matter. Yet, was this not a form of evasion? Had I not been struck by the pangs of spring, I remain uncertain as to when I would have the courage to confess my feelings to her. Perhaps it would have been a long time from now. Qian Renshui embraced him and sighed. Xiaoyi, if you have feelings, express them boldly. If you remain silent, you risk losing what you cherish. You are a man. Do you expect a girl to confess her feelings to you? I understand now. Qian Rengshu smiled gently and remarked, it is good that you understand. I hope you can grow up. Indeed, it is time for me to mature. What I cherish must be grasped. The past is a memory, the present is to be treasured, and the future is to be crafted by my own hands. Sister, sister, I am indifferent to the notions of sibling relationships, unconcerned with the opinions of others, and untroubled by anything that might hinder our union. Sister, I love you. Once we return to the spirit hall, let us wed, shall we? Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes, evidently still in a state of disbelief. Qian Xiaoyi remained patient, watching her with a calm demeanor. After a considerable moment, Qian Rinxue finally let out a gasp of astonishment. Qian Rinxue's delicate face flushed crimson. Her poise as a formidable woman vanished entirely. Xiaoyi, what do you mean? Marriage? But we. Qian Xiaoyi, now surprisingly composed, nodded and remarked, indeed. We are getting married. Does my sister have any objections? It is too late for that. Haha. Suddenly noticing the commotion outside, she added, It's quite noisy out there. Let me see what is happening. With that, Qian Xiaoyi stepped outside. What Qian Xiaoyi remained oblivious to was the triumphant smile that graced his sister's face upon his departure. In the end, Hulaina, I have emerged victorious. Chapter 111. Troublemakers. As the two had just completed their tasks, Nana, still clad in her maid's attire, entered and announced, esteemed gentlemen. The head of the Tian family has come seeking trouble with you. The head of the Tian family? Who is that? Why are they looking for us? Nana replied, My lord, you seem to have forgotten. The individual your sister dispatched yesterday was the grandfather of the head of the Tian family. It is likely he has come to settle the score with you. As she spoke, her gaze fixed upon Qian Ruxue with an expression of keen curiosity. Qian Renxue smiled faintly, showing no regard for the head of the Tian family. Rather, it was Nana's gaze that irked her. I must say, Nana, this maid outfit suits you remarkably well. Why have I never seen you wear it before? Nana's lips twitched slightly as she replied, Miss, how can you say that? Wasn't it my intention to showcase my most beautiful side? Being a tomboy certainly does not endear one to others. Qian Ruxue approached Qian Xiaoyi, wrapping her arm around his, and provocatively gazed at Nana. However, there are indeed those who admire this tough girl, she asserted. Aware of Nana's true identity, she reveled in the irony, while Qian Xiaoyi remained utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the palpable tension in the air. Was it possible that Nana had developed an infatuation for him at first sight? Sister, what are you all talking about? I don't quite understand, he confessed. You need not comprehend, she replied enigmatically. In any case, trouble has come your way. I am merely here to deliver the message. As for the rest, you shall have to figure it out. With that, she turned and departed. Qian Renxue let out a sound of discontent. Xiaoyi, shall we go and see what is happening? Of course. We cannot allow the city lord to bear the burden of the trouble we have stirred up. The two made their way to the grand hall. And before they even entered, they observed several rows of people standing neatly at the entrance, divided into pairs. They seemed to be the entourage of the city lord and the elderly man. The main characters have arrived. Upon seeing the two, the portly city lord trembled slightly, gesturing towards the main seat to invite them to take their places. Just as they settled in, the old man spoke up. Xiaofeng, I must say, it seems rather inappropriate for these two young ones to occupy the main seat, does it not? I, Tianze, have yet to give my consent. You are showing a lack of respect for me as the head of the Tian family. Zhu Xiaofeng chuckled. Elder Tian, what do you mean by that? It sounds as though I have disregarded the Tian family entirely. Tianze snorted disdainfully. It matters not. My purpose in coming here today is solely to seek out the murderer of my grandson. I trust the city lord will not interfere. Old man. Let me be candid with you. The culprit is right there, yet you are not yet worthy to confront them. The atmosphere grew heavy. teetering on the edge of volatility. As a single spark was all that was needed. Qian Xiaoyi glanced outside and inquired, "Where are those two bodyguards?" With the strength of the Soul Emperor, it is inconceivable that they would not have arrived given such a significant occurrence, nor could they be lurking in an inconspicuous spot. The fact that they have yet to be discovered suggests only one possibility: they are deceased. If they cannot even protect a single person, retaining them would merely be a waste of resources. Tianze waved his hand dismissively, his expression akin to that of casually discarding two dogs. Qian Xiaoyi shook his head, feeling sorrow for the two loyal men. Qian Renxue, noticing his unusual demeanor, quietly took his hand. They had done their utmost. Being defeated by me was hardly a dereliction of duty. Hardly a dereliction? Failing to protect my grandson is indeed a failure. If the one being protected perishes, what face do the guardians have left to live? By your reasoning, if I were to defeat you, should you not end your own life for failing to exact vengeance? Upon uttering the last statement, Qian Renxue unleashed her formidable aura, 7 soul rings floating behind her as she activated her martial spirit. In Tianze's mind, his grandson had already reached the genius level by attaining the Soul Zone rank at such a young age. Upon hearing the bodyguard claim the existence of a soul saint under 20, his immediate reaction was disbelief, considering it a blatant lie devoid of any finesse. Dereliction of duty aside, being deceived was intolerable. Thus, he had ordered the execution of the two. However, seeing the 7 soul rings behind Qian Renxue, his initial reaction was not pity for the slain soul emperors, but jealousy. He began to speculate about the identities of these two young prodigies, who had achieved heights unattainable by ordinary individuals in a lifetime, hinting at a terrifying background. Nevertheless, the arrow was knocked, and it must be released. For the sake of secrecy, a term flashed through Tianze's mind: eliminate witnesses. Although the city lord was on their side, the lord's rank was inferior to his own, and victory at a heavy cost was assured. It was far better than a complete massacre. As long as he survived, the Tian family would not be finished. With this thought, a murderous intent filled Tianze's eyes. Since he had made up his mind, he saw no reason to delay. Little girl, you are a monster. In less than a decade, the continent will gain another title Douluo. However, the grudge of killing my grandson must be avenged. Let us settle this today. As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers and soul masters surrounded the lord's mansion. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi realized that they were all Tianze's men, with no one from the city lord's side present. The division into 2 groups comprised one of soul masters and another of soldiers. This meant that only he, Qian Renxue, Zhu Xiaofeng, and the latter's companion, Nana, remained. Chapter 112. Enlightenment. Zhu Xiaofeng leisurely sipped his tea, as if on a leisurely trip, but the other 3 bore grim expressions. Just a single soul Douluo was already a considerable challenge, and the addition of numerous soul masters and soldiers signified a significant predicament. They had no choice but to place their hopes on Zhu Xiaofeng. However, Qian Renxue, once a commander of armies, remained composed. Hyena, Xiaoyi. The southern soul masters are the least. We must break through to the south. Understood. Wait, Hyena? Sister Nana is here too? At this moment, there was no need for concealment. Nana tore off her mask and stood beside Qian Xiaoyi, simultaneously activating her martial spirit. Zhu Xiaofeng's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. 6 fluffy tails swayed behind her waist, and 2 fox ears appeared atop her head, her alluring gaze imbued with an inexplicable charm. City Lord, come with us. Though the 3 possessed considerable strength, they dared not underestimate the situation. Having a soul Douluo alongside them was advantageous. However, Zhu Xiaofeng scratched his head, feigning innocence. No need for such trouble. What do you mean no need? Can't you see the crowd outside? Do you have someone hidden in the mansion? Qian Xiaoyi said with a hint of expectation. No, actually, there are hardly any servants or soul masters in my residence. Before he could finish, Qian Xiaoyi interjected. If there is no one, then let us hurry and leave. Are you seeking death? All right, fine. I really don't know what is on your mind. The individuals under Tianze were not solely from the Tian family. They were from various other families, all seeking to share in the spoils of the Lord's mansion. If Tianze triumphed, they would all gain. If he fell, it would not greatly concern them since they were nominally under Tianze. Tianze had commanded a siege, but did not specify how to execute it, and the soul masters were eager to claim credit to gain the family head's favor. Thus, upon arrival, they concentrated on the 3 sides easiest to escape from, while the ordinary soldiers were pushed to the south, creating a symbolic defense that rendered the southern flank the weakest. Even if a few astute individuals noticed this, it was of little consequence. After all, the majority must prevail. In an army, what is most crucial? The morale of the troops. While timing and geography are indeed important, if the morale falters, no amount of superior equipment can compensate for it. Internal strife is far more dreadful than external threats. Hyena possessed the ability to disrupt troop morale. With her purple soul rings shimmering behind her, she spun in place, releasing a pink mist. Hyena's fourth soul skill, Enchanting Mist, serves to interfere with the enemy's mental state, inducing confusion and diminishing their average power. It can target individuals for a significant boost in effect and can also obscure vision. Although the widespread release of the Enchanting Mist would dilute its effectiveness, it remained impactful for ordinary soldiers. The soldiers' movements noticeably slowed, and with only 4 individuals as targets, it became challenging for the ordinary soldiers to distinguish friend from foe within the mist. Coupled with their inherent reverence for soul masters, their combat effectiveness dwindled significantly. In truth, the 4 were not particularly fearful of these soldiers, but if they were detained, the pursuing soul masters would inevitably catch up, leading to exhaustion. Furthermore, having no grievances with anyone recently, killing too many would violate the world's laws and would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Though the soldiers were numerous, for the 4, each at least a soul emperor, breaking through the blockade was not a daunting task. Occasional soul masters appeared but were swiftly dealt with, leaving the pursuers far behind. However, just as they broke through the blockade and had not yet had the chance to rejoice, they spotted another squad of soul masters blocking their path not far away. Though small in number, they were all soul masters, sufficient to hinder their escape. By the time Tianze arrived, it would be their end. Qian Xiaoyi did not believe that they were there to assist them, as she had never seen them before. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Who are you?" "Quickly, step aside." Hyena waved her hand dismissively. "Xiaoyi, it's futile. This is the second family of Tianshi City, the Shi family. Their head, Shi Haoxiang, is also a soul Douluo, and he maintains close ties with the Tian family while harboring enmity towards Zhu Xiaofeng. It seems they have long since turned against us." The name Shi is ominously suggestive of villainy. "You haven't even investigated this." "Who?" "You must know that the Tian family is still aware of my presence through the maid. You've certainly enjoyed yourselves these past few days." Unlike those two, Hyena's first action upon arriving here was to investigate the power dynamics within Tianshi City. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles, and indeed, this intelligence has proven invaluable. Hyena remarked, "Remember to compensate me later. Of course, once we return, we shall become engaged just like my sister. However, look at the ferocious tiger ahead and the pursuing soldiers behind. Whether we can survive is still uncertain." Qian Xiaoyi pointed towards the Shi family. "Engaged?" Hyena glanced at Qian Renshua. "What have you told him? Has he suddenly gained insight?" "None of your concern." "Well, it suffices to have Xiaoyi's words. It's worth dying for." Chapter 113. The Nine-Toothed Rake. With those words, Hyena suddenly felt emboldened, as if facing a million soldiers was no longer terrifying. Her beautiful eyes gradually misted over. She had waited a long time for this affirmation, having buried her feelings deep within due to Ning Rongrong. How absurd. It felt as though they were facing a life-or-death separation. The previously harmonious atmosphere was shattered by Zhu Xiaofeng's remark. "I say, are you just going to sit idly by?" As the contemporary trio of the Spirit Hall, "How can you so easily give up?" Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter laugh. "Uncle Zhu, you are indeed right. Life is truly captivating when one strives for it. However, my abilities fall short. Could you lend me your assistance?" "Uncle Zhu, are we becoming familiar now? Speak plainly. How may I assist you? Help me fight for my life." Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. It was impossible to escape entirely, but fleeing with 2 was still feasible. As men, shouldn't we be willing to make some sacrifices? Zhu Xiaofeng paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. You articulate your thoughts so charmingly. In the end, you merely wish for me to risk my life for your 2 young ladies, don't you? Yet, I appreciate your candor. Indeed, how could a woman perish before a man? Very well, I shall aid you 3 in your escape. Qian Xiaoyi cast a grateful glance at him. It was no longer an act of selfless dedication to risk one's life for someone with whom one had only exchanged a few fleeting encounters. "I apologize, Uncle Zhu, for involving you in this." "Not at all. Without you, they would not have spared me either. Judging by the scale of this situation, they have been scheming for quite some time. In any case, thank you, Uncle Zhu. Now, let us indulge in a moment of madness." Qian Renshui inquired, "Xiaoyi, what do you mean?" Do not act foolishly. Let us continue on this journey together. Hu Laina nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Yi, if you do not leave, neither shall we. At that moment, the pursuers had caught up, and Tianze and Shi Haoxiang observed the encircled quartet with keen interest, relishing the sentiment of lovers descending into the abyss together. Brother Tian, let us deliberate on the division of the territory under the Lord of Tianshi City. How about a 50-50 split? I propose a 70-30 division, with me receiving the larger share. Do not forget, there are other families to consider. Hey, you are going too far. Discussing the division of the Lord's territory in my presence is rather, how should I put it? Never mind. I challenge you to a duel. Zhu Xiaofeng then turned his gaze to Qian Xiaoyi, stating, young man, it seems you have misconstrued my intention. I meant to assist you in your escape, not hers. Do you comprehend? You three should flee together. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a hint of skepticism, nodded in agreement. He too found it perplexing that Zhu Xiaofeng, as the city lord, lacked his own influence. Faced with such dire circumstances, there must surely be some hidden strategy at play. However, Qian Xiaoyi dared not place all his hopes solely upon him. He glanced at the two women beside him and summoned his martial soul, the sword of judgment. Zhu Xiaofeng, observing Qian Xiaoyi's vigilant stance, chuckled, little fellow, it seems you do not trust me. Do you know why I do not recruit my own forces? Because in this remote area, there truly is no one I need to fear. Dealing with this group of weaklings, I alone can manage it in a minute. A confident smile spread across Zhu Xiaofeng's chubby face as he raised his right hand, which began to glow, slowly revealing a 9-pronged rake. The rake's evenly distributed prongs and intricately carved handle transformed what was once a mundane tool into a formidable weapon in the eyes of others. A strike from this implement could potentially eliminate even the strongest of foes. Why? Because Zhu Xiaofeng's martial soul was the legendary 9-pronged rake. Even more daunting were the 9 soul rings orbiting it, which left Tianze and Shi Haoxiang devoid of any fighting spirit due to their remarkable quality. There were no white or yellow rings. The first 6 comprised 2 blue and 4 black, while the last 3 were astonishingly red rings of 100,000 years. A 100,000-year soul ring is the epitome of a soul master's aspirations. In the current Douluo continent, the populace is aware that both the Haoyan Douluo and the martial soul Pope Bibidong possess one each, meaning only 2 such rings are known to exist. As for whether other hidden soul masters possess them, that remains unknown. The Haoyan Douluo and Pope Bibidong, each with a 100,000-year soul ring, stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Bibidong has not truly engaged in battle, but the Haoyan Douluo is a legend within the soul master realm, having faced no true opponent to date. Upon entering the title of Douluo, he had already engaged in a cataclysmic battle, defeating 3 title Douluo, each with martial souls that rivaled the Haoyan hammer. Yet, they either perished or fled. While Haoyan Douluo possesses other hidden cards, without a 100,000-year soul ring, he would not have attained his current status. The Haoyan Douluo is formidable, yet the city lord before Tianze and Shi Haoxiang is even more extraordinary. With just 100,000-year soul ring, the Haoyan Douluo has few rivals on the continent, but this Zhu Xiaofeng, the seemingly simple and harmless city lord, possesses 300,000-year soul rings. Furthermore, the quality of his first soul ring surpasses that of their fourth. How could they possibly contend with him? Chapter 114. The golden cudgel of wishes. Zhu Xiaofeng had indeed concealed himself well. He displayed no signs of being a city lord, nor did he ever show disdain towards anyone. He always behaved with humility, which led Tianze and Shi Haoxiang to mistakenly believe he was easy to bully, recklessly provoking him. Now, they found themselves on the verge of tears. This was a title Douluo, an individual even more remarkable than the Haoyan god. How could they face him? Once a soul master breaks through to the title Douluo level, the transformation is profound. If faced with a soul Douluo, one could send countless troops to exhaust him or bombard him with hundreds of soul masters. However, against a title Douluo, no matter how many individuals are dispatched, they would merely be offering experience points. To him, they are inconsequential ants. What does it mean to be inconsequential? It means that whether one lives or dies bears no significance. Now, Tianze and Shi Haoxiang wished for nothing more than to survive, for that was better than anything else. Yet, they did not flee. What a joke! Could they possibly escape? If they angered him, their deaths would be guaranteed. They chose to stay and perhaps speak some good words, hoping that Zhu Xiaofeng might be in a good mood and spare their lives. As for the soul masters and soldiers they had brought, they had already fled when Zhu Xiaofeng summoned his martial soul. Zhu Xiaofeng had his own dignity and did not deign to trouble himself with the insignificant soldiers. He hoisted the 9-pronged rake onto his shoulder, seemingly perceiving the thoughts of Tianze and Shi Haoxiang. He had intended to linger in the city of Tianshi for a few more days. But now he had to leave, all thanks to them. Tianze and Shi Haoxiang broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, too frightened to utter a word, fearful of saying something amiss. It became evident that their previous actions had indeed been reckless, and they had even mocked him in front of him. It was not that they lacked courage. The disparity was simply too great. He could eliminate them with a mere flick of his finger, and they were not even qualified to fight back. Zhu Xiaofeng paid no heed to the two, continuing to grumble. Why am I the one assigned to this task? I am not particularly formidable. Could it be that I am too handsome? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Now, you two, come forth. I have matters to attend to, so let us resolve this swiftly. Tianze and Shi Haoxiang exchanged glances, uncertain how to proceed. How could they possibly fight? They found themselves at a loss. Observing their hesitation, Zhu Xiaofeng impatiently urged, hurry up. I am the weakest in our organization, and you lack even this little courage? Tianze felt somewhat embarrassed. Brother, what kind of organization is this? You claim to be the weakest, yet can we even survive? Just as the two were at a loss, a furious shout rang out from the sky. Zhu Xiaofeng's expression darkened as he turned toward the sound, saying, which rascal dares to call me? You cheeky monkey, try that again. He knew that only one person would dare to address him in such a manner. Perhaps anger had heightened his voice, causing the ears of those present to ring. Tianze and Shi Haoxiang, however, wore expressions of delight. If Zhu Xiaofeng were distracted, perhaps they might have a chance to escape. In the distance, a black dot gradually enlarged in the sky, and as it drew closer, it revealed itself to be a colorful cloud, upon which stood a figure. This individual had a profusion of hair and wielded a 2-meter-long staff. With a resounding thud, the figure leaped down from above, landing on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. In fact, from the moment Zhu Xiaofeng spoke until now, not even a second had elapsed. This meant that the figure had traversed that considerable distance in less than a second. As the dust settled, the details became visible. The man appeared to be in his 20s, and his staff, differing in color at both ends and the center, was engraved with 5 grand characters, golden cudgel of wishes. The script was as graceful as a dragon in flight and as elegant as a swan in flight, revealing its extraordinary nature. Qian Renshua leaned closer to Qian Xiaoyi. She frequently immersed herself in books and had once encountered a legend within their pages. It spoke of a man wielding a staff who ventured forth to confront the most formidable power on the continent, known as the title Douluo, whose ranks were ever growing. The next day, that power had vanished, yet the man with the staff remained alive, his weapon intricately carved like the Rui Jingu Bang. The man glanced at Qian Xiaoyi before turning to Zhu Xiaofeng, commanding with an air of authority, Fool, do you take issue with my calling you that? The once dominant Zhu Xiaofeng diminished in stature, stammering, no, monkey brother, what brings you here? Tianze and Shi Haoxiang, unnoticed by the two, prepared to sneak away. Those 2 lecherous men over there, though I am unaware of what transpired, should you attempt to flee. At this, the 2 knelt, their faces flushed crimson, struggling for breath. The Rui Jingu Bang in the monkey brother's hand shimmered with 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red. Then, he pointed his staff towards the distant mountains. With a thunderous roar, the once continuous mountain range transformed into a vast plain. Suddenly, the 2 felt they could breathe again. Inhaling greedily as they gazed in disbelief at the expansive plain, their eyes now filled with respect for the monkey brother. Although they could not contend with Zhu Xiaofeng, his presence paled in comparison to the overwhelming pressure exuded by the monkey brother, who, with a mere gesture, had leveled an entire mountain range. Clearly not one to be trifled with. Chapter 115. Danger. Tianze and Shi Haoxiang were drenched in sweat, kneeling motionless, uttering, Esteemed sir, how could we dare to run? From now on, we shall be your loyal hounds. If you command us to go east, we shall not venture west. No, I mean, if you bid us east, we shall not go west. Tianze spoke purely from instinct, his mind rendered incapable of coherent thought. Noticing a shift in the monkey brother's expression, he quickly corrected himself. The monkey brother waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you 2 worthless pups are beneath my notice. You should be wary of that fool. If he bears no grudge, you may take your leave. By the way, fool, what happened to your appearance? Zhu Xiaofeng chuckled sheepishly, and with a flash of his 9th soul ring, his form transformed, his previously round physique elongated and slimmed, appearing less rotund, though still slightly plump. His looks were not particularly handsome, yet sufficient to charm a few young ladies. Do as you please with these two. I have no desire to slay the weak. If you wish to kill them, go ahead. I had hoped to enjoy myself a bit longer, but sensed someone approaching. To think it was my dashing senior brother. All right. Enough flattery. You two be gone. The monkey brother smoothed his hair, clearly relishing Zhu Xiaofeng's praise. Upon realizing they might survive, the two were filled with elation. If they lived to recount today's events, they would be held in higher regard than even the divine Hao Yin. Not just one, but merely by recounting their tale. They felt their prestige soaring. They nodded eagerly, showered their farewells, and hastily fled, fearing the two powerful beings might change their minds. The monkey brother paid no heed to their retreat, addressing Zhu Xiaofeng, "Brother, I came to check whether you had dozed off or forgotten your mission. After all, you can be rather unreliable." He cast a deliberate glance at Qian Xiaoyi. Monkey brother, you are still my senior brother, right? Must you speak of me so disparagingly in front of the young lady?" In truth, the monkey brother's real name was Hou Jintian. His martial spirit the Rui Jingu Bang, and he and Zhu Xiaofeng were sworn brothers, having grown up together. Despite their differing temperaments and frequent quarrels, their friendship was profound. When Zhu Xiaofeng was once wronged, Hou Jintian had decisively annihilated the perpetrator's family with his staff. He truly regarded Zhu Xiaofeng as a younger brother. Enough. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, there has been a change in the mission. I shall take over from here. Zhu Xiaofeng scratched his head. A change? Isn't the goal to bring the master back? Hou Jintian feigned anger, striking Zhu Xiaofeng's head lightly. Fool, is such a matter to be spoken aloud? Never mind. It matters not now. According to the intelligence gathered by two, my elder brother intends for the master to awaken directly, and the factors surrounding the master's awakening. At this juncture, Hou Jintian paused, raising his hand to hurl the Rui Jingu Bang into the distance. With a resounding crash, he smirked. How could they possibly survive knowing of our existence? Tianze and Shi Haoxiang ran without daring to glance back, uncertain if the two monsters would reconsider. Who would gamble with their lives? They likely exhaled in relief after having run quite far. Old Tian, do you think the strength of Lord Zhu is truly astounding? Shi Haoxiang initially intended to address him by name, but fearing eavesdropping, he opted for a respectful title. It is indeed remarkable. At first, I thought it was a ruse. Had that monkey not arrived to demonstrate his prowess, we would likely be beyond salvation. That creature could subdue us with a mere glance. I reckon even a breath could prove fatal. Indeed. By the way, are we returning to Tianshi City? You may return if you wish, but I shall not. Defying the city lord is a capital offense. What is that? Before they could speak further, a staff descended from the heavens. And then, there was silence. Zhu Xiaofeng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, remarking, "Monkey brother, isn't your temper a bit too fierce? You just flattened a mountain range and now a basin." Though Hou Jintian was his senior brother, Zhu Xiaofeng preferred to call him monkey brother, as it felt more endearing. Of course, Hou Jintian referred to him as fool. Although Zhu Xiaofeng disliked it, he dared not retort. After all, Hou Jintian had been teasing him since childhood. Their bond was strong, but that did not preclude good-natured ribbing. Hou Jintian's famous adage was, "Only I may bully the fool." He had thought his life would remain this way, but thankfully, a woman had managed to temper Hou Jintian's mischief. He no longer bullied Zhu Xiaofeng without reason. Hou Jintian declared, "All right, now that trivial matters are settled, it is time to turn our attention to the main event." Since the moment Qian Xiaoyi and her companions witnessed Zhu Xiaofeng showcase her true prowess, they have remained motionless, hesitant to utter a word until now. All that Qian Xiaoyi can do is position her body in front of them as a shield. Chapter 116, Awakening. Now, it is your turn. Qian Xiaoyi stood resolutely before the two women and stated with unwavering composure, "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Xiaofeng, you have vowed with your martial soul not to oppose the martial soul hall. Faced with adversaries far superior to Bibi Dong, Qian Xiaoyi found himself placing his hopes on this matter, albeit with little expectation. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to fight for it. It was only then that he realized how foolish it had been to threaten Zhu Xiaofeng. As for retreating, that was an impossibility. If confronting Tianze and his companions posed a grave risk, then escaping from these two would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Hou Jintian remarked, "I apologize, but we must fulfill our mission, and it cannot be delayed any longer." Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air, causing Qian Xiaoyi's heart to tremble. He slowly turned his head to see another Hou Jintian's hands piercing through the backs of Qian Renxue and Hulaina. Their gazes became vacant, their vitality gradually extinguishing. Alas! Two exquisite beauties were about to meet a tragic fate. Hou Jintian's soul skill, duplication. Sister. Qian Xiaoyi's eyes widened in horror as he watched the two women collapse. Their abdomens punctured, blood spilling forth and staining the ground. He gasped heavily, his mind blank, completely oblivious to the predatory Hou Jintian lurking behind him, forgetting his very presence and everything else. Ah! Qian Xiaoyi howled at the heavens, his second martial soul's spirit mark radiating with brilliance. The sound akin to an arrow piercing through the clouds and striking the sky. Simultaneously, within the depths of the abyss, a palace surrounded by 12 statues witnessed the central statue transform into a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of malevolence. At the base of the statue, an intricately constructed soul power array emerged, trembling as if something within sought to break free. After a prolonged moment, the soul power array could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered instantaneously, dispersing into countless glimmers of light. From the depths of the earth, a continuous column of black and red light surged upwards towards the sky, its energy astonishing, rendering even tidal Douluo insignificant in comparison. Above, a protective barrier rippled as the light column struck it, creating concentric waves before vanishing from sight. Shortly after the light column ascended, it descended from the heavens like a teleportation array, transporting its radiant essence to a distant location, the target being the now irrational Qian Xiaoyi, enveloping him in its embrace. Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng were not surprised by this spectacle, yet their eyes betrayed an unrestrained excitement. All except for the monkey and the pig had gathered for the meeting. The rat gazed at the two black-red light columns and excitedly addressed a peculiar device in his hand. Within mere minutes, individuals from various corners of the continent arrived at the abyssal hall, taking their places corresponding to their statues. All 12 statues, save for the monkey and the pig, were now complete. The plan could commence. At the martial soul hall, Bibi Dong observed the black-red light columns in the sky, her expression turning grave. She had accepted the inheritance of the first-tier divine spirit, the Rakshasa god. Once she passed through 9 trials, she would ascend to divinity, becoming the first god of the continent in millennia, thereby enabling her to unify the realm and resurrect Qian Xuanfeng. However, upon witnessing the 2 light columns, turmoil engulfed her heart. Her trials were only partially completed, and she had yet to attain divinity, disrupting her meticulously crafted plans. Unbeknownst to her, the identity of this individual remained shrouded in mystery, friend or foe. Unlike mere soul masters or ordinary folk, as one who had touched the divine power, she was acutely aware of the immense strength contained within this light column. The energy emanating from the column was overwhelming. With her current prowess, she lacked even the qualification to approach it. During her trials, she had occasionally sensed the power of the Rakshasa god, whose strength, while not supreme, was formidable. Yet, the sensation Bibi Dong derived from the Rakshasa god paled in comparison to that of the light column, which left her, filled with ambition and envy, grappling with acceptance. The astonishment was not confined to Bibi Dong. The sea god island was also in a state of uproar. Tang San and his companions, undergoing the sea god's trials, caught sight of the light column in the sky. Though they could not discern its nature, an instinctive sense of impending significance washed over them. Moreover, the light column evoked a sense of familiarity within Tang San. Ning Rongrong, separated from Tang San and his group, found herself in a mysterious locale. She gazed skyward at the extraordinary phenomenon, lost in contemplation. In the radiant column of light, Qian Xiaoyi gradually lifted his head, his originally black pupils transforming into an eerie crimson hue. Behind him sprouted 8 dark wings, resembling those of an eagle yet distinctly different, each spanning a meter in width. Curved horns emerged from his head, their shape akin to that of a dragon's, albeit more imposing. They were entirely black, save for their crimson tips. His hands and feet were adorned with a profusion of sharp, red scales, sleekly inclined, and exuding an aura of formidable hardness. A tail, over a meter in length, extended from his lower back, its tip sharp enough to serve as a spear. Although slender, it conveyed a sense of substantial strength. Chapter 117, The Inner Truth, Sealing. The energy from the black and red column surged relentlessly into Qian Xiaoyi, continuing for an extended duration until he finally spoke. A complex seal array flickered momentarily on his body. Subsequently, the column of light gradually diminished, eventually vanishing from sight. Qian Xiaoyi's gaze was devoid of emotion. Lacking the sorrow displayed by Qian Rinxue and Hulaina after their demise, and absent the astonishment that would come upon encountering Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng. Instead, he simply raised his hands towards the 2 fallen women, transmitting a dark red energy to them. The gaping wounds in their abdomens began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Once this was accomplished, Qian Xiaoyi slowly retracted his second martial soul. Reverting to his original form, his expression impassive, as if none of this had been his doing. Yet, the aura he exuded was markedly different. He now emanated an unsettling, sinister presence. "Welcome, Master," both Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng uttered simultaneously, kneeling on one knee. Qian Xiaoyi waved his hand dismissively. "Rise, for I am not yet your sovereign. I remain myself. Although my power has returned, I have yet to acclimate to this body, thus I have sealed my strength." "Your current condition, then?" Hou Jintian inquired as he rose. "You must possess a base. I did not anticipate your descent to this realm. Monkey, lead me back at once." Zhu Xiaofeng, ensure the two women are settled. My lord, do you hold it against me for my actions towards them?" Hou Jintian asked timidly. "Do not blame yourself. Your intentions were merely to facilitate my awakening, and besides, you did not take their lives, did you? It was likely the command of the rat, wasn't it? However, such urgency suggests movements from the divine realm." Hou Jintian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the two women, for he dared not offend one so closely linked to his master. Thus, he had discreetly left a portion of his soul force within them, or else they would have perished long ago. "My lord, let us discuss this further upon our return." "Very well." Both Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng responded in unison, leading Qian Xiaoyi towards the abyss. Upon reaching the seemingly bottomless chasm, Hou Jintian pointed and declared, "My lord, this is the location. Our base lies beneath." Qian Xiaoyi nodded, appreciating the merits of the location. This place not only served as a refuge from the divine realm, but also offered the potential to cultivate one's own power. "Monkey, lead me inside. It has been far too long since I last reunited with my siblings." Hou Jintian nodded in understanding, aware that Qian Xiaoyi had sealed away his own powers. For him, carrying another through flight was an effortless task. One could hardly imagine the ease with which he could transport a multitude. With a hand resting on Qian Xiaoyi's shoulder, Hou Jintian summoned his soul energy, and the two gradually ascended into the air, gliding towards the abyss. Their descent was not hurried, and after approximately a minute, they gently touched down. Qian Xiaoyi lifted her gaze, and before her stood a somewhat dilapidated palace. "My lord, please." Hou Jintian guided Qian Xiaoyi into the palace, where the grand entrance opened automatically. Before her eyes lay 13 statues. Returning to his rightful seat, Hou Jintian observed as Qian Xiaoyi faced 11 exceptionally formidable figures without displaying any particular emotion. Everything seemed to unfold with a sense of naturalness. Qian Xiaoyi ascended to the central seat, gradually settling down, exuding an air of sovereign authority at this moment. He was the king. "We welcome the return of our sovereign," the 11 individuals below proclaimed in unison. Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. "All of you present are the elite of the divine realm. You have forsaken your comfortable lives in the heavens to engage in these shadowy activities below ground for my sake. I am truly grateful." As her words fell, the room erupted in a flurry of conversation. A leader who cares for their subordinates is indeed a commendable one, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare, which is why they felt a twinge of emotion. At that moment, Zhu Xiaofeng entered the room. Noticing that the meeting had commenced, she remained silent and returned to her seat obediently. "How are they faring?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired. Zhu Xiaofeng replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, they have escaped from danger. I have safely escorted them to the Soul Palace, which is why I arrived late." Qian Xiaoyi waved his hand, and as the atmosphere calmed, he continued, "I understand that you harbor many questions, and I am aware of what you wish to ask. I do not suffer from a split personality. I remain the same Qian Xiaoyi, albeit now possessing the memories of the dark deity. I have come to terms with this. The divine realm was justified in its actions, and it was my own behavior that was excessively fervent." Who rose to his feet and declared, "My lord, please do not speak in such a manner. It is the Western divine realm that has been overly arrogant, usurping our territory and resulting in a reduction of our divine ranks. Retaliation was warranted. It is merely the fools among our ranks who hesitate. Although the conflict with the dragon god has severely wounded our realm, we still possess ample strength to confront the West. Who? You fail to comprehend the Lord's perspective. Consider what follows after we vanquish the Western deities. The Buddhist realm lurks nearby, keenly eyeing the opportunity to absorb both divine domains. Can you truly ascertain that they would allow us to escape unscathed?" Shu, the most astute among the 12, remarked, "In the divine realm, there is no calculation beyond my grasp. And my position as the god of wisdom is one of the reasons for my influence over others." The others appeared somewhat perplexed. If the Lord acknowledges his past mistakes, why did he instigate war initially? Regardless of the motives, The resulting conflict would inevitably provide the Western divine realm with an opportunity to exploit our vulnerabilities. The Lord is not foolish. What, then, is the purpose of his actions? Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the dozen or so individuals, seemingly perceiving the depths of their thoughts. He said, I am uncertain about the circumstances. After the fall of the dragon god, although the divine realm suffered a blow to its vitality, it was not completely crippled. While I advocated for a counteroffensive against the West, as a member of the divine realm, I could never risk the annihilation of our world by instigating a civil war. However, at that time, my thoughts were quite muddled. Either I was poisoned, or I was under someone else's control. Plan 118. The expression in Mouse's eyes gradually grew serious. My lord, does this imply that waging war was never your true intention? Qian Xiaoyi nodded. Although the deities of the divine realm are rather obstinate, I would not stoop to internal strife with them. Ma pondered for a moment and said, that poses a dilemma. Whether you are poisoned or under control, it spells trouble for the divine realm. Either there is a traitor among us, or the adversary possesses strength far superior to that of our lord. However, I lean towards the former. If there were indeed someone with vastly greater power, they would not need to exert such effort to manipulate you. Thus, there must be a traitor in the divine realm. Ji interjected, the primary issue is that the divine realm is presently hunting us down. Even if we are aware of the traitor, it changes nothing. In their eyes, we remain traitors. The atmosphere grew heavy. If the malevolent deity had been poisoned, leading to a state of confusion that incited war, the divine realm would no longer stand a chance against the Western deities. Even so, the Western divinities would refrain from taking action, for we must not forget the Buddha realm, which observes the conflict from a distance. Yet, the divine realm now teeters on the brink of collapse, and the deities must harbor immense resentment towards them. At this juncture, Shu spoke up. Do you truly believe that we, the deities of the lower realm, remain oblivious? Even if other divine heirs have not noticed, the formless divine kings cannot be unaware. They must have perceived some traces of the truth. Our current safety, I believe, largely stems from the divine kings being cognizant of our Lord's impaired consciousness. Our Lord's strength is not inferior to theirs, and there exists mutual camaraderie. They are well aware of our Lord's character. Enough, Qian Xiaoyi interrupted the discourse among his subordinates. What has transpired, what secrets lie beneath, is of little consequence. What matters now is our next course of action. Even if the divine kings spare us, the other deities will not. The gods of the divine realm view us as thorns in their sides. If we wish to survive, we must retaliate. The Western divine realm will likely refrain from making any significant moves for the time being. Thus we must hasten our efforts to strike back at the divine realm. As per our original plan, the army of the malevolent deity can now be mobilized. This continent requires unification. First, we shall conquer the land. The war has begun. Indeed, the others departed, leaving only Shu behind. Shu, do you have something to say to me? Shu contemplated for a moment and replied, My lord, what are your true intentions? Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently, remarking on your meticulousness. Why not take a guess? The master seeks to captivate both the Eastern and Western divine realms, signaling your return. If possible, it would be preferable to avoid exertion. The Western divine realm may curtail its encroachment upon the East, merely observing the conflict between you and the Eastern divine realm. To speak candidly, I fail to comprehend the ultimate objective of our master. Is it to secure time for the divine realm? If that is the case, why then initiate a war? Should your aim be to conquer the divine realm, even success would yield no advantage to you. Qian Xiaoyi gently patted his shoulder, acknowledging that guessing the situation here was already quite impressive. However, the purpose of his visit remained unspoken. One thing he could assure them was that he would eventually restore their rightful place in the divine realm. One day, he would transform the divine realm into a true sanctuary. The mouse nodded, having a fair understanding of his master, since there was no desire to elaborate. Killing him would serve no purpose. By the way, arrange for me to enter seclusion for cultivation. At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was engrossed in researching the ancient texts regarding the Pillar of Light when a commotion interrupted her concentration. Frowning, she inquired, What is happening? Just then, a soul master cautiously entered and reported, Your Holiness, the young master and the saintess have returned. Bibi Dong's brow relaxed slightly. Oh, let them come to see me. The soul master, however, began to sweat profusely, uncertain of how to respond. What? Did you not hear my command? The soul master then knelt before her, trembling as he explained, Your Holiness, they are unable to come at the moment, but you may go to see them. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. An ominous premonition gripped her heart. Casting aside her ancient texts, she hastily exited. Upon discovering the unconscious forms of Qian Rinxue and Hu Laina, her composure shattered. Both appeared pale, their garments stained with blood, clearly having sustained grievous injuries, and Qian Shaoi was nowhere to be found. Someone, explain this situation to me. The Soul Master approached Bibi Dong, bowing his head in fear. Your Holiness, a portly individual arrived earlier, leaving the young master and the saintess behind. But we did not see young Master Shaoi. What? Bibi Dong staggered back in disbelief, gazing incredulously at the Soul Master. Repeat that. Shaoi is missing? The Soul Master, equally distressed, replied, Your Holiness, it is true that the portly man only brought back the young master and the saintess. Perhaps we should wait until they awaken to inquire further. Very well, you may leave for now. Hu Laina gradually regained consciousness. She fought against the debilitating weakness and pain coursing through her body, forcing herself to move. After adjusting to the brightness, she opened her bleary eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Is this the spirit hall? What transpired? Qian Rinxue reflected, I remember that Laina and I were killed. How did we end up in the spirit hall? Just then, the door swung open, and Bibi Dong entered alongside Qian Douluo. Schwerer, you've awoken. What on earth happened? Why have you and Laina been unconscious for several days? Several days? Qian Douluo nodded and said, It has been 7 days since a rotund fellow brought you both back. If you do not awaken soon, I am at a loss as to what to do. Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment and inquired, Fatty? Wait, too? Who am I with? A wave of ominous foreboding washed over her. Bibi Dong sighed. This is also what I wish to ask you. What transpired among the three of you? You and Nana returned safely, yet Xiao Yi is nowhere to be found. A tremor coursed through Qian Rinxue's heart. Although she had surmised the truth, receiving confirmation was still disheartening. Subsequently, she recounted the events to Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo. Upon learning of the exceptionally high-quality soul rings belonging to the ultimate Douluo, both were taken aback. The ultimate Douluo, after all, represents the pinnacle of the continent, a tidal Douluo of level 99, whose prowess far surpasses that of ordinary tidal Douluo. It is impossible for a soul master to reach such heights without soul rings that are at least 100,000 years old. A ultimate Douluo possessing 3 such soul rings could be said to cause earthquakes with merely a stamp of their foot. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was the whereabouts of Qian Shaoi. In other words, that individual severely injured you and abducted Shaoi? Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment before shaking her head and stating, It should not be the case. I can distinctly sense the vitality ebbing from me at that moment. As for why I did not perish, I am equally in the dark. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here, and I have a strong feeling that the rotund individual who brought us back is none other than Zhu Xiaofeng. Qian Douluo remarked. It seems I have come across him inadvertently. However, he strikes me as no different from an ordinary person. He possesses the ability to obscure my perception, suggesting that apart from common folk, he is merely stronger than I. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. If this is the case, it appears that Shaoi is not in peril. Given that they have targeted Schwerer and Nana, it indicates that Shaoi is of value to them. Otherwise, with their prowess, a mere glare could extinguish your lives. By the way, have you noticed any anomalies in your body? Qian Rinxue sensed her surroundings, and to her surprise, there was indeed something unusual. Her spiritual sea had actually coalesced into a soul core, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Within that soul core, a portion of the soul power belonged to her, while another portion manifested a dark red hue, an unfamiliar force, yet it exuded an aura that felt strangely familiar. Although her soul power had ascended, it had not yet reached the esteemed level of 90. She remained at the 73rd tier. The formation of a soul core is a hallmark of advancing to the rank of a tidal Douluo. While there are countless soul Douluos across the continent, the number of tidal Douluos is exceedingly rare, primarily due to the difficulty of forming a soul core. Only through the successful coalescence of a soul core can one ascend to the prestigious rank of tidal Douluo. While the formation of soul rings does not necessarily indicate the status of a tidal Douluo, every tidal Douluo must possess at least one soul core. The more soul cores one possesses, the greater their strength. Each soul master is limited to forming 3 soul cores, corresponding to specific bodily regions: the dantian, the heart, and the brain, also known as the spiritual sea. The difficulty of forming a soul core varies by location. The dantian is the easiest, followed by the heart, with the brain being the most challenging. Each successful formation of a soul core increases the difficulty of forming subsequent cores. If we categorize the difficulty of forming soul cores into 5 tiers, forming one in the dantian is level 1, in the heart is level 2, and in the brain is level 3. For a soul master, forming the first soul core in the dantian remains consistently challenging. But the difficulty escalates to level 3 when attempting to form a core in the heart, and rises further to level 5 in the spiritual sea. If one begins by forming a soul core in the spiritual sea, the difficulty is level 3. Although the challenge increases when forming in the heart, it remains at level 3. Finally, if one attempts to form a core in the dantian, even with an added 2 levels of difficulty, it would still equate to level 3. What is there to fear? Of course, there is no explicit mandate that a titled Douluo must form a second soul core. The purpose of forming a second core is to advance to the rank of limit Douluo. In other words, without a second soul core, one cannot attain the status of a limit Douluo. This is why most soul masters only form a single core in the dantian, knowing the heights they cannot reach. They hesitate to take such risks. Furthermore, it is prudent to contemplate the formation of a second soul core only upon reaching level 98. Yet, how many individuals on the continent have attained such a level? Nevertheless, there are those with lofty aspirations, exceptional talent, formidable strength, and immense confidence who choose to form soul cores in other regions. This approach significantly reduces the difficulty when they eventually strive to become limit Douluos. Thus, it is common for ordinary soul masters to form their first soul core in the dantian, where the difficulty is level 1. Otherwise, should an attempt to form a soul core fail, the immense power contained within could devastate an area of 10 kilometers. Chapter 120. Qian Rinshue's soul core limit Douluos are ultimately a rarity, and their 2 soul cores are either formed in the heart first or established prior to achieving the rank of titled Douluo. The formation of a soul core signifies the soul master's purity, strength, and intensity of soul power. Only such exceptional soul masters are capable of forming a soul core, which is why it is customary for soul masters to attain the rank of titled Douluo before achieving this feat. Before that, their soul power lacks the necessary purity. The earlier one forms a soul core, the more potent their soul power, and the higher their potential future achievements. Soul cores hold immense significance for a soul master. They are the essence of the soul master, formed through the extreme compression of soul power. A soul core serves as a source, akin to a battery, providing a continuous supply of soul power, thereby greatly extending the duration for which a soul master can wield their abilities. The disparity between titled Douluos and soul Douluos is profound. While a soul Douluo may exhaust numerous opponents, it is an insurmountable challenge to deplete a titled Douluo's endurance, as their capacity for sustained combat is formidable. Additionally, the soul core possesses another function, being formed from compressed soul power, which is attributeless. It can be infused with the attributes of the martial soul during its formation. This infusion purifies the soul master's attributes, and external influences may even introduce new attributes. For instance, if a soul master possesses a fire attribute, the incorporation of their martial soul's characteristics during the formation of the soul core will significantly enhance the temperature of their flames. Conversely, should a wood attribute be involved, the soul master might gain the ability to wield wood-based soul power. Furthermore, if they possess an understanding of spatial concepts, the third soul core may bestow spatial capabilities upon the soul master. Historical records of the continent suggest that third soul cores are predominantly of a spatial nature, as this is advantageous for future development. From a young age, Qian Rinshue immersed herself in her studies, knowledge that Qian Douluo had meticulously imparted to her. However, when she unexpectedly felt a soul nucleus coalescing within the sea of her consciousness, she could not help but gasp in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. The formation of a soul nucleus within the spiritual ocean is a formidable challenge, signifying her potential to attain 3 soul nuclei. Should that occur, it would be exceedingly difficult for her not to ascend to the rank of a limit Douluo. Noticing the unusual change in Qian Rinshue, Bibi Dong felt a surge of anxiety. With Qian Xiaoi already missing, she could not afford for any further misfortune to befall Qian Rinshue. Despite their estrangement, she was still her child. Shuer, what is the matter? Is there something unusual with your body? Qian Rinshue did not respond immediately, not out of indifference towards Bibi Dong, but rather because the situation was utterly astonishing. Mother, I am on the verge of tears from anxiety. What on earth is happening? Shuer, please do not frighten your mother. Qian Rinshue said, Mother, grandfather, my physical condition is quite well, but there is an anomaly in my sea of spirit. Qian Douluo was taken aback. According to Qian Rishue's account, she only suffered superficial injuries. Her sea of consciousness could not possibly be harmed. If her sea of consciousness were indeed injured, then it would not merely be a matter of her fainting. Qian Rinshue was aware that Qian Douluo had misunderstood her. She continued, An inexplicable entity has appeared in my sea of spirit. It manifests as a vortex composed of two distinct colors, resembling a soul core. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu furrowed their brows. While physical injuries can be healed, those of the spirit are far more complex. The sea of spirit is akin to a person's soul, vulnerable yet resilient. Once damaged, the repercussions could be dire. Qian Daolu nodded at Bibi Dong, placing his aged hand upon Qian Rinxue's forehead. Shuer, I must delve into the depths of your mind. Do not resist, for it would not bode well for you. I seek to understand the true nature of your predicament. Qian Rinxue nodded gently. Although Qian Daolu was indeed strict, he would never harm her. After all, she was the very embodiment of Qian Daoliu's aspirations. With Qian Rinxue's consent, Qian Daolu closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy through his hand into the sea of Qian Rinxue's consciousness, where it manifested as an ethereal projection of himself, albeit somewhat insubstantial. This apparition of Qian Daolu slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, he beheld a scene that astonished even a limit Douluo like him. The sea of spirit belonging to Qian Rinxue is exceedingly vast, stretching endlessly before the eyes, truly resembling an ocean. This signifies that her mental prowess is no less formidable than that of a super Douluo. It is imperative to note that Qian Rinxue is merely a soul saint. What astonished Qian Daolu even further was the presence of a whirlpool above the sea of spirit, wherein a mesmerizing blend of golden yellow and dark red swirled together. This radiant amalgamation illuminated the ocean beneath. The golden energy, he recognized, emanated from the power of the six-winged angel martial soul. However, the source of the dark red energy was unknown to Qian Daolu, evoking within him a sense of foreboding. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is advantageous or detrimental for Qian Rinxue. Chapter 121. The Anomaly of Hulaina. Qian Daolu withdrew his hand from Qian Rinxue's forehead, meeting the gaze of two expectant eyes. He organized his thoughts and spoke. Shuer, it is unequivocally confirmed that what resides within your sea of spirit is a soul core. The soul core formed in the sea of spirit is distinct from those coalesced in the dantian or the heart. A soul core in the dantian enhances your soul power, while one in the heart augments your physical strength. Conversely, a soul core materialized in the sea of spirit will elevate your mental prowess. Currently, your sea of spirit is remarkably vast, rivaling that of a super Douluo's mental capacity. This explains why there has been no significant increase in your soul power. Furthermore, your soul core possesses unique characteristics. In my experience, while soul cores typically enhance a single attribute, yours embodies two, one aligned with your martial soul, and the other an attribute I cannot identify, yet I am certain it contrasts with your own. However, it is undeniably potent, so formidable that it compels me to associate it with divine legacies. Fortunately, this force does not adversely affect you. According to the principle of opposites transforming into harmony, this power, which is entirely antithetical to yours, will gradually transmute into your own strength. In due time, your mental capacity will experience an enhancement, and your future is destined to be radiant. Bibi Dong, observing from the side, was equally astonished. When she coalesced her first soul core, she had only recently advanced to soul Douluo, and though she felt pride in that achievement, her aspirations reached far beyond, to ascend to divinity. Thus, she formed her first soul core in the heart, planning her next in the dantian. According to the historical accounts of the continent, those who attain divinity are predominantly dual soul core cultivators, with rare instances of tri-soul core individuals. Hence, having a dual soul core was already sufficient for her. Yet, her daughter's first soul core emerged from the sea of spirit. If the process is executed properly, her future holds limitless potential. Qian Rinxue inquired, shall I then condense the soul core within my heart and ultimately gather the soul core in my dantian, as my strength permits? Qian Daolu chuckled heartily. Of course, you are exceptionally likely to reach the pinnacle of the three soul core. The three soul core. Even the ancient mighty beings seldom achieve such a feat. Shuer, you are the most powerful in nearly a millennium. No, in nearly 10 millennia. Haha. Qian Rinxue is, after all, his granddaughter. Although there is no blood relation, they share the same martial spirit. Furthermore, he can no longer aspire to divinity. His hopes must now rest upon Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Bibi Dong remains relatively composed. However, how did Shuer acquire this soul core? Qian Daolu was momentarily taken aback, for in his previous astonishment and excitement, he had overlooked the essence of the matter. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's inquiry, this issue would likely have been hastily dismissed. Indeed, why had an additional soul core materialized without cause? Why did the soul core exhibit two distinct powers? Given the circumstances, it appeared that the dark red energy had aided Qian Rinxue in coalescing her soul core. And this energy was formidable, potentially the power of a divine heir. Thus, a pressing question emerged. Who was this deity? How had they manifested in the Douluo continent? And why had they chosen to assist Qian Rinxue? What were their intentions? This series of inquiries lingered in Qian Douluo's mind. At that moment, a soul master entered and respectfully announced, "Your Holiness, esteemed offering master, the saintess has awakened." Qian Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then a thought struck him, and he said, "Pope, let us go and pay a visit to the saintess." Bibi Dong understood and turned to Qian Rinxue, saying, "Schwerer, it appears that you have no pressing matters at the moment. Your grandfather and I shall go and see Nana first." Qian Rinxue was about to stabilize her soul core. Nodding slightly, she commenced her cultivation. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo entered Hulaina's chamber, where she had just awakened, her body still frail. Initially, Bibi Dong could have come alone, for although the offering hall is affiliated with the spirit hall, it possesses its own distinct rights. However, Qian Douluo had certain matters he wished to verify, thus he accompanied her. "Master, you have arrived, along with the grand offering," Hulaina remarked. Having previously encountered Qian Douluo within the spirit hall, Qian Douluo said nothing, merely nodding and gesturing slightly towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong responded with a subtle inclination of her head, approaching the bedside and inquiring, "Nana, how are you feeling? Are you better?" She held a particular fondness for Hulaina, appreciating her decisiveness and the blend of nobility in public with gentleness in private. Hulaina resembled her in many ways and was obedient. In her heart, Bibi Dong had already regarded her as a child. Hulaina glanced around, a look of astonishment crossing her features. "Master, how did I end up in the spirit hall?" "I remember." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I am aware of your circumstances. A rotund fellow brought you back. As for who saved you, that remains a mystery. Oh, as long as I am alive, that is what matters. By the way, Master, are Qian Rinxue and Xiaoyi safe?" Bibi Dong's expression shifted, as if stirred by an internal wound, yet she replied, "Schwer is fine, but Xiaoyi is missing." "What?" Hulaina exclaimed, incredulity lacing her voice. "How can Xiaoyi be missing?" Bibi Dong reassured her, "Do not worry. At worst, he has been captured. I believe they find him of some use, so he is likely safe for the time being. I have dispatched someone to gather information." Rest assured. Despite her words, Hulaina could not find solace, recalling the promise they had made to return together and become engaged. A faint blush crept upon her delicate cheeks at the thought. Chapter 122. Gathering the soul core. The sea of spirit is the essence of a soul master, akin to the soul itself. If invaded by others and mishandled, one could become a fool at best or perish at worst. "Nana, I need to examine your sea of spirit for any abnormalities. Do not resist, understand?" Hulaina nodded, placing her unconditional trust in Bibi Dong, confident that if Bibi Dong intended her harm, she wouldn't go to such lengths. Like Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong pressed her hand against Hulaina's forehead, transmitting her mental energy into Hulaina's sea of spirit. Bibi Dong's mental energy transformed into a small version of herself. This is the most common method employed in the soul master realm to probe another's mental strength. Contact at the forehead prevents energy loss, facilitating optimal exploration. As Bibi Dong entered Hulaina's sea of spirit, she beheld a vast expanse. Unlike Qian Rinxue's sea, Hulaina's was imbued with a faint golden hue. Above the sea of spirit floated a soul core, its colors a blend of pink and dark red. Qian Rinxue withdrew her mental energy and gazed at Qian Douluo. "What do you think?" Qian Douluo inquired. Bibi Dong nodded, affirming, "Just as you surmised, Nana's spirit sea harbors a soul core, characterized by hues of pink and dark red. It appears that the dark red energy possesses the ability to transform various forms of energy. Otherwise, how could it possibly account for the transformation of both Schwerer's energy and Nana's?" Qian Douluo nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that this force bore no malice. Indeed, both Nana and Schwerer possessed soul cores that aligned with the attributes of their respective martial spirits. Naturally, the optimal scenario would be for the first soul core to merge with the inherent attributes of one's martial spirit. Nana's sea of consciousness shimmered with a golden radiance, her mental strength surpassing that of Schwerer, now nearly on par with my own, likely due to her specialization in mental prowess. Qian Douluo smiled and said, "Nurture them well." The emergence of two soul cores in the same era surely marks a groundbreaking moment in the continent's history. "Master, what are you talking about? What is a soul core?" Hulaina interjected. Her time at the Spirit Hall was the briefest, and Bibi Dong had not rushed to impart knowledge regarding soul cores to her, leaving this concept rather vague for her. With the validation of his hypothesis concerning soul cores, Douluo decided not to linger, while Bibi Dong began to enlighten Huliena about the intricacies of soul cores. Meanwhile, within the abyssal chamber, a high platform stood, upon which sat the malevolent deity. Qianshui. Dark red energy swirled around him as he suddenly opened his eyes. The crimson soul power converged before him, coalescing into a mass of soul energy. As Qianshui continuously released his soul power, it gradually expanded. Concurrently, he exerted his mental strength to compress this burgeoning mass, transforming the once massive sphere of soul power into a compact soul orb. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soul power streamed ceaselessly from within him toward the energy mass, only to be meticulously controlled and compressed by his mental prowess. With each successive compression, the density of the soul power increased, and its mass slowly augmented, leading to a corresponding rise in gravitational pull. Gradually, a vortex began to take shape. Note, as a scientific note, the greater the mass, the greater the gravitational force. This phenomenon differed from the conventional rotation of soul power. The soul vortex was generated by the manipulation of soul energy through mental strength. In contrast, this vortex emerged from the increase in mass itself. What Qianshui must accomplish is the consolidation of the soul core. Yet what has been completed thus far is merely the embryonic form of it. Most soul masters opt to condense their soul core during their ascension to the title Douluo, the final breakthrough, for without reaching this esteemed level, the quantity of soul power is insufficient to form a soul core. The so-called soul core is simply an extreme compression of soul power. When compressed to a certain extent, it becomes akin to a power source, gradually generating soul power. However, Qianshui is not lacking in the quantity of soul power. After all, he is the evil god. Even a slight transformation of the divine power he has sealed into soul power surpasses that of a title Douluo, rendering such abundant resources a mere waste if left unused. Qianshui's soul core has now been sufficiently compressed, and it is time for the next step, the addition of attributes. However, Qianshui has no desire to incorporate the properties of the evil god. The power he already possesses is ample, rendering further enhancements unnecessary. Thus, his gaze shifts to the Judgment Blade. Although the Judgment Blade is devoid of attributes, it is worth remembering that it underwent an evolution in the extreme north, acquiring an ice attribute. Contemplating this, Qianshui draws forth the Judgment Blade and points it towards the nascent soul core, causing a continuous flow of icy energy to surge towards it. His intention is to imbue his first soul core with the ice attribute. While it may not embody the pinnacle of frost, it certainly carries a significant chill, making the addition of this attribute worthwhile. Furthermore, he has a fondness for icy landscapes, perhaps a consequence of his connection to the Snow Emperor. Reflecting on the Snow Emperor, Qianshui lets out a sigh, pondering whether he has ascended to divinity. Casting aside his distractions, Qianshui resumes the infusion of cold energy. Augmenting the soul core with attributes is no trivial task. It requires precision, not too much, not too little, and above all, a state of balance. The process of consolidating a soul core is neither swift nor simple, yet he is fortified by his experience. As time passes, the whirlpool of the soul core before him transforms into a mesmerizing ice blue hue, the surrounding temperature plummeting sharply. Within mere seconds, the temperature drops below freezing, and it continues to descend gradually, albeit at a slower pace. The soul core, still smaller than a fingernail, belies the immense power of a title Douluo contained within its diminutive form. The soul core possesses a unique allure, drawing in soul force, mental energy, and their corresponding attributes. As these three elements are essential for its composition, other substances remain unaffected in the presence of the soul core. At this moment, Qianshui's soul core unfailingly attracts his soul force and mental energy, signifying its completion. The final step, the most critical and challenging phase, involves positioning the soul core in accordance with one's intention, whether in the sea of consciousness or the heart, a decision that varies in difficulty for each soul master. It is here that the destinies of soul masters are determined. Qianshui, with his ambitious vision, aims to place his first soul ring's soul core into the sea of consciousness. However, this endeavor significantly escalates the difficulty. Even for Qianshui, careful absorption of the soul core is imperative. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet he is confident. Viewing this challenge as merely a minor hurdle, he can easily overcome. Moreover, There exists another rationale for endowing the soul core with the ice attribute. It is intended for the sea of consciousness. An ice attribute soul core can enhance mental clarity, thereby mitigating the effects of confusing skills during battle and allowing him to maintain composure, thereby maximizing his capabilities. Additionally, what is the greatest fear during cultivation? The risk of losing oneself to madness. The presence of the ice attribute within the soul core significantly reduces the possibility of such an occurrence. As the soul core gradually approaches Qian Xiaoyi's forehead, time elapses, and it finally makes contact. The soul core seamlessly penetrates his forehead, entering the sea of consciousness and ascending to its upper reaches, radiating a gentle, sun-like glow. Just as Qian Xiaoyi believes the process is complete and breathes a sigh of relief, an unexpected turmoil arises. The soul core, which had initially settled calmly within the sea of consciousness, suddenly erupts into chaos at the moment Qian Xiaoyi lets his guard down. The soul force and mental energy within the core violently surge forth, accompanied by the ice attribute. While the mental energy is manageable, given that this is the sea of consciousness, it merely causes ripples and a slight feeling of pressure. However, the soul force and ice attribute pose a different challenge. The soul force surges through the sea of consciousness back to his physical body, overwhelming him with a sensation of swelling, as if he were on the verge of bursting. Even more alarming is the leakage of the ice attribute, which begins to coat the sea of consciousness in a frost, slowly spreading outward. Should the entire expanse of the sea be frozen, it would effectively immobilize his mental energy, leaving him devoid of thought, akin to a vegetative state. In such a scenario, he would possess even less awareness than a mere plant. At least a plant has some consciousness, but if the sea of consciousness were to freeze, he would be rendered entirely senseless. Qian Xiaoyi's internal condition was exceedingly dire, and his external state was hardly better. The temperature within the chamber had plummeted to sub-zero levels, with frost forming upon his brows, and his garments had become rigid with cold. He had become utterly immobilized by the freezing temperatures. The sole silver lining amidst this ordeal was that the partial freezing of his mental ocean had rendered his mind remarkably clear, which served as his only solace. However, with clarity came an intensified awareness of the pain coursing through his body. Yet, remaining in this state was not a viable solution. Since movement was not an option, he resolved to remain still and ponder the means to unravel the conundrum before him. The pivotal question was, what had caused the soul core to erupt? The steps taken to coalesce the soul core had been executed flawlessly, and he had even performed them with greater efficacy. His mental and soul energy levels were adequate, leaving only the attributes as a potential source of trouble. Could it be that the ice attribute was not his innate alignment? Or perhaps he had failed to grasp the balance. Ultimately, these considerations were of little consequence. What mattered was finding a resolution to the current predicament. In truth, the turmoil of the soul core was indeed attributable to the ice attribute, which, after all, was a later acquisition and did not harmonize seamlessly with his soul and mental energies, thus leading to this chaotic scene. Qian Xiaoyi sought to unravel the mystery piece by piece. The turmoil of the soul core merely released spiritual and soul energy along with its attributes. The resolution of the spiritual energy was not particularly challenging, as this was the sea of consciousness, where control was manageable. However, the attributes posed a formidable challenge, necessitating a sacrificial approach to stir the sea of consciousness, thereby slowing the freezing process. Although this method addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, it was a desperate measure in dire circumstances. The greatest difficulty lay with the soul energy, which could only be sealed for the time being. Yet, with the soul core already formed, it represented the source. Sealing the soul energy would only provide a temporary reprieve. Nevertheless, no alternative strategies sprang to mind, compelling him to proceed with the sealing. This was not a moment for hesitation. Having made a decision, action was imperative. To Qian Xiaoyi's dismay, shortly after sealing the soul energy, the soul core accelerated its release. The immediate sensation of swelling overwhelmed him, leaving no room for concern regarding the ice attributes. In Chapter 124, Assistance from the Snow Empress, a flicker of icy blue light emanated from Qian Xiaoyi's left chest. However, he lacked the time to acknowledge this phenomenon, as he was preoccupied with his own peculiar predicament. It was not that he was unwilling to seek help. After all, he had once been a divine heir, and soliciting aid from subordinates felt utterly humiliating. After a while, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something amiss. His intuition remained sharp, and he distinctly felt the temperature within the chamber gradually rising. He instinctively believed the danger had passed. Yet, before he could revel in this notion, He realized that the rising temperature pertained solely to the chamber, not to himself. The chamber's temperature had returned to normal, yet strangely, his body remained frozen, rendering him incapable of even uttering a word. This was not right. A thought suddenly emerged in Qian Xiaoyi's mind. The freezing speed of the ocean of his spirit accelerated, and the temperature of his body began to drop. It turned out that the chill within the secret chamber had been absorbed by him. This only added insult to injury. Helpless, he had no choice but to seek assistance. Qian Xiaoyi was unable to speak and could only convey his thoughts through mental energy. Before long, he almost slapped himself in frustration. The materials used to construct this secret chamber were designed to block mental energy, preventing any external probing. At this moment, he fully comprehended the adage, one who does not court danger will not meet it. He had insisted on condensing his soul core. And although he had proceeded without adequate preparation, he had compounded his predicament by further isolating his mental energy. Now, he found himself unable to call for help. The only option left was to endure. Just as Qian Xiaoyi felt despondent, a surge of icy blue energy shot from his left chest into his soul core with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, he was on the verge of tears. Things were already chaotic enough without any further complications. As if it had heard his silent plea, the turmoil within the soul core began to subside. Although the released mental and soul energy could not return, it would not adversely affect the soul core. For Qian Xiaoyi, resolving the issue was merely a matter of time. Notably, however, the attributes released by the soul core were meticulously reclaimed without a trace left behind. Qian Xiaoyi gradually regained consciousness. Her body temperature returned to normal, and the ice that had formed in the sea of her spirit melted away. The turmoil within her had, in fact, led to a slight increase in her soul power. Qian Xiaoyi observed the soul core hovering above the sea of consciousness. Has it finally stabilized? He let out a slow sigh of relief. The process of condensing the soul core had nearly cost him his life, and any unforeseen mishap would have necessitated his reincarnation. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyi realized why the soul core had ceased its tumultuous agitation. It must be connected to the energy within his left chest. Qian Xiaoyi sensed his surroundings and initially found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to abandon his search, he detected a peculiar clue, a familiar aura lingering in the air. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. The energy that surged into the soul core was one he should recognize, yet the overwhelming memories of the malevolent deity had dulled this familiar essence in his mind. Reflecting on it now, he could not help but feel a sense of fortuity. Previously, during his time in Shuahan City alongside the Snow Empress, he had sustained an injury while attempting to rescue her. The wound was located on his left chest, although his heart resided on the right side, allowing him to narrowly escape a grave fate. The Snow Empress had saved him, undoubtedly leaving behind a fragment of her soul power for emergencies. The turmoil within the soul core was likely triggered by the impurity of the ice attribute, which clashed with the soul and mental energies. The Snow Empress possessed an unparalleled mastery of ice, and the power she imparted was equally extraordinary. When her essence coursed into the soul core, it amplified the ice attributes, achieving a state of equilibrium that ultimately quelled the unrest within the soul core. Qian Xiaoyi's understanding has significantly deepened, and his conjectures are now remarkably close to the truth. However, rather than feeling elated upon realizing this, he let out a sigh. Shuer, how can I face you now? I am destined to never attain divinity. In the far northern realm, within the Snow Empress's palace, she gazed southward, murmuring, fated adversary, the soul power I left within you can only serve its purpose once. Next time, you must rely on your own strength. The power she had infused into Qian Xiaoyi's body could only save him in a critical moment. It could not serve to monitor or locate him, thus she remained oblivious to his circumstances. Yet, she sensed the dissipating energy within him. I hope you remain safe. I ask for nothing more. Sister, what troubles you? The Ice Empress inquired, observing the Snow Empress. Are you still preoccupied with that human? Why do you torment yourself so? There is not a single good human among them. Why do you persist in this folly? The Snow Empress smiled gently. Binger, do you truly despise him? Is there any doubt? I loathe him incessantly for disrupting your life. I wish nothing less than to see him shattered into 1,000 pieces. With a soft chuckle, the Snow Empress maintained her serene smile. Your constant disdain for him suggests that he occupies your thoughts relentlessly, does it not? During my recent visit to the human realm, I discovered that not all humans are malevolent. Each race possesses its virtues and vices. Are we soul beasts not the same? Sister, you defend him. The Snow Empress chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Chapter 125. Ning Rongrong's encounter. After Qian Xiaoyi completed the condensation of his soul core, he began to unravel the seals, gradually restoring his power. Only with the restoration of his strength could he set his own plans into motion. During this period of regaining power, Ning Rongrong also underwent profound changes. Ever since the demise of Ning Feng, Ning Rongrong had been engulfed in sorrow, and upon learning of her father's death, her mother was also consumed by grief and soon vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether she returned to the spirit hall or succumbed to despair. After the battle between Qian Xiaoyi and Tang San, it was the perfect moment for her to seek revenge. However, she was intercepted by a tidal Douluo, helplessly watching Qian Xiaoyi depart. At that moment, she felt immense regret and loathing for her own weakness. Ning Rongrong began to pursue power, and at the same time, Sword Douluo Qinshin suggested that their group of 7 travel to Sea God Island for training. Naturally, Ning Rongrong was eager to seize this opportunity. Yet, while en route to Sea God Island, an unforeseen incident occurred. They encountered the deep-sea demon whale king, a beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Although the 7 did not suffer any casualties, they fainted and became scattered. When Ning Rongrong opened her eyes, she found herself beneath a wooden arched ceiling. Rising to survey her surroundings, she confirmed that she was in a wooden cabin. The interior was neatly arranged, imbued with a faint fragrance, suggesting it was a woman's room. Unlike any wooden cabin she had seen before, this one appeared vast, simple, stable, yet exuded an air of nobility. Strange patterns were carved into the walls. "Oh, you're awake." At that moment, the door swung open, and a woman entered. She wore a white long dress, her long golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her large azure eyes sparkling, and her delicate, cherry-like lips graced a standard oval face. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly on par with Ning Rongrong, yet her unique aura surpassed that of Ning Rongrong. "Did you save me?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "I was out at sea fishing when I found you on the shore. You must have nearly drowned. Sensing our connection, I helped you out," the woman replied. "By the way, you may call me Aya, a recluse." "Aya, thank you for saving me." Ning Rongrong expressed her gratitude. "Without you, it's uncertain whether I would still be alive." Aya smiled gently. "No need to mention it. I find you quite intriguing. By the way, you must be hungry after drifting for so long. Let me prepare something for you. Just a moment, my culinary skills are quite good." With that, Aya hurried to the kitchen, and Ning Rongrong indeed felt famished. Half an hour later, a variety of home-cooked dishes were served on the table. Although simple, they were fragrant and colorful, appearing quite appetizing. The ingredients were limited, so I could only make this much. "I hope you don't mind," Aya said. Ning Rongrong shook her head, appreciating the woman's gentle and considerate nature. "It's perfectly fine. Eating mountain delicacies all the time can become monotonous." She picked up a vegetable and tasted it, her eyes lighting up with delight. The flavor was even more exquisite than those lavish dishes. Overcome by hunger, Ning Rongrong ate heartily, disregarding her image. Aya watched with a smile, seemingly pleased that someone appreciated her cooking. "By the way, I still don't know your name. Where are you from? Where are you headed? How did you end up in the sea?" A barrage of questions ensued, leaving Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. Noticing her mistake, Aya awkwardly scratched her head. Ning Rongrong chuckled, realizing that an introduction wouldn't hurt. "My name is Ning Rongrong, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I initially aimed to find a way to become stronger with my companions, but I encountered an insurmountable enemy. Despite our best efforts, we could only inflict minor damage." Aya seemed genuinely intrigued, adopting a naive expression as she inquired, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Is there such a sect on the continent?" This time, Ning Rongrong was taken aback. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the second largest sect in the Douluo continent, with the Haotian school in seclusion. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was now the foremost sect. How could one be so ignorant of such matters? Aya appeared to read Ning Rongrong's thoughts, saying, "I apologize. It's possible that I'm indeed uninformed, but it seems there is really no such sect on the Sun and Moon continent." Ning Rongrong paused in shock. "Sun and Moon continent? Isn't this the Douluo continent? Did I really drift to another continent after falling into the sea? This is the Sun and Moon continent. Where is the Douluo continent you speak of?" Aya queried. It's a continent quite similar to this one. Our sect is the second largest on the continent," Ning Rongrong replied. Aya tapped her finger against her lips. "How impressive. Yet, if your sect is so powerful, why are you so fixated on strength? Is it because your abilities are insufficient for leadership?" "That is one reason," Ning Rongrong admitted, revealing a bitter expression. I am merely a sole emperor, not yet capable of leading the sect. More importantly, she continued, her face contorted with hatred, my lover manipulated my feelings to harm my family. He killed my father. And my mother is missing. Yet, I am ultimately a support-type soul master, with limited offensive skills. Thus, I seek power. I yearn for revenge. I intended to explore Sea God Island, yet I never anticipated this predicament. Now, I'm uncertain if I can find my way back, let alone seek vengeance. Aya looked at Ning Rongrong with sympathy. You're truly unfortunate. The pain of being betrayed by a lover is indeed unbearable. I can relate to that. You can't be more than 20, can you? I'm older than you, so you can call me Sister Aya. All right, Ning Rongrong replied, indifferent to the title. Sister Aya, do you also? Aya nodded, offering a bitter smile. Though he didn't exploit me, he held me in disdain, his eyes solely on his ambitions. I've made numerous hints, suggesting I would relinquish my identity and status for him, yet he never believed me. A flicker of sorrow crossed Ning Rongrong's eyes. We truly are alike. I once declared I would give everything for him, yet he was exceedingly selfish, feigning concern while leading to my family's ruin. By the way, Sister Aya, do you feel hatred? I do, yet it's not intense. He is already dead, and after his demise, I felt despondent. Which is why I ended up here, Aya replied. From your tone, it seems you harbor resentment toward your lover. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, her brows furrowing as she let out a cold laugh. He is not my lover. He is my enemy. The purpose of my existence is to kill him. That is my motivation for living. Rongrong, please share your story with him, Aya urged. Ning Rongrong hesitated, but feeling comfortable with Aya, she recounted her tale with Qian Xiaoyi. Sometimes, friendship is simply about being open and honest. After sharing her experiences, Ning Rongrong felt considerably lighter. Having someone to confide in was truly comforting. And their bond grew closer. After listening to Ning Rongrong's lamentations, Aya empathized. Rongrong, don't say that. I wouldn't have fared better under such circumstances. Changing the subject, Aya remarked, speaking of which, the scenery here is truly beautiful. I'll take you to see it soon. If you don't mind. Why not stay here? Touched by Aya's consideration, Ning Rongrong nodded. Since I cannot return, I'll stay here. I truly don't know what motivates me to continue living. Aya smiled. Why dwell on such matters? We live for ourselves, not for others. Sacrificing one's future for a man seems unworthy. The world is vast, and there are countless things we have yet to witness. Ning Rongrong chose to cast aside her sorrows. Since returning was impossible and revenge unattainable, she resolved to save her life. Following Aya outside, she was awestruck by the breathtaking beauty of nature. Before her lay a lush expanse. The trees, though modest in size, formed a paradise for birds. The sparse flowers exuded a delicate fragrance. In the distance behind the house was a beach, leading to crystalline blue waters. On both sides, various vegetables and fruits are cultivated, with glimpses of wildlife passing through the woods. This place resembles a veritable paradise, devoid of suspicion and conspiracy, devoid of deceit and treachery. Everything here is simultaneously so ordinary and yet so extraordinary. Although her observations are cursory, Ning Rongrong has already developed an affinity for this serene, tranquil, and natural locale. Suddenly, Aya's expression shifts as she gazes into a section of the forest. With a resounding boom, an energy projectile strikes nearby, obliterating a swath of trees. While the loss of these trees is negligible to the forest, the disruption has undeniably dampened their spirits. Rongrong, hide behind me. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Aya cautions Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, not one to be overly dramatic, understands that in this unfamiliar territory, it is better to err on the side of caution. Who knows what intentions these people harbor? After a while, a group of 12 middle-aged men enters the vicinity, and Ning Rongrong realizes that she cannot discern any of them, indicating they are at least spirit saint-level warriors. She might only be able to fend off one. Judging by their demeanor, it is clear they are familiar with this place, suggesting this is not their first visit. The leader of the group mutters, "Damn, these trees grow incredibly fast. We have to clear them out every time we come." Aya, without turning around, retorts, "Haven't you had enough? I told you I won't agree, so stop bothering me." The leader responds, "Miss Aya, I have no choice. Who told you to wander here? Our master has taken an interest in you, and since you refuse our invitation, we have no option but to come ourselves. But rest assured, this time we intend to send someone formidable. Does someone just wandering around fall ill? Rest assured, that only makes it more nerve-wracking." Chapter 127. Spirit Mentor. The leader continues, "Miss Aya, please accompany us. Otherwise, we cannot fulfill our obligations." Ning Rongrong mutters under her breath, "What shamelessness." Her voice barely audible, yet clearly heard by the man, who now turns his attention to her in surprise, having previously overlooked the young beauty. "Oh, we have a lovely young lady here as well. Miss Aya, are you planning to bring your sister into the palace together?" Aya coldly snorts. With 3 title Douluos and 1 super Douluo, plus 8 spirit Douluos, this lineup could sweep across the sun and moon continent. You truly think highly of us 2 weak women. The man, seemingly unfazed by Aya's sarcasm, chuckles. "Miss Aya, that's not what we want. However, those lacking strength have already been dispatched by you. To prevent further casualties, we must bring in some experts. As for whether you are a weak woman, I cannot say, but I know you are certainly not." Ning Rongrong gazes at Aya in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly gentle woman possesses a ruthlessness that knows when to strike without mercy. In this world of the survival of the fittest, one must be unyielding to avoid being bullied. Most importantly, Aya has forced them to dispatch a super Douluo, indicating her formidable strength. The other party, pretending to be weak, consists of spirit Douluos, meaning Ning Rongrong can only play a supportive role. Though faced with formidable foes, Aya remains undaunted, saying, "You mean to tell me that the esteemed High Priest of the Sun and Moon Empire, a level 97 super Douluo, has come personally for a mere woman? I am truly honored." The Sun and Moon Empire is the most ancient and powerful of the 3 great empires on the Sun and Moon continent, and its strength is attributed to many factors, one of which is Ming Yan. As a level 97 super Douluo, he is recognized as the strongest on the continent, wherever he resides. That empire's overall strength is greatly enhanced. Ming Yan's choice to settle in the Sun and Moon Empire can be attributed to 2 reasons. Firstly, the empire possesses abundant resources for cultivation. Secondly, despite appearing in his 40s, he is actually aging, having maintained his youthful appearance through a special herb. He has no children. Only 3 disciples, with the emperor being his most prized pupil, having reached the spirit Douluo level by the age of 40, an elite status on the Sun and Moon continent. The Sun and Moon continent is smaller than the Douluo continent and significantly weaker, with the highest level warriors falling short in comparison. A level 97 super Douluo is already the strongest on the Sun and Moon continent, with the second strongest barely reaching level 94. However, on the Douluo continent, such a spirit power level would be considered utterly insignificant. Furthermore, most spirit masters on the Sun and Moon continent enhance their power through medicinal means, making Ming Yan's level 97 impressive but perhaps not enough to best a level 96 super Douluo from the Douluo continent. Nevertheless, the Sun and Moon continent possesses its own advantages, notably advanced technology. Soul tools, which have been lost to the Douluo continent, are ubiquitous on the Sun and Moon continent and serve various purposes: attack, defense, assistance, and more can all be achieved through these devices. Aya is clearly attempting to buy time. Yet Ming Yan remains unhurried, embodying the confidence of the strongest. He leisurely states, "There is no one but me who can suppress you. I truly do not understand how. Despite just recently becoming a title Douluo, you can contend with 3 seasoned title Douluos." Ning Rongrong feels a chill. Aya appears to be in her 20s. Not much older than herself, yet she has already attained the title Douluo rank, while Ning Rongrong is merely at the Spirit Emperor level. Of course, she is unaware that spirit masters on the Sun and Moon continent are generally weaker. Aya scoffs disdainfully, "Humph, do you dare to call those people spirit masters? They merely possess some talent and rely heavily on drugs to forcibly enhance their cultivation. Without those herbs, I dare say not a single title Douluo would exist on this continent. You are not spirit masters at all. You lack the qualification. Since you excel in soul tools, you would be better off calling yourselves soul mentors instead." Ming Yan does not take offense. Instead, he ponders before responding, "Soul mentor? Not bad. I have decided, henceforth, all spirit masters on the continent shall be called soul mentors." Unbeknownst to Aya, her words have inadvertently paved the way for a new profession in the future. Chapter 128. The divine Aya feigns helplessness, her sarcastic remark completely lost on Ming Yan. "Miss Aya, let us dispense with pleasantries and please accompany me. You must understand, it is impossible for you to defeat us all alone, especially with our soul tools at hand. I truly do not comprehend why my disciple, a prodigy with innate soul power of level 5, has not caught your eye. Why must I resort to such measures?" Ning Rongrong's mouth twitches, internally thinking, is this person mentally challenged? Who reveals their trump card before a battle? Moreover, is an innate soul power of level 5 something to boast about? On the Douluo continent, even level 8 would be treated with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong has high standards. In her world, innate soul power below level 9 is considered lowly, especially when she compares herself to the likes of Qian Shi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, all of whom possess innate soul powers exceeding level 9. Aya dismissively retorts, "A prodigy? You truly dare to say that? Achieving the spirit Douluo level in your 40s, thanks to an abundance of medicinal resources. And yet, due to the side effects of those drugs, you are weaker than an ordinary spirit Douluo. If that is what you call a prodigy, then there would be no such thing as rubbish in this world." At this point, Ning Rongrong was very supportive. Upon hearing Aya disparage her disciple, Ming Yin was filled with anger. Although he possessed only a level 4 innate soul power, he was recognized as a genius. It was only in his 40s that he achieved the rank of Soul Saint, and he ascended to the level of Super Douluo through the fortuitous acquisition of rare treasures during an adventure, yet this hindered any further advancement in his cultivation. Thus, in his eyes, Su Laoshi, the king of the Sun and Moon Empire, was an exceptional talent, his prized pupil, now being insulted as a worthless individual. Was this a slap in his face? How could someone in his esteemed position endure such indignity? Ming Yin's expression twisted into a sinister grimace, pointing at Aya and exclaiming, "Very well, if you refuse my goodwill, then you shall taste the bitterness of punishment. I refuse to believe that the 12 strongest individuals of the Sun and Moon Empire cannot subdue you." As for Ning Rongrong, she was merely a soul emperor, easily overlooked. Ha! Aya gazed at the approaching 12 individuals with a wild laugh, as if she considered them utterly inconsequential. "Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Do you think I have come unprepared?" Ming Yin instinctively halted in his tracks, and upon seeing him remain still, the others also came to a stop, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Aya smiled. "In truth, I am genuinely unprepared. Look at you all, trembling with fear. Do you think the two most powerful beings in the greatest empire of the Sun and Moon are mere cowards?" Ming Yin's face flushed with rage, and he struggled to find words. He was on the verge of exploding with fury, yet dared not advance, uncertain if Aya was merely toying with him. Aya sneered, "A bunch of timid souls. You don't believe me when I say there are no traps? To be honest, I wouldn't even need to resort to trickery to deal with you weaklings." Rongrong, observe closely what true strength and overwhelming force look like. As she spoke, Aya unleashed her aura with a ferocious intensity, not revealing her martial soul or soul rings. Yet, even without such displays, the 12 were overwhelmed, with 11 of them kneeling before her, while Ming Yin stood trembling, his legs quaking and his clothes soaked, betraying his distress. "Who are you? How can you possess such formidable power?" Ming Yin demanded. Without revealing her martial soul or soul rings, Aya's mere presence rendered them breathless, evoking thoughts of the legendary rank of the 99th level ultimate Douluo in Ming Yin's mind. "Who I am is beyond your qualification to know. However, it may be that my existence is recorded in your history books, though that is of little importance now. For the sake of finality, I intend to leave you here. As for the rest, I am too lazy to lift a finger. You may go, but inform that so-called Emperor Su Laoshi not to provoke me, lest I inadvertently annihilate your empire." The 11 individuals, who had previously resigned themselves to certain death, were suddenly overjoyed at Aya's offer of mercy, pouring every ounce of energy into their escape. At that moment, who still cared about Ming Yin's fate? It wasn't he that Ming Yin did not wish to flee. Rather, he found himself utterly immobilized, Aya's aura bearing down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. "Miss Aya, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, treat me as inconsequential and let me go. I would be willing to serve you in any capacity." Aya shook her head, smiling mischievously. "Not a chance. I always keep my word. If I say I will kill you, then you cannot survive. Oh, and those little trinkets you possess are useless." Ming Yin attempted to protest, but before he could utter another word, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Upon touching it, he found it stained with crimson. Just as Aya had said, his soul-guiding devices had proven utterly ineffective. Pointing weakly at Aya, Ming Yin managed to utter his final words, "You are not an ultimate Douluo." At that moment, Aya appeared as a demon, as if taking a life were merely a casual pastime for her. However, Ning Rongrong displayed no fear. Rather, she was exhilarated. Ever since Qian Xiaoyi's departure, she had long yearned for power, and witnessing a formidable figure naturally stirred her excitement. Yet, she did not believe Aya would harm her. For if Aya intended to do so, she would have perished long ago. Even if Aya were not virtuous and sought to exploit her, she would gladly accept any offer of power. "Aya, are you truly not an ultimate Douluo? It was clear that Aya was not an ultimate Douluo. It was Ming Yin who suggested that, for Aya was a deity. Chapter 129. Truly a deity, I am indeed a deity. Aya proclaimed with a laugh. Deity. Ning Rongrong had heard it mentioned by Chen Xin. It was said to be a level that transcended the title Douluo, with the ultimate Douluo achieving godhood through further breakthroughs. Yet, no one had ever verified this, as there had not been a single instance of deification in a millennium, leading many to dismiss it as mere legend. After all, many tales are fabrications. Everything requires evidence. Without evidence, there is no persuasiveness. Without persuasiveness, all is in vain. Aya, are you truly a deity? Ning Rongrong's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Aya paid no mind to Ning Rongrong's skepticism, smirking. I knew you wouldn't believe me. After all, deities have not appeared in Douluo continent for a millennium, let alone in this feeble sun and moon continent. Aya spoke as if she possessed an intimate understanding of Douluo continent. Rongrong, since you refuse to believe, then close your eyes. I shall show you the full expanse of the sun and moon continent. With a mixture of belief and doubt, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, only to feel a gentle touch upon her forehead. In the next moment, she witnessed a marvelous spectacle. The perspective was one of an aerial view. Ning Rongrong saw two women, herself and Aya, diminishing in size, while the field of vision expanded vastly. She beheld the 11 fleeing individuals. The magnificent palaces of the Sun and Moon Empire in the distance, in the varied terrains, until finally, she saw the entirety of the Sun and Moon continent. But that was not the end. Her view expanded again, revealing a cerulean ocean, pristine white clouds, and the distant sight of Douluo continent. Aya retracted her delicate hand, smiling at Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was left speechless in astonishment. Everything Aya had done required immense mental strength. Ning Rongrong's own mental prowess was already considerable, yet she could barely perceive a radius of 1 mile. Meanwhile, Aya effortlessly surveyed the far-off Douluo continent, appearing entirely unfazed. Such a feat could not possibly be achieved by an ultimate Douluo. At that moment, Ning Rongrong began to entertain the notion that Aya might indeed be a deity. Yet it was only a fleeting belief. She had never encountered an ultimate Douluo and was unaware of their might. Perhaps there existed an ultimate Douluo skilled in mental power capable of such feats? Doubts lingered. Still unconvinced? Then prepare for my grand display. As Aya spoke, 2 golden red soul rings materialized behind her. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura swept through the air, causing the birds to cease their flight and the beasts to bow their heads and prostrate themselves on the ground, as if in salute. Ning Rongrong suppressed the urge to kneel, staring in shock at Aya. What do you think? Soul masters do not possess golden red soul rings, do they? These are divine rings. The highest level of divine rings. Now do you believe? Even if Ning Rongrong wished to refute her, the evidence was irrefutable. If those 2 rings truly were soul rings, Aya would be at the level of a grand soul master. Could a grand soul master defeat a super Douluo? However, how could a deity reside among mortals? How could she associate with a mere soul emperor? A series of questions loomed before Ning Rongrong, her instincts warning her that things were far from simple. She could not fathom why a deity would concern themselves with a soul emperor. I believe you, but what is your purpose in coming here? Aya inquired. If I declare that my purpose is for you, would you believe me? For me? Ning Rongrong frowned, displaying a perplexed expression. Surely, you have seen how far we are from the Douluo continent. Do you truly believe you could drift across the sea, infested with sea soul beasts, to reach this place? Without me, you would face 2 fates, either becoming the sea soul beast's delicacy or drowning, subsequently becoming its meal as well. Can you send me back? Aya shook her head. Is it impossible? Ning Rongrong pressed. It is not a matter of impossibility. The power of a deity is unfathomable. Not only could I return you to the Douluo continent, but I could also transport you to the divine realm. However, I have no desire to send you back. No desire? Indeed. If I were to send you back, what reason would I have to remain on the Sun and Moon continent, awaiting your return? Ning Rongrong's wariness heightened. What do you intend to do? Aya chuckled lightly. Do not be so tense. If I wished to harm you, you would have perished long ago. Besides, should I choose to exploit you, would that not be expected? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong recognized that Aya had no reason to inflict harm upon her. The effort to bring her to the Sun and Moon continent suggested Aya found her useful, implying that she posed no imminent danger. Of course, there is no danger, Aya affirmed. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. You can read my thoughts? Aya shrugged. You underestimate the power of a deity. If a god cannot accomplish such a simple task, what face would they have to continue living? It would be better to perish. The power of a god, you say? If a god is omnipotent, then can you aid me in avenging myself? I wish to kill someone. If you help me kill him, I will comply with whatever you desire. Chapter 130. The assessment provided you assist me in eliminating him. I shall acquiesce to any request. Aya waved her finger dismissively. You truly amuse me. However, I shall not assist you in committing murder. At Aya's refusal, Ning Rongrong's demeanor darkened, but she persisted. Are you not a god? Is this not a trivial task for you? Aya smiled. There is no need to provoke me. It would be futile. Moreover, one should rely on themselves rather than others. Do you not find greater satisfaction in avenging yourself? What do you mean? Aya flashed a bewitching smile. While I will not take action myself, I can bestow upon you tremendous power. Power so formidable that it can crush all in this world. Although that may be somewhat exaggerated. You would certainly be capable of eliminating that unfaithful scoundrel. Ning Rongrong felt a glimmer of hope for revenge, but remained vigilant. Why would you help me? Is it merely because our experiences are similar? Aya shook her head. That is but one reason. There is another, which I prefer not to disclose. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Ning Rongrong understood the boundaries. Then tell me, what is the price for obtaining this power? Is it my life? Or do you intend to use me for something? Aya replied, you will undoubtedly have to pay a price. I grant you power, but you must become my inheritor. Afterward, I shall not require anything further from you. You may pursue your own desires. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded, her eyes widening in astonishment. To become your inheritor? What kind of price is that? If this is the cost, then I welcome more of it. Aya chuckled. You have overcomplicated things. I have always intended for you to become my inheritor. Otherwise, why would I exert such effort to bring you here? I am not a lily. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had misjudged Aya's intentions. Wait, did you already know about my plight? Did you bring me here specifically for me to become your inheritor? Indeed, what did you think? However, you may not return to the Douluo continent without my consent. Your current objective is to contemplate how to accept the inheritance. Were it not for me, you would be undergoing the sea god trial right now. Is the sea god not a viable option? Ning Rongrong inquired. I scoffed. He has already chosen a favored inheritor. Based on my understanding of him, he would never select you as his inheritor. At best, you would merely gain a slight advantage. Nonetheless, do not be discouraged. In terms of true power, the sea god is still somewhat inferior to me. Ning Rongrong found herself warming to Aya and began engaging her with questions. You are quite formidable. By the way, is Aya your true name? Aya smacked her forehead. How forgetful of me. I neglected to mention that I am the goddess of war. My true name is Athena. Ning Rongrong pointed at Athena. Athena? What an unusual name. Is your surname Ya? Athena playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's head. Mind your manners. Quickly refer to me as master. Do you no longer wish for revenge? I do. Very well. With a wave of her hand, Athena created a moment of disorientation for Ning Rongrong, who then found herself standing before a grand palace. In front of the palace lay a vast square, adorned with an intricately woven hexagram. Master, this is incredible! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Athena's ability to alter their surroundings. This is my personal space. Initially, I intended to select an inheritor elsewhere, but those candidates proved inadequate, either lacking talent or moral integrity. Upon encountering you, I decided to transport this space here. Ning Rongrong felt a mix of awe and humility. The ability to create and transport a space at will was indeed impressive. If she possessed such power, avenging herself would be within reach. Stand in the center of the hexagram, Athena instructed. Yes, master. Ning Rongrong's expression, once brimming with excitement, now appeared calm and collected. As she positioned herself in the center of the hexagram, a stone pillar emerged before her. The pillar towered several meters high, requiring at least a few people to embrace it. It bore 9 engravings and intricate patterns that, while seemingly mundane, emanated an oppressive aura. With Athena's voice resonating in the air, Ning Rongrong gently placed her hand upon the stone pillar, unleashing her martial soul. Instantly, the pillar erupted in brilliance. What had initially been a plain stone pillar transformed into a brilliant white hue, deepening gradually. The pillar's color ascended like a progress bar, swiftly transitioning to yellow, then blue, and finally to black. At this juncture, the speed of the progress bar slowed, the black color intensifying until it reached its peak. In a flash, the entire pillar blazed a striking red, and a voice resonated within Ning Rongrong's mind. Goddess of War's inheritor, 9 trials await. Chapter 131. The assessment rules. The assessment for the inheritors is a series of trials prepared for those chosen by the divine offspring. Only by passing these trials can one ascend to divinity. The trials for a first-level divine offspring consist of 9 challenges, while a second-level divine offspring faces 8. Each trial successfully completed yields corresponding rewards from the divine offspring, and upon passing all trials, one may become a deity. Naturally, the divine realm does not permit the mundane world to fully comprehend its existence. To preserve the secrecy of the divine realm, any inheritor who fails the assessment faces death. Throughout the millennia, the Douluo continent has never lacked extraordinary talents. Remarkable prodigies who were once chosen by the divine heirs but ultimately failed to ascend to divinity due to the exceedingly arduous nature of the trials. Each deity aspires for the prosperity and strength of the divine realm, wishing for their inheritors to surpass those of others. Thus, a subtle competition ensues among the divine heirs regarding whose inheritor is superior, as prestige holds great significance at the divine level. However, the divine heirs cannot intervene in the assessments of their inheritors, leading to an incremental increase in the difficulty of the trials. These challenges often involve confronting superior opponents or seeking rare treasures guarded by formidable beasts, significantly raising the stakes. Nevertheless, this heightened difficulty also facilitates greater strength acquisition during the trials, with the rewards being exceedingly bounteous. Once, a deity remarked on the excessive difficulty of the assessments, questioning whether they ought to be softened, lamenting that each trial is a near-death experience, and pondering how exceptionally gifted individuals could pass such trials. Yet, his words were met with disdain from other deities, who challenged him to lower the difficulty himself. Each trial is indeed perilous, and aspiring to divinity entails undergoing multiple assessments, resulting in many inheritors meeting their demise. Consequently, the divine realm has not welcomed fresh blood in a considerable time. However, Athena stands apart. She is among the most formidable deities in the Western divine realm, which is relatively weaker and devoid of unwritten rules or fierce competition. Thus, the difficulty of Ning Rongrong's trial is not as formidable, allowing her a smoother path than others. Athena observed Ning Rongrong undergoing her assessment with a knowing smile, whispering in a tone audible only to herself, "Interesting." Meanwhile, in the abyss, Qian Xiaoyi suddenly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, he sensed a powerful aura. And more concerning was the eradication of the soul power he had discreetly left on Ning Rongrong for reconnaissance. The ability to eliminate his soul power unnoticed suggested that the individual's strength was at least on par with his peak abilities. With his soul core stabilized, it was time to venture forth. "Hou Zhentian, come to me." Before long, Hou Zhentian pushed open the door to the chamber and gazed at Qian Xiaoyi, who sat upon a stone platform. "My lord, did you call for me?" Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brow and admonished. "How many times must I tell you? From now on, refer to me as boss. Calling me master is so outdated. Do you understand?" Understood, boss." "Good." Qian Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction. "Hou Zhentian, what is the current state of the continent?" Hou Zhentian displayed a contemplative expression and, after a lengthy pause, replied, "Over the years, our sinister legion has infiltrated various institutions across the continent. Soon, we shall be ready to launch a full-scale assault." "Very well. Accompany me outside. I wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation on the continent." "At your command." "Little monkey, I reiterate, cease with these formalities. Do you not comprehend?" Hou Zhentian's face reflected a hint of distress. "Boss, you previously instructed us on these courtesies, and now you are asking us to abandon them. We find it challenging to adapt. This is my fault. I should have anticipated that my demeanor would differ after this revival. In any case, from now on, let us dispense with such complexities. Now, let us proceed. I am currently unable to ascend such a high cliff." "Understood." Hou Zhentian opened his mouth but ultimately chose not to speak further. Qian Xiaoyi, observing the hesitance in his demeanor, jested, "What is the matter? Since when did the straightforward Hou Zhentian start to act like a woman?" After a moment's hesitation, Hou Zhentian replied, "Boss, that Tang San has already been chosen by the sea god. We are in trouble." Qian Xiaoyi interjected, "He is merely a sea god. I do not regard him as a threat. I know the sea god is no match for you, but according to the intelligence gathered by the Hound, it seems the Shura god has also taken an interest in Tang San. As you are aware, the sea god and the Shura god share a close bond. When both target the same inheritor, it can only lead to a dual god coexistence. If Tang San truly succeeds in his trials, he will be able to switch between 2 divine positions at will, which could pose significant challenges for us. What do you think we should do?" Hou Zhentian made a gesture across his throat. No need for that. What of the dual gods? A little trouble is inconsequential. While it is true that the Shura god possesses the most formidable attack power in the divine realm, he too has his vulnerabilities. Moreover, if there are no challenges, what is the point? Hou Jintian sighed. Boss, you still find it difficult to take decisive action. Chapter 132, Pursuit and Escape. Pearl Harbor. Qian Xiaoyi stood with Hou Jintian at the harbor, gazing at the vast ocean. Boss. Qian Xiaoyi slightly nodded, acknowledging her awareness. I sense that Rong Rong has encountered an unforeseen mishap in the depths of the sea. According to the soul power positioning, the essence I left on her has vanished from that very location. Yet, who is this individual, or rather, this deity? To erase my soul power in the domain of the sea god without detection is an indication of my former prowess. Does this not suggest that Miss Rongrong's fate is dire? Qian Xiaoyi shook his head and remarked, Monkey, you too are a deity. Consider this. If you encountered a soul master falling into the sea and saved her, would you then slay her? No, that would be beneath me. I would never stoop to murdering a mere soul master. Indeed, the very fact that a god could intervene unnoticed by the sea god to save someone indicates that this deity is perhaps even more formidable than you. Could she possibly have intentions to harm Rongrong? Absolutely not. No god would resort to murder after having extended a hand for salvation. Deities are inherently proud beings. Undertaking such a thankless task is utterly unnecessary. Hou Jintian suddenly understood. No wonder you are so certain that Miss Rongrong is still alive. If that god intervened to erase the soul power you placed upon her, it signifies that Rongrong has indeed been rescued and taken away. Precisely. In the realm of the gods, there are only 5 individuals whose strength matches mine, and in the Western divine realm, there are merely 3. Even if we include the Buddhist realm, the number does not exceed 10. Regardless of who they are all proud beings, disdaining the use of cunning against a mere soul master. To take away Ning Rongrong would either stem from benevolence or perhaps a legacy. Hou Jintian continued. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. I never expected that Rongrong would catch the attention of a first-level deity. How delightful. I wonder if, after becoming a god, she would seek to eliminate me? Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's words, Hou Jintian finally grasped the situation. In Ning Rongrong's eyes, Qian Xiaoyi was indeed an adversary. Boss. The probability of failure in the inheritance is quite high. If she were to fail, what then for Miss Rongrong? Qian Xiaoyi waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for concern. The individual I have chosen possesses the capability to overcome this minor challenge. Our current objective is to conquer the entire continent, is it not? Just as Hou Jintian was about to respond, he furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance. Qian Xiaoyi followed his gaze and saw a seemingly 20-something young woman running alongside a woman in her 40s. Judging by their appearances, they were likely mother and daughter. Both bore delicate features, and their expressions of panic and exhaustion evoked a sense of pity. Behind them trailed a group of soul masters of varying ranks. Upon a cursory assessment, the highest among them was a soul sage, while the lowest was at the level of a soul king. What struck Qian Xiaoyi as peculiar was that the young woman being pursued was, in fact, a soul emperor. Although she had recently ascended and had yet to acquire a soul ring, her speed suggested she was either a control type or support type soul master. The woman accompanying her had a notably lower soul power, only at the level of a soul venerable. Had it not been for her daughter, she would likely have been captured long ago. Still, they were rapidly being overtaken. The pursuing group, despite their differing ranks, shared an identical speed, and their expressions bore no hint of fatigue. Rather, they exuded an air of mockery and ease. It was evident that they were toying with the mother and daughter, dashing their hopes only to plunge them into despair. As the distance between them closed, Qian Xiaoyi could overhear their taunts. Haha, little beauty. It's quite improper to steal the Princess Jade pendant. Hurry back with us to the royal city to plead for forgiveness. Who knows? Perhaps the prince might even take you as a concubine. The young woman cast a disdainful glance over her shoulder and spat. You are utterly shameless. That pendant is my family heirloom. Does the second prince truly lack such trinkets? His intention was always to take me as a concubine. He masquerades as a virtuous gentleman. Yet when I rebuff him, he resorts to this despicable act. He is shameless, and so are you, who serve him. Oh, little beauty. I didn't realize you were so astute. You've uncovered our princess intentions. What is wrong with being one of the prince's people? A life filled with wealth and splendor isn't appealing? Many would wish to catch the prince's eye, yet he hardly glances at them. To be chosen is a blessing. The young woman scoffed. So you resort to threatening my mother? A blessing? I see it as a curse. The pursuers grew somewhat irked. I don't believe it. I shall see what an auxiliary soul master can do. The young woman fell silent, knowing that any words would be in vain. These individuals were unreasonable, and only strength afforded one the true power of voice. As an auxiliary, her influence would never be substantial. Qian Xiaoyi merely cast a fleeting glance at the individuals before turning his head away. In the past, he might have lent a helping hand, but ever since his awakening, his temperament underwent a profound transformation. The lives of these individuals were of no concern to him. He was no saint, and he could not attend to everyone else's needs. Furthermore, what benefit would rescuing others bring him? He had no intention of engaging in fruitless endeavors. Chapter 133. A heroic rescue is not for everyone. Opportunities for gallant rescues abound in this world, yet not everyone possesses the courage to seize them. Some lack the bravery, while Qian Xiaoyi simply lacks the desire. The girl appeared delicate, indeed evoking a sense of protectiveness, yet that was merely an impression. There was no pressing need for intervention. In Qian Xiaoyi's heart, strangers held only utilitarian value. Those devoid of such worth did not merit even a glance. Although the girl was a prodigy, having ascended to the sole emperor rank in her 20s, the individuals under Qian Xiaoyi's command were formidable fighters. Even if she lacked combat prowess, she still had a lengthy journey of growth ahead, and he had no time to wait for her development. While Qian Xiaoyi had no intention of involving himself in these matters, it did not imply that others were disinclined to involve him. The girl spotted Qian Xiaoyi from a distance. Despite her dissatisfaction with his indifference towards her plight, she yearned to seize a final opportunity. With her mother in tow, she swiftly approached him. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the girl felt an inexplicable belief that this seemingly younger boy could save her. The group pursuing the girl noticed her rushing towards Qian Xiaoyi. Upon scanning with their spiritual senses, they perceived no threat emanating from the pair, which allowed them to relax their guard. By the time they caught up, the girl had already taken refuge behind Qian Xiaoyi alongside the woman. Noticing Qian Xiaoyi's frigid demeanor and his failure to acknowledge her, the girl felt a twinge of annoyance. He was the first person to remain unmoved by her beauty. However, she was not yet disheartened. The girl sensed an unusual aura radiating from Qian Xiaoyi, yet she felt no fear in the face of the group of soul masters. She could only gamble on the hope that he would indeed save them. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed his brows, taken aback by the audacity of the young girl. Though he harbored no fear of these individuals, the thought of being used as a mere shield was profoundly displeasing to him. Were it not for his past incarnation, he would have long since delivered a resounding slap. The illustrious evil deity reduced to a pawn for a mere mortal, if word of this reached the celestial realm, his lifelong reputation would be tarnished. Although Qian Xiaoyi may not be a god in this moment, he still possessed dignity. He would rather perish than be exploited. Qian Xiaoyi disregarded the girl's lament and the woman's pleas, turning away to walk alongside Hou Jintian. As the girl watched him leave without a glance, an unsettling mix of anxiety and disappointment washed over her. She began to question the normality of Qian Xiaoyi's sexual orientation. Hey, do you possess no sense of compassion? Can you truly abandon a delicate girl to the clutches of villains? Are you heartless enough to let an elderly person be uprooted from their home? What kind of man turns a blind eye to such suffering? Abandon. Heartless. I have no desire to involve myself in your grievances, nor do I concern myself with your fates. Qian Xiaoyi did not glance back, her footsteps unwavering. The young girl felt a surge of annoyance, sensing that Qian Xiaoyi had not acknowledged her presence at all. Leading this group was an individual known as the 86th Soul Fighter, who was inherently cautious. Well aware that in this world, many would not hesitate to crush him underfoot. Initially, he had some reservations about Qian Xiaoyi and Hou Jintian as ordinary individuals. They posed little threat, but if they were indeed skilled fighters meddling in affairs that did not concern them, his mission could meet with failure. The mere recollection of the second prince's ruthless tactics sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, when he noticed that Qian Xiaoyi and Hou Jintian chose not to engage, a sigh of relief escaped him. It was not cowardice, but rather an instinct that had developed at his level of experience. When the fiercely hairy man had cast a glance his way, a sense of unease had washed over him. Although uncertain about the man's true danger, he believed in the adage that it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Now that the two figures who had evoked a vague sense of threat had departed, he felt liberated from his apprehensions. "Ha, young lady, come with us. His Highness the Prince will treat you well," he declared, reaching out toward the girl. It was easy to imagine the fate that awaited her should she be captured and taken back. The woman could not bear to watch her companion fall into the hands of the enemy, yet she felt powerless, her hopes resting on the young boy who had not yet departed. From their positions and demeanor, It was evident that the boy was their leader, suggesting he had some significant backing. Although the boy appeared indifferent, the woman sensed a glimmer of inherent goodness within him. These fleeting thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. As Qian Shaoi took a few steps, he was suddenly met with the sound of hurried footsteps. Before he could turn around, a woman rushed to stand before him, bending her knees and kneeling on the ground. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, "Young master, I am aware of your extraordinary abilities. I beseech you to save my daughter. She is my only child, and her father passed away early, leaving us to rely solely on each other. I would gladly sacrifice my own life, but she is still just a child. Please, I beg of you, show mercy. Do not appeal to my emotions. It means nothing to me. I only wish to understand what benefit I would gain from saving her. Why should I rescue her?" The woman lifted her gaze, perhaps feeling the intensity of Qian Shaoi's scrutiny. She instinctively turned her head away but quickly realized that such an action lacked sincerity. Summoning her courage, she met his gaze once more. As she looked up, Qian Shaoi was able to observe her more closely. The woman appeared quite youthful. If not for the strands of white hair adorning her head, one might easily believe she was in her 20s. What puzzled Qian Shaoi was the inexplicable sense of familiarity she evoked in him, despite being certain he had never encountered her before. "Boss, should I drive her away?" asked Hou Jintian, standing nearby. In his mind, the commands of his leader superseded all else. His leader's will was synonymous with justice. Hearing Hou Jintian's tone, the woman felt a surge of urgency. "I will do anything. Just save my daughter." Qian Shaoi waved his hand, revealing a peculiar smile. As he gently grasped the woman's chin, "Is there truly nothing I cannot ask of you?" he inquired, his gaze lingering on her well-maintained skin. The woman's expression shifted. A woman in her 40s was being toyed with by a mere youth of under 20, a situation both humiliating and disconcerting. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she steeled herself against the discomfort. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Very well, I shall do whatever you ask." "Huh, I am not so desperate as to accept anything indiscriminately," Qian Shaoi retorted, turning his attention to the struggling girl he had captured. After discerning her features, he contemplated for a moment and murmured, "No wonder this woman seems familiar. It appears I have encountered an acquaintance." Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's words, the woman's eyes brightened. If her daughter was acquainted with this young master, surely he would not turn a blind eye to her plight. Qian Shaoi and Yi Lingling had only met once, during his time at Shrek Academy when he attended a match at the Great Soul Arena. Yi Lingling's team, the Tiando team, was defeated by Shrek. Although Qian Shaoi did not participate in the battle, he paid special attention to Yi Lingling due to the remarkable nature of her martial soul. The Nine-Heart Si Tang martial soul possesses a singular soul skill, the ability to fully heal without entering a death state. The quality of the Nine-Heart Si Tang soul rings, as well as the soul power consumed, directly correlate with the effectiveness of its healing abilities. Unlike other martial souls, where higher quality soul rings require increased soul power consumption, the Nine-Heart Si Tang operates inversely, the higher the quality of its soul rings, the lower the soul power expenditure and the more potent the healing effect. Most significantly, the effects of its soul skills can accumulate, allowing for the restoration of severed limbs once one reaches a certain level of cultivation. However, akin to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, the Nine-Heart Si Tang suffers from the cruelty of fate. Only two can exist on the entire continent. Should a third manifest, the first will perish. Qian Shaoi found this martial soul quite intriguing. Consequently, he altered his intentions, wishing to rescue Yi Lingling and have her serve him, for in every battle, injuries are inevitable. And with Yi Lingling, even the gravest of wounds could be healed, much like carrying a reservoir of blood with him. Nevertheless, Qian Shaoi was curious as to why the second prince would force such a useful individual into submission. Surely, he must be a fool. No wonder his sister refrained from eliminating him. "Boss, you handle that rabble. I shall pursue the Soul Douluo." The Soul Douluo, fearing that Qian Shaoi might change his mind, abandoned all concern for the women and his subordinates and fled with Yi Lingling in tow, just as he believed he was safe. A cold voice pierced the air beside him. "Apologies, sir, but I have changed my mind. This woman possesses quite a few charms, and I find myself in need of a concubine. Thus, I cannot relinquish her to you just yet." The Soul Douluo raised his head, startled. He was a Soul Douluo. After running at full speed for so long, he was overtaken by someone not yet 20. His stamina had waned considerably, and Qian Shaoi appeared unfazed and unflustered, looking quite beyond his capabilities to contend with. Yet, if he failed to bring Yi Lingling back, he would face excruciating torment. However, it was not as though he was entirely without options. The Soul Douluo straightened his posture and replied, "Since this young master has taken a liking to her, I shall gladly present her to you. Might I inquire if you are in need of a servant?" He promptly positioned himself as a servant. Aiming to demonstrate his lack of ulterior motives and his straightforward intentions, Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment. Indeed, the abyss was in need of a lackey. So she decided to give him a chance. "My name is Luo Yi. Young master, I swear by my martial soul that if you take me in, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to assist you with unwavering loyalty." Qian Shaoi nodded slightly. He had disrupted Luo Yi's mission, and Luo Yi would certainly not return with good news. Aligning with Qian Shaoi was a viable option. Yi Lingling had almost succumbed to despair. Her only solace was that they had not captured her mother. As for the young man, she felt no hatred, only resentment. She resented Qian Shaoi for his inaction and his cold-heartedness. Was it not a natural duty for the strong to protect the weak? Yet, she overlooked an essential truth: strength is paramount. At the moment when Yi Lingling felt utterly hopeless, Qian Shaoi emerged, igniting a flicker of hope within her. However, that hope was swiftly extinguished. If she was to remain in despair, why grant her a glimmer of optimism? If she were truly a frivolous woman, she would not have to flee with her mother. Now, having barely escaped one peril, she found herself ensnared in another. Moreover, she had already developed feelings for someone. Yi Lingling was a top student at the Tiando Royal Academy, where few could surpass her in talent. If not for her affiliation with the support system, which hampered her cultivation speed, she would have reached the Soul Emperor rank long ago. She was a shining star, an idol to many, a goddess in the eyes of the people, yet her shy nature prevented her from vying for attention. Even her ranking was determined by others. Her social circle was not particularly vast. Her extraordinary talent deterred many suitors. Even when gifted soul masters confessed their feelings, she gracefully declined, for she awaited someone worthy of her affection. With her remarkable talent and stunning beauty, Yi Lingling was entirely capable of selecting her ideal partner, even a prince if she so desired. Should she call out, not only would there be a queue, but the crowd would overflow. However, her character forbade such behavior. Most young women are naturally reserved. Yi Lingling, the favored daughter of heaven, had never faced treachery or deceit, and her social ineptitude left her with poor eloquence, which plunged her into a hellish existence. When she finally broke through to the Soul Emperor level, her mother, Yi Ling, gifted her a seemingly ordinary jade pendant, a family heirloom. Yi Ling had advised her to always keep it close and never lose it. Although Yi Lingling did not understand its significance, she accepted it with gratitude. While out hunting soul masters, she encountered the second prince of the Tiando Empire, who coveted her pendant and her. Yi Lingling was not driven by greed. She promptly rejected the prince's advances. Though he said nothing, he spread rumors that she had retaliated against his harassment by stealing his deceased mother's pendant and severely injuring him. The masses, fueled by gossip, could not be swayed by her solitary account. At times, she even overheard insults branding her a white lotus. She transformed from a little princess into a Cinderella overnight. After the destruction of the Wuhuan Hall, her captain, Yu Tianheng's status diminished, and few listened to his words. Even those who had good relations with Yi Lingling found their attempts at defense futile, often branded as traitors. Ultimately, the second prince had no qualms about exploiting their already weakened backgrounds. As time passed, even false narratives could become accepted truths. Soon after, the second prince issued a wanted notice for Yi Lingling. What fate awaited her if captured? It was evident. He sought to apprehend her rather than kill her, revealing his ulterior motives regarding her. To preserve her virtue and ensure her mother's safety, she was forced to flee. Without the assistance of Yu Tianheng and others, her fate might have been dire. After months of evasion, she reached Pearl Harbor. In her moment of despair, she spotted a young man and a middle-aged man. Yi Lingling, possessing a strong spirit, surmised they were soul masters who might rescue her and her mother. Throughout her journey, many soul masters had attempted to act heroically. Yet upon seeing the Tiando Royal Medal, they faltered, feigning ailments to avoid involvement. This revelation unveiled the darker side of the continent. Their interest in her stemmed from her beauty, not from any altruistic intent. The pursuers, recognizing this, slowed their pace, engaging in a cat-and-mouse game. Upon seeing the young man, Yi Lingling felt a sense of familiarity. However, the situation was dire, leaving little room for contemplation. Instinctively, she tried to leverage her beauty to enlist his help, as she noticed that he displayed neither fear nor apprehension upon seeing the Tiando Royal Medal. Instead, he appeared disdainful. This gave Yi Lingling hope. If the young man was unafraid, Perhaps she and her mother could be saved. Yet, Qian Xiaoyi's indifference chilled her heart. He merely cast her a fleeting glance, showing no inclination to assist. It felt as if he hadn't even truly seen her. Yi Lingling refused to relinquish any opportunity for survival. She and her mother sought refuge behind Qian Xiaoyi, hoping he might show some compassion. However, his actions led to her disillusionment. He stood idly by as she was taken away, struggling in vain until surrendering. Yi Lingling's eyes lost their spark, rendering her akin to a marionette. She felt a deep sense of injustice. With her talents, she was destined to shine brightly on the continent. Yet, she cared little for that now. All she desired was to find someone worthy of her love, someone who would cherish her. To her, cultivation was merely a means to secure a future with her beloved, to enjoy a few more years of happiness. At the tender age of 20, Yi Lingling was at a time when women often experience their greatest joy, yearning for a romantic love story. Yet, all her dreams lay shattered. Even this modest wish seemed beyond her reach. For ordinary people, the desire to be with someone for life is a natural aspiration. For her, it had become a luxury. Her extraordinary talent had paved her path as a soul master. While beauty is often an asset, for a woman without support, it becomes a burden. Now, she found herself wishing to be an ordinary person. Captured. She could only imagine the fates that awaited her, yet she dared not dwell on those thoughts. Facing the future, she felt lost and despondent. Just then, the young man reappeared before her, reigniting a flicker of hope, yet that flame was cruelly extinguished. She did not know Qian Xiaoyi, so his refusal to help was somewhat understandable. Yi Lingling felt no hatred, only resentment. However, when he suggested she become his concubine, his already diminished image in her mind plummeted further. In Qian Xiaoyi's eyes, her actions were nothing short of an affront, as she was deprived of any opportunity to choose her own path, with her fate sealed by a mere sentence. Presently, Yi Lingling harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him, believing that Qian Xiaoyi's conduct is akin to that of the infamous second prince. Her predicament is merely a shift from one den of wolves to another den of tigers. Even if she were to survive, true happiness would remain elusive. Death, she muses, might be a more desirable escape. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Yi Lingling, noticing the emergence of a resolute death wish within her. He remarked, "Let me remind you, should you choose to perish, I cannot guarantee the survival of your mother, for I have no time to tend to a woman." Indeed, upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's words, Yi Lingling's gaze flickered momentarily, abandoning her thoughts of self-destruction, and she fixed a resentful stare upon Qian Xiaoyi, remaining silent. Qian Xiaoyi's lips curled into an intriguing arc. How fascinating. There are certainly not many who would dare to gaze at me in such a manner and remain unscathed. You possess quite the audacity. Qian Xiaoyi lifted Yi Lingling's head and said, "My dear lady, I find you quite intriguing. May I inquire your name?" Yi Lingling turned her head away, too disinterested to even spare Qian Xiaoyi a glance. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled and said, "Do you hate me? My name is Qian Xiaoyi, and you are always welcome to seek your revenge. However, you must possess the strength to do so. As for now, come with me. And do not attempt to flee or resist. You wouldn't want your mother to be placed in jeopardy, would you?" Humph. Yi Lingling realized that she had never despised anyone as much as she did Qian Xiaoyi, even more than she loathed the second prince. As Qian Xiaoyi returned to Pearl Harbor with Luo Yi and Yi Lingling, Hou Jintian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the ground strewn with corpses and stained a vivid crimson, a testament to the recent turmoil. Although Yi Lingling was a sole emperor, she had never encountered such a harrowing scene, and her complexion turned pale, her stomach churning. However, Qian Xiaoyi paid her no mind. "Monkey, take Luo Yi and Yi Lingling's mother back first. Do not worry about me. Yi Lingling's capabilities are no less than yours." Hou Jintian nodded, reassured by Qian Xiaoyi's confidence. Few in this world could inflict harm upon him. As Hou Jintian departed with her mother, Yi Lingling felt an involuntary surge of anxiety, retreating a few steps, fearful of what Qian Xiaoyi might do. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. "After all, we share a fleeting acquaintance. Is it really necessary to be so guarded?" Lingling felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. Indeed, Qian Xiaoyi exuded an air of familiarity, yet she harbored no trust in him. "You compel me to remain as your concubine. It is only natural for me to be wary in the name of my own happiness, is it not? All I desire is to find a true love, yet this simple dream has been shattered by you," Yi Lingling retorted, her voice laced with resentment. "Simple? Ha ha ha." Qian Xiaoyi looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. yet there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Is it truly so simple to be with the one we love, to embrace innocence? At our level, our contemplations extend beyond mere romantic entanglements. We must consider familial ties, the talents of our partners, and more. As for you, your worth is little more than a mere instrument for alliances with others, unless you ascend to the pinnacle of the world. However, by the time you reach that zenith, your life may have already been predetermined. Yi Lingling felt a stirring within her. It was not difficult to perceive the profound helplessness and longing that permeated Qian Xiaoyi's tone. It was evident that each individual harbors a tale uniquely their own. Qian Xiaoyi continued, "With my current strength and means, I fear no one on this continent. Yet, I remain unable to be with my beloved. For their future, and to empower them against even greater foes, I must part ways with them. If I, with such power, cannot dictate my own destiny, what right do you have to complain?" Yi Lingling gazed at Qian Xiaoyi's bitter countenance and remarked, "Your name is Qian Xiaoyi, isn't it? I've come to find that I no longer harbor such disdain for you. Upon reflection, our goals are not particularly at odds." However, at this point, Yi Lingling fell silent. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. The absence of conflict could only stem from the mutual affection between her and Qian Xiaoyi, thus alleviating any regrets she harbored. Observing Yi Lingling's bashful demeanor, Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing. Girls do mature as they grow older, he thought. Yet no matter how she changed, Yi Lingling remained that same demure girl. Now, she dared not lift her head, acutely aware of Qian Xiaoyi's teasing gaze. "Qian Xiaoyi, you claim to have encountered me before?" Yi Lingling, unable to endure the atmosphere, sought to shift the conversation. "I am from Shrek Academy." Qian Xiaoyi was confident that Yi Lingling's intelligence had already revealed his identity to her. "Ah, so it is you," she exclaimed. "Qian Xiaoyi, the young master of the Spirit Hall. No wonder you looked so familiar. By the way, have you been cast aside by Ning Rongrong? Or is it that she no longer desires you?" The affair between Qian Xiaoyi, the young master of the Spirit Hall, and Ning Rongrong, the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, had spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of the previously uninformed Yi Lingling. Qian Xiaoyi, unwilling to dwell on unpleasant memories, coldly remarked, "It has nothing to do with you. You are merely my concubine now. There are matters you are not entitled to know." With that, he disregarded Yi Lingling and turned to leave, fully aware that as long as her mother remained in his grasp, Yi Lingling would not flee. As Yi Lingling watched Qian Xiaoyi's retreating figure, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she promptly followed him. In the evening, Qian Xiaoyi sat in meditation to restore his original strength, while Yi Lingling indeed did not depart, quietly observing him from a distance. Her delicate fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. She understood that as merely a support-type soul master, she could not defeat Qian Xiaoyi. With a soft sigh, Yi Lingling recalled the time she had witnessed Qian Xiaoyi in the Grand Soul Arena, where he had triumphed over soul masters of much higher levels without utilizing his soul skills. Now, Qian Xiaoyi's cultivation was undoubtedly above the Soul Emperor rank. To kill him would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, she was unaware of her mother's whereabouts, and for her mother's sake, she could not afford to provoke Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at the vast ocean. "Ha ha, Tang San, you truly are slow." With that, Qian Xiaoyi raised her hand, and a dark crimson beam shot straight into the sky, a signal dispatched to her 12 subordinates scattered across the continent to launch an assault on the mainland. In the abyss, the mouse observed the dark crimson column and sighed. With a wave of his hand, a fissure appeared in the void before him, gradually expanding until it consumed the entire abyss. Then, countless hands emerged from the rift, bringing forth their bodies. The mouse surveyed the sinister legion before him, an assemblage of extraordinary beings forged from the power of malevolent deities. They bore a striking resemblance to humans yet lacked any semblance of vitality or independent thought. Their sole purpose was to obey commands. The strength of these malevolent spirits varied, with some capable of rivaling tidal Douluo in power. Their current mission was to invade the mainland. Qian Xiaoyi lowered his hand and turned to look at Yi Lingling, saying with a smile, "Though you are my concubine, you are ultimately my wife. As my wife, I will not allow anyone to mistreat you. The hardships you endured during your months of escape shall be repaid 100-fold." Although Yi Lingling was taken aback by Qian Xiaoyi's attitude, she still felt that her own desire for revenge was secondary. Her gaze softened for just a moment. However, Yi Lingling was highly sensitive when it came to emotions. She could distinctly perceive that Qian Shaoi harbored no genuine feelings for her, seeing her merely as a worthless insect of utility in his eyes. Qian Shaoi cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lingling, who, in that moment, felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. How unexpected! The once reticent and timid Yi Lingling harbored murderous intent towards me. It seems I am indeed lacking in some regard. Yet, it matters not. If I were to concern myself with the opinions of others, I would cease to be true to myself. A tremor coursed through Yi Lingling's heart as she gazed at Qian Shaoi in disbelief, a thought blossoming within her. Can he truly discern my thoughts? Come, allow me to guide you to your sixth soul ring, and in the process, let us witness how this world has transformed through its trials. Qian Shaoi wandered through the sunset-drenched forest, with Yi Lingling trailing behind him. The heaviness of her breaths revealed that her stamina was waning. Hey, could you possibly slow down a bit? I'm merely a soul emperor, and as a support type, my endurance is rather poor. Unfazed by Yi Lingling's complaints, Qian Shaoi continued forward as if he had not heard her, his mental energy radiating outward in search of a suitable soul ring for her. Noticing that Qian Shaoi was indifferent to her, Yi Lingling instinctively fell silent and slowed her pace. She soon realized that the distance between them remained unchanged, indicating that Qian Shaoi had also reduced his speed. As Yi Lingling pondered Qian Shaoi's peculiar behavior, she failed to notice a stone beneath her feet. The moment she stepped on it, a sharp pain coursed through her, causing her to stumble backward. In her path lay a conical rock. Had she been at her peak, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. However, her strength had been depleted during their journey, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Chapter 138. Yi Lingling certainly spotted the rock, but her body was no longer under her command. Resigned, she ceased to struggle, closing her eyes and awaiting death. In that moment, she felt no fear, only a sense of liberation. Perhaps this was the best outcome after all. After what felt like an eternity, she did not experience the excruciating pain she had anticipated. It turned out that death was devoid of suffering. With this realization, Yi Lingling opened her eyes, eager to glimpse what hell might look like. Qian Shaoi gazed at Yi Lingling, cradled in his arms, momentarily taken aback. He then furrowed his brow and cast Yi Lingling onto the ground, where the grass was lush and abundant. His earlier instinct to save her had been entirely reflexive. Recognizing Yi Lingling's utility to him, he certainly had no intention of allowing her demise. However, in that fleeting moment, his mind had yet to command his body to move, and his physique had involuntarily embraced her. It was only after regaining his composure that he relinquished her. Qian Shaoi now finds himself in a state of confusion, pondering his true identity. Is he the benevolent Qian Shaoi or the callous evil deity? He remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling's gaze towards Qian Shaoi has shifted. She struggles to comprehend the essence of his character. When labeled as malevolent, he occasionally shows genuine concern for others, yet when deemed virtuous, he perceives all as mere instruments. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, she seeks to understand him, desiring to offer her assistance. 3 months later, in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Jin Douluo, and other core members convene. Before Bibi Dong kneels a man, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. He is the ruler of a principality, stripped of his former dignity, resembling a lost dog seeking refuge. Are you saying that the Balaxis principality has been annihilated? Explain the circumstances in detail. I require specificity. The man on his knees nods. Stammering, 3 months ago, an army emerged from an unknown origin. They exhibited no signs of life and identified themselves as the Evil Spirit Legion. It is uncertain when, but spies from the Evil Spirit Legion infiltrated our high ranks. With their collusion, our vast principality fell within a mere month. I have spent the last 2 months evading their relentless pursuit. What is their strength? An elder inquires, his concern focused on the might of the Evil Spirit Legion. They are formidable, with several possessing the strength of tidal Douluo. It was not difficult for them to assault my principality. Bibi Dong's expression shifts subtly. There are only a few tidal Douluo in the Douluo continent. The fact that several were involved in the conquest of a single principality indicates the formidable nature of the adversary. Though the loss of this principality may seem trivial, it raises concerns about further territorial encroachments. However, it is apparent that the Evil Spirit Legion is not numerous. They are likely fewer than the sole masters of the continent, as evidenced by their cautious approach. At this moment, Bibi Dong glances at Qian Douluo, recalling the 2 tidal Douluo who appeared when Qian Shaoi went missing, who had mentioned belonging to an organization. If indeed it is their organization that has declared war, only she and Qian Douluo possess the ability to halt it. Yet, Each can only contend with one opponent. The organization of Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng must have more than just these two powerful figures. Fortunately, individuals of their caliber seldom engage directly. The priority now is to stabilize the populace's morale, preventing fear and despair from taking root. Before Bibi Dong can finish her thoughts, a hurried voice interrupts, capturing the attention of all present. A soldier stumbles into the conference room, exclaiming, "Report! Urgent news! Enormous numbers of unknown enemies have appeared from the east, west, and south. They are unstoppable. Our station's soul masters are powerless to resist. All soul masters above the rank of soul emperor have been slain, and the rest have become captives." The core members of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong, collectively gasp in shock. Situated centrally on the continent, with enemies approaching from all three directions, the Spirit Hall is destined to become an encircled bird in a cage. Bibi Dong grits her teeth, declaring, "We must set aside our grievances. Gui Mei, you and Qianjun Douluo shall go to Tiandou and Xingluo to summon the two emperors to the Spirit Hall for discussions regarding the continent's situation. They are surely aware of these events and would not wish for their nations to fall." Understood. Understood. All personnel of the Spirit Hall, initiate Level 1 alert. Fortify the defenses and prepare for battle. With that, Bibi Dong hastens away, her intentions known only to herself. Bibi Dong, too, is a successor, the divine inheritor chosen by the First Order Shura God. Now, amidst the continent's turmoil, she must accelerate her assessments. In her belief, achieving divinity would render her impervious to any threat, making the unification of the continent as effortless as a mere gesture. Qian Douluo departed and returned to the Hall of Offerings, entering a secret chamber known only to two individuals, himself, Qian Douluo, and Qian Renxue. This chamber served as a conduit to the Divine Temple, where Qian Renxue had been quietly cultivating since the mysterious disappearance of Qian Xiaoi. Chapter 139. Turmoil in the continent. Several days later, the Spirit Hall was markedly different from before. Even the common folk sensed a shift in the air. Unexpectedly, the king of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Peng, along with the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, led by Dai Tianli, gathered with the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall to discuss the continent's precarious situation. Following a significant upheaval, the Emperor of the Snowy Night announced several critical decisions before departing this world, passing the throne to the fourth prince, Xue Peng. The first and third princes met their demise at the hands of Qian Renxue, while the second prince proved incompetent, leaving only the fourth prince capable of bearing the mantle of leadership. Xue Peng inquired, "Your Holiness, why have you summoned me?" Bibi Dong replied coldly, "Is your Majesty truly so naive? The continent is facing its gravest crisis in history, yet your awareness seems severely lacking." Despite their assembly, past grievances lingered heavily. Xue Peng had intended to assert dominance over the Spirit Hall, but found himself at a loss for words. He exchanged a telling glance with Dai Tianli. Both the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires aspired to ascend as the continent's rulers, yet the Spirit Hall's growing power posed a significant threat to their positions. Rumors circulated that the Spirit Hall was on the verge of establishing itself as the Third Empire. Thus, Xue Peng and Dai Tianli began to forge an alliance. Dai Tianli, father of Dai Mubai, stood in stark contrast to the rulers of the Heaven Do Empire, as every generation of the Star Luo Empire had produced kings of formidable strength, the weakest being a Spirit Douluo. Dai Tianli himself was a formidable title Douluo at level 93. Such pivotal matters could not have escaped Xue Peng's notice. He was merely jesting with the esteemed Pope. The frequent incursions of the Evil Spirit Legion into the territories of the Heaven Do Empire posed a serious challenge, yet their limited strength rendered them unable to repel such assaults. He then queried, might the Pope consider dispatching some troops to assist? Dai Tianli's ambition was to weaken the Spirit Hall's power through this conflict. Expecting Bibi Dong to decline, he was taken aback when she nodded after a brief contemplation. Very well, however, to ensure that the Spirit Hall's forces do not suffer, the young master of the Spirit Hall will lead the troops to Heaven Do, as she is well acquainted with the terrain, making her the most suitable candidate for support. Furthermore, the royal family of Heaven Do shall not interfere with her decisions. The Saintess will also journey to Star Luo, and similarly, Star Luo must not meddle with her choices, should any misfortune befall the young master or the Saintess. I trust you understand the consequences. Dai Tianli and Xue Peng exchanged glances, initially intending to exploit this war to diminish the Spirit Hall's influence. But they were now compelled to abandon that notion. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall's willingness to provide support was a noteworthy development. Douluo remarked, according to the intelligence, the Evil Spirit Legion possesses at least 2 title Douluo at the pinnacle level of 99. Therefore, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. In these extraordinary times, I urge you to set aside personal grievances and refrain from concealing your strengths. Let us discuss the trump cards we hold. To demonstrate the sincerity of the Spirit Hall, I shall speak first. I, too, am a title Douluo at the level of 99. However, in terms of soul ring configuration, I do not possess the formidable power of my counterparts. I can at most ensure my survival against one opponent, but vanquishing them is beyond my capability. The Holy Pope, being a title Douluo as well, can similarly only hold off one adversary. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall is supported by 1 Super Douluo at level 98, 2 Super Douluo at level 96, and a few ordinary title Douluo below level 95. Most of them serve as worshippers in the hall. Douluo merely mentioned the number of title Douluos, believing it unnecessary to disclose the power levels below that rank. Dai Tianli, upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, felt a quiet dread. It seemed the Spirit Hall's revelation of its trump cards was not merely an act of transparency, but also a means to intimidate the 2 great empires, effectively quelling any thoughts of assaulting the Saintus. The Star Luo Empire possesses only 1 Super Douluo at level 98, another at 96, and 4 ordinary title Douluos, totaling 6 in number. Dai Tianli and Bibi Dong exchanged glances with Shui Beng, the meaning unspoken. Shui Beng continued, stating that, akin to Star Luo, the Heaven Do Empire has 1 Super Douluo at level 98, 1 title Douluo at 97, and 3 ordinary title Douluos, summing to 5. The Haotian Douluo, having severed a limb, is unable to participate in battle. The vast territory of the Heaven Do Empire is home to numerous sects, each with its own title Douluos. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has been annihilated, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is severely weakened, and the Haotian sect has withdrawn from the world, leaving only 5 title Douluos available for combat. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Beng mentioned, my master, Tang San, has gone to Sea God Island for training and will return shortly. Though he is a soul Douluo, his combat prowess is not significantly inferior to that of a title Douluo. Moreover, the other members of the Shrek's 7 monsters have also improved, with none falling below Soul Sage. It seems I am boasting of our achievements, he said proudly, puffing out his chest. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, taking a deep breath. The animosity between her and Tang Hao stemmed from their respective partners, and with Tang San now at Sea God Island, he would inevitably pose a threat to her. However, with the continent in turmoil, it was not the time for personal vendettas. Now that we are all somewhat acquainted with each other's strengths, let us deliberate on strategies and the capabilities of the Evil Spirit Legion. Chapter 140. Return to the mainland. Tang San and the others on Sea God Island remained oblivious to the calamities afflicting the mainland and the fierce alliance of the 3 major powers resisting the invasion. They continued their training. Years had passed since they arrived, shedding their youthful naivete, now appearing as young men and women of grace. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, all had successfully completed their assessments, allowing them to return to the mainland. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were ready to embark home, as Tang San and Xiao Wu's evaluations were to be completed on the mainland. After being targeted by the Spirit Hall, Xiao Wu managed to preserve her corporeal form, while her soul resided within Tang San's spirit ring. With the absorption of rare treasures, her soul could occasionally return to her body. How many years has it been? I remember arriving as a soul emperor, and now I can become a title Douluo simply by condensing a soul core. Dai Mubai reminisced, sighing at the memories. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Over the years, he had matured significantly, his strength rising swiftly, a testament to the myriad experiences they had endured. Looking back on those trials, he felt a shiver. They were truly no ordinary feats. Zhu Xing had long been with Dai Mubai, no longer the unapproachable Ice Queen, albeit missing one companion. As the mood shifted from jubilant to somber, the memories of their early adventures surfaced. Years ago, in search of Sea God Island, they encountered numerous troubles upon setting sail, even being led into the domain of the deep-sea demon whale king by a madman. Fortunately, they suffered no casualties, yet their companions scattered, and they ultimately failed to locate Ning Rongrong. Rongrong is blessed. She will be fine, Dai Mubai reassured, though he himself harbored doubts about her fate amidst the vast, perilous ocean. Yet, as the eldest of the Shrek's 7 monsters, he knew he must not let his apprehensions affect others. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached. Let us go. It has been far too long since we last gazed upon the mainland, and fortunately, we have ample time for this assessment. Tang San appeared invigorated, having learned from the sea goddess the true method of Xiao Wu's revival. However, upon their return to the Douluo continent, they discovered that it was no longer the familiar land they once knew. Malevolent spirit masters, suffused with dark energy, roamed freely, while the ranks of normal spirit masters had not exceeded that of Soul Emperor, though the lives of the common folk remained unchanged. The fear etched upon their faces was unmistakable. A sense of foreboding gripped the six, prompting them to hasten inland. On the Sun-Moon continent, Athena gazed at Ning Rongrong, who sat cross-legged, bathed in holy light. Behind her, 2 blue, 3 black, and 3 red soul rings shimmered. Although Ning Rongrong's innate talent may not have been the most exceptional, Athena had witnessed her relentless efforts over the years. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's understanding was remarkable. Theoretical knowledge had been transformed into reality, leading her to create several powerful original soul skills. Both single-target and area-of-effect attacks had been developed, many of which were beyond Athena's wildest imaginings. Had she not been over-ambitious, Ning Rongrong could have continued her innovations. For a typical spirit master, developing a single unique soul skill would be a lifelong source of pride. Yet, Ning Rongrong was not content, ceaselessly enhancing her creations, their potency escalating exponentially. Through her sparring with Athena and her guidance, she had even devised a fluid and graceful footwork style, aptly named colorful butterfly dance. This movement, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through blossoms, appeared beautiful but concealed deadly intent. The soul power expenditure was minimal, a mere trifle for Ning Rongrong at present. It can be said that after years of transformation, Ning Rongrong was no longer the impulsive little demoness. In her 20s, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. 8th trial of the war goddess. Return to Douluo continent. Seek out and defeat Qian Xiaoyi, but do not harm his life. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and turned to Athena, asking, Master, why must I refrain from killing him? Athena smiled knowingly. For such a person, death would be too lenient. Do you not agree that the thrill of slow revenge is far more gratifying? Ning Rongrong remained silent, resolutely setting off on her journey home. As she departed, Athena revealed a cunning smile, contemplating the outcome of this manipulation. Oh, evil god, I am eager to see whether you choose your beloved or the justice you hold dear. The Evil Spirit Legion launched a full-scale assault on the Douluo continent, with 2 primary battlefronts, the Sky Do battle at the edge of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo battle at the border of the Star Luo Empire. The war's dynamics placed the native inhabitants at a disadvantage, yet fortunately, the Spirit Hall dispatched reinforcements, led personally by the young master and the saintess, effectively halting the advance of the Evil Spirit Legion. Chapter 141. The Sky Do battlefield at the border of the Heaven Do Empire. A formidable wall had been constructed to thwart the Spirit Hall's incursions, robust enough to withstand a full-force strike from a Soul Sage. Presently, Soul Sage is the highest rank on the battlefield. As for Soul Douluos and Tidal Douluos, they serve as the linchpins of the defense, not easily dispatched to the front lines. Thus, while the defense remains formidable, the Evil Spirit Legion has yet to breach the stronghold. For safety's sake, the residents within the walls have been evacuated to the central city, leaving the abandoned homes for soldiers and spirit masters. Qian Rinxue resides within a magnificent palace, currently serving as the supreme commander, overseeing both the soldiers of the Heaven Do Empire and those of the Spirit Hall. In a demonstration of their unwavering trust in Qian Rinxue, the royal family of Heaven Do has granted her full authority to command the soldiers, irrespective of their rank, who are bound to obey her orders without question. They are acutely aware that Qian Rinxue is not one to betray their trust, nor does she possess the luxury of time for any ulterior motives. Qian Rinxue cast a glance at the assembled high-ranking officials and remarked, as a newcomer, I understand that many of you are seasoned generals with years of experience in leading troops. Perhaps some of you may harbor doubts about my capabilities. However, that is of little consequence. In warfare, the principles of timing, terrain, and unity are paramount. You may question my authority, but discord among us is not an option. For I am currently the commanding officer, and I trust you comprehend my intent. Now, does any general have suggestions regarding our present situation? The room fell into a momentary silence as the attendees exchanged glances. After a prolonged pause, a burly man with a thick beard rose to speak. I, Tianlin, have a few recommendations. Tianlin, a titled Douluo from the Tiando Empire, continued without waiting for Qian Rinxue's approval. The current circumstances have become clear. Although the enemy's combat strength surpasses ours, we possess a strategic advantage in terms of terrain. The enemy is unlikely to launch any significant offensives at this time. However, the city walls cannot withstand a tidal Douluo's assault. To prevent any surprise attacks that could compromise our territorial advantage, it would be prudent to issue orders for sensing-type soul masters to remain vigilant near the walls and to station a soul master at intervals for added security. Qian Rengshu nodded slightly, acknowledging the suggestion, yet remarked that it had come rather late. The matter should have been raised sooner. Had I not taken action a few days ago, and if it were not for the disdainful ambush of the enemy's tidal Douluo, they would have already breached our defenses. Do you comprehend my meaning? The assembled individuals were taken aback. They were all soul Douluo or tidal Douluo, formidable forces on the battlefield, and given that the enemy had not displayed any high-ranking combatants, a sense of hubris was inevitable. They believed that tidal Douluo were scarce, not something to be found abundantly like cabbages. Moreover, the information regarding the enemy possessing a tidal Douluo had been relayed by Qian Rengshu, and their trust in her was not particularly strong, leading them to dismiss her warnings. A few days prior, several unfamiliar auras had emerged within the city, but they had paid little heed to them. It now appeared that those infiltrating enemies had been dealt with by Qian Rengshu, leaving these generals feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Commander, we report," Tianlin began, but was abruptly interrupted by the messenger from outside. The messenger rushed in, and Qian Rengshu had previously commanded that if there were any sudden changes on the battlefield, the messenger had the authority to report at any time. "Commander, the Evil Spirit Legion has suddenly erupted into chaos." Qian Rengshu furrowed her brow. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald extraordinary phenomena. The Evil Spirit Legion had always been remarkably united, prioritizing the greater good above all else. Even if they were captured, extracting a shred of information from them would be an impossible task. Such a disciplined army would never descend into chaos. Yet, the reality was starkly different. If the messenger did not deceive, then there must be someone or something of great significance drawing the attention of the Evil Spirit Legion. Ha ha ha, a mere rabble. I am certain that our heavenly combat will achieve a resounding victory in this battle. Qian Rengshu cast a disdainful glance at Tianlin, utterly perplexed by how this individual managed to attain the rank of a military officer. Could it truly be solely due to his formidable strength? Qian Rengshu remarked. "Let us investigate the matter. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in 100 battles. Caution leads to longevity." With this, Qian Rengshu promptly dispelled the reluctance of Tianlin and the others to participate. After all, when the commander-in-chief speaks, to disregard their words would be a transgression. Qian Rengshu stood atop the city wall, gazing toward the direction of the Evil Spirit Legion. Indeed, as the messenger had conveyed, the Legion was in turmoil. However, it was not the kind of internal strife one might expect. The atmosphere suggested they were preparing to welcome someone. Tianlin and the others were regarded with envy and admiration by the soldiers, which inadvertently stirred a sense of pride within them, causing them to momentarily forget their purpose for being there. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qian Rengshu remained on the wall while Tianlin and the others had long departed, reveling in joyous celebration within the city, utterly devoid of the impending sense of crisis that a great battle loomed. In response to this, Qian Rengshu could only sigh. As a mere soul Douluo, she found it implausible to command tidal Douluos in a world that revered strength above all else. Furthermore, each of them possessed their own pride, and it was already a considerable feat that they did not hinder her. Before long, Qian Rengshu's gaze sharpened as she turned her attention to the sky. Ever since she had successfully condensed the most elusive spiritual soul core, her mental acuity had significantly heightened, enabling her to promptly detect the anomaly. Chapter 142. Zhu Xiaofeng returns. In truth, Qian Douluo had summoned her to the Heaven Do Empire to command the battle, a proposition she had vehemently opposed, as she still needed to undergo the angel goddess assessment. However, she found herself at an impasse when, shortly after refusing the 7th trial from the angel god, the task arrived to head to the battlefield and strive to annihilate the Evil Spirit Legion. The reward promised an enhancement of all soul rings by 10,000 years. Thus, the prospect of elevating her soul rings to a minimum of 10,000 years was an irresistible temptation for Qian Rengshu, despite her reluctance to waste time returning to the Heaven Do Empire. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that completing this mission was indeed a shortcut to increasing her strength. Yet, she was left in the dark regarding the specifics of this endeavor. How many enemies needed to be vanquished and the methods for their extermination remained unknown. All she could do was take it one step at a time. Since the inexplicable moment, she condensed her spiritual soul core. She had not made significant progress beyond the rewards from assessments, yet her mental prowess was now on par with that of a super Douluo. From a distance, she sensed an approaching formidable aura, one powerful enough to instill fear within Qianren. A term suddenly sprang to Qianren mind: Limit Douluo. Only the Limit Douluo could evoke such a profound sensation within her. Upon his arrival amidst the ranks of the Evil Spirit Legion, an immediate stillness enveloped the chaos. As tranquility settled in, Qianren then discerned the visage of the newcomer. It was none other than Zhu Xiaofeng, the lord of Tianshi City. Her expression shifted to one of unease as she gestured for a personal guard. Instructing him, "You must return to the Spirit Hall at once and inform the Pope that Zhu Xiaofeng has appeared among the Evil Spirit Legion." The guard nodded in acknowledgement before hastily mounting his steed and galloping away in another direction. Their duty was unwaveringly clear: to obey commands without question, adhering to orders of every nature without fail. Qianren's gaze suddenly fell upon the distant Evil Spirit Legion, plunging her into deep contemplation. Given the various signs surrounding Qian Shaoi's disappearance, it is highly probable that she has been abducted by Hou Jintian and Zhu Xiaofeng. Since Zhu Xiaofeng has appeared among the Evil Spirit Legion, could there be news regarding Qian Shaoi? The Legion became increasingly agitated, subsequently arranging themselves into a neat formation, clearly indicating their intent to launch the next wave of assault. The gaze of Qianren became exceptionally grave, not due to the impending assault of the Evil Spirit Legion, but rather because they had deployed an evil spirit of title Douluo level. Upon a cursory examination, it was evident that at least 6 title Douluo were present, with the most troubling aspect being that among these 6, 2 were super Douluo. Previously, the strongest forces of the Evil Spirit Legion consisted merely of a handful of Soul Douluo, but following the arrival of Zhu Xiaofeng, the adversary had mobilized 6 title Douluo and dozens of Soul Douluo, which represented the full extent of power on the Douluo continent. Qianren found it hard to believe that the Evil Spirit Legion had committed all their forces to the Tiando battlefield. As both Tiando and Xingluo exchanged intelligence regarding the situation, and she was aware that Xingluo was not faring any better than Tiando. Now, with the Evil Spirit Legion unleashing their full might, it seemed that Zhu Xiaofeng had brought news of an all-out attack. However, Qianren was perplexed. If the Evil Spirit Legion possessed such formidable strength, why had they not deployed their title Douluo sooner? Without a doubt, Zhu Xiaofeng alone was sufficient to sweep across the continent. Even if the Evil Spirit Legion was unaware of the precise number of title Douluo and Soul Douluo in her ranks, the enemy could not possibly overlook the significant disparity in overall combat power. There was no time for Qianren to dwell on her thoughts, as the Evil Spirit Legion had already commenced their advance, leading with 10 title Douluo. In fact, had the mouse desired it, the Douluo continent would have changed hands long ago. However, the mouse's intention was not to conquer the Douluo continent, but rather to attract the attention of both the Eastern and Western Divine Realms. As for subsequent arrangements, Qian Shaoi could decide freely. The mouse was merely acting on orders. Of course, this disregarded any lingering sentiments Qian Shaoi may have had for this world. The entire city was on high alert, with all title Douluo and Soul Douluo mobilizing to confront the enemy, seeking assistance from the Spirit Hall. Since the Spirit Hall was situated at the center of the continent, it served as the headquarters, concentrating the highest levels of combat power for convenient support requests. Qianren and Hulaina each commanded only 6 or 7 title Douluo, with merely a dozen or so Soul Douluo at their disposal. At this moment, the 10 title Douluo had approached not far from the city wall, and the 7 title Douluo within the city had also arrived. Upon witnessing the 8 ordinary title Douluo and 2 super Douluo of the opposing forces, a sense of despair enveloped them, as their previous pride dissipated, leaving no room for underestimating the enemy. They were merely ordinary title Douluo, while the enemy boasted 8 ordinary title Douluo and 2 super Douluo. To underestimate them now would be sheer folly. The title Douluo could no longer engage in battle near the city walls, as the energy unleashed during combat could cause the walls to collapse. Thus, Tianen led his compatriots to divert the attention of the title Douluo level evil spirits elsewhere, managing to lure away 7 of them. Fortunately, the remaining 2 super title Douluo showed no inclination to engage in battle, merely standing at the rear. The last of the ordinary title Douluo charged directly towards the Soul Douluo who had just emerged from the city. Before Qianren stood the adversary who extinguished her desire to fight, Zhu Xiaofeng. "Miss Qian, we meet again." Zhu Xiaofeng said with a cheerful smile. Qian Rinxue narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Do not waste my time with trivialities, Zhu Xiaofeng. Where have you and Hou Zhentian taken Xiaoyi? What are your true intentions?" Zhu Xiaofeng maintained an innocuous demeanor, reassuring her, "Rest assured, your brother is unharmed. My senior brother, and I merely wish to reminisce with him. As for our intentions, it is, of course, to dominate the entire continent." "Xiaoyi is unharmed? What proof do you have?" she inquired. "Is there any need for me to deceive you?" Indeed, given Zhu Xiaofeng's prowess, he would not stoop to lying to a soul Douluo. Qian Ringshu pointed at Zhu Xiaofeng and said, "Very well, since Xiao Yi is unharmed, allow me to inquire. You once swore not to oppose the Spirit Hall. Are you not fearful of heavenly retribution?" "Heavenly retribution? You mean the will of the continent? I am not afraid. Furthermore, I did not say I would not oppose the continent, merely the Spirit Hall." Zhu Xiaofeng yawned, seemingly dismissive of the looming conflict. "Rest assured, I shall not engage unless you unleash a limit Douluo. Should I desire it, you would already be perished. By the way, we have a tidal Douluo wreaking havoc on the battlefield." With that, he gestured towards a particular area of combat. As Qianren Shui gazed ahead, she observed 5 or 6 spirit masters engaged in a protracted struggle against the tidal Douluo, who clearly held the upper hand. Of the 10 tidal Douluo, 7 had been drawn away, while 2 super Douluo hovered nearby, seemingly unwilling to intervene for the time being. The remaining tidal Douluo attempted to breach the city wall but was thwarted. Casting a glance at Zhu Xiaofeng, she realized that should he choose to act, her presence would be of no consequence. Thus, she forsook Zhu Xiaofeng and swiftly approached the tidal Douluo. She addressed the spirit masters, instructing them, "Allow me to confront him. You should assist elsewhere." After a moment's hesitation, the spirit masters nodded in agreement and turned to offer their support to others. The tidal Douluo, upon noticing Qianren Shui's solitary advance, did not let down his guard. Despite being fellow spirit masters, the pressure she exerted alone was even greater than that of the previous group combined. As the tidal Douluo assessed Qianren Shui, she too scrutinized him. The malevolent aura emanating from him was deeply unsettling to her, with her angelic martial spirit embodying the radiant essence of holy light. She was particularly sensitive to such dark energies. In terms of spirit power level, Qianren Shui was inferior to him. And when it came to the sheer quantity of spirit power, she could not compete either. However, her advantage lay in her mental strength, having condensed her spiritual core. Qianren Shui's mental prowess far surpassed that of the tidal Douluo, allowing her to maintain her composure at all times. Zhu Xiaofeng observed the two with amusement, murmuring to himself, "The one the boss has taken a liking to cannot be weak, can she? An angelic deity? A woman, do your best. Do not squander the spiritual core bestowed upon you by the boss." At the very moment, Qianren Shui summoned her martial spirit, the skies became her domain and her advantage. Simultaneously, she unleashed the angelic domain, which expanded to encompass the tidal Douluo within its reach. Lacking a domain of his own, the tidal Douluo found himself at a disadvantage. While Qianren Shui remained aloft, compelled to resort to offensive soul techniques, perhaps eager to conclude the battle, or perhaps disliking Qianren Shui's attributes. The tidal Douluo unleashed a powerful energy beam directed at her. Due to the inherent attribute suppression, the energy beam gradually waned within the angelic domain. Nevertheless, Qianren Shui felt an immense pressure. She had detected his attack just as he initiated it, but the disparity in strength left her no time to evade, forcing her to withstand the blow. Her 6th soul skill, Wings of Holy Light, manifested as 6 golden wings that expanded instantaneously, enveloping Qianren Shui. To her surprise, there was no resounding explosion as one might have expected. Upon closer inspection, the Wings of Holy Light remained unscathed, not even bearing a scratch. While the tidal Douluo's assault vanished without a trace, Qianren Shui felt a sense of bewilderment. When had the tidal Douluo become so feeble? Moreover, Qianren Shui felt an unprecedented diminishment in the consumption of her 6th soul skill. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaofeng stood agape, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Possessing the only insight into the situation, what on earth is happening? It seems implausible that attribute suppression could be so severe. Weakening the attack was already an outrageous feat. Yet how could it also absorb one's abilities? That tidal Douluo was created with the power of the leader. If the leader were to confront her, it would undoubtedly result in a disadvantageous position. She could withstand half and absorb another half, remaining entirely unscathed. When the tidal Douluo's attack approached Qianren Shui, its potency had already diminished significantly, with a portion neutralized by the holy light wings and another portion absorbed, which elucidated why Qianren Shui hardly exerted any energy. The reason Qian Rinxue could absorb the energy of that tidal Douluo was due to the essence of Qian Shaoi's primal power residing within her soul core in the sea of consciousness. Even though the tidal Douluo was crafted from Qian Shaoi's strength, it could not rival the purity of his original power, thus providing Qian Rinxue with a complete advantage in terms of attributes. Of course, this was unknown to them. After an hour of battle, Qian Rinxue finally vanquished her foe. Just as she sought her next target, she discovered that the slain tidal Douluo had vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of dark red energy, which was absorbed by the angel's sword. In that instant, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of energy within her, replenishing her consumption and elevating her soul power level slightly. At that moment, she comprehended the purpose of her presence in this trial. For her, the Evil Spirit Legion represented mere mobile experience points. Chapter 144. The Escape. The Spirit Hall dispatched several high-ranking soul masters to the Tiando battlefield, leading to a stalemate, particularly for Qian Rinxue. As the essence of the evil god resided within her soul core, each adversary she felled provided a slight enhancement to her soul power. Although the increase was negligible, the sheer volume of foes was advantageous. The Evil Spirit Legion dissipated without leaving corpses, transforming gradually into energy that flew into Zhu Xiaofeng's hands. While those slain by Qian Rinxue were absorbed by her, the two Super Douluo of the Evil Spirit Legion were engaged by the formidable experts sent by the Spirit Hall. And in Zhu Xiaofeng's absence from battle, Qian Rinxue swept through her enemies with ease. As Qian Rinxue's prowess surged rapidly, she found herself in the remarkable position of leading her troops as the commander with the highest kill count, while the battlefield of Tiando was ablaze with conflict. The Xingluo battlefield was also enduring the trials of war. After receiving a mission from Bibi Dong, Hulaina promptly arrived in Xingluo. Although she was not well acquainted with the terrain of the Xingluo Empire, her formidable mental strength compensated for this lack of knowledge. Just before her departure, Bibi Dong remarked that she could no longer gauge Hulaina, indicating that Hulaina's mental prowess had reached the level of a limit Douluo. Albeit her soul power was only at the 79th rank. This was relatively modest compared to her peers, yet achieving such a level at her age was commendable. Shortly after Hulaina's arrival in Xingluo, the war erupted in full force on the battlefield. Bibi Dong had secured her position as the overall commander. But the local soldiers and soul masters of Xingluo were less than compliant with Hulaina's authority. Unlike Qian Rinxue, who was indifferent to details, Hulaina adhered to the principle that success hinges on minutiae. To earn the respect of her subordinates and to foster unity among them, she led by example, personally participating in every battle. With her exceptional mental strength, she adeptly controlled the battlefield dynamics and orchestrated strategic deployments. Through numerous engagements, Hulaina garnered a certain level of prestige. Although her presence on the battlefield allowed her to maintain control, it also exposed her to considerable risk. On a typical day, as Hulaina led her soul masters into battle, the Evil Spirit Legion dispatched 10 tidal Douluo against them, while Hulaina had only 6 tidal Douluo at her command. Despite being outnumbered, they aimed to delay the enemy until reinforcements could arrive. Failure to do so would result in the collapse of their defenses, giving the Evil Spirit Legion a significant foothold. Given the already scant number of soul masters in the Xingluo Empire and their overall weakness, the situation was dire when facing a fully powered Super Douluo. Hulaina and her soul masters endeavored to draw the enemy away, buying time for their allies to fortify the walls. However, after the reinforcements arrived to secure the defenses, they began searching for Hulaina and her team, only to discover they had vanished, leaving behind traces of blood and a few fallen Xingluo soul masters. In leading her soul masters away from danger, Hulaina had prioritized giving the reinforcements ample time, fleeing at full speed until she was the last one remaining. The others had either scattered or fallen. Exhausted, she finally found a moment to rest against a tree, taking deep breaths. After confirming there was no immediate threat nearby with her mental perception, she sighed in relief. Alone now, she mused to herself that the reinforcements must have arrived to secure the walls by now. There was no turning back. Where could she possibly escape to? With a bitter smile, Hulaina shook her head, reflecting on her fall from grace as a once mighty saint of the Spirit Hall, now pursued with nowhere to hide. Just as she was immersed in her thoughts, a sudden chill coursed through her, prompting her to glance toward her right rear. To her dismay, the enemy had pursued her with alarming swiftness, leaving her no respite. Determined, Hulaina sprang to her feet and dashed in a specific direction, only to swiftly change course and flee in the opposite direction, deliberately erasing her scent and tracks along the way to gain precious time for her escape. After what felt like an eternity of running, she found herself atop a misty mountain, utterly spent, and leaned against a tree, closing her eyes in a faint. Around this mountain, 3 tidal Douluo from the evil spirit legion stood stationary, seemingly hesitant to advance. Hulaina's ability to evade these formidable foes was largely attributable to her mental acuity, which allowed her to seize the initiative at critical moments. Soon, one of the tidal Douluo emitted a peculiar sound, and shortly thereafter, an enigmatic figure appeared before the 3, as if materializing from thin air. This newcomer was a brawny man with a physique brimming with explosive strength. The 3 tidal Douluo regarded him with an expression of deep reverence. For such regard was reserved only for the 12 guardians. This man was one of them, known as the Tiger. The Tiger disregarded the 3 tidal Douluo and gazed contemplatively at the mist-shrouded mountains ahead, murmuring to himself, "What is this mountain's connection to the aura of divine beasts?" It seems that the Douluo continent is far from simple. Chapter 145. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. The presence of a divine beast here is perplexing. Such beings are beyond my current capability to contend with. I must inform the leader. Divine beasts, creatures of the divine realm, coexist with divine heirs and are classified by rank. In terms of combat prowess, divine beasts may surpass those of equal rank among divine heirs. However, since the Dragon God era, divine heirs have marginalized divine beasts, preventing any soul beast from ascending to the divine realm. In the distance, Qian Shaoi ambled aimlessly with Yilingling when a sudden thought sparked in her mind. Ignoring Yilingling's protests, she tugged her away, and they vanished. After some time, Qian Shaoi and Yilingling materialized before the Tiger. "Why do you still look so rugged? Were you not supposed to keep watch? What has happened to Nana?" The Tiger, upon seeing Qian Shaoi with Yilingling, wore an expression that suggested understanding. Noticing Qian Shaoi's furrowed brow, he awkwardly scratched his head and pointed toward the mountains ahead, stating, "She has gone inside." Upon arriving, Qian Shaoi immediately questioned who. Following whose gaze, she was taken aback. Was that Tianhu Mountain? How could Tianhu Mountain be here? Tianhu Mountain, the very one that had gone missing? Indeed, Tianhu Mountain is the realm of the celestial beast, the Tianhu, perpetually shrouded in dense mist. Ruled by the powerful nine-tailed Tianhu, whose strength rivals that of a deity. However, after the conflict involving the dragon god, divine beings began to target celestial beasts, leaving them in sorrow, and Tianhu Mountain vanished without a trace. What used to be its location had transformed into a plain. It was utterly unexpected for Tianhu Mountain to appear here, who, observing Qian Shaoi's conversation without regard for Yilingling, remained silent. In contrast, Yilingling was utterly perplexed. What were they discussing? What was Tianhu Mountain? Where was the divine realm? What exactly were celestial beasts? Who? Go attend to your duties. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Nana. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, Hu vanished into thin air, leaving Yilingling wide-eyed. Just moments earlier, she had closed her eyes for an instant, and when she opened them, the scene had changed. Initially, she thought it was an illusion, but now, this Hu had simply disappeared, which unsettled her greatly. She had heard of individuals capable of such feats. They were known as limit Douluos. Did this mean Hu was a limit Douluo? Her gaze shifted to Qian Shaoi, pondering whether he too could teleport, implying he was also a limit Douluo. Wasn't a limit Douluo a legendary existence? When did they become so commonplace? Suddenly, Yilingling found herself inundated with questions. Who exactly are you? Qian Shaoi chuckled softly. Why should you care about me? If you don't want to know, then so be it. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you. However, I can tell you that I am merely a contra, and the instantaneous movement was accomplished with the assistance of that individual just now. Oh, Yilingling, being astute, understood that, given her current strength and status, she was not entitled to know too much, so she refrained from asking further, especially since her mother was still in the hands of others. Hulaina felt a peculiar itch, yet it was quite pleasant. As she reached out to touch, it gave her a soft, furry sensation. Slowly awakening, she opened her beautiful eyes, cautiously surveying her surroundings, realizing she had not yet escaped her pursuit. You're awake, came a voice from beneath Hulaina, sounding as tender as a conversation between a mother and child. Hulaina was startled and turned her head. This was no ordinary woman. It was clearly a white fox. The fox stood approximately 10 meters tall. Even while crouching, it remained around 6 meters. Its fur was pristine white, without a single blemish, and its gaze was clear yet filled with the weight of experience. As if it had seen through the chaos of the world and the warmth and coldness of human emotions. Without opening its mouth, it spoke human language. Its long ears perked up atop its head, and its 9 snow-white tails swayed gracefully. At that moment, Hulaina realized she had been lying on its arm. How beautiful! I never imagined a spirit beast could be so exquisite. Even the ice blue emperor scorpion pales in comparison. By the way, what kind of spirit beast are you? I have never heard of you before. Can you speak human language? Are you a 100,000-year spirit beast? Hulaina felt a twinge of frustration. She had managed to escape from 3 titled Douluos solely due to her formidable mental strength and her adept use of the terrain. However, spirit beasts excelled in terrain manipulation far beyond her capabilities, and their physical prowess far surpassed that of soul masters. Thus, if Hulaina were to encounter a 100,000-year spirit beast, her demise would be certain. Nevertheless, as she pondered, Hulaina felt at ease. The white fox harbored no malice towards her, otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to awaken. The white fox still did not part its lips. Yet its voice reached her ears. I am the 9-tailed celestial fox, but I am not the 100,000-year spirit beast you speak of. As for my identity, that is something you cannot know for now. Now, I have a few questions for you. Should your answers please me, I shall grant you rewards beyond your imagination. However, do not dare to lie in pursuit of these rewards. Greed is inherent in all, yet I despise insatiable avarice. Hulaina nodded. She had no intention of deceiving anyone, and she vaguely sensed that the 9-tailed celestial fox could see through her thoughts. However, the name 9-tailed celestial fox sounded familiar to her. Chapter 146, The Celestial Fox Clan. Moreover, Hulaina felt a sense of familiarity with the 9-tailed celestial fox. This feeling was ethereal and inexplicable, rendering her incapable of uttering falsehoods. Ask away. I shall not speak untruths, she declared. The 9-tailed celestial fox responded. The first question, what is your martial soul? Hulaina found it puzzling. Although the 9-tailed celestial fox was not a 100,000-year spirit beast, its power was certainly not inferior to one. What purpose did it serve to inquire about her martial soul? Nevertheless, she replied, it is the fox demon. For every additional spirit ring I acquire, an extra tail is granted, enhancing my charm and strengthening my mental prowess. To save time, Hulaina opted to disclose the characteristics of her martial soul. The 9-tailed celestial fox nodded slightly. The second question, who are you? I mean, who are your parents? Do they possess the same martial soul as you? My parents are merely ordinary souls, with innate soul power at 0, unable to cultivate. They are just common folk. I also have an elder brother. An elder brother? What is his martial soul? It is a weapon martial soul, the Moonblade. The 9-tailed celestial fox seemed to ponder for a moment before saying, I need to examine your body. Fear not, it will not harm you. Without waiting for Hulaina to express her refusal, it shot forth 2 beams of white light from its eyes, enveloping her. After a long while, the light dissipated, and the 9-tailed celestial fox suddenly stood up, startling Hulaina. The fox appeared particularly excited, even bouncing around like a child, revealing the turmoil within. Wonderful, wonderful. I have finally found it. Found what? Found me? Hulaina asked weakly, fearful that the 9-tailed celestial fox harbored ulterior motives. The 9-tailed celestial fox did not respond directly but rather exclaimed, Little girl, this is fantastic. You are not human. This is truly wonderful. Cough, cough. That was a slip of the tongue. That was entirely a mistake. She dismissed it, saying, I am not so petty. My life is in your hands. Why fuss over such trivialities? The 9-tailed celestial fox shook its head. I could never lay a hand on you. If I bore you ill will, it would be a disrespect to our ancestors. How does this relate to the ancestors? And why do you address me so formally? Hulaina questioned, perplexed. As if perceiving her thoughts, the 9-tailed celestial fox explained, I understand you may find it difficult to adjust for now. I shall call you little girl for the time being. You may call me Xiaojio. Little girl, do you know the origins of our celestial fox clan? We, the celestial fox clan, are divine beasts of the divine realm, maintaining a significant presence in the vastness of the divine realm. It can be said that our strength is not inferior to that of divine heirs. Moreover, our clan has a clear hierarchy. The more tails one possesses, the stronger their power and greater their authority, provided they do not err. Any transgressions against our kin will lead to punishment, regardless of the number of tails one possesses, including myself as the clan leader. However, there is an exception. If a 9-tailed celestial fox with the bloodline of our ancestors appears, our ancestor is the 9-tailed celestial fox, a being born from the heavens and the earth, possessing formidable strength. With a mere flick of its tail, it could turn the world upside down. However, after our ancestor departed long ago, she has not reappeared, yet according to records, she left her offspring in the human realm. And we have been searching for the little ancestor all these years. Wait, from what you imply, is there only one ancestor among the celestial foxes? Xiaojio nodded. Although we are called the Celestial Fox Clan, none of our clan members possess pure celestial fox blood. Only the offspring left by our ancestor possess that lineage. We are divided into fox demons and white foxes based on the celestial fox blood within us, which are further categorized into 9 levels corresponding to the number of tails. Lastly, there is the 9-tailed celestial fox, and I am merely a 9-tailed white fox. Do not be fooled by the similarity in names. The difference is as vast as the sky and the earth. Our ancestor could extinguish me with a mere breath. Hulaina inquired further. What does a celestial fox look like? Would you like my assistance in finding one? No need. I have already found it. The distinction between a 9-tailed white fox and a 9-tailed celestial fox is minimal. Both have snow-white fur and similar appearances. As the 9-tailed white fox inherits the most potent celestial fox bloodline. The only means of differentiation known to anyone apart from the clan leader and elders is through their eyes. My eyes are blue. While the 9-tailed celestial fox possesses eyes identical to yours, pink. Of course, there is another method, which involves observing the growth process. Unlike white foxes, who can cultivate with ease. The growth of a celestial fox is arduous. Young celestial foxes can transform into human form, making them difficult to detect. However, those with formidable strength can discern that she is not human. Those not of our kind are bound to harbor ill intentions, and humans would not spare her. Chapter 147. Revelation. According to the clues left by our ancestors, the celestial fox is inherently capable of transforming into human form, although endowed with remarkable talent. Its bloodline must awaken gradually. Until then, the absence of protection poses a significant danger. Hulaina pondered, inherently capable of transforming into human? Are you asking me to help you find that celestial fox? Xiaojiao regarded Hulaina with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Of course not. In fact, I have already located it. Then why are you sharing this with me? This should be a secret of your clan. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Hulaina's gaze flickered, revealing her inner turmoil and perhaps her apprehensions. Relax, dear girl. Who says you are an outsider? The person I seek is none other than you. What? With her pink eyes sparkling, Xiaojiao continued, and I have mentioned before, you are not human. You have sensed it for quite some time. Yet you are reluctant to admit it. But I know what you are about to say. You will claim that those events happened long ago. And you are merely a young girl of tender years. Regardless of how well you meet the criteria, you are still just a human girl, correct? Xiaojiao pressed on. Foxes are viviparous creatures, yet exceptions exist. The celestial fox is oviparous, and its eggs require a protracted period of development, at least 10,000 years. This is why we have only recently descended from the divine realm to seek you. That cannot be. My martial soul is that of a fox demon. Not a celestial fox, Hulaina protested, making her last stand. Once the celestial fox assumes human form, its natural gifts remain undeveloped, possessing only the talent of a fox demon, and is even inferior to a white fox. To fully manifest your potential, a special method is required to awaken it. And I am the sole possessor of that knowledge. Seeing Hulaina still wavering, Xiaojiao surveyed her surroundings and said, do not reject your identity. What is so undesirable about being a celestial fox? It does not mean you cannot revert to being human. I merely wish to provide an account to our entire clan and to our ancestors. As of now, you alone are the celestial fox. Thus, the celestial fox possesses a unique privilege. We have no authority to interfere with your choices, and we can assist you in whatever you desire, including reaching out to that human, Qian Xiaoyi. Hulaina shuddered slightly. The primary reason she was reluctant to acknowledge her identity as a celestial fox stemmed from the fact that she was a beast, while Qian Xiaoyi was human. The notion of interspecies romance seemed utterly ludicrous. My dear girl, if you're willing, you can awaken your bloodline with me right now. Consider this, years down the line. As your strength grows, you will have the power to influence matters and assist Qian Xiaoyi, will you not? Moreover, we will not bind you. If Qian Xiaoyi is worthy of you, we shall not meddle in your relationship. Do I have any other options? None. Since you are a celestial fox, you must awaken. For you are the hope of our clan and our faith. Rest assured, this endeavor will be entirely beneficial to you. You need not concern yourself with matters of the heart. It is said that our ancestors lived alongside a human, which is how you came to be here. Very well. I agree, but I must ascertain whether I truly am the celestial fox you speak of, and you must guarantee my safety. Rest assured, my power rivals that of a divine heir. I will certainly protect you. Henceforth, you shall be our Saintus. By the way, have you interacted with any other men besides Qian Xiaoyi? Humph, not just anyone can approach me. But why must I be called a Saintus? Can't we choose a different title? It sounds dreadful. Ahem, Saintus, if no man has touched you besides Qian Xiaoyi, you must exercise caution around him. Caution towards Xiaoyi? Why? Xiaojiao hesitated before replying. I can sense a sinister aura surrounding him, and in terms of strength, He is not inferior to me, indicating he is at least a first-level divine heir. Saintus, you need not pursue him. That is enough. Hulaina furrowed her brow. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Understood. Hulaina gazed into the distance, recalling her last encounter with Qian Xiaoyi, when he was merely a soul emperor. How could he have attained divine status? Yet, Xiaojiu had no reason to deceive her. If Xiaojiu claimed that Qian Xiaoyi was a divine heir, then he likely was. But why conceal it from her? A thought struck Hulaina. If Qian Xiaoyi truly was a god, it would explain the inexplicable soul cores that had manifested within her and Qian Rinxue. She also understood why formidable individuals like Xu Xiaofeng and Hou Zhantian would abduct Qian Xiaoyi. Those of such caliber would scorn the use of deceit against them. And abducting Qian Xiaoyi was merely a pretext to justify their actions. In battle, Hulaina had sensed the power of the evil spirit legion resonating with the dark red energy within her soul core. The latter was merely of a more advanced nature. In summary, the evil spirit legion undoubtedly belonged to Qian Xiaoyi. Yet, what were his intentions? Was he still the same Qian Xiaoyi she once knew? Why keep everyone in the dark? Hulaina yearned for answers, but she realized she could not meddle in such lofty matters. Thus, her remaining thought was to grow stronger. Chapter 148. Xiao Bai Qian Xiaoyi and Yu Lingling ventured deeper into the starry forest. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, so powerful that it snapped a fig tree in half. Yu Lingling gasped and instinctively clung to Qian Xiaoyi's waist, sensing the unusual warmth beside him. Qian Xiaoyi instinctively reached out to push her away but hesitated and withdrew his hand. Squinting ahead, he beheld a soul beast measuring at least 10 meters in length, surrounded by a multitude of legs. It was a demon centipede, a creature of formidable toxicity, its venom rivaling that of the faceless demon spider. Indeed, it was a nightmare for soul beasts of the same rank, possessing immense combat prowess and lethal tendencies, rendering the demon centipede a common adversary among soul beasts. Judging by its size, this particular centipede was at least 10,000 years old. Yet, the once mighty demon centipede now lay in a pitiful state, oozing dark green blood from various wounds, its breath shallow, clearly on the verge of death. Perched atop its massive body was another soul beast, one that exuded only 1,000 years of cultivation. To think that 1,000-year soul beast could dominate a creature of such power was indeed astonishing, and few would believe it if told. Nonetheless, this was the stark reality. Yu Lingling speculated that the demon centipede's severe injuries had led to its fall from grace, allowing a lesser creature to triumph over it. However, Qian Xiaoyi held a different perspective. He recognized this soul beast. He had witnessed its birth firsthand. It had slain 100-year soul beast upon emerging into existence and had instilled fear in even the million-year soul beast, the dreaming ice silkworm. Such a being hunting the demon centipede was hardly surprising. With its pristine white wings, commanding presence, and snow-white fur, was this not the legendary winged white tiger from years past? Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed, I never anticipated that within just a few short years, I would attain a cultivation level equivalent to a millennium. Surely, this must be a record. The dual-winged white tiger also noticed Qian Xiaoyi, possessing an innate understanding. It abandoned its recently captured prey and hastened towards her. Most girls tend to be timid, at least Yu Lingling was. Upon catching sight of the magnificent dual-winged white tiger from a distance, she was utterly captivated by its beauty. Yet, beauty aside, it was still a tiger. As the majestic creature approached, a sense of trepidation washed over her. She sought refuge behind Qian Xiaoyi, cautiously peeking out with her little head, only to retract it swiftly once more. Qian Xiaoyi found Yu Lingling's demeanor somewhat amusing. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Lingling remained that timid and endearing girl, easily evoking feelings of compassion in others. The twin-winged white tiger, however, paid no heed to Yu Lingling. It approached Qian Xiaoyi and lay down before her, lowering its head and gazing up with eager eyes, as if longing for her to caress it as she once did. Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently. The white-winged tiger had grown considerably tall. Even when it lowered its head, Qian Xiaoyi could merely reach its whiskers. Observing the cub-like demeanor of the creature, she found it difficult to refuse its affection, yet could not reach its head, so she settled for stroking its paw. In that moment, her gaze drifted towards the depths of the starry forest. Oh, now I understand how you have flourished so effortlessly. However, I hope you too encounter trials and tribulations, otherwise you shall never ascend to the stature of your illustrious ancestors. Qian Xiaoyi's words were laden with significance, seemingly directed at the white tiger, but also carrying deeper implications. Qian Xiaoyi cast a deep glance into the heart of the forest. Xiao Bai, haste makes waste. While a rapid enhancement of your cultivation is commendable, do not be overly eager. Do you understand? Xiao Bai, displaying a touch of human-like understanding, nodded and playfully licked Qian Xiaoyi. prompting him to change out of his damp attire. Do you know each other? Yu Lingling inquired, peering curiously. Xiaobai, initially lost in the joy of reuniting with his master, lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice. Upon spotting Yu Lingling, a flicker of mild hostility crossed his features, as he glared at her with wide eyes, seemingly warning her to behave. This caused Yu Lingling's head, which had just emerged, to retract once more. In Qian Xiaoyi's eyes, a flicker of tenderness mingled with an overwhelming intensity, and she subsequently shook her head to herself. Qian Xiaoyi pulled Yu Lingling and said, Xiaobai is one I have watched grow since its birth, thus we share a profound bond. It is also one of my two friends in the Douluo forest. In the past, whenever Qian Xiaoyi tugged at Yu Lingling, she would resist. However, this time, perhaps due to Xiaobai, Yu Lingling surprisingly did not refuse. She refrained from asking further questions, fearing that speaking might provoke Xiaobai. Do not be afraid. Xiaobai is very well behaved and will not bully you. Come on, Xiaobai. Let us go meet an old friend. With a roar, the trio, one person and one beast, arrived at the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Yu Lingling maintained her distance from Xiaobai, closely adhering to Qian Xiaoyi, while Qian Xiaoyi appeared to bond effortlessly with Xiaobai. Observing the chilly ground, both the girl and the tiger revealed mischievous smiles. Xiaobai, can you guess what that big bug is doing right now? With a couple of roars, Xiaobai responded. Correct? It is sleeping, Qian Xiaoyi remarked, even giving a thumbs up. Yu Lingling was somewhat speechless, wondering what had come over Qian Xiaoyi, who now seemed a bit foolish. She inquired, I can understand that it can hear you, but how do you comprehend what it says? Moreover, how do you know it is sleeping? Chapter 149. Farewell to the dream of heaven. Xiaobai roared a few times, seemingly displeased with Yu Lingling's questioning of Qian Xiaoyi's behavior. Yu Lingling huffed softly but remained hidden behind Qian Xiaoyi. Never mind, Xiaobai. Lingling is easily frightened, so be a little gentler. Xiaobai whimpered as if expressing its grievance. Qian Xiaoyi paid no heed to it and smiled at Yu Lingling, saying, Hee, of course, I cannot comprehend what Xiaobai is saying. But both Xiaobai and I are aware that Tianming is asleep. As for why I say this, it is simply because that great insect only knows how to slumber. Oh, and yes, it also consumes. Xiaobai, what do you think would happen if it were disturbed during its rest? As she spoke, Qian Xiaoyi revealed a mischievous grin, causing Yu Lingling to shudder involuntarily. Xiaobai's eyes shimmered with anticipation and excitement, nodding fervently. By the way, I heard you mention that Tianming Ice Silkworm is a million-year-old soul beast. Aren't you afraid? Yu Lingling felt compelled to remind them, her concern for Qian Xiaoyi's safety inexplicably rising within her. Rest assured, the current Xiaobai is not afraid of that creature. Qian Xiaoyi refrained from voicing another thought, that she herself was not afraid either. Why refer to it as that thing? With such words spoken, Yu Lingling found it difficult to argue further and followed Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi sensed her surroundings and walked towards an open area. This is the spot, she giggled. Qian Xiaoyi and Xiaobai exchanged a knowing nod, accompanied by a sly smile. The soul energy coalesced in their hands, and Xiaobai, unwilling to be outdone, gathered the same energy in its claws, poised for action. Soon, the human and the tiger unleashed their strikes simultaneously. The sound of impact echoed through the air, startling the birds into flight and causing the beasts to cower on the ground. The earth trembled beneath their might. Though the tremor was fleeting, the objective had been achieved. Ouch! How painful! Who is this wretched person? Are they unaware that Brother Tianming is asleep here? Yu Lingling looked around anxiously, attempting to locate the source of the noise. But her search yielded disappointment. Aside from the startled wildlife, she saw no trace of any soul beasts. Where could that Tianming Ice Silkworm be? Did such a loud commotion fail to awaken it? Just then, she realized she heard a sound, while Yu Lingling was lost in her thoughts. Qian Xiaoyi took her hand and reassured her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yu Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, akin to a bashful mimosa. At that moment, her heart was anything but tranquil. Her feelings for Qian Xiaoyi oscillated between fear and resentment, evolving into a state of confusion. She was uncertain of what had transpired within her. She ought to despise him, seize the opportunity to rescue her mother, and then eliminate him. Yet now, if presented with that chance, she found herself unable to act upon it. This did not signify that she had developed an affection for Qian Xiaoyi at most. It could be described as a mere fondness. Qian Xiaoyi's transformation from indifference and apathy to meticulous concern has left Yu Lingling in a state of bewilderment. She finds herself uncertain whether she should harbor resentment towards him. However, Yu Lingling can sense that Qian Xiaoyi's care for her stems not from affection, but rather from a desire to exploit her value. As for the nature of this value, she remains in the dark. Just as Yu Lingling's mind began to spiral into confusion, cracks appeared on the ground, gradually extending and producing even more fissures. A large, white and platinum-striped creature emerged. Its head bearing a lump, presumably a result of the impact from Qian Shaoi and the dual-winged white tiger striking the earth. I thought it was someone else. But it turns out to be you rascal, disturbing Brother Tianming's rest. Oh, Contra? Your advancement seems rather swift, doesn't it? Qian Shaoi curled her lips in disdain and remarked, Tianming, with your incessant use of the term bastard, do you not fear the repercussions? Moreover, after such a prolonged slumber, I was merely concerned you might wake up with a stiff neck. Your failure to appreciate my good intentions is truly disappointing. I wake up with a stiff neck. You scoundrel, disturbing my beautiful dreams, and yet you speak with such audacity. I shall take my vengeance upon you. As she spoke, a chilling aura shot towards Qian Shaoi. Qian Shaoi's expression shifted. It was not the assault from Tianming that stirred him. To be candid, he regarded Tianming's attack with disdain, especially since they had not exerted their full strength. What truly moved Qian Rinxue was Yu Lingling, who, in the midst of Tianming's onslaught, had thrown her arms wide and dashed toward him. Should she be struck, even if Tianming's attack lacked potency, her physical constitution would undoubtedly lead to her demise. What Qian Shaoi remained unaware of was that Yu Lingling's actions were entirely instinctive. In her heart, a 10,000-year soul beast was formidable enough, let alone a million-year soul beast. No matter how resolutely Qian Shaoi asserted her beliefs, she had never witnessed such power firsthand. Thus, when the dream unleashed its attack that day, Yu Lingling positioned herself protectively in front of Qian Shaoi. Qian Shaoi pulled Yu Lingling behind her and waved her hand to dispel the chilling aura. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize how perilous this is? Who do you think you are? Do you believe yourself to be invincible? Qian Shaoi shouted vehemently. Yu Lingling, stared blankly at Qian Shaoi, who was throwing a fit without regard for her image. In my memory, Qian Shaoi had always been calm and composed, even when injured, not a single brow furrowed. It was my first time witnessing her in such a furious state. Qian Shaoi also realized her own lapse in composure and sighed, I apologize. I became overly excited. Yu Lingling, let me make it clear, your life is in my hands. And until I grant you permission to perish, you lack the authority to decide your own fate. I have not yet weakened to the point of requiring your assistance. I understand, Yu Lingling replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Hey, is it really necessary for the two of you to act this way? Moreover, this is quite the display of affection. Is this the latest trend in showcasing love? Society has progressed so rapidly. It seems I have been out of touch for far too long, Tianming remarked languidly from the side. In truth, Tianming felt a tinge of alarm. Although its previous attack had not been executed with full force, it was certainly not something that could be easily withstood. The intention had been merely to teach Qian Shaoi a lesson. Yet, Qian Shaoi had effortlessly dispelled the attack with a mere wave of her hand. In that fleeting moment, Tianming sensed a formidable aura emanating from her, which left it profoundly shaken. Oh Shaoi, your methods of tormenting us single souls have reached an exquisite level of mastery. Meanwhile, I have been nursing my heartbreak for such a long time. How pitiable I am. Qian Shaoi took a moment to calm her emotions and remarked, Single bug? You certainly have a knack for naming. By the way, is Little White male or female? As she spoke, Qian Shaoi instinctively glanced at Little White's underside. The two-winged white tiger let out a roar and immediately lay still on the ground, its originally snowy fur taking on a faint rosy hue. At that moment, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm let out a shriek, startling both Qian Shaoi and Yu Lingling. What are you doing? You scared me, Qian Shaoi scolded. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm paid no heed to her and shouted at Little White, It's female. Little White is female. Did you see that? Qian Shaoi was captivated by the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm's words, forgetting to reprimand its dramatics. Little White glared fiercely at the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, seemingly wishing to devour it. Of course, I didn't see it. Oh dear, are you foolish? With Brother Tianming's abilities, is there really any need for sight? Just look at her. She's furious and embarrassed. That's an implicit admission, isn't it? Moreover, look how bashful she is. If she were male, she certainly wouldn't react this way. It's akin to me. I would proudly stand up and show you all. As the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm spoke, it pretended to rise. Just as the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm made a move, Qian Shaoi stepped forward and kicked it, exclaiming, Get lost. You, a mere bug. Still think you have that capability? Truly overestimating yourself. And what about others? Can you be a bit more considerate? The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm understood that Qian Shaoi was referring to Yu Lingling's presence and muttered, What's wrong with being a bug? Who said anything about bugs? Besides, it was you who asked if Little White is male or female. I can ask. However, speaking of which, didn't you just mention you had a breakup? May I be fortunate enough to know who this person, oh no, this beast, is? To be chosen by Brother Tianming is truly a stroke of bad luck. Yet at least they were wise enough to let you go. The heavenly dream eye silkworm-esque expression fell as it said, "Can't you say something nice? Your tongue is as venomous as ever. In truth, there is nothing wrong with telling you. Let me show you the disparity in our tastes. Unlike that weakling over there. The beast I favor is incredibly beautiful, with ice blue scales and a jade green tail. Ah, I mustn't think too much about it, or I shall float away in bliss." Yilingling felt somewhat displeased at being called a weakling by the heavenly dream eye silkworm. But she understood that such a title was already quite favorable in the presence of a million-year-old soul beast. She glanced at Qian Xiaoyi. Uncertain whether he considered her a burden, Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brows and remarked, "Tianming, choose your words wisely. After all, she is one of my own." Yilingling felt a warmth in her heart, though she chose not to reveal it. "And where does your notion of happiness stem from? However, I find your words somewhat familiar. What is her name? I wonder if I have ever encountered her." Qian Xiaoyi displayed a pensive expression, meticulously recalling past events, as her mind had become a chaotic whirlwind since the awakening of her memories. Yet, the soul beast mentioned by Tianming Ice Silkworm seemed oddly recognizable. The Ice Emperor. Are you aware of him? One of the three great kings of the extreme north, possessing a beautiful exterior, formidable strength, and a propensity for violence, he perfectly suits my taste. Tianming Ice Silkworm exhibited a starry-eyed demeanor. A propensity for violence? And you find that appealing? Do you harbor a penchant for masochism? Wait, the Ice Emperor? The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? Qian Xiaoyi suddenly understood. No wonder it sounded somewhat familiar. She had endured 3 years of torment at the hands of the Ice Emperor. Indeed. In my heart, Bing Bing is the most beautiful. Qian Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh. Are you fond of that manly figure, Ice Emperor? With her temperament, I must say. Tianming, you possess remarkable courage. It has truly been a hardship for you all this time. I simply cannot comprehend why you would take a liking to such a thing. You are the quintessential example of someone who is tired of life and seeking demise. Tianming, is it really necessary for you to unleash your ultimate move? The temperature has already dropped. Chapter 151. The Ice Emperor has arrived. Is it truly so serious just because I spoke a few words about that manly figure? There is no need for such a display of power, is there? Lingling is still here. You should be cautious, Qian Xiaoyi remarked. However, after speaking, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something was amiss. Tianming Binkin was looking at him with a gleeful expression. The white tiger was sprawled on the ground, fast asleep, while Yilingling gazed at him in terror from behind. A crisp and icy voice echoed behind Qian Xiaoyi. Lingling? Such a familiar way of addressing her. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Xiaoyi's body stiffened, and she struggled to swallow, a bitter feeling overwhelming her heart. The only thought occupying her mind was, what on earth? How did the Ice Emperor arrive? Qian Xiaoyi sought assistance from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, yet the creature merely returned a gaze of helplessness. With no other option, Qian Xiaoyi steeled himself and commanded, Lingling, you go behind the heavenly dream. Having spoken, he turned to face the source of the voice. The emerald-hued tail swayed rhythmically, its sharp tip seemingly capable of rending the fabric of reality, a painful encounter for those unfortunate enough to be pierced by it. Qian Xiaoyi adjusted his attire and inquired, Binger, what brings you here? Despite Qian Xiaoyi's inherent strength, he harbored a lingering trepidation towards the Ice Emperor due to the shadows cast by 3 years of torment. It is akin to the experience of being bullied in childhood. Even if one grows capable of standing their ground, the psychological impact remains. How could I not come? Am I not entitled to know if someone speaks of me? Replied Bing Emperor, casting a discerning glance at Qian Xiaoyi. What is this? Have you attained the level of a soul fighter? Your progress is commendable. It is thanks to your excellent guidance, Qian Xiaoyi responded, bowing slightly as if he were a humble servant. So, have you become arrogant? Seeking your own demise? A bit of a tomboy, aren't you? Quite fitting for this lady, the Ice Emperor remarked, though her tone carried an unusual undertone. Qian Xiaoyi, taken aback, hastily waved her hands and exclaimed, No, no, no. Such a mundane name hardly befits someone as youthful, beautiful, and charming as yourself. I was merely jesting about the term manly woman, referring to a human being, ha ha ha. I believe manly woman suits me perfectly. Do you have any objections? The Ice Emperor, with a playful smile, gazed at Qian Xiaoyi and replied, Not at all. Only a name as grand as manly woman is worthy of someone as clever, lively, and adorable as you. Tianming Binkan, listening from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, Goodness, I never anticipated such audacity. One can discard their dignity at any moment, regardless of the occasion or timing. This truly represents the pinnacle of shamelessness. I am utterly outdone. Meanwhile, Yilingling covered her flushed face, mortified at being threatened by such an individual. Unable to withstand the Ice Emperor's imposing aura, Qian Shaoi swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Binger, what brings you here? Aren't you in the far north? The Ice Emperor, fully aware of Qian Shaoi's intentions, chose not to expose them. I have come out to attend to some matters. While passing through here, I sensed the presence of Tianming Binkan, and I contemplated how to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Tianming Binkan discreetly took a few steps back. The Ice Emperor continued, however. Upon my arrival, I overheard someone speaking about manly women and extolling their bravery, which diverted my attention. I thought to eliminate that impudent speaker, but if it's you, then there is no need for such drastic measures, lest my sister blame me again. Qian Shaoi let out a sigh of relief, and the Ice Dream Silkworm silently rejoiced. However, just as Qian Shaoi thought he had evaded disaster, the Ice Emperor continued, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade the consequences of your actions. Since I cannot kill you, let me witness the fruits of your cultivation. Qian Shaoi, fully aware of his own shortcomings, implored, Binger, be gentle. Before long, he found himself convulsing on the ground, while the white tiger continued to slumber nearby, indifferent to his plight, as the heavenly dream ice silkworm flitted around the Ice Emperor. After a considerable time, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, too, lay on the ground in convulsions. And Qian Shaoi regarded him with an expression that seemed to convey a sense of deserved retribution. The heavenly dream ice silkworm then questioned Qian Shaoi. No one seeks an audience with the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Pray tell, what brings you here? Returning to the matter at hand, Qian Shaoi appeared somewhat more composed this time. I have successfully condensed an ice attribute soul core, and in order to enhance my strength, I intend to forge a second soul core. Do you know where I might find unique elemental sources? To which the Ice Emperor retorted coldly, what? Is the ice attribute insufficient for your needs? Qian Shaoi shivered slightly and, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, no, it's not that. When we humans condense a soul core, we can incorporate an attribute, but the effects do not stack. Therefore, adding an ice attribute would be futile for me. Other soul masters are unable to condense a third soul core, so they typically enhance their first soul core with their martial soul attributes to strengthen their martial souls. While the second soul core is often imbued with a spatial attribute, which is suitable for any soul master. However, my situation is different. My martial soul is attributeless, allowing it to harmonize with any attribute. Thus, I intend to bestow my second soul core with a new attribute. Chapter 152, The Decision. Qian Shaoi summoned the Sword of Judgment and remarked, my martial soul is of an attributeless nature if I do not make the most of this. How can I justify my existence? Hence, I plan to acquire a second attribute through my second soul core, perhaps even allowing my martial soul to evolve further. The notion of a dual attribute Sword of Judgment sounds exceedingly formidable. Dual attributes? No wonder you were contemplating such an idea. Wait, Shaoi, I sense your second martial soul, and its quality is quite remarkable. Why do you not allow it to evolve? It seems to me that you are deliberately evading this matter. Spoke the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Qian Shaoi paused momentarily, a bitter smile creeping onto her face. Perhaps you are right. I am indeed evading the issue. For I harbor a certain aversion towards my second martial soul, which tends to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, let us set aside these musings and focus on how I might enhance my strength. With my current abilities, I am utterly powerless. Powerless? This is the first time I have heard a soul Douluo declare themselves incapable of action. Your standards are indeed lofty. May I interpret this as a display of modesty? Yilingling interjected with a hint of sarcasm. In truth, I believe you need not confine yourself to selecting another attribute, the Ice Emperor remarked, seizing the attention of all present. I personally opine that instead of squandering your energy on a secondary attribute, it would be far more prudent to refine your ice attribute to its utmost potential, achieving the pinnacle of ice mastery. The ice attribute accompanying your judgment sword is merely ordinary ice. The temperatures you can currently manipulate barely reach half of the ultimate ice threshold, just enough to freeze a tidal Douluo with great effort. While it may suffice to intimidate lesser beings, against even moderately powerful foes, such feeble ice proves utterly ineffectual. Surely, you do not wish to stagnate, do you? Without further refinement, your ice attribute will become obsolete, thus squandering the innate characteristics of your primary soul core. Meanwhile, the attribute granted by your second soul core remains half-baked and of little use against genuine powerhouses. Therefore, I urge you to harness your second soul core to refine your ice attribute. there exists a significant possibility of evolving it into ultimate ice. As you are aware, ordinary ice pales in comparison to ultimate ice, which can be aptly described as trembling in fear. Additionally, many attributes can counter ordinary ice, such as fire. However, ultimate ice possesses no nemesis. It stands unchallenged as the sovereign. The Ice Emperor paused, allowing Qian Shaoi time for contemplation. Noting her lingering indecision, the Ice Emperor decided to stoke the flames of motivation further. After all, humanity harbors an innate curiosity towards the novel, and Qian Shaoi's hesitation was entirely understandable. There is one more matter I wish to share. My sister is currently feeling quite lonely. Qian Shaoi's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded in agreement. All right. I shall heed your counsel, Binger. Lead me to the place where the ice element is most potent, and let us see if we can evolve the ultimate ice. The Ice Emperor, hands on her hips, responded, let it be known from the outset, this is merely a possibility. Whether it comes to fruition ultimately depends on fortune and your prowess. Qian Shaoi found himself in accord with the Ice Emperor's words. If the ultimate ice were so easily attainable, it would indeed be a disservice to this exquisite world. Nevertheless, human nature is often tinged with a sense of hopefulness. And he, too, was no exception. He felt compelled to give it a try. After all, what if success awaited him? Qian Shaoi inquired. When shall we embark on our journey? One must not indulge in pleasure. Tasks must be addressed promptly, lest they accumulate and become overwhelming. Please wait a moment. The Ice Emperor gestured. At the very least, you must be aware of the destination, correct? Is it not the extreme north? However, the ice attributes there are not the most potent. I am aware of a location far more suitable for you to consolidate your soul core, but you must be prepared. After all, I have yet to encounter a soul master who has successfully condensed a second soul core at the soul Douluo level. You must exercise caution. Such eloquence. Yet, it all boils down to your reluctance for me to meet Schwer, does it not? The Ice Emperor shot him a glare. Let us not forget that this arrangement was your own doing. It is a pact. Of course, you may choose to disregard it. But such an action would earn my disdain. Qian Shaoi curled her lips in disdain, exclaiming, I certainly do not require your esteem. Lead me to the place you mentioned, but let it be known that my sole motivation is to enhance my chances of success. Nevertheless, I appreciate your assistance. The Ice Emperor scoffed. You would seek that gluttonous worm instead of me for such matters? Do you harbor a sense of disdain towards me? Qian Shaoi replied. Of course not. I merely assumed you were in the far north. Moreover, due to our agreement, I cannot venture into that realm, lest I find myself unable to resist seeking her out. So, you are secretly pursuing women behind your sister's back? The Ice Empress smirked condescendingly. It seems your adherence to the agreement is merely a pretext, as you revel in your current company, with a pure and charming beauty by your side. I dare say you've forgotten all about us. Yi Lingling wiped the cold sweat from her brow, having sensed an ominous premonition that had finally come to fruition. Everything is fine. Lingling, do not be afraid, Qian Shaoi reassured her. Ice Empress, allow me to clarify that Yi Lingling is merely, how shall I put this? Struck dumb, are we? Lingling. How intimately you call her? May I inquire, do you two know each other? Tianming Ice Silkworm seized the opportunity to speak, fearing that Qian Shaoi might whisk the Ice Empress away. Only just now did you realize? Qian Shaoi and the Ice Empress replied in unison. Chapter 153, Unexpected Chill. It is so cold. Qian Shaoi shivered as he traversed a mountain peak, where the biting winds howled and snowflakes swirled around him. The snow was thick, deep enough to reach his knees with each step, even more substantial than that in the far north, accompanied by an even lower temperature. The Ice Empress stood beside him, observing Qian Shaoi's discomfort with a detached gaze. It was absurd that not long ago, Qian Shaoi insisted on bringing Yi Lingling along to ensure the successful formation of his soul core. Fortunately, the Ice Empress had intervened. Otherwise, he would have been unable to protect her. As for the Ice Empress, given her attitude towards humanity and her rebellious nature, she would have certainly shown no concern. Thus, it was only Qian Shaoi and the Ice Empress who remained together. Hey, Ice Empress. The Ice Empress replied, refer to me as Ice Empress or young lady. Very well. Ice Empress, no problem at all, Qian Shaoi responded. The Ice Empress stiffened, suppressing her urge to retaliate, and hastily strode ahead. Qian Shaoi noticed that the Ice Emperor had quickened her pace and smiled before following suit. Ice, where are we? It feels even colder than the extreme north, he inquired. The Ice Emperor did not respond initially, but under Qian Shaoi's persistent coaxing, she eventually revealed, this is the place where my sister and I practiced. However, as our time draws near, we dare not further enhance our powers, leaving this place to fall into disrepair. The concentration of ice elements here is remarkably high, significantly increasing your chances of successfully condensing a soul core. That said, even in such an environment, your success rate is merely 30%. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? Absolutely, Qian Shaoi replied without hesitation. I have my own obligations to fulfill. Some responsibilities cannot be evaded. Although the Ice Emperor was curious about the nature of his commitments, she respected the privacy that everyone is entitled to, refraining from probing further. She gestured towards a nearby location, saying, "Do you see that? It is the summit, the highest point, and, naturally, the coldest. I will envelop you in the utmost frost, allowing you to focus entirely on condensing your soul core without the distraction of the chill." Qian Shaoi expressed his gratitude and swiftly made his way to the mountain peak. The Ice Emperor gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Upon reaching the summit, Qian Shaoi surveyed the surrounding landscape. Just as the Ice Emperor had stated, this truly was the highest point, and simultaneously the most frigid. Fortunately, the Ice Emperor had bestowed upon him a protective layer. Otherwise, his ascent might have been unfeasible. Taking a deep breath, he unsealed a portion of the power of the evil god within him, releasing its energy and subsequently compressing it with his mental prowess. The method for coalescing the soul core remained unchanged: release, condense, compress, and finally integrate the attributes into his body. Having gained experience from a previous attempt, this endeavor proceeded with greater ease. Under Qian Shaoi's meticulous mental control, the nascent form of the soul core was nearly complete. At this juncture, the process posed little difficulty. The true challenge lay in the subsequent integration of attributes. Here, the ice element was remarkably abundant, more than sufficient for him to coalesce his soul core. He drew upon the nearby ice elements, gradually infusing them into the soul core. Having learned from past missteps, Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of the need for balance in this step. It was imperative that the energies of soul power, mental force, and ice elements harmonized. Any discord among them would spell failure for the soul core's formation, potentially leading to a catastrophic self-detonation that would obliterate all vitality in the vicinity, including that of the soul master himself. Thus, Qian Shaoi exercised utmost caution. As time elapsed, the color of the soul core gradually transformed into an icy blue. At a certain point, he exhaled in relief, shaking off the cold sweat that had crystallized upon his brow. He had succeeded. However, just as Qian Shaoi prepared to embark on the final and most challenging step, an anomaly occurred. It was not the soul core that exhibited any irregularity, but rather the ultimate ice left on him by the Ice Emperor to ward off the cold that abruptly dissipated. What troubled Qian Shaoi was that this vanishing ice did not disperse into the air,